The date is March 23, 2024. A stark image of Cheongsong prison dominates the landscape. A younger correctional officer approaches an older correctional officer, asking if he might pose a question. The older correctional officer, with a calm demeanor, simply inquires what it is. The older correctional officer, seen lighting a cigarette, reflects on a notorious inmate, remarking that guy 8226 was once a nationwide big shot. He observes the man's current desolate state, musing that his glory days, along with those of his boastful brothers, seem to be long over. Turning to the younger correctional officer, the older correctional officer asks if this is Officer Kim's first assignment in Cheongsong. Officer Kim confirms, stating that this month marks his second month on duty. The older correctional officer continues his grim explanation, detailing how self-harm, extortion, and violence are commonplace in Cheongsong, a facility reserved for only the most serious criminals. He then reveals that the gangster they discussed has been serving time for the past 10 years. With a pensive expression, the older correctional officer takes a drag from his cigarette, describing the released prisoner as the last of the real tough guys of this era. He dismisses the notion as a ridiculous story but admits they kind of owe him one. The younger correctional officer scoffs at the idea of a tough guy, labeling the released prisoner as just a punk. He confidently predicts that the man will be back in prison soon enough. The older correctional officer acknowledges the possibility but still looks up at the sky, contemplating. He suggests that after witnessing things firsthand, there's more to the situation than meets the eye. The older correctional officer's thoughts drift, wondering if the problem isn't the released prisoner himself but rather the current state of the world. He questions if society itself has become truly screwed up. His internal monologue continues, reflecting on a world where people would abandon humanity for money. He contrasts the released prisoner with the MZ gangsters, young individuals who would sell their souls for money, asserting that the released prisoner is definitely different from that new breed of trash. The older correctional officer concludes his thought, believing the released prisoner seems entirely out of place in this modern era. The younger correctional officer interjects, reminding his senior that a criminal remains a criminal and romanticizing the older generation is inappropriate. The older correctional officer, with a slight smile, acknowledges the younger man's sharp perspective. The older correctional officer then broadens the topic, questioning the state of society across generations. As the conversation shifts, another officer notes that it looks like it's going to rain again, with a colleague confirming the long rainy season this year. The older correctional officer concludes his thought, implying a shared responsibility, in the end, for each other. Released prisoner, with a weary expression, expresses his gratitude, stating, "I owe you a lot." The older correctional officer, in turn, advises him to live well and avoid causing any more trouble. The scene shifts to an outdoor Go game, where spectators are engrossed in the match. One exclaims in awe, "Wow, a god-level move, a god-level move," only to be immediately shushed by another, who tells him to, "Shut up, you nosy guy." A crowd of people forms a line, with voices calling out for Mr. Kim and asking where he's going. One frustrated person exclaims, "Here, I said." "Ah, that old man, really?" A young troublemaker confronts a meal center volunteer who wears a bandana, accusing him of cutting in line. The meal center volunteer retorts, demanding to know the punk's grade. Meanwhile, a message of kindness, "Give as much love as it receives," is visible on his back, followed by a quiet thought to eat a lot, everyone. The young troublemaker defiantly declares he's in 7th grade, class 3, and curses the damn geezer for his ageism. The meal center volunteer challenges him, asking if age matters now. Amidst the escalating tension, another person in line politely requests, "Excuse me, next in line, please." The meal center volunteer, now enraged, threatens the young troublemaker, asking if he wants to get beat to a pulp today. In the chaos, food spills everywhere from a tray, causing the young troublemaker to exclaim in panic, It's spilling everywhere." The spilled food continues to splatter, as the young troublemaker cries out in despair, "Oh no, what do I do? I'm screwed. I'm so screwed." Meal center volunteer's eyes narrow with intense fury and regret, his internal thought echoing the tragic consequence, "It's the last meal." The young troublemaker, utterly terrified, barely manages to utter a desperate plea, "Stop." A female student suddenly intervenes, pulling the young troublemaker back, forcefully demanding, "I said, stop it." The surprised young troublemaker cries out in pain, "Ouch, my back." Female student, with a fierce and determined expression, confronts both parties, commanding them to step back and demanding to know, "What do you think you're doing?" She reminds them that this isn't your private dining room. The meal center volunteer, taken aback, angrily questions, "How dare a little girl interrupt when adults are talking?" He then challenges her, asking, "So you don't want to eat?" The female student quickly clarifies, "No, that's not it." With a surprisingly sweet but firm smile, the female student politely asks them to please step back. "Thank you." Female student then suggests they shake hands, and no more fighting. The meal center volunteer looks up, wiping sweat from his brow, seemingly disarmed by her unexpected intervention. The meal center volunteer is revealed to be Jung Buldo, aged 44, a volunteer at a free meal center who has retired from his life as a fist. His serious expression hints at a formidable past. An overhead shot reveals a peaceful park scene, with Jung Buldo sitting on a bench, surrounded by other parkgoers and a few stray cats. Jung Buldo, holding a container of food, looks down as a cat approaches, letting out a soft meow. The white and black cat gazes up expectantly at Jung Buldo, its wide eyes reflecting its hunger as it lets out another plaintive meow. An extreme close-up on the cat's adorable, pleading eyes further emphasizes its desire for food with a final meow. Jung Buldo's eyes narrow, a stern expression on his face contemplating the situation. Jung Buldo, still smoking, watches as the cat eagerly devours the food he provided, telling it, "Eat it all up, don't leave anything behind." The female student is seen observing in the background. Jung Buldo, holding a can of coffee, is told by the female student that he shouldn't give cats anything and instead should give them proper cat food. The female student, with a slight smile, points out that this park is a non-smoking area. She then offers him the can of coffee, asking, "I'll give you this instead, okay?" Park Se-ah insists he take the coffee, telling him not to worry since it was just a gift she received. She introduces herself as Park Se-ah and asks for his name, leaving Jung Buldo wondering what is wrong with her. She continues her lecture, mentioning that her own father smokes but claiming being smoke-free is the trend these days. She chatters away, wondering if she should have gotten him a sports drink instead since he isn't talking much. Jung Buldo finally breaks his silence, simply stating his name, which catches her by surprise. He tells her to slow down and ask one question at a time while he prepares to open the canned coffee. As he takes a sip, he admits that while the youth might be used to the fast pace, it's tough for older folks like him. Park Se-ah doesn't waste time, immediately asking if he knows monk Sodam, the one who runs the meal center. When he confirms he knows the monk, she realizes the rumors she heard were likely true. She hesitates for a moment, looking at him with a serious expression as she prepares her next question. She asks point-blank if the stories are real. Was he actually a famous gangster in the past? Without a hint of hesitation, Jung Buldo looks her in the eye and confirms that she's right. She breaks into a wide grin, citing her father's belief that there are no bad people among animal lovers. She even gives him some unsolicited advice, telling him he should try to shave once in a while. She leans in closer, revealing that her father used to be a gangster as well. She admits that seeing him made her think of her dad, which is why she wanted to talk to him. To top it off, she hands him a business card explaining that her family runs a Chinese restaurant. She boasts that they are famous for their jampong and encourages him to come by for a visit. The conversation is cut short when her friends call her over, forcing her to make a quick exit. She waves a cheerful goodbye to Mr. Buldo while her friend looks on in total disbelief. As they walk away, she reveals her true goal was just to promote the restaurant, leaving Jung Buldo watching them go. High above, a plane streaks across the sky, marking the transition of the day. Jung Buldo sits alone on the bench, taking a moment to appreciate the amazing weather. He suddenly remembers that he has to go out this afternoon, his gaze turning serious. He gets up and walks away, grumbling about how busy modern society has become. The scene shifts to a massive construction project, the skeleton of a skyscraper rising into the air. Jung Buldo is hard at work, his incredible strength on full display as he carries heavy steel rebar up the scaffolding. After a long shift, he finds peace in the steam of a public bath, soaking his tired muscles. By nightfall, he's at a convenience store, sitting quietly while the world moves around him. He spends his downtime scrolling through videos on his phone, keeping up with the digital world. A quiet moment of reflection as he drinks from a can, his face half hidden in the shadows. A group of young thugs nearby takes notice of him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and arrogance. One of the punks stares intensely, trying to size up the man sitting alone. Jung Buldo looks back, his eyes narrowing with a cold, sharp intensity that commands respect. The thugs immediately break into a sweat, their confidence evaporating under his heavy gaze. Ignoring the tension, he later enjoys a hot bowl of noodles, savoring the simple meal. He finishes his day with a quiet smoke and another soak, a man of few words but immense presence. Jung Buldo doesn't look back often, but tonight the weight of the city seems to follow him into the shadows. Even a man with a dark past has a soft spot, especially for the strays that haunt the same alleys he does. He takes a moment to offer a small kindness, a brief connection in a world that usually only offers friction. But the night calls, and he steps through the glass doors of his usual haunt, leaving the quiet street behind. Inside, the air is thick with smoke and desperation. Jung Buldo watches the screens, his eyes fixed on a gamble he can't afford to lose. The roar of the crowd is deafening as the race nears its end. Every man in the room is screaming for a miracle. He grips his betting tickets tight. Thunderbird is his faith, his last hope for a payout. But faith is a fickle thing in a place like this. Another loss, another pile of useless paper. Muttering about Thunderbird and his misplaced faith, Jung Buldo steps out, surprised to see school kids hanging around this late. He spots Danny, a rival fighter, looking far too comfortable with a young female student. Danny just laughs it off, saying everything is fine. Jung Buldo freezes. He recognizes her. She's the girl from the coffee shop. What is she doing with a guy like Danny? Danny dismissively tells the girl her friends are inside and she should go say hello, leaving her looking hesitant and small. Jung Buldo watches them with a growing sense of unease, the cigarette smoke tasting bitter in his mouth. In the background, Danny's crew mocks him, calling him a suspicious old man who should just mind his own business. He tries to walk away but his mind is racing. She doesn't belong with thugs like that. Should he follow her? He scratches his head trying to convince himself it's just a birthday party. Kids will be kids, right? He tells himself they were even wilder back in his day. He decides to head to the sauna, calling himself a real old fogey. The next day, Jung Buldo is in a different world, serving food at a volunteer center with a weary but kind smile. The student is there too, managing the line with her usual energy and telling people not to cut. He watches her closely. It's been a while since he last saw her here and something feels different. He's working hard, telling the growing crowd not to push as the line grows longer. She counts the remaining people, her glasses reflecting the afternoon sun. 30 left to go. But as he scoops the rice, he can't shake the thought. Is she sick? She looks pale, her movement slightly off. He tries to focus on the task, telling the people to eat their fill, but his intuition is screaming at him. Feels like weeks have passed since that night in the alley. The worry has been gnawing at him. A grainy image of her face flashes in his mind. Is she really unwell, or is it something much worse? Then he remembers Danny's face, that predatory, malicious grin. The pieces are starting to fit together in a way he hates. His hand grips the rice paddle so hard his knuckles turn white. He tries to tell himself that volunteering is just boring for kids her age. He tries to rationalize it. Skipping school and running around is normal. It doesn't mean she's in danger. But his hand won't stop shaking. An incredibly uneasy feeling is taking over, refusing to be ignored. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a crumpled card he found. It's for a place called the Chinese Pavilion. The card is bright red, featuring a dragon and a 24-hour notice. This is where he needs to go. Jung Buldo stands tall, the message on his shirt a stark contrast to the violence he's contemplating. Give as much love as you receive. Once a thug, always a thug. He knows people will never see him as anything else, so he might as well use those skills for something right. He arrives at the Chinese Pavilion, the neon sign buzzing overhead. He looks like a man on a mission. He pushes through the bead curtains, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of trouble or the girl. A waiter turns to greet the new customer, but the words die in his throat. It's Zach, and he looks exhausted. Zach is so startled that he drops a bowl of food, the porcelain shattering as soup splashes everywhere. Zach looks up, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Brother Buldo, what are you doing here? His eyes widen as he stares at the man across from him, a name escaping his lips in a breath of pure shock. The atmosphere is heavy with unspoken history as the man calmly pours a drink, the liquid hitting the glass with a steady, rhythmic sound, while he asks his friend how he has been. The man bows his head low, the weight of guilt visible in his posture as he offers a sincere apology for not being there to greet his friend properly after his release from prison. His friend watches his own reflection ripple in the clear alcohol, his voice devoid of any resentment as he tells the father not to worry about the past. The conversation takes a turn toward the surreal as the friend admits he never expected the person his daughter mentioned to be his old companion, while the father stares back, stunned by the revelation. The friend chuckles, pulling out his phone to show a photo of the young girl. He admits he had only ever seen pictures of her when she was just a baby. Setting the sentiment aside, the friend takes a deep gulp of his soup and asks the real question: what exactly brought him here today? With a fond smile, he explains that his niece dragged him here for some jampong, praising the girl's sharp wit and comparing her to her mother. The father leans in, his expression darkening as he asks about his daughter's well-being, noting that she hasn't been seen at her usual volunteer spots lately. The silence that follows is deafening. The father's eyes are cast in shadow, his voice trembling as he struggles to find the words to explain the tragedy. A single tear falls onto the phone screen, blurring the happy image of the past as a quiet sob breaks the tension in the room. The man breaks down completely, his body shaking with grief as he chokes out an apology, finally admitting that something terrible has happened to his daughter. The story shifts back 2 weeks to a time when the father was still living a normal life, answering the phone at the Chinese Pavilion. Confused by the caller's location, he explains that they don't deliver to the Yongdunpo police station, unaware that his world is about to shatter. The knife stops mid-slice as the voice on the other end asks if he is the girl's father. A cold dread begins to pool in his chest. The officer's words hit like a physical blow, explaining that they are protecting his daughter at the station. His mind races, unable to process the terrifying news. Without a second thought, he is on his scooter, the wheels spinning furiously as he tears through the streets toward the police station. He bursts through the doors, his heart hammering against his ribs, desperately calling out his daughter's name as he searches the room. His fist clenches so hard his knuckles turn white. The sight before him is more painful than any wound he has ever received in a fight. The daughter is a shell of her former self, trembling and covered in tears as she looks up and sees her father standing there. His eyes fill with a mixture of horror and disbelief. He can barely find his voice as he looks at the state of his precious daughter. The truth is a jagged pill to swallow. The police inform him that his daughter has become a victim of a heinous drug-related crime. Back in the present, the friend's face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The news has ignited a fire in his soul that cannot be extinguished. Suddenly, the peace of the restaurant is shattered as a group of thugs looms in the background, their presence a direct threat to the grieving men. One of the thugs sneers, hurling insults at the daughter and demanding to know how she dared to report their activities to the authorities. The man's voice is a low growl as he repeats his ultimatum: any informant who goes to the police will see their entire family torn apart. The criminals laugh, mocking the father's absence while his daughter was being targeted, their arrogance blinding them to the danger they are in. Father looks at his friend, asking if he recognizes these criminals. The friend's response is cold and calculated. He has a very good hunch about who they are. A tattooed thug steps forward, confident he can handle the situation, only to realize that the man sitting there is the girl's father. The bulky thug leader stares down with cold, dead eyes, ordering his men to bring the daughter to him immediately, showing zero remorse for his actions. Friend places a firm hand on the father's shoulder, telling him to go and protect his daughter. The father protests, but the look in his friend's eyes leaves no room for argument. The friend stands tall, facing the entire gang alone. His voice is a low rumble of impending doom as he prepares to deal with the group himself. The murderous intent radiating from the man is palpable. He makes a silent vow to rip every single one of them to shreds for what they did. The scene shifts to a sleek office building where a young man leads a group of investors through the halls of D&. Company. Inside the conference room, the gathered investors chatter amongst themselves, eager to finally meet in person after months of communicating online. A man in a blue cap marvels at the business conditions being offered, calling them incredibly generous as they wait for the meeting to begin. The sound of a heavy footstep echoes in the hallway, signaling the arrival of the person everyone has been waiting for. The room falls silent as all eyes turn toward the door, watching a figure enter with an aura of absolute authority. A man in a sharp suit bows deeply to the group, but his face remains hidden in shadow, leaving the investors wondering who is truly running the show. The man steps into the light, a polished smile masking his true intent as he welcomes the crowd, thanking them for attending despite their busy schedules. He formally introduces himself as Lee Yong-bin, the CEO of D&. Company, though the system reveals a darker truth: he's an MZ gangster and a loan sharking specialist. The room erupts in applause for the man they call the franchise legend and the god of business, completely unaware of the predator in their midst. With the practiced click of his remote, Lee Yong-bin prepares to lead his audience deeper into the facade of a golden opportunity. He points toward the screen with authority, his voice commanding the room as he begins his carefully crafted pitch. The investors watch with bated breath, their eyes glued to the man who promises to change their lives forever. Suddenly, Lee Yong-bin's voice wavers, his expression shifting into one of profound, staged vulnerability. He wipes away a stray tear, a masterclass in manipulation designed to forge an emotional bond with his victims. He bows low behind the podium, his shoulders trembling to sell the act of a man truly humbled by his own success. The sound of frantic clapping fills the silence, the audience falling hook, line, and sinker for the emotional bait. Regaining his composure, Lee Yong-bin thanks them for their support, claiming he was simply overwhelmed by the moment before asking for questions. The room remains silent as the investors process the briefing, the weight of the opportunity hanging heavy in the air. One man whispers urgently to his friend, Sung-hoon, convinced that this is their chance to strike it rich by liquidating everything they own. Tears of desperation and hope stream down his face as he declares they can finally get back on their feet if they invest now. Lee Yong-bin watches the desperation in the room, moving to the next phase of the trap by calling for investment contract consultations. Victims reach out, their hands trembling with the false hope of a better future. Lee Yong-bin urges them to take their time and consider carefully, the ultimate reverse psychology to make them crave the deal even more. The man from before raises his hand high, shouting his belief in the god of business and pledging his entire life savings. Frenzy spreads like wildfire as others join in, desperate to secure their own piece of the imaginary pie. Lee Yong-bin smiles warmly, promising individual consultations while masking the predatory glee behind his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, he signals for the next part of the hospitality to begin. A group of attractive women enters the room, carrying trays of food and drinks as a small token of appreciation for the marks. The atmosphere shifts from a business briefing to a celebration, further lowering the investors' guards. Lee Yong-bin encourages them to enjoy the evening, promising to follow up with each of them personally. In the corner, Director Kim pours drinks, his stoic face hiding the logistics of the scam unfolding before them. The investors are so distracted by the luxury that they don't notice the cameras recording their every move, documenting their fall. Backstage, the god of business persona vanishes instantly. Lee Yong-bin mocks his own performance, laughing about how he almost got sucked into his own bullshit. He praises manager Park for his acting skills, noting that the mood was perfectly set for the kill. He hands over a thick stack of cash as a reward, a cold transaction for a job well done in the art of deception. Lee Yong-bin dismisses the man, telling him to go back out and keep the marks smooth and compliant. As the accomplice leaves, Director Kim enters the private office, his expression tense as he prepares to deliver bad news. Director Kim hesitates, mentioning that the financial situation makes it difficult to implement the grandiose plans Lee Yong-bin just promised. Lee Yong-bin's eyes turn cold, a murderous aura filling the room as he stares down his subordinate. In a flash of violence, he grabs Director Kim by the tie, his voice a low, dangerous snarl as he calls him a useless piece of shit. He tightens his grip, demanding to know why Director Kim is failing at his one job, cleaning up the messes. He tosses the man aside with disdain, his mind already shifting to a more pressing matter, runaway brat that needs to be found. He delivers a final, chilling ultimatum: handle the situation properly, or Director Kim's own daughter will take the runaway's place in that room. The chilling ultimatum hangs in the air, then erupts into a violent strike as he unleashes a devastating blow, sending shockwaves through the ground. An opponent lies crumpled and defeated, a faint golden aura around his head marking the impact zone as the man stands triumphantly over him. The cold gaze, he declares, next piece of trash. One of the thugs reacts with disbelief and a twisted grin. No way, that fat pig, he acted all tough and now he's going down this easily. All show and no go, that idiot. Heh. Another thug urges him, hurry up and finish him. Don't you want to make some money? The blonde thug, now looking more serious, questions, okay, there won't be any problems if we take him out, right? A foot steps forward with decisive speed, ready to deliver another crushing blow. Thug wearing a cap exclaims with a greedy smirk, let's just grab the cash and run. He is a whirlwind of motion, striking down thugs as one of them yells in frustration, shit, are you guys filming TikToks? Just get it done. Ugh, you idiots. Another thug, mid-impact, curses, this motherfucker. A heavy boot stomps down with brutal force, eliciting a pained ugh from the target. One of the thugs reels back, his face contorted in shock and pain from the relentless assault. He delivers a rapid, powerful flurry of strikes, his movements blurring as he overwhelms his opponents. His fist, adorned with prayer beads, impacts with bone-shattering force, a resounding crock echoing through the air. With a guttural krggh, he pushes through the effort, his resolve unwavering. He surveys the carnage, a trail of defeated thugs in his wake, muttering, ugh, this is going to be a pain to clean up. His eyes narrow, a cold glint of determination shining within them as he prepares for the next phase. Tightly wrapping the prayer beads around his fist, he adds with a menacing tone, including the medical bills. The blonde thug, still defiant, mocks him, wow, this old man is completely insane. Do you have a death wish? You know you can't win against a group, right? He flexes his hand, the prayer beads tightening around his knuckles. Man, it's been a while, so my joints are all stiff, he comments with a hint of anticipation. The blonde thug, confident in their numbers, gloats, we just need one guy to bring the money, right? His eyes glow with fierce intensity as he challenges them, what are you waiting for? We're closing soon, and since you're already here. Blonde thug, still underestimating his opponent, declares, old man, you've made a grave mistake today. A terrifying, wide grin spreads across his face, his eyes blazing as he delivers a chilling warning, think about what it means to be killed. He unleashes a lightning-fast strike, his beaded fist a blur of raw power, impacting with explosive force. Another devastating blow lands, the sheer force of his punch ripping through the air with violent precision. Thug's face contorts in agony as he takes a direct hit, blood spraying from the brutal impact. He delivers a powerful uppercut to the blonde thug, who cries out, son of a bitch, as he's sent reeling. His fist descends with merciless intent, a single, brutal command escaping his lips, die. Thug is launched backward from the sheer power of the blow, gasping a pained ugh as he flies through the air. Another thug's eyes widen in terror as he's caught in a chokehold. What? Is there a sledgehammer in his fist? He stutters in disbelief. He brings down a final, crushing strike, ending the resistance with overwhelming force. His face remains cold and impassive, a testament to his ruthless efficiency in combat. A thug's face is a mask of agony, bloodied and bruised, as he lets out a desperate ah. A beanie-wearing thug, tears and blood streaming down his face, whimpers in terror. He's met with a taunt, you little brat, how dare you, followed by a chilling challenge, tongue-tied, say that again. His hand is covered in blood as he screams in raw pain, desperately begging, please, I am sorry. The cold indifference in his eyes doesn't waver as the phone begins to blare. The man looms over the trembling mess on the floor, his voice a low, dangerous rumble as he commands, the phone's ringing. Answer it. With hands shaking so violently he can barely hold the device, the man fumbles to his ear, his voice cracking as he stammers out a desperate hello. On the other end, a furious voice screams, demanding to know what is taking so long. The man on the other side is losing his patience. He demands the phone be handed over to the owner, but his irritation turns to a flicker of confusion when a completely unfamiliar voice cuts through the line. The stranger takes the phone, his back turned to the carnage he just created. He repeats the question with a chilling, calm curiosity, who am I? The caller stares at his phone in disbelief, the line suddenly going dead. The sheer audacity of the stranger leaves him momentarily speechless as he mutters, hello, did he just hang up on me? Back at the scene of the struggle, the scale of the devastation is revealed. Bodies are strewn across the floor like discarded trash amidst broken furniture and spilled food. The man stands tall in the center of the ruin, beginning his introduction. I am a volunteer server at a free meal center, he declares, his shadow casting a long, dark veil over the defeated. It is a jarring contrast to the violence he just unleashed. He adjusts his grip on the phone, the red prayer beads on his wrist clicking softly. He informs the man on the line that he's currently on meal distribution duty, treating this brutal cleanup like a simple community service. The man on the line can only sigh in exasperation, his face twisting in annoyance. Dealing with such an eccentric and unpredictable associate is clearly a recurring headache for him. The man is lounging in a high-tech massage chair, his muscular frame relaxed as he takes another call. The voice on the other end is cold and authoritative, calling him a piece of trash without a second thought. "I'm not going to talk for long. See you soon," the voice says before the line cuts. The man is left scrambling, startled by the suddenness of the directive as his secretary stands by with his belongings. He stares at the screen, the name on the call log causing a grimace. The annoyance is palpable as he grumbles about how frustratingly crazy his associates are. He quickly dresses, his tone shifting to a forced playfulness as he addresses the person on the other end. But the caller isn't in the mood for games, snapping back at him for wasting time. The pressure is mounting. He is reminded that everyone else has already arrived, and knowing the volatile personality of the leader, being late is a death sentence. The caller's voice becomes a venomous hiss, berating the man for failing to manage a simple task without complicating things. The weight of the failure is starting to sink in. Inside a moving car, the tension explodes into physical violence. The man's foot slams into the back of the driver's seat, his face contorted with rage as he screams at the driver to turn right. He's in a frantic hurry, his desperation manifesting as a flurry of kicks. He threatens the driver's life, demanding to know why they always take the wrong route when his own life is on the line. Luxury sedan screeches toward its destination. On the phone, the man dismisses the concern about meddling outsiders, claiming he's already handled those nuisances for now. Stepping out of the car, he barks final orders into the phone, demanding that the prisoner they caught stays silent before being thrown back in. He hangs up, his mind already on the dangerous meeting ahead. He enters a lavish VIP lounge where a group of elite young men are already settled in. A voice calls out, noting his late arrival with a mix of mockery and casual greeting. The man takes his seat, letting out a breath of relief. He immediately asks for the leader, knowing that their presence is the only thing that truly matters in this room. Hand reaches for a cigar on the table, the speaker muttering about how they almost got into trouble. The atmosphere is thick with expensive smoke and unspoken threats. One of the associates flashes a predatory grin. He mocks the man, telling him to focus on his work for once if he wants to stay in their good graces. A woman who operates an agency leans back with a cigarette. She notes that the man needs to succeed for their collective business to continue running smoothly. Another associate doesn't even look up from his phone. He's more concerned with a client who just lost a significant sum of money than the internal politics of the group. Mood shifts as the group notices a new arrival. They comment on how handsome the leader looks today, the casual flattery masking the dangerous power dynamic at play. A small bulldog gnaws relentlessly on a designer shoe, a strange domestic touch in this den of vipers. "This dog always does this," a voice sighs, signaling the start of another long, dangerous night. As the dangerous night truly begins, Jung Buldo, that a friend, leader and scam coin operator, grins with chilling confidence, declaring it's time to go wild until everyone's heads spin. His gaze falls upon Lee Yongbin, whose face immediately contorts in distress. Lee Yongbin curses internally, wishing Jung Buldo hadn't noticed him. Jung Buldo approaches Lee Yongbin, his smile unwavering, and comments on the rumors of Lee Yongbin's establishment's thriving. With a casual yet intimidating arm around Lee Yongbin, Jung Buldo presses him for a response as Lee Yongbin stammers nervously. Lee Yongbin, drenched in sweat, finally confesses about the club's VIP event where kids are drugged. He downplays it as a small problem they've encountered. Jung Buldo's lips curl into a sardonic smile, his patience wearing thin as he internally questions Lee Yongbin's evasiveness, then mockingly asks if he's massaging his ears. Jung Buldo's eyes narrow with cold fury, demanding Lee Yongbin stop beating around the bush and spit out the truth before he forces it out of him. Lee Yongbin meekly apologizes as a pink-haired associate, observing the scene with a woman named Jennifer, remarks that it seems they'll have to clean up Lee Yongbin's mess. Lee Yongbin desperately tries to explain that they've silenced the tow truck operators and are dealing with the runaway, but Jung Buldo sharply cuts him off. Jung Buldo turns his attention to Seo Dongcheon, his fixer, remarking on the troublemaker's long tongue and asking for Seo Dongcheon's thoughts. Seo Dongcheon, Jung Buldo's stern fixer, holds up 3 fingers, giving Lee Yongbin a non-negotiable deadline: 3 days. Jung Buldo's agitation flares as he shouts at a terrified Lee Yongbin for his lack of response, then menacingly reminds him that 3 days is ample time to settle things. Defeated, Lee Yongbin agrees to handle the problem within 3 days, while Jung Buldo places a hand on his shoulder, urging them not to embarrass themselves as friends. With the problem temporarily resolved, Jung Buldo's fingers tap a button on a small device, signaling his readiness to begin the main game. Pink-haired associate grins, declaring they'll go all out tonight, then asks Jennifer which hopefuls they should bring in for the evening's festivities. Jennifer winks, revealing they have trainees from Citri Entertainment, some of whom are explicitly looking for daddies, and invites them to an afterparty with her. She anticipates who will debut tonight, while a muscular man expresses excitement, noting it's been a while since they had such a full party. Surrounded by admiring women, Lee Yongbin, now looking confident, acknowledges his own looks and internally decides to push the problem with Jung Buldo aside for now. He urges everyone to just enjoy the moment, raising a toy gun in the air as the party erupts into a wild frenzy. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolds as a broken flip phone is held and an unseen interrogator demands to know if the trash he just spoke to is the subordinate's boss. The shattered phone lies on the ground as the terrified subordinate claims ignorance, stating they only follow orders, while the interrogator internally notes his own impatience. The interrogator pulls a cigarette from a pack, deciding to abandon subtlety and get straight to the point. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, the interrogator, a man with long dark hair tied in a bun, stares down his subordinate, demanding the boss's location. The subordinate insists they've never seen the boss, requiring friend membership to know. The interrogator scoffs at the idea of friendships as memberships, then promises to help the subordinate remember. Terrified, the subordinate recalls a club in Gangnam. The word club ignites a fierce intensity in the interrogator's eyes, his expression sharpening with purpose. He crushes his cigarette underfoot, declaring they'll go to the club immediately, much to the subordinate's utter shock and fear. The interrogator challenges the subordinate, asking if he wants to join the bastards too, forcing him to reluctantly agree to lead the way. As the interrogator prepares to leave, a young girl, Tae, calls out from behind the door. He gently, yet firmly, tells her to stay quiet and let the adults handle it. Tae, her face etched with worry, asks if he's going to fight because of her voice trembling with concern. He dismisses her fears, telling her to stay home with Jory, her dad, implying he will take care of the situation, but Tae interrupts him. Tae's eyes well with tears as she confronts him, reminding him of his past as a gangster, his 10 years in prison, and blames herself for his current predicament. Her voice filled with anguish, Tae continues to blame herself, believing that if she had been more attentive that day, none of this would have happened. Her face contorted in a desperate plea, Tae questions if merely beating up a few guys will truly undo the pain and consequences of what has transpired. The interrogator turns his back, his silhouette resolute, and walks away from the distraught girl, leaving her words hanging in the air. As he departs, the interrogator reflects internally, acknowledging that Jory has indeed raised one tough kid. He admits to himself that he's far from a genius, but certainly smarter than the average blockhead. His past is a heavy weight, one that he carries with a grim sense of self-awareness. Today, a harsh reality sets in. He knows he is a gangster to the bone, a man who doesn't understand the nuance of laws or the soft touch of diplomacy. His life as a thug started far too young, leading him down a path that eventually cost him 10 long years behind iron bars. His knuckles are proof of that history. For a moment, he actually believed he had changed. He wanted to believe it. But looking at the world today, he realizes he was destined for this violence from the very start. He lets out a frustrated sigh, running a hand through his hair. This sudden epiphany isn't comforting, it's just another problem he has to punch his way through. Turning to the girl beside him, his tone shifts to business. He tells her to lead the way to the club or wherever the target is hiding. Before they move another inch, he stops her. He needs a promise, a guarantee that things won't get messy for the wrong reasons. They arrive at the club, the neon lights buzzing with a false sense of security. He looks at the entrance, asking if she's absolutely certain this is the place. He commands the group to stick close and warns them against even thinking about running away. This isn't a social visit, it's an infiltration. A suit-clad guard steps forward, dismissively telling him that this is a place for kids and that older men aren't allowed entry. The guard's arrogance is palpable as he demands he turn back. He has no idea he's currently standing in the way of a human wrecking ball. Another thug leans in with a sleazy grin, offering to set him up with a good spot if he's willing to slip him some cash. He's completely misread the situation. His expression hardens. He realizes he's definitely in the right place, a den of lowlifes who need a serious reality check. He cuts through the nonsense, demanding to know if the target is inside. The air in the room suddenly turns cold. The thugs are taken aback. They demand to know who he thinks he is, but their bravado is starting to leak. One hothead grabs him by the collar, threatening him. He doesn't even flinch, calmly warning the man that he's about to lose the use of his hand. With a sickening crack, he follows through on his promise. He smashes the thug's wrist with effortless, brutal efficiency. Another attacker rushes in, screaming in a blind rage. He hasn't realized yet that he's just signed up for a trip to the emergency room. His fist connects with a thunderous impact. The sheer force of the blow sends shockwaves through the immediate area. Bodies begin to fly as he unleashes a decade's worth of suppressed violence. He moves through the crowd like a force of nature. The sound of breaking bones and desperate shouts fills the night air. He isn't just fighting, he's clearing a path. The first thug clutches his shattered hand, his screams echoing off the club's walls. The reality of his power is finally sinking in. Another clean hit. He doesn't waste movement. Every strike is calculated for maximum damage, leaving his opponents crumpled on the pavement. The momentum is unstoppable. His eyes are cold, focused entirely on the objective while he dismantles the club's security detail. Terrified valet holds up his hands, begging for mercy. He wants no part of this and tells him to just go inside. Inside, a frantic guard calls his boss on the radio, reporting that an intruder is tearing through their men like paper. He kicks the doors open, the impact sending more thugs flying backward. He doesn't slow down for a second. He marches down the hallway, a lone figure of vengeance. The guards inside are stunned, barely able to process the threat before it's on top of them. One brave soul tries to stop him, demanding to know if he knows where he is. He answers with a lightning-fast strike. The guard is lifted off his feet, the sheer power of the kick sending him crashing into his comrades. The hallway is becoming a graveyard of suits. He stands in the center of the carnage, his voice booming through the club. He has one simple demand: for the person in charge to show themselves. The remaining thugs are incensed. They can't believe one man is making such a scene in their territory. He lets out a dark, menacing chuckle. He tells them that their aggressive reaction is typical for their kind. He's finally starting to enjoy himself. He lunges forward again, his speed blurring the vision of anyone watching. The massacre continues in the corridor. The thugs scream for blood, but their numbers mean nothing against his raw talent for destruction. Another crushing blow lands, silencing one of the more vocal attackers. He is a whirlwind of violence, leaving only pain in his wake. Blood spatters against the walls as he continues his relentless assault. He is the personification of the past he tried to escape. One by one, the guards fall. Their confidence is replaced by pure, unadulterated terror as they realize they are completely outclassed. He looks down at the pile of broken men. He mutters that they should have just been honest from the start. He's done here. The young man turns his back on the carnage, his expression remaining cold and detached as he steps over the fallen. High above on the school balcony, an older man watches the scene with a stern, unreadable gaze. Suddenly, a silver blur cuts through the air as a white-haired attacker launches a surprise assault from the rooftops. The young man reacts instantly, his instincts honed by countless battles as he senses the incoming killing intent. The white-haired attacker's strike narrowly misses, the wind from the blow ruffling the young man's messy black hair. Without missing a beat, the young man counters with a lightning-fast jab, testing the newcomer's formidable reflexes. Across the street, a man pauses mid-pour at a coffee stand, his tired eyes widening at the sudden explosion of violence. Primal roar erupts as a red-haired fighter leaps into the fray, his eyes burning with a crazed thirst for combat. The red-haired fighter swings a heavy hook, but the young man slides under the arc with practiced ease. The concrete beneath them cracks as the pressure of their combined power radiates through the alleyway. The young man's eyes burn with cold, murderous intent as he begins to analyze the chaotic patterns of his two attackers. From the shadows, a bulky leader emerges, a sneer twisting his face as he watches the young man get cornered. With a massive, earth-shaking stride, the bulky leader joins the assault, aiming to crush the young man under his sheer weight. The young man is now surrounded by three high-level threats, each closing in from a different angle of the street. He activates a sudden burst of speed, weaving through a flurry of converging strikes like a ghost in the machine. A student watches from behind a nearby pillar, her breath hitching at the sheer intensity of the shockwaves. Just as the pressure reaches its peak, a familiar figure slides into the battlefield to assist. The newcomer's spiky dark hair bristles as he takes a fierce combat stance beside the young man. The ally launches a flurry of high-speed kicks, successfully intercepting the bulky leader's path. The young man gives a sharp, silent nod to his ally, their movements aligning in perfect, deadly synchronization. The young man refocuses on the primary mission. They cannot afford to waste time here when they still need to find their target. The white-haired attacker regroups, his silver hair messy as his gaze becomes sharper and more malicious. The young man's muscles tense to the breaking point, preparing for a high-output strike to end this stalemate. The red-haired fighter's expression turns utterly crazed as he throws caution to the wind, lunging forward. Impact! The young man's fist connects with the red-haired fighter's guard with bone-shattering force. The red-haired fighter is sent skidding back across the pavement, his defense completely shattered. Bulky leader tries to capitalize on the opening, but the ally is already there to meet him. The ally executes a perfect parry, redirecting the brute's massive momentum back against him. Watching from his vantage point, the man on the balcony narrows his eyes, impressed by the fighter's growth. The young man stands at the center of the storm, his uniform torn but his resolve more unshakable than ever. Sensing the shift in the tide, the white-haired attacker prepares a final, desperate technique. The young man anticipates the trajectory instantly, his own fist already in motion to meet the threat. A critical hit lands squarely on the white-haired attacker's chest, the sound echoing through the street. The antagonist is launched backward, crashing through a nearby storefront in a spray of glass. The student breathes a heavy sigh of relief as the immediate danger finally begins to fade. The man at the coffee stand just sighs, already calculating the massive cost of the repairs. The young man stands over the defeated trio, his breathing heavy but his eyes still searching for the next threat. Somewhere in the distance, an imposing figure watches from the shadows, his presence looming. The two allies turn their backs on the carnage, ready to move toward their true target. The hunt has only just begun, and the real battle is still on the horizon. Chaos erupts in the heart of the club as the manager collapses, leaving his subordinates in a state of pure panic. They rush to his side, screaming for him to wake up, unable to comprehend how their leader was taken down so effortlessly. Through the haze of the red lights, a figure descends the stairs with a heavy, rhythmic stride. The man looks down at the trembling guards, his voice cold as he addresses the terrified men blocking his path. Nearby, a female student captures the madness on her phone, her eyes wide with shock. She can't believe the audacity of the intruder, shouting that the situation is becoming completely insane. The man ignores the cameras and the screams, his focus fixed on his objective. He calmly asks if he's reached the boss's club, his expression unreadable despite the wanted alerts flashing across the social media feeds filming him. The club's security finally snaps out of their trance, barking orders at the crowd to put their phones away. They realize that if this footage gets out, the club's reputation is the least of their worries. The man stares down the line of thugs, issuing a chilling ultimatum. He's curious to see what happens first, him wiping out every single person in the room, or their boss finally growing a spine and showing his face. Tension snaps as a guard lunges forward, gripping a heavy blunt weapon. He swings with everything he has, desperate to end the threat before the man can make good on his promise. The impact is deafening. A direct hit connects, but the man's eyes don't even flicker. The sheer force of the blow would have shattered a normal man's skull, but he doesn't even flinch. The guard recoils in horror, screaming in disbelief as he asks if the man's head is made of metal. The man merely grunts, the blow doing nothing but fueling the cold fire in his veins. Another thug tries his luck, but the man catches him mid-sentence. Before the man can finish his insult, a heavy fist silences him, sending a shockwave of pain through his jaw. Dark, predatory smile creeps across the man's face. He mocks the men for whispering behind his back, his presence becoming more suffocating with every second that passes. With a sudden burst of speed, the man slams a guard into the floor. The sound of cracking tile echoes through the room as the man lets out a strangled cry before losing consciousness. The man stands over the carnage, his eyes burning with a murderous intent. He beckons the rest of the security team forward, his voice a low, dangerous growl as he dares them to try. Driven by desperation and fear, the remaining guards charge all at once. They scream for the intruder's head, hoping that sheer numbers can overcome the monster standing in their way. The man meets the charge head-on. His fist connects with a sickening crunch, blood spraying into the air as he begins to dismantle the security team with surgical precision. Watching from the sidelines, a bystander smirks as he records the fight. He's genuinely impressed by the display of raw power, finding the violence far more entertaining than he expected. When a guard tries to stop him from filming, the bystander doesn't even look up. He dismisses the man's threats as nothing more than a dog barking in the distance, his arrogance on full display. In a flash of movement, the bystander slams the guard's head into the bar counter. The man doesn't even have time to finish his sentence before his world goes black. Bystander turns his attention back to the fighter, noting the blood dripping down the man's face. He wonders how the fighter is still standing after taking such a heavy hit earlier in the brawl. The fighter's gaze is fixed forward, his breathing heavy but controlled. The damage he's taken only seems to have sharpened his resolve, making him look even more formidable. The bystander can't help but admire the scene. He jokingly admits he's starting to fall for the fighter's intense style, finding the whole situation incredibly cool. The floor is littered with unconscious bodies and discarded weapons. The fighter stands amidst the ruin he created, the silence in the club now deafening compared to the previous chaos. Fighter exhales slowly, wiping the sweat and blood from his brow. He mutters to himself about breaking a sweat over such minor resistance, a testament to his overwhelming strength. Surveying the room full of defeated thugs, he sighs, lamenting that he must be getting old if this took any effort at all. The battle was short, but the destruction was absolute. He reaches down and hauls a survivor up by his head. The terrified man can only stammer out a desperate "yes sir," fearing for his life. Man lights a cigarette, the smoke curling around his scarred face. He demands to know where the boss is hiding, frustrated that his primary target is nowhere to be found in this trashed club. When the subordinate tries to make an excuse about his sick mother, the man isn't having any of it. He barks at the man to keep his arms straight and stay put until the boss shows up. The man turns his back on the sobbing man, his patience wearing thin. The mention of the man's mother does nothing to soften his cold exterior as he continues his search. He smirks, realizing that the boss is a coward who relies on hiding. The man knows that no matter how much he looks, the target won't show his face unless forced. Suddenly, the man senses a new presence in the room. He narrows his eyes, his instincts screaming that someone far more dangerous than the previous thugs has just entered the fray. The bystander steps out of the shadows, a confident grin on his face. He acknowledges the man's prowess, noting that the fighter clearly has some impressive skills. The bystander extends a hand, pointing out that the club is now filled with lowlives. He suggests that since they both seem to have the same goal, they might find common ground. With a playful wink, the bystander proposes a team-up. He boasts that he's quite good at throwing people down himself, offering his assistance in the hunt for their mutual target. Outside, a black van screeches to a halt, its headlights cutting through the night. The reinforcements have arrived, but with the two men potentially joining forces, the club is about to become a graveyard. The side door of the van slides open with a violent thud. A thug leaps out, alerting the rest of the pack that they've finally cornered their prey. They aren't here for a fair fight. The sound of clattering wood and steel echoes through the alley as reinforcements arm themselves, ready to overwhelm through sheer numbers. One of the goons grinds his teeth, his eyes fixed on the blade in his hand. He's insulted that a mere two men think they can stand against an entire syndicate. The young man and his ally exchange a grim look as the reality of the situation sets in. They aren't just facing a squad, they're being swarmed by a literal army. A grunt of exertion escapes as they brace for the initial wave. The pressure in the air is suffocating, the calm before a storm of blood and broken bones. The lead thug points a finger, his fear masked by a desperate roar. He demands his men teach these two interlopers a lesson they won't live to remember. A sneer twists the leader's face. He mocks them, finding it pathetic that the duo trashing their clubs consists of nothing more than an old man and a punk kid. The crowd of armed men closes in, their weapons glinting under the streetlights. The leader asks with a dark chuckle if they have families ready to care for them once they're incapacitated. The young man reaches out, grabbing the older man's hand in a firm grip. He makes it clear that this isn't a permanent alliance, not yet anyway. The older fighter accepts the handshake with a stoic nod. The youth can't help but comment on how much of an opportunist the man is being in this moment of crisis. The older man explains that this is a temporary partnership to test the youth's true capabilities. The young man, tightening his grip on his weapon, questions the temporary nature of their survival pact. With a cold, professional air, the older man declares the start of the interview. His only advice to the youth is simple: try your best to stay alive on your own. The order is given to finish them both. The youth notices blood dripping from the older man's neck, a sign that the man is already pushed to his limit. The youth lets out a wild, manic grin. If it's an interview, he's going to make sure he gets the job. He tells the older man he'll be in his care, but his eyes reflect a murderous intent. Small charm dangles from the youth's weapon, a strange contrast to the violence about to erupt. It's the last moment of stillness before the storm breaks. The first strike is a blur of speed and power. The youth moves like a demon, his first hit connecting with a sickening crunch. The young man's eyes narrow, reflecting the cold steel of an incoming blade. He doesn't flinch, his focus is absolute, his reflexes sharpened by pure adrenaline. A thug screams an insult as the youth ducks under a swing, the wind of the blade ruffling his hair. The counterattack is already in motion. Leader's face is a mask of fury as he watches his men fall. He can't comprehend how this punk is dismantling his crew with such ease. His movements are a symphony of destruction, each strike landing with lethal precision as he carves a path through the reinforcements. He doesn't stop to breathe. Another goon goes down with a shattered jaw, the momentum of the assault only growing stronger. The young man is a whirlwind of violence, his fists and weapon becoming a blur as he racks up a body count that leaves the thugs paralyzed with fear. On the other side, the older man is a wall of iron. He blocks a heavy strike with his forearm, the impact vibrating through the air but failing to move him an inch. The older man's eyes glow with a faint, predatory light. He isn't just defending, he's calculating the perfect moment to end the fight. A thug gasps in horror as his steel pipe is caught barehanded. The sheer strength required to stop such a blow is beyond anything these street thugs have ever seen. The older man retaliates with a strike that sounds like a cannon blast. The thug is sent flying, his scream cut short by the sheer force of the impact. Another goon chokes on his own breath as the seasoned fighter's gaze lands on him. It's the look of a man who has walked through hell and come out the other side. The youth appears behind a thug like a ghost. He whispers a cold warning about watching one's back before delivering a strike that ends the man's night instantly. Heavy blow descends from above, crushing another opponent into the pavement. The young man's efficiency is terrifying, he isn't wasting a single movement. With a final, brutal swing, the youth smashes his weapon into a thug's skull. The sound of the impact echoes through the silent street, a grim end to the violence. The older man stands amidst the carnage, his prayer beads wrapped tightly around his fists. He asks the remaining thugs where they think they're going as they try to flee from the nightmare. Survivors are frozen in terror, looking at the two combatants they dared to challenge. The reinforcements have been decimated, and the alley has become a tomb. The young man brushes his hair back, his breathing steady despite the chaos. He turns to the older man with a smirk, mocking him for sounding a bit winded after such a short warm-up. A sudden impact catches the young man off guard, wiping the smirk from his face. A voice growls from behind that it isn't over yet, leaving him momentarily stunned. Recovering with lightning speed, he stands over the chaos, casually remarking that the sudden move actually managed to startle him. He looks down at the heavy metal beads in his hand, genuinely impressed by the weight. He warns the older man that carrying such a hunk of metal is just asking for trouble. A foot stomps down with immense force, the vibration echoing through the pavement as the next phase of the confrontation begins. The air crackles with tension as a heavy strike is blocked. The youth's eyes widen as the sheer power of the blow vibrates through his entire frame. The opponent stares back with cold, snake-like eyes. The young brawler tells him to stay focused, mocking him by saying the interview isn't over yet. Brutal counterattack connects, forcing a sharp grunt of pain from the opponent as the momentum shifts back in the young man's favor. A powerful hand reaches out, gripping fabric with a crushing force that signals a devastating throw is imminent. The older man's face is a mask of bloody determination. He grits his teeth, refusing to let the young brawler get the upper hand so easily. Youth lunges forward again, the word "end" trailing behind him like a promise of more violence to come. The surrounding thugs are sent flying. One of them screams in agony as the sheer force of the brawl levels everyone in the vicinity. The veteran stands amidst his fallen men, his voice booming as he calls them idiots and demands they get back on their feet immediately. He turns his gaze back to the young man, his breathing heavy but controlled, asking what the kid had to say about his stamina earlier. The youth just smirks, offering a half-hearted apology and admitting that the older man is clearly still going strong enough to avoid a respirator. He casually hands back a heavy weapon, telling the veteran to take it because his own hands are a bit full at the moment. The older man takes it with a stern warning, telling the youth that going to prison for murder at his age would be a total waste of his youth. The young man scoffs, asking if the veteran thinks this is some game of whack-a-mole. He knows exactly how high the stakes are. His expression turns cold as he explains the simple logic of the streets. If he doesn't take them out first, he'll be the one to die. Standing over the bodies of the defeated, the youth looks around and asks if the same survival instinct doesn't apply to everyone else there. His eyes catch something shiny on a fallen thug's wrist. He whistles, surprised that these hired hands are apparently sporting luxury watches. The veteran watches as the youth inspects the watch, though he quickly notes that upon closer inspection, it looks like a cheap replica. With a playful grin, the young man offers to grab the watch for the older man, mockingly asking if he has an interest in luxury timepieces. He complains about the lack of cash on these guys, realizing that the person they're working for doesn't seem like a typical gangster. The older man suggests they clear out before the police arrive, but the youth's eyes light up as he finally finds a high-value bill. The young man tells the veteran not to worry about the cops, claiming they definitely aren't coming, and tells the older man to just take care of himself. When asked how he could possibly know that, the youth reveals that for someone like their employer, bribing the local police is just standard business. The older man's suspicion grows. He demands to know what the youth's relationship is with that bastard employer. The youth just gives him a mysterious smile, saying he risked his neck for this info and he's not about to just give it away for nothing. He proposes a deal instead. If the older man buys him a drink, he might just be willing to spill the secrets. The veteran loses his patience, grabbing the youth and warning him to start talking fast unless he wants things to get incredibly ugly. The young man remains completely unfazed, noting that the older man really isn't a patient man. He decides to change his approach. He looks up with a sharp, dangerous glint in his eyes, suggesting they go for one more round to see who's truly superior. The opponent's face contorts with a mixture of shock and fury at the kid's sheer audacity to challenge him again. The scene shifts abruptly to a luxurious penthouse towering high above the city skyline late at night. Inside, the atmosphere is quiet and still, with only the sight of legs tangled in expensive sheets suggesting a night of excess. A woman sleeps soundly under the covers, oblivious to the high-stakes games being played out in the streets below. A muscular man sits by the window, sipping wine as he looks out over the city. A sudden ringtone breaks the silence. He checks his phone, seeing an incoming call from a contact. He frowns, wondering why anyone would be calling him at such an hour. He stares at the screen, a mocking smirk playing on his lips as he mutters, "Why is he calling so late?" Lounging back with a drink, Danny listens as the voice on the other end reports a discrepancy in the first quarter sales. It seems Yongbin is back to his old tricks of skimming off the top. But the caller has something even more interesting. He tells Danny to check a specific video, claiming this situation is something else entirely. The footage is grainy, but the intensity is unmistakable. It captures a man in the heat of a brutal struggle, his face twisted in a snarl of pure aggression. Danny's grin widens. Impressed by the raw skill on display, he orders his contact to dig deeper and find out exactly who these guys are working for. In a darkened room filled with monitors, the orders are received. The mission is clear: keep tabs on Yongbin's business and avoid any unnecessary friction. This is David, the MZ gangster friend who handles the heavy lifting of accounting and assets. He watches the screens with a cold, calculated focus. Meanwhile, the aftermath of a one-sided slaughter litters the pavement. Eunseok stands tall amidst a sea of broken bodies, his confidence radiating off him like heat. A hand tightens around a heavy hammer, knuckles white with rage. Someone isn't happy about the disrespect being shown to their crew. Jory rushes over, concern etched on his face as he asks if Eunseok is okay. But Eunseok is more annoyed by the interference than the fight itself. Jory defends his actions, citing his daughter as the reason he couldn't just stand by. Eunseok simply scoffs, noting that some people never change. Suddenly, a new face enters the fray, stopping Eunseok in his tracks. The shock is mutual as they realize they've crossed paths before. Man tries to place him, remembering a run-in at the police station. Eunseok corrects him instantly. It's Eunseok, not Eunseung. As Eunseok lights a cigarette, the pieces start to fall into place. This is the man who stepped in to help Seo during that station incident. But the timing is suspicious. For a man like him to randomly show up here, in the middle of this chaos, feels like far more than a simple coincidence. Group's leader brushes off the concern with a chilling laugh. They aren't in a position to be picky, and if the newcomer tries anything funny, they'll just snap his neck. Eunseok looks down at the kid on the ground, telling him to get up. It's time to give him exactly what he's been looking for. As they start to walk, the kid asks where they are headed. The answer is simple: they're going to grab a drink. Contact suggests a trendy spot nearby with a thumbs up, but Eunseok isn't interested in the new age places the younger generation loves. With a knowing smirk, the man tells Eunseok to trust him. He promises that this specific location will be exactly to his liking. They arrive at a weathered storefront labeled SLBJIP. It's an old-school establishment, far removed from the neon lights of the city's trendy districts. Inside, the atmosphere is thick with history. The contact calls out for a table for three, greeted warmly by the owner who notices he's brought new friends. The man urges them to come inside and close the door, complaining about the cold air. His eyes are sharp, belying his casual demeanor. Eunseok admits the place isn't bad, it fits their style better than expected. But he wonders if kids these days even know what a place like this represents. As they sit, the conversation turns serious. They have their reasons for being there, but now it's time for the newcomer to explain his own presence. A plate of raw liver and 1,000-year-old eggs is served. Despite their appearance, they're packed with the vitamins needed to keep a fighter in peak condition. Eunseok's gaze hardens. He notes how this guy keeps slipping through their fingers like a loach and demands to know who he really is. The response is calm and direct. My name is Tae Eunseok. The air in the room grows heavy as the formal introduction is made. Swirling his drink, the contact insists that everything, from helping the daughter to their meeting at the club, was nothing but pure coincidence. The pleasantries are over. He looks Eunseok in the eye and lays it all on the line. I need your fists. And in return, Eunseok needs his intel. It's a trade of violence for information, a classic underworld bargain. The glass is raised, sealing the deal. They have a common enemy now. Let's take down Lee Yongbin together. The liquid flows steadily, filling the silence of the room. Danny breaks the tension, mentioning there is one more thing to address. Zach looks on, questioning if their deal isn't already set in stone. Glass overflows, a visual testament to the weight of their conversation. Danny stares intensely, stating that he needs at least a small reason to place his trust in Zach. Danny grips the glass, asking Zach if he truly understands the kind of monster Lee Yongbin is. Zach retorts sharply, noting that if he knew, he wouldn't be asking. Zach takes a long, silent gulp, letting the weight of the name sink in. The atmosphere in the room grows heavy with the anticipation of the truth. Glass hits the table with a resonant thud. The name Lee Yongbin hangs in the air, the primary target of their shared vengeance. To the public, he's a franchise legend, a charismatic YouTuber, and the CEO of DN Capital, a success story that every young person in their 20s and 30s looks up to. His empire is everywhere: restaurants, photo booths, bakeries. It looks like a legitimate business kingdom built on hard work and innovation. Behind the polished facade, it's a calculated scam. These people are leeches, expertly sucking the life and savings out of everyone they touch. It starts with a spark of misinformation. They flood online communities and private chat groups with carefully crafted rumors to build hype. The bait is set, and the gullible rush in. By mixing shreds of real information with elaborate lies, they lure victims into high-pressure investment presentations. Their strategy is truly vile. They don't just target anyone, they go after mid-level corporate employees, people with decent reputations and a bit of savings to lose. They know that those who have tasted a bit of success are often the greediest. Once these victims are convinced, they'll blindly ignore every red flag in the book. They hunt for young, ambitious professionals chasing fast money. They stroke their egos, calling them investors to make them feel important. They hand out empty titles like CEO or director, promising that profits are absolutely guaranteed while they lead them straight into a trap. These businesses are hollow shells. There was never any chance for them to succeed. They were designed to fail from the very beginning. When the inevitable collapse happens, they use buzzwords like big data to mask their failure. Then, they pivot, pushing even shadier cryptocurrency schemes on the desperate victims. After laundering the stolen money overseas using the victims' names, they vanish. All that's left is a mountain of debt that continues to snowball. The nightmare doesn't end with the money. They go after families, wives, children, and even distant relatives to ensure no one speaks up. This isn't just a business failure, it's a living hell. Hundreds of families have been systematically destroyed by this heartless machine. If anyone dares to fight back, they are met with drugs or blackmail. They use every dirty trick to keep their victims silent and broken. Danny asks if the reality is different from what Zach imagined. Zach's eyes burn with a cold fury as he tells Danny that he's heard enough. Zach's hand tightens around the glass until it shatters. Jong-Yun, standing nearby, acknowledges Zach's rising intensity with a simple, "Yes, brother." Blood drips into the remaining water, staining it a dark, ominous red. Zach asks if this is truly something a human is capable of doing. Zach trembles with a murderous intent. He declares that Lee Yongbin and his crew have crossed the line far too many times. Danny calmly hands over a cloth, telling Zach to wipe the blood off and not to take his anger out on an innocent glass. Zach offers a brief, tense apology. Danny continues, explaining that this is the core of Lee Yongbin's operation. Now, he prepares to reveal his own personal reasons for seeking blood. Zach listens, his face a mask of grim determination. Danny admits that what he's about to say might be too much information, but it's necessary. Zach downs another drink, his eyes never leaving Danny. He asks if Danny wants him to spill even more of the family drama that fueled this fire. Danny's eyes narrow as he observes the young fighter. He sees a spark in Zach that he didn't expect to find tonight. Danny admits that Zach has left him speechless. The dynamic between them has shifted, the respect is no longer one-sided. Faint, dangerous smirk plays on Danny's lips. He gives the final nod of approval. The alliance is officially forged. Zach asks if this means they are finally friends. Danny scoffs at the notion, stating bluntly that he doesn't make friends with kids. They seal the pact with a crushing handshake. Danny warns that it's going to be a very long night and this war is only just beginning. Zack looks at a screen, seeing a fighter caught in a brutal struggle. He mocks the idea of food service duty, calling the opponent a coward. With a weary sigh, Danny looks at his phone. The pieces are moving, and the hunt for Lee Yong-bin is finally underway. Placing his hand firmly on his phone, Danny smirks. He knows that in this game, life needs these kinds of high-stakes events just to stay interesting. He lets out a long, weary breath as he stares at his own reflection, the weight of the upcoming moves settling in. A predatory smile creeps across his face. An event is exactly what he needs to turn the tide in his favor. Settling into his high-end command center, he begins to type. He can't help but wonder if he's actually a genius for the plan he's about to execute. The camera turns on, and Danny puts on his best mask. He greets his BeanTube audience with a heavy heart, claiming he has some incredibly sad news to share. The chat blurs with concern as he spins his tale. He tells them that tonight, an attention-seeking punk has been terrorizing their clubs, picking fights and causing chaos. He sighs deeply, looking downcast. He laments the state of the economy and questions why bad things always seem to happen to hard-working people like himself. A single, calculated tear rolls down his cheek. He addresses his brothers in the audience, playing the victim to perfection. He dismisses the rumors of his own failure as viral marketing from rivals. He claims their sales only halved because others are trying to steal their success, begging his fans not to believe the lies. When a donation notification pops up, his tone shifts instantly. He thanks his brother for the support, feigning a humble laugh at the mention of juice. Behind the scenes, his subordinates are working the phones, ensuring the donations keep pouring in until the very end of the broadcast. To capitalize on the pity, he announces a massive 3-day event at Club Dragon, offering free entry and huge discounts to lure the crowds back. As soon as the camera is off, his face hardens. He mocks the public, calling them dogs who come running for any sweet treat he throws their way. One of his associates warns him to focus. He reminds Danny that if this isn't handled right, a woman named Hee-soo will have his head. Danny snaps back, telling him to do his own job properly. He knows that dogs are poking around, but he's confident they still don't know anything. His eyes burn with a dark intensity. He wonders what will happen if the sparks of this conflict fly further than he anticipated. There's only one solution: crush the opposition early, the moment they show any signs of life. Meanwhile, Zack stands over a bleeding thug. He warns the fallen man to be much more careful about picking his fights from now on. Zack answers a ringing phone, confirming he's secured the device. He identifies himself to the person on the other end with a cold, calm voice. The voice on the line tells him he's got a new part-time job. Zack steps over the trash and the defeated, his focus already on the next target. But the real target, Lee Yong-bin, doesn't bother with these regular venues. He stays in the shadows, giving orders to middle-level lackeys over the phone. What Lee Yong-bin truly fears is losing his high-class VIPs and celebrity connections. That's the lifeblood of his empire. The revenue from those elites is on an entirely different level. He scolds his men for their old-school methods, demanding better results for the boss. When questioned why he's been hiding until now, one of the men admits the task was too much for him alone. This is a level of danger they haven't faced before. They lock eyes, the tension thick. They've found the place they were looking for. Standing before the entrance, they ask if this garbage dump is the right spot. The confirmation is immediate. Inside, it looks like a fantasy paradise where every desire can be fulfilled, served by women in elaborate attire. This is the omakase bar known as Sakura, guarded by stone-faced men in black suits. The team prepares to move in, knowing that the real battle starts behind these doors. Paradise is a blur of lights and dancing, a carefully constructed illusion for the wealthy. But entry isn't for everyone. Only big spenders who can blow thousands a month are allowed in, and they must carry a specific badge to pass the entrance. To earn that badge, a customer must spend at least 60 million won a month for half a year. It's the ultimate mark of the elite. In these private spaces, VIPs are treated like kings, catered to by women who have no choice but to bow to their every whim. There's a dark problem lurking among the clientele and the workers alike. It's not just the wealthy or the desperate. Even regular people who got caught up in gambling or private loans find themselves trapped here. In the end, these monsters kidnap and imprison civilians using debt as an excuse, drugging them to turn them into nothing more than slaves for their paradise. Zack scans the perimeter, noting that because this place is a playground for the social elite, the security is suffocatingly tight. But as he notices a gap, he signals his ally to move out. The masked captain adjusts his gear, ready to infiltrate, while his companion with the long hair stares down the path with a cold, murderous gaze. They've finally met their match tonight. The front gate guards don't even blink, demanding to see their badges. When they realize these intruders don't belong, the atmosphere instantly turns lethal. Before the guard can even reach for his radio, the masked captain strikes with surgical precision. A heavy blow lands, sending the sentry reeling with a suppressed groan of pain. Zack walks past the fallen bodies, unimpressed. He commends the captain's decisive speed, while the captain simply takes the lead, noting that these elders never seem to know when to quit. Deep inside the facility, the atmosphere shifts from violence to a twisted sense of luxury. Melodic notes drift through the air as the entertainment begins. A woman performs with practiced grace, suspended upside down on a pole. It's a scene designed to distract the wealthy from the rot beneath the floorboards. Shadowy figures watch from the sidelines, their silhouettes a reminder of the powerful men who fund this horrific operation. A geisha-style hostess prepares to serve a private room, her movements elegant but her eyes hiding a deep underlying fear. She slides the door open to reveal a group of men in undershirts, laughing loudly as they indulge in the spoils of their human trafficking empire. Men call out for more service, demanding a dip in the valley. The hostess keeps her head down, promising to serve the golden sushi as she mentions a new recruit has arrived. The manager barks at the newcomer to sit in front. The young woman trembles, her voice cracking as she tries to comply with the terrifying demand. A cold pair of eyes locks onto her. The manager asks if she's deaf, his voice dripping with a malice that promises pain for any hesitation. He pleads, insisting she was only supposed to serve food, but her shoulders are gripped tightly. There is no escape from the role they have chosen for her. The manager leans in, whispering the crushing truth. She owes 1 billion won. If she ever wants to leave this island alive, she has to do exactly as she's told. Outside the room, Zack and his ally observe the opulence. Zack sarcastically remarks on how well they've decorated the place, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. The masked captain's eyes burn with a personal vendetta. He thinks back to the children he couldn't help before, vowing that this time, the outcome will be different. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoes through the hall. The infiltration has been compromised and the facility's security is converging on their position. A wave of guards in black suits charges forward with a roar. They think they have the numbers to overwhelm the intruders, but they couldn't be more wrong. The lead guard screams, demanding to know who they are and how they managed to breach the inner sanctum of their paradise. From a high vantage point, the guards surround them, shouting threats and asking if they realize the gravity of the territory they've stepped into. The masked captain turns to Zack, asking for permission to use his blade for the first time in years. Zack jokingly asks if he can still handle it after years of chopping vegetables. With a steady hand, the captain reaches for his weapon. The metallic slide of the blade being drawn is the last warning the guards will ever receive. The masked warrior stands tall, revealed as the legendary airborne assault captain. He tells Zack to leave this floor to him, he has a debt of blood to settle. He reminisces about the old days, his voice cold and steady. It's time for a rematch that has been years in the making. Zack watches as the captain blurs into motion, acknowledging that the man's skills haven't dulled a bit since his prime. The first guard falls before he can even raise his hands. A blindingly fast strike cuts through the air, followed by a sharp cry of agony. It's a whirlwind of violence. The captain carves through the ranks of the suit-clad thugs, his movements a masterclass in lethal efficiency. His eyes remain focused, tracking every target through the chaos. Another guard is silenced, the captain's blade finding its mark with terrifying accuracy. A heavy impact shatters a guard's jaw. The sheer force of the assault leaves no room for counterattacks as the captain dominates the battlefield. Zack stands amidst the debris, holding a small wooden block. He sighs, noting that there's no space to even breathe in this cramped, violent hallway. Tossing the block aside, Zack decides it's time to find the man in charge. He's going after Yongbin, and nothing is going to stand in his way. Zack sprints down the corridor, shouting Yongbin's name. A guard tries to intercept him, but Zack's only response is a roar of "Die." A guard manages to bring up his arm to block, but the sheer power of the incoming strike makes him scream in terror as the impact connects. Long-haired fighter clenches his fist, his prayer beads acting as a makeshift knuckle duster. He's ready to deliver a sermon of pain. He unleashes a devastating kick, a streak of golden energy following the arc of his leg as it slams into the enemy's midsection. With a ruthless grip, he seizes the guard by the collar, pulling him in close to ensure the next blow is unavoidable. The guard is hurled through the sliding doors, crashing into the room where the elite were just celebrating. The message is clear, the reckoning has arrived. His eyes narrow, burning with a cold, murderous intent that signals the end of any mercy. The time for talk is over. Danny peeks through the sliding door, his expression grim as he surveys the depravity unfolding within the inner sanctum. Panic erupts as the bulky thug leader scrambles away in his underwear, desperately shouting for the professors to move before the police lock down the perimeter. A faint, broken plea for help is cut short by a harsh, dismissive snarl telling the victim to let go of their last hope. An empty bottle of sake lies forgotten on the table, a silent witness to the celebration that has just been violently interrupted. On the floor, the female student is a picture of total despair, her face stained with tears and blood as the reality of her situation sinks in. Zack's voice trembles with pure rage, demanding to know how they could commit such filthy acts against students young enough to be their own children. The gray-haired authority scoffs, adjusting his glasses with a sickening smirk as he claims the girls came crawling to him for favors of their own accord. Zack doesn't wait for another lie. He pins the man down, his fists becoming a blur of impact as he demands to know who is backing this operation. Suddenly, a firm hand catches the strike. A cold voice cuts through the chaos, commanding Zack to stop his assault immediately. The only sound in the room is the heavy, ragged breathing of a man pushed to his absolute limit, his adrenaline still surging. Zack exhales, a chillingly calm smile returning to his face as he apologizes for losing his temper before suggesting they finish what they started. One of the fighters looks up in relief, recognizing the arrival of his superior. But the moment of respite is shattered by a scream of pain. The suited guard is stunned, his eyes wide with shock as the counteroffensive begins to tear through their defenses with surgical precision. Powerful strike snaps the air, sending a string of prayer beads flying as the force of the impact reverberates through the hallway. The suited attacker lunges forward, his face twisted in a desperate attempt to regain control of the rapidly deteriorating situation. Everything slows down. The glint of a weapon, the focus in the eye. It's a dance of death where the slightest hesitation means the end. A blur of motion follows as Zack ducks under a swing, his own counterattack already in motion before the enemy can even blink. Kick connects with the sound of breaking ribs, sending the suited guard crashing into the wall with a final, agonized grunt. Jong-yun looks up at Zack, his face battered but his spirit unbroken. He reminds his boss that he was always prepared to go the distance for this fight. Jong-yun's resolve only fuels the fire. Without waiting for orders from the top, the enemy boss commands his men to draw their blades and stab their targets immediately. The room erupts as the thugs shout their compliance, ready to spill blood. A chilling message flashes across a phone screen. The boss is here, Sakura. The threat is absolute. Today, no one is leaving this place alive. Annie watches the chaos unfold through his screen, a predatory smirk playing on his lips. To him, this isn't just a fight, it's high-quality content that's going to rake in a fortune. Another notification pings. Manager Seo and Sakura confirm the arrival of the boss. The stakes just hit the ceiling, and Danny realizes this event is bigger than he anticipated. Danny's eyes narrow with murderous intent. He knew Sakura was behind this. His patience has evaporated. It's time for these bastards to meet their end. Meanwhile, in a high-end gym, the atmosphere is electric. A coach shouts encouragement as his fighters push their limits, the sound of impact echoing against the trophy-laden walls. The power on display is monstrous. One fighter admits that even holding the mitts for these strikes makes his very bones shake. This isn't normal practice, it's a demonstration of raw, overwhelming force. The training is interrupted as a subordinate holds up a phone. "Senior, you've got a call," he announces, breaking the rhythm of the session. Meet Kang Hanseong, a former UFF middleweight ranker. He picks up the phone, his voice steady as he greets Yongbin, the man on the other end of the line. His gaze hardens as the mission is explained. A simple "yes" is all he needs to say. The professional is ready to clock in. The orders are clear, the targets are at Sakura. Kang Hanseong is told to push them hard. He accepts without hesitation, promising to handle the situation immediately. He hangs up, a cold silence settling over him. The transition from athlete to executioner is seamless. Kang Hanseong turns to his crew, specifically calling out Seongti. It's time to gather the guys for a part-time job. In their world, that only means one thing, a beatdown. Back at the main scene, the first drops of blood hit the floor. The tension has finally snapped, and the violence is no longer a threat, it's a reality. Zack roars at the security camera, his voice dripping with venom. He knows Lee Yongbin is watching from the shadows like a coward, and he's calling him out in front of everyone. Top-knot boss scowls, calling Yongbin a rat-like bastard. He suggests they move their operation tomorrow, clearly annoyed by the unwanted attention. Zack catches the camera lens adjusting. He knows he's being watched. He demands Yongbin stop hiding and come out to face him like a man. The MMA squad arrives, moving with a disciplined, rhythmic pace. They talk about wrapping this up quickly, treating a life-or-death struggle as nothing more than early morning training. A thunderous "yes, understood" ripples through the group. These aren't just street thugs, they are conditioned athletes with a singular, violent purpose. Top-knot boss freezes, his face turning pale. He recognizes the man leading the charge. The name Kang escapes his lips in a terrified stutter. The realization hits the room like a physical blow. These aren't common criminals. They are professional MMA fighters, and the one in the middle is a different breed entirely. Kang Hanseong sighs, completely bored by the opposition. He's already thinking about his post-fight meal, telling his team to finish this quickly so they can grab some soup. He dismisses the enemy as insignificant, ordering his subordinates to handle the bulk of the work. The professionals have arrived, and they don't plan on breaking a sweat. With a final command to get moving, the MMA fighters surge forward. The training session has officially begun, and for the thugs in the room, the nightmare is just starting. The fighter's eyes burn with a savage hunger as he bares his teeth. He is not here to talk, he is here to break bones. With a low, menacing growl, he makes it clear that he intends to set his opponent straight. While chaos erupts, a man remains composed, his phone pressed to his ear. He coldly instructs his associate to initiate the push, confirming the targets are all cornered. The order is simple: crush them. The man exhales a cloud of smoke, his silhouette framed against the city lights. He carries the weight of one who has already seen the end of this night, and it does not look peaceful. Below the penthouse, the city streets hum with a deceptive calm. But in the shadows of the high-rises, a storm is brewing that the average citizen will never see. A man stares ahead, his face etched with grim determination. He is counting down the moments, whispering to himself that he only needs a little more time to see his plan through. The man takes another drag of his cigarette, but his composure flickers. Something is wrong. A gut feeling tells him that the pieces on the board are not moving the way they should. He checks his phone, the contact on the screen glowing. He knows that when a job needs to be done, there is no room for half measures. It has to be done right. Call connects to a local business, a front for something far more lethal. The man identifies himself, ready to call in the reinforcements that will tip the scales. The order is given to unleash the heavy hitters immediately, instructing them to reach the location as fast as possible. Back at the traditional hall, the training session has turned into a bloodbath. The command echoes through the room to clean up the mess and finish everyone off. The fighter narrows his eyes, surveying the carnage. He expected a challenge, but this is a flashy return even he did not fully anticipate. Thugs realize they are in over their heads. The sheer number of opponents is becoming a headache and they are starting to consider a tactical retreat. A hand grips a blood-stained blade with terrifying intensity. The leader dismisses the concerns. If the subordinates think it is right to push, then they push. No questions asked. The red-haired fighter screams in frustration, his face contorted with rage. He demands to know if his men still have the confidence to finish this, or if they have already lost their nerve. The bulky leader sneers at the display of bravado. He mocks the youth for their misplaced confidence, wondering what they could possibly hope to achieve in a situation this dire. Amidst the brawl, a voice cuts through the noise, calling out a fighter's name. It is a sign that the games are over. The back door is the only way out for those who want to live. A cold laugh follows the suggestion. If anyone is scared, they are told to go hide in the corner while the real men finish the job. Steel clashes against steel as the fight reaches a fever pitch. A desperate cry for the leader rings out, but it is drowned by the sound of combat. A blur of motion and a sickening crack. Someone has just been blindsided, the speed of the attack leaving them no time to react. Thugs are left reeling, their faces masks of pure shock. They cannot comprehend what just happened, stammering in disbelief at the sudden shift in power. The fighter's gaze is unwavering, his focus sharpened to a deadly point. He has moved beyond anger into a state of pure, calculated destruction. With a roar of effort, a massive strike is delivered. The impact is so powerful it creates a shockwave, sending enemies flying like ragdolls. The survivors can only watch in awe and terror. They whisper among themselves, wondering how a human being can possibly move with such terrifying fluidity and speed. Another body hits the floor. The fighter is a whirlwind of violence, his every movement designed to incapacitate. There is no wasted energy. Command is barked out to pull the fallen out of the way. Once they hit the ground, they are finished. The momentum of the attack is unstoppable. A direct hit to the face. The sound of bone breaking is the only thing that can be heard over the roar of the crowd. The victim does not even have time to scream. A subordinate is ordered to increase the intensity. He has been waiting for this moment, a sadistic grin spreading across his face. A new figure stands tall, his presence commanding respect. He is a veteran of countless battles, a man who understands the flow of combat better than anyone else in the room. He looks around at the chaos and finds it amusing. With a glint of madness in his eyes, he wonders how much further this can go before everyone breaks. A thug manages to get a hand on the fighter, thinking he has finally caught him. He sneers, believing he has found the target's weakness. The counterattack is instantaneous. A single, devastating blow lands, and a sense of finality hangs in the air. The fight is far from over. Red-haired fighter looks around at the absolute mess his men have made. He is losing his patience, screaming for his opponent to stop hiding and face him like a man. In the dead of night, the air in front of the main gate is thick with anticipation. The real players are about to arrive. A black luxury car screeches to a halt, its headlights cutting through the darkness. The presence of such a vehicle here can only mean one thing: the leader has arrived. Door opens, and a figure steps out, shrouded in shadow. The atmosphere shifts instantly, the weight of his authority felt by everyone present. A polished shoe hits the pavement. Every movement is deliberate, every step a statement of power. This is the man who pulls the strings. The man looks at the gathered thugs with a mixture of boredom and disdain. He tells them that if they are going to stay on his turf, they are going to have to pay the price. The aftermath of the brawl is a scene of pure chaos. Shattered wood and broken signs litter the stone path, marking the end of a violent confrontation that spared nothing in its wake. Boss Lee stands amidst the wreckage, his gaze cold as he surveys the damage. He mutters that those punks went too far this time, turning his establishment into a graveyard of debris. From the shadows of the doorway, a pair of spectacles glints with fear. Boss Lee spots the old man and calls out to the dean, his voice dropping its edge for a moment of recognition. The dean rushes forward, trembling with anxiety. He cries out to Boss Lee, lamenting the state of Sakura, the place he poured his life and investment into. Boss Lee reaches out, his large hand steadying the older man. It's a silent gesture of reassurance, though the tension in his grip suggests a storm is brewing just beneath the surface. In a low, measured tone, Boss Lee apologizes for the disruption. He promises the dean that by the time he returns for his next visit, everything will be restored to its proper order. The dean isn't easily pacified. He scowls, warning Boss Lee that today was a disaster and that he fully intends to file a formal complaint to hold someone accountable. Ignoring the threats, Boss Lee gestures toward a waiting vehicle. He tells the dean to head home first, ensuring the man is removed from the scene before things get even uglier. He turns to his subordinates with a sharp command, telling them to stop loitering and escort the dean safely. His men jump at the order, shouting their compliance. As the car pulls away, Boss Lee offers a deep, respectful bow. He bids the dean a safe trip, maintaining a disciplined facade until the taillights fade into the distance. The moment the car is gone, Boss Lee's expression shifts. A dark shadow falls over his face as he curses under his breath, the weight of his irritation finally boiling over. His fist clenches so hard his arm vibrates with suppressed rage. He growls that he came all this way specifically to break the necks of the weaklings who dared cause this chaos. His eyes narrow into slits of murderous intent. He vows that no matter what happens today, he will personally ensure that the punks responsible don't leave in one piece. He walks back toward the gathered thugs, his presence alone enough to chill the air. He calls out to them, his voice a low rumble signaling the start of a reckoning. Suddenly, Zack steps forward, halting the impending slaughter. He shouts for the violence to stop, positioning himself between Boss Lee and the rest of the fighters. Bloodied and battered, Zack looks Boss Lee in the eye. He tells the man he has a proposal, his breath coming in heavy, ragged gasps as he tries to negotiate. With a confident smirk, Zack admits he's interested in Boss Lee's strength. He suggests clearing out the small fry so they can settle this with a proper one-on-one duel. The thugs behind Boss Lee are in a panic. They warn their leader that Zack isn't just some kid, he was a UFF pro, a trained killer who shouldn't be underestimated. Boss Lee listens to the warnings but remains unmoved. He tells his men to stop their nonsense, his gaze never leaving Zack as he considers the challenge. He accepts, but the terms are brutal. He warns Zack that there will be no complaints if one of them ends up dead or confined to a wheelchair by the end of this. Zack doesn't flinch. He turns to his ally Seong-tae and tells him to stay back. He claims that even if he's old enough for dental implants, he still has more than enough strength to finish this. Zack tells Boss Lee to bring whatever weapon he wants, knives, bats, it doesn't matter. He's ready to face anything the older man throws at him. The surge of adrenaline, Zack rips his shirt open, revealing a physique built for war. He declares that he is going to break every single bone in Boss Lee's body. Boss Lee looks down at his prayer beads, a dark thought crossing his mind. He muses that it feels wrong to beat up a young athlete, but he quickly dismisses the pity. He cracks his neck, the sound echoing in the tense silence. He tells Zack that since he chose to work under trash, he'll be taking an arm or a leg as payment for the trouble. Zack raises his fists, his knuckles showing his cross tattoos. He's done talking and tells Boss Lee to just come at him, his eyes burning with fierce competitive fire. Boss Lee enters his combat stance, his long hair flowing as he prepares to strike. He tells Zack that if he wants to die that badly, he's more than happy to oblige. A sinister chuckle escapes Boss Lee's lips. It's been years since he felt this kind of excitement, the raw thrill of a genuine fight that he could never find in a regulated cage. The two titans clash, their movements a blur of speed and power. This isn't just a brawl, it's the pure, unadulterated essence of combat. The intensity reaches a fever pitch. Every heartbeat feels like a drum, echoing the primal desire to dominate and overcome the opponent in front of them. Boss Lee's eye twitches, focusing entirely on Zack's next move. He's searching for the slightest opening to deliver a decisive, crushing blow. A drop of blood runs down his forehead, but he doesn't blink. His focus is absolute, his mind a weapon as sharp as his strikes. Zack launches a lightning-fast strike, his fist cutting through the air with lethal intent. It's a move designed to end the fight instantly, aiming right for the center of Boss Lee's guard. The impact is devastating. Boss Lee takes a direct hit to the face, his head snapping back as the sheer force of Zack's punch connects with a sickening thud. But Zack isn't done. He follows up with a savage counter, his eyes wide with the thrill of the hunt as he presses his advantage against his staggered opponent. A flurry of blows rains down on Boss Lee. Zack is a whirlwind of destruction, each punch landed with the precision and power of a professional. Through the blood and the pain, Boss Lee's voice rasps out. He tells Zack that despite his skill, he still shows the glaring signs of being an amateur. Boss Lee explodes forward, his own strike tearing through Zack's defense. It's a masterclass in timing, a heavy-handed reminder of the gap between a pro and a true monster. Standing tall amidst the carnage, Boss Lee wipes the blood from his face. He admits that Zack has talent, and for the first time in a long time, he's actually having fun. He narrows his eyes, acknowledging the raw power before him. He admits that his opponent is top-notch, likely because the man spent every waking moment hitting the sandbag instead of just playing at being a fighter. He shifts his grip, feeling the tension in the air thicken as the two warriors prepare for the next exchange. The opponent's movements become erratic, forcing the man to wonder what kind of desperate gambit his foe is planning now. A massive fist whistles through the air, but his reflexes are honed to a razor's edge, allowing him to barely evade the crushing blow. Suddenly, his vision blurs. The sheer speed and pressure of the assault are starting to take their toll. A heavy strike connects, sending a jolt of pain through his frame as he grunts under the impact. On the sidelines, the subordinates watch in horror, screaming out for their boss as the tide of the battle seems to shift. An observer watches intently, realizing the strategy at play. "Southpaw," he mutters, catching the attention of those around him who are confused by the sudden revelation. The secret is out, the fighter is left-handed. He's been using his right hand as a distraction, blocking vision to set up the real killing blow. The trap is set. Once the opponent falls for the feint and hits the ground, he is ready to finish the job for good. Curses fly as the opponent realizes he's been played, but it's too late to retreat now. He knows that ordinary methods won't work against a beast like this. He needs something more instinctive. The opponent sneers, mocking the man for keeping his distance. He calls him an intelligent thug but warns that a pro is still a pro. His feet dance across the wooden floor, his footwork becoming a blur of calculated precision. He launches a devastating kick, the force of the movement tearing through the air with a deafening whistle. Shock registers in the opponent's eyes. He never expected this level of speed from someone already so battered. There it is, an opening. He lunges forward, seizing the split second where his enemy's guard has finally crumbled. The counterattack is brutal and swift, a symphony of violence that leaves the room spinning. He stares down his foe, his gaze cold and unwavering. He asks if the man truly thought he'd fall for the same trick twice. A final, crushing blow is delivered, shattering any remaining hope the antagonist had of winning this fight. The observers are left speechless. The sheer dominance displayed is simply unbelievable. Standing over the broken man, the fighter scoffs. You can train your muscles, but you can't train the instincts of a true predator. He leans in close, his voice a low growl. If the man really wanted a fight, he should have been prepared for the consequences. He tells the defeated man not to act like a rookie. In this world, you have to put your neck on the line if you want to survive. The thugs can only stammer in fear, unable to believe their boss has been so thoroughly defeated. The once imposing leader now lies in the dust, a testament to the fighter's overwhelming power. The man stands tall, his silhouette framed by the falling cherry blossoms. As promised, he declares, his voice echoing through the hall. He reaches down, his hand clamping onto the defeated man's limb with terrifying strength. With a cold finality, he announces that he's taking an arm as payment for the trouble. The remaining thugs scream in outrage, calling him crazy, but none of them dare to step forward. The man suddenly steps in, a bloody knife in hand. He commands everyone to stop, his presence alone enough to halt the chaos. He reminds them of the agreement, no hard feelings after a fair fight. He tells the thugs they should be grateful he didn't take their leader's head instead. Trembling with fear, the thugs realize they are dealing with monsters far beyond their understanding. They urge their boss to just finish it and leave. The man agrees, his eyes flashing with a final spark of aggression as a scream of agony fills the air. The aftermath is a scene of utter devastation. He walks through the sea of fallen bodies, his work here finished. An ally gestures for him to follow. It's time to disappear before more trouble arrives. A hidden observer watches from the shadows, stunned that they managed to take down such a legendary fighter. This crew is proving to be far more dangerous than expected. But as they try to leave, a new group of enforcers blocks the path, shouting for them to stop. The night is far from over. Chilling smirk spreads across his face. The atmosphere is heavy with the scent of impending violence. He looks down with cold, calculating eyes. He acknowledges the arrival of his target with a voice devoid of warmth. The group's leader is a broken man, held up by his subordinates. He stammers out an apology, his pride shattered along with his body. His hand shoots out, gripping the failure's face. He isn't interested in apologies, he's interested in results. He sneers, calling the man a guard dog who forgot his place. The air vibrates with mounting fury. He stands amidst the wreckage, his presence overwhelming. He demands to know why a mere subordinate thought he could challenge the hierarchy. With a mocking tone, he reminds them of the business they have. The consequences of their incompetence are about to be paid in full. He points the finger of blame directly at the leader. Because of this failure, a valuable asset is now dead. Desperation takes over. The man begs for another chance, swearing he can recover and serve again. The order is given without a second thought. Blood sprays as the enforcers move in to exact a brutal price. A security camera swivels, its electronic eye capturing every moment of the carnage from the shadows. A remote location, a bank of monitors displays the live feed and classified profiles. Someone is watching. An organization chart is pulled up. The web of the underworld is laid bare on the screen. Profiles of high-ranking members flicker past. The scale of this operation is far larger than anyone imagined. A hooded figure types furiously, bypassing firewalls and digging into encrypted databases. Document slides out of the printer, but a massive red stamp blocks the most critical information, inaccessible. The hacker pauses in confusion. Even with their skills, they've hit a wall they can't climb. The intelligence archives are blocked. This isn't just a gang, it's a matter of national security. The file mentions a legendary fighter, a man managed separately by the country's highest authorities. His face fills the monitor. Things are getting far more interesting than the observers anticipated. Another target is identified on the screen. The pieces of the puzzle are finally starting to fall into place. Back at the scene, blood trails across the floor. The time for talk is over. The time for a chat has begun. His eyes glow with a terrifying intensity. He looks down at his victim, ready to extract every bit of information. He mocks the victim's worth, calculating the daily losses they've caused. He threatens to hunt down everyone they love. His grip tightens. He declares that his opponent has long since given up on being human. With a cold, final command, he orders his men to make the end as painful as humanly possible. His eyes flare white. If they want a monster, he'll stop pretending to be human and show them true terror. A massive spiritual manifestation erupts, a dragon of pure, destructive energy coiled and ready to strike. The power surges through his arm, the tattoos on his skin glowing as the beast's spirit takes hold. The air crackles with lethal intent. This is the strength of a legendary fighter unleashed without restraint. Witness can only stare in absolute horror. The gap in power is a vast, insurmountable abyss. A single word escapes their lips as the shadow of death looms over them. The boss has arrived. The atmosphere thickens as the white-haired attacker descends, his presence alone cracking the pavement beneath his feet. The young man braces himself, his knuckles whitening as he shifts into a low combat stance, eyes locked on the threat. Without a word, the white-haired attacker vanishes, leaving only a blur of silver in his wake as he closes the distance. A devastating kick connects with the young man's guard, the sheer force of the impact sending a shockwave through the hallway. The young man skids back, his boots leaving scorched marks on the floor as he struggles to neutralize the momentum. High above, a gray-haired man watches the unfolding chaos with a cold, analytical gaze, offering no intervention. The school corridor, once a place of peace, is now a war zone of shattered glass and crumbling concrete. The young man spits out a mouthful of blood, his dark eyes burning with a renewed, predatory intensity. The white-haired attacker smirks, mocking the young man's persistence as he prepares for a second, more lethal assault. Suddenly, a heavy footstep echoes from the shadows, disrupting the attacker's concentration. A tired-looking man steps forward, his eyes hiding a sharp edge that warns against further violence. A female student clutches her books tightly, her face pale as she witnesses the terrifying power on display. The young man seizes the distraction, launching himself forward with a roar, his fist aimed directly at his opponent's center. The red-haired fighter leaps into the fray from a side balcony, his movements wild and unpredictable. With a manic grin, the red-haired fighter swings a heavy chain, forcing the young man to abort his attack and dive for cover. The entrance doors burst open as a mature-looking man arrives, his slick-back hair undisturbed despite the surrounding carnage. The man scans the room, his features set in a mask of grim determination as he assesses the threats. The red-haired fighter charges at the man, but the newcomer doesn't even flinch as the distance closes. With a surgical strike, the man parries the chain and delivers a counterblow that sends the red-haired fighter reeling. The two men share a silent look of temporary alliance, acknowledging that the real battle has just begun. In the courtyard, another student finds himself surrounded by a dozen low-level thugs, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A bulky leader emerges from the crowd, his massive frame casting a long, intimidating shadow over the student. A massive fist descends like a hammer, and the student barely manages to cross his arms in a desperate block. The impact is catastrophic, the student is sent tumbling across the concrete, his defense completely shattered. From the window above, the young man witnesses his friend's defeat and a cold, murderous aura begins to radiate from him. The man's muscles bulge as he gathers his strength, the air around him vibrating with raw, unbridled power. He leaps from the second story, a human missile aimed directly at the bulky leader. The bulky leader looks up, a sneer forming on his face as he prepares to catch the descending opponent. The young man's fist connects with the leader's guard, the sound of breaking bones echoing through the courtyard. The bulky leader's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the opponent's strength has surpassed his own calculations. The white-haired attacker attempts to strike from behind, but a blur of motion stops him mid-air. The newcomer stands between them, his hand gripping the attacker's wrist with a crushing, iron-like strength. The man tells the young fighter to ignore the secondary attackers and focus everything on finishing the leader. The young man pulls back his arm, a golden glow manifesting around his fist as he prepares a powerful strike. With a concentrated burst of speed, the young man delivers a critical blow straight to the bulky leader's solar plexus. The massive antagonist is lifted off his feet, his body folding around the blow before being launched backward. The bulky leader crashes into a brick wall, leaving a massive crater as he loses consciousness instantly. The remaining thugs drop their weapons, paralyzed by the sight of their fallen leader. The young man stands over the wreckage, his chest heaving as steam rises from his body. The other fighter joins him, looking out at the horizon where even greater threats await them in the shadows of the city. The city's shadows harbor monsters far worse than common thugs. A brutal unit of axe-wielding criminals, known for their depravity, strikes fear even into the most ruthless underworld organizations. Long-haired fighter stares them down with murderous intent, determined to end the confrontation quickly before moving on to his primary target. An order is given to maim the intruders. A massive thug lunges forward, his axe catching the light as he prepares to deliver a crippling blow. A bald, hulking brute joins the fray, swinging twin axes with terrifying speed. He laughs like a maniac, confident he can crush his opponents effortlessly. The sound of clashing steel rings through the room as the fighter meets the brute head-on. He uses his prayer beads as a makeshift weapon, parrying the heavy axe strikes with precision. Brute is shocked by the fighter's strength. Despite his massive frame, he finds his axes locked in place, unable to overpower the man's iron grip. The fighter doesn't just block, he counters. He loops his prayer beads around the thug's neck, tightening the cord with a lethal jerk that cuts off the man's air supply mid-swing. The bulky attacker gasps for air, his face turning a sickly shade of purple as the beads dig deep into his throat. His boastful laughter is replaced by desperate gurgles. With a cold, dismissive look, the fighter leans in close. He mocks the brute's earlier threats, questioning the man's supposed dominance. Thug can only offer a pathetic, wheezing chuckle as he realizes he's completely outmatched. The fear in his eyes is palpable as the grip tightens further. The fighter's rage is fueled by the knowledge of the gang's heinous crimes. This fuels his resolve as he prepares to deliver a finishing blow. A sickening crack echoes as the fighter slams his forehead into the thug's face. The impact is devastating, sending blood spraying as the brute begins to lose consciousness. As the first fighter handles the heavy hitters, his companion makes his move. He moves like a blur through the chaos, focused on the next target as the criminals scream for no mercy. Companion delivers a crushing kick to a thug's midsection, his movements fluid and lethal. He dismantles the criminals using his bare hands and feet with surgical efficiency. With his face splattered in blood, the fighter declares his intent to take down every criminal in the room. His cold demeanor makes even the most hardened gang members hesitate. A thug lunges from behind, raising his axe for a killing strike. But the fighter's senses are sharp. He is already preparing to counter before the blade can land. In one swift motion, the fighter draws a concealed blade and hurls it with deadly accuracy. The blade cuts through the air, a silver flash of impending doom. Fighter adjusts his mask, his eyes burning with cold fury. He makes it clear that since the gang enjoys brutal methods, he will use those very same methods to defeat them today. Back with the long-haired fighter, the tension reaches a breaking point. A hand gripped tight around prayer beads signals that the real struggle is only just beginning. The fighter stands face to face with another high-ranking thug. They trade words of defiance, the attacker sneering at the intruder's persistence as they prepare to clash. Thug swings a massive axe with a roar, questioning the intruder's resolve. The fighter watches the blade descend, remaining eerily calm as the weapon whistles through the air. The axe finds its mark, but the fighter doesn't fall. He endures the strike to deliver a devastating counterblow, his fist connecting with the thug's ribs with incredible force. From a high angle, the room is a mess of flying limbs and clashing weapons. The two intruders are like whirlwinds of destruction, tearing through the gang's ranks. The fighter unleashes a flurry of strikes, his prayer beads whipping through the air like a lash. Each movement is calculated to neutralize the surrounding thugs. An axe blade bites into the prayer beads, but the reinforced cord holds strong. Sparks fly as the weapons grind against each other in a test of power. The fighter's eyes narrow as he exerts more pressure. He fights with a righteous fury that these criminals cannot hope to match. Thug is in disbelief. The intruder is dodging and deflecting every lethal swing by a hair's breadth, as if predicting every movement before it happens. Suddenly, the fighter's foot slips on a discarded weapon, momentarily compromising his balance. It is the opening the attackers have been waiting for. The fighter realizes the danger as his footing gives way. In such a high-stakes fight, a single slip can be the difference between survival and death. The axe blade grazes the fighter's forehead, drawing a thin line of blood. The near miss is a sharp reminder to maintain focus. Leader seizes the moment, lunging at the off-balance fighter with a triumphant roar, believing victory is finally within his grasp. But the fighter isn't finished. Even while falling, he launches a powerful punch, his fist driven by pure resolve as he aims for the brute's exposed chin. The blow connects with bone-shattering impact. The brute's head snaps back, his eyes rolling into his skull from the immense force of the strike. The massive leader collapses like a stone, his body hitting the floor with a heavy thud. Silence follows as the remaining gang members realize their strongest fighter has been neutralized. Bloody axe lies abandoned on the floor, a grim symbol of the failed ambush. The two intruders stand amidst the carnage, their mission far from over. The heavy scent of iron fills the room as the man looms over his victim, the bloody axe in his hand a testament to the carnage he's already unleashed. The face splattered in gore and eyes devoid of mercy, he coldly declares that time is up, asking for any final words. Pinned under the weight of his executioner, the target can only muster a final, trembling curse through the blood pooling in his mouth. A sickening impact follows, the sound of tearing flesh echoing against the traditional paper walls of the compound. But the silence doesn't last long. A smirk plays on a newcomer's lips as he announces his arrival. The intruder has found his mark. The youth strides into the hall with a casual arrogance, calling out to the man as if they were old friends meeting for a drink. He mocks the so-called boss, questioning if a man of his status would really try to flee after making such a monumental mess. The predatory grin, the intruder suggests they settle the score with a fair fight, his presence radiating a sudden, violent pressure. The man pauses, his annoyance flaring at the unexpected interruption during his cleanup. He turns his back on the intruder, acting as if the newcomer is nothing more than a minor inconvenience to be brushed aside. The man barks an order to his subordinates, telling them to shut the intruder up permanently so he can finish his business. The thugs lunge forward, outraged that a mere student dares to challenge their organization. One attacker leaps through the air, weapon drawn, blinded by rage and underestimating the monster standing before him. The youth moves with blinding speed, a flurry of strikes sending the first wave of attackers crashing into the wooden floor. He dismantles them with surgical precision, his movements a blur of red and black as the thugs scream in agony. The man sighs, complaining that he's already busy enough without these flies buzzing around and causing trouble. The youth catches his breath, his eyes locked on the man's retreating form as he calls him a coward for trying to walk away. Then, the intruder drops a name that makes the air turn cold, speaking of the man's own sister. The man freezes in his tracks, the shock visible even from his profile as his sister's name hangs in the air. The youth holds up his phone, showing a social media profile. "She's your sister, right?" he asks, his voice dripping with malice. His gaze is sharp, watching the man's reaction closely as he uses the one leverage the boss can't ignore. He notes that she's currently studying abroad, mocking her beauty while holding her safety over the man's head. The man's expression shifts from shock to a murderous, quiet rage. He demands to know where the intruder got this information. The youth scrolls through more photos of the sister, living a sweet life funded by her brother's bloody business. He asks a chilling question: what would she say if she found out exactly where the money for her lifestyle came from? The newcomer leans in, his smile widening as he suggests that the man should introduce them since she's just his type. He licks his lips in a deliberate provocation, pushing the man toward the breaking point. The youth continues to taunt him, asking how many people hold a grudge against him and might want to take it out on his family. The man looks down, his body trembling with the effort to keep his killing intent from exploding. The youth mentions friends who are currently very close to the sister's location, making the threat explicit. He laughs, saying the list of people who want the man dead is so long it's actually exhausting. Suddenly, the youth's playful tone vanishes as he prepares to deliver his final ultimatum. The man gasps as the intruder makes a sudden, aggressive move, cutting off any chance of escape. The power dynamic has completely shifted, the predator has become the prey in a matter of seconds. The youth stands over the defeated boss, telling him to consider his next words very carefully because his sister's life depends on them. The leader trembles, sweat beading down his face as the weight of the situation sinks in. A name that should have remained buried just escaped, and now, the atmosphere in the room has turned lethal. The young man's eyes narrow into cold, predatory slits. He looks down with a chilling promise. If the leader was hoping for a quick end, he's about to be severely disappointed. Standing tall over his defeated prey, he issues a final warning. Every word from here on out needs to be chosen with absolute care because the leader's life hangs by a single, fraying thread. A smear of blood on his lip only adds to his menacing aura. He clarifies the stakes, thinking carefully won't save the man's life, but it might change how much he suffers before he dies. The scene shifts as we see the leader in his prime, his massive physique radiating an overwhelming sense of raw, unbridled power. The man watches from the sidelines, his brow furrowed in frustration. The boss is spilling everything from the very beginning, and this situation is spiraling out of control faster than expected. His hand grips the edge of the table, his knuckles turning white. He can't just stand by and let this happen. With an explosive burst of speed, he lunges forward. He screams out in rage, questioning if the boss really thought a confession would change the inevitable outcome. The air crackles as he throws a high-velocity punch, aiming to shut the boss up for good. The leader is a veteran of countless brawls. He reads the movement perfectly, his own fist already in motion to intercept. A sickening thud echoes through the room as the boss lands a heavy counterstrike. The attacker's breath is knocked clean out of his lungs. The boss's face is a mask of pure, focused aggression. He isn't just defending, he's dismantling his opponent. Another impact. The man is forced back, his defenses crumbling under the sheer weight of the boss's relentless assault. The leader follows up with a devastating roundhouse kick, catching his opponent squarely and sending him reeling. The boss plants his foot firmly on the ground, pivoting with the grace of a trained killer to deliver the next blow. The man is caught in a whirlwind of strikes. Every time he tries to recover, another blow lands, keeping him in a state of constant pain. Despite the blood dripping from his mouth, he manages to snag the boss's leg. A dark smirk plays on his lips. He's finally got him where he wants him. He draws a hidden hammer and swings it with a desperate roar. He's putting everything into this one final, lethal strike. The room goes silent as the leader catches the hammer head with his bare hand. The impact is massive, but the boss doesn't even flinch. The boss chuckles, a low, menacing sound. He mocks the failed plan, his eyes gleaming with sadistic delight as he realizes his opponent is out of options. With a terrifying display of grip strength, the boss begins to crush the hammer's handle. The wood groans and splinters under his fingers. The man stares in pure disbelief. He can't comprehend the monstrous power he's up against as his weapon is reduced to kindling in the boss's hand. The broken hammer head falls to the floor with a hollow clatter, signaling the end of the resistance. The boss doesn't waste a second. He lands a brutal punch that sends the man's head snapping back, blood spraying into the air. The man collapses to the floor, his body finally failing him. The leader stands over him, a mountain of muscle and malice. The boss looms over the fallen man, his voice a low growl. He demands to know who this nobody really is and why he's interfering. He begins a systematic, brutal interrogation, each strike punctuated by a demand for information. The man can only groan in agony. Speak up, the boss bellows, his rage reaching a fever pitch. He's tired of games and wants answers now. Blood splatters across the floorboards as the beating continues. It's a one-sided slaughter, and the man is fading fast. The man lies in a pool of his own blood, coughing violently. The leader stands back for a moment, catching his breath after the exertion. Looking down with utter contempt, the boss dismisses the man as a worthless nobody. He's finished with this pathetic excuse for a fighter. But the man isn't dead yet. His trembling hand reaches out, fingers desperately searching for the broken handle of his hammer. The boss notices the movement and sneers. He can't believe this idiot still thinks there's a way out of this nightmare. Deciding to end it once and for all, the leader reaches down. He's going to force the man's mouth open and take the information he needs by force. He looms over the man, a cruel smile stretching across his face as he prepares the final blow. He thinks he's won. Suddenly, the boss pauses. Something is wrong. He sees a flash of movement, something he didn't expect. The man reveals his final gamble, a cheap screwdriver. It's a low-budget weapon, but in these close quarters, it's more than enough to change the game. The improvised weapon finds its mark with sickening precision, sending the opponent crashing into the hardwood floor. He curls into a ball, the agony of the strike radiating through his entire body as he gasps for air. The young man stands over the writhing figure, his expression cold and devoid of mercy. The man on the ground can only howl in pain, clutching his shattered ankle as he realizes the fight is over. A blur of motion follows as the young man prepares his next move, the speed of his transition leaving no room for a counterattack. The atmosphere in the room thickens with the scent of blood and desperation. With blood splattered across his face, the attacker looks down at his fallen foe with utter contempt. He mutters through gritted teeth that a nobody like this never stood a chance against him. Another heavy impact echoes through the hall, a brutal reminder of the power he wields. Each strike is calculated, designed to break not just the body but the spirit of his enemy. He holds a small tool, looking down at the mangled mess on the floor. He notes with a chilling calm that the sound of bones crunching was as rhythmic as a cuckoo clock. The traditional sliding doors of the dojo tremble from the sheer force of the violence occurring within. Outside, the world remains oblivious to the brutal interrogation taking place. Eyes narrow in a moment of intense focus, searching for any sign of weakness or a potential opening. The predator has cornered his prey, and the end is near. The injured man crawls away, leaving a dark, jagged trail of blood across the floorboards. His muscles bulge with the effort of escape, but his shattered leg makes every inch a nightmare. His mind races toward a single goal, the break room. He knows there's an emergency weapon hidden there, a final insurance policy that might just save his life. Dragging his broken body up the stairs, the man's breath comes in ragged gasps. The pain is blinding, but the fear of what's behind him is a far greater motivator. The break room sign looms ahead, a beacon of hope in the dimly lit corridor. If he can just reach that door, the tide of this battle might finally turn in his favor. His trembling fingers reach for the handle, his heart hammering against his ribs. He curses his luck, desperate to find the strength for one last push. Suddenly, a powerful hand clamps down on his hair, jerking his head back with violent force. A voice calls out, dripping with a terrifying familiarity. The man's eyes widen in terror as he begins to stammer out apologies, begging for a second chance. The realization that he's been caught drains the last of his hope. The attacker looks down at him, his face a mask of cold fury. He calls the prisoner nothing but trash, disgusted by the cowardice of the man groveling at his feet. A jagged weapon is raised high, catching the dim light of the hallway. The intent is clear, and there will be no mercy shown to a traitor who tries to run. A realization flashes through his mind as the pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place, revealing the true architect behind this chaotic betrayal. The architect's smug, arrogant face appears in a memory, the condescending smile a sharp contrast to the bloody reality the injured man currently faces. Rage flares in the man's eyes as he curses the person who put him in this position. The betrayal cuts deeper than any physical wound. Dull thud echoes through the darkness as the final blow is delivered. The struggle ends abruptly, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing in the silence. The stairs lead down into a basement shrouded in shadows, a place where secrets are buried and the law holds no sway. The true interrogation is about to begin. A single, flickering light bulb hangs from the ceiling, casting long, distorted shadows across the damp concrete walls. The stage is set for a confession. Captive is now bound tightly to a chair, his head hanging low as he coughs up blood. The fight has been beaten out of him, replaced by a dull, throbbing ache. The trail of blood continues here, a grim map of the violence that led to this moment. There is no escape from this room, and no one is coming to help. Figures move in the periphery, their faces obscured by the gloom. They watch their captive with the detachment of predators observing a trapped animal. The group stands over the prisoner, their presence imposing. They know he's still conscious, and they demand that he look up and face his reality. The man spits out more blood, his voice a raspy whisper. He asks how much they were paid to turn against him, still trying to find a way to bargain. He pleads with them to forget about their employer and work with him instead. He promises to triple the amount they were paid, his desperation reaching a fever pitch. The men exchange glances, clearly unimpressed by the offer. They remark that the prisoner must be out of his mind to think money can solve his problems now. A hand reaches out and grabs the man's hair again, forcing him to look at a smartphone screen. The time for games is over. They want answers. The young man holds the phone inches from the captive's face, demanding to know if he recognizes the person in the photo. The tension in the room is palpable. The screen shows a young girl in a school uniform. The captive feigns ignorance, claiming she's pretty but insisting he has no idea who she is. A single drop of sweat rolls down the young man's face as he stares at the prisoner. His patience has completely evaporated, replaced by a cold, murderous intent. With a final, decisive movement, the young man reaches for a blade. He tells the captive that since he has nothing useful to say, it's time for him to die. The man lunges forward with a snarl, calling the captive a scumbag as he delivers a punishing blow that forces a pained gasp from his throat. Tears of rage stream down his face as he stares into the man's eyes, warning him with cold intensity to watch his mouth before things get worse. The red-haired fighter screams in disbelief, demanding to know if the captive truly claims not to know the girl, his frustration boiling over into a physical threat. Bloodied and broken, the captive spits back his defiance, claiming ignorance before asking how many lives the man and his crew have already ruined. The man looks down at the captive with pure disgust, his voice trembling as he calls him a worthless piece of trash. His companion steps closer, his expression unreadable as he prepares to address the situation, beginning with a calm but ominous reminder of what was already said. The tied-up captive thrashes in his chair, his face a mask of blood and fury as he screams out one final insult. Companion looks at the pathetic sight, noting that the man probably doesn't even comprehend the gravity of why he's being systematically dismantled. He emphasizes that leaving a man like this alive will undoubtedly lead to significantly more problems in the future. He argues that scum of this caliber doesn't even deserve to dirty their hands, suggesting a swift and permanent solution. As he raises a heavy tool to end it, the first man's voice cuts through the tension, declaring that he's heard enough and won't allow it to go any further. He stands his ground, warning his companion not to cross the line, his eyes burning with a resolve that stops the executioner in his tracks. He explains that this man is just a symptom, behind him lies a mountain of the worst kind of human garbage imaginable. He narrows his eyes as he thinks of the others, promising that every single one of those bastards will face a reckoning. Gritting his teeth through the pain and the tears, he vows to pay them back 100-fold for the suffering they've caused. Companion looks at the man's back, asking what the final move should be, deferring to his judgment in this moment of crisis. The man turns slightly, telling his companion that since it involves his own daughter, he can kill or cripple the captive if he truly wishes. A brief memory flashes of a simpler time, a man and a young girl sharing a laugh on a motorcycle, a world away from this blood-soaked room. His hand trembles as he grips his own arm, the weight of a decade-old promise pressing down on his shoulders. He recalls the promise he made to his daughter 10 years ago, a vow that changed the course of his life. He declares his intent to leave the darkness behind and live an honest life, drawing a final line for his own soul. With a heavy heart, he lets the knife clatter to the floor, apologizing for not being able to take the final step into murder. He admits that while the man is beyond rehabilitation, he chooses to spend his remaining days in peace with his daughter, paying for his past through living, not killing. Companion exhales a long breath, saying that it's fine and that he understands the burden being carried. But as the man turns away, the companion's jaw tightens. He understands the choice, but his own sense of justice is far more brutal. He pivots on the dusty floor, winding up a strike with lethal precision. A thunderous kick connects with the captive's head, the sheer force of the impact sending a sickening shockwave through the room. The chair splinters and the man collapses in a heap, his consciousness extinguished by the overwhelming power. The companion stares down at the fallen thug, coldly remarking that this act of violence was well worth the price of a canned coffee. The companion signals for the man to leave while the red-haired fighter shouts after them, stunned that they're just walking away after such a display. The red-haired fighter insists that this is only the beginning and that he's moving to infiltrate the enemy group next. Companion doesn't even look back, telling the fighter that whether he chooses to infiltrate or storm through, the decision is entirely his. As he steps through the doorway, his final words are a cold warning. He hopes they never have to see each other again. Left alone in the wreckage of the room, the red-haired fighter sighs, realizing that in this world nothing ever comes easy. Jung Buldo runs a hand through his hair, a cocky smirk plastered on his face as he reflects on the chaos. He notes that they've stirred up some serious trouble with the power players backing their latest target. 7 a.m. in Songbukdong. The morning sun hits the cold, imposing walls of the Ambition Group chairman's mansion where the real monsters of the city reside. Inside, the air is thick with artificial politeness. Jung Hee-yoon, the youngest son of the Jung family, is welcomed back to the table, but the atmosphere is anything but warm. Jung Buldo immediately begins his power play, grabbing Hee-yoon with a mock-friendly grip. He taunts the boy about being in middle school and asks with a sneer if he's found a girlfriend yet. Hee-yoon trembles under the pressure, stammering out a weak response. A system prompt identifies him, the youngest son of the Ambition Group and clearly the weakest link in this den of vipers. Kim So-hee, the chairman's third wife and Hee-yoon's mother, finally speaks up. She demands that Buldo stop bullying his younger brother, her voice sharp with defensive maternal instinct. The tension spikes. Buldo doesn't back down, firing back that she's barely older than he is, questioning her authority with a look of pure disdain. Buldo scoffs, mocking her for acting like a stepmother. He asks her where she gets the boldness to lecture him in his own home. The eldest son, Jung Buldo, finally intervenes. As the director of the Ambition Group, his voice carries a cold, absolute authority that immediately silences the bickering. Buldo's gaze is like ice as he reminds Buldo that while So-hee is young, she was chosen by their father. He demands that Buldo show the respect the position deserves. Buldo isn't finished. He laughs off the reprimand, mockingly questioning his older brother's seriousness while keeping a heavy hand on Hee-yoon's head. He continues to mess with Hee-yoon, suggesting that their snot-nosed youngest might actually grow up to be a threat one day, perhaps even holding a knife to their throats. Hae-soo locks eyes with So-hee, his expression darkening as he continues to push the boundaries of disrespect, relishing the fear he instills in the room. Hae-soo sighs, the sound filled with genuine disappointment. He mutters that the entire display is pathetic, his patience for his brother's antics clearly reaching its limit. Hae-soo suddenly shifts his focus to the table, asking where the current utensils came from. His tone is deceptive, hiding a growing storm of anger. So-hee answers timidly, mentioning she brought them from Italy some time ago. Before she can finish, Hae-soo slams the gold utensils onto the table with a violent clatter. He berates her, stating that despite Hee-yoon starting school, she still hasn't adjusted to the household customs. It's a clear signal that she is still viewed as an outsider. Leaning in close, Hae-soo delivers a final, crushing insult. He tells her to stop wearing her cheap perfume, claiming it's nauseating to his senses. Hae-soo bursts into laughter at the humiliation, while So-hee can only whisper a broken promise to never wear it again. The hierarchy of the table has been brutally re-established. A heavy sound echoes through the hall. A door opens, and the atmosphere in the room instantly shifts from tension to absolute terror. Every movement is deliberate. The rustle of a suit jacket, the sound of a presence that demands total submission from everyone present. Heavy footsteps descend the stairs. A voice rings out, stating it's good to see everyone gathered together again, though the words feel like a threat. The sons bow their heads low, sweat beading on their brows. Even the arrogant Hae-soo is humbled in the presence of the true patriarch. Family stands in perfect, terrified unison. Chairman Young Jong-un takes his seat at the head of the table and gives a simple, chilling command, sit down. His face is a mask of stern, unyielding power. He declares that it is time to eat, and the meal begins in a silence so heavy it's suffocating. As the family vipers prepare to feast, the shadows of the ambition group grow longer. New players are always needed in this game of power and blood. But remember, in this world there are no official sites for safety. Every move you make could be your last if you don't support the right side. Secretary stands by, her eyes sharp behind her glasses. She waits for the chairman's next move, her hand ready to facilitate whatever orders come next. The chairman raises a hand, signaling for the meal to proceed. He tells his family to dig in, but his mind is clearly elsewhere, focused on the business of the day. Maids move with practiced efficiency, serving the food in a choreographed display of servitude. Every detail in this house is controlled by the chairman's will. The secretary offers a briefing on the morning edition of the Nara Daily. The chairman dismisses the offer, preferring to check for himself if the news was printed exactly as he instructed. He flips to the society section, scanning the headlines. He scoffs at a piece questioning why kids don't study Korean anymore, noting that the media lacks any real sense. Outside, the glass of the mansion reflects the cold reality of the Young family's influence. Behind these windows, lives are decided and empires are managed. The table is a battlefield of silence. Each member of the family plays their part, eating under the watchful, judgmental eye of the man who owns them all. The air in the room is thick enough to choke on. Every movement is measured, and every breath is a calculated risk in the presence of the patriarch. The chairman breaks the silence, his voice gravelly. He reminds Eunseok about the defense contractor they met, specifically Chairman Park's daughter. He leans in, his eyes boring into his eldest son. Did you see her profile? She looks promising. What do you think? It isn't a suggestion, it's an evaluation of an asset. Eunseok doesn't flinch, but his gaze sharpens. He knows exactly what this meeting entails for the family's future. With a sharp clack, the chopsticks hit the table. The conversation has officially shifted from breakfast to business. Eunseok acknowledges his father's command with cold efficiency, confirming he has already reviewed the materials provided. He sets his own terms, stating he needs to wrap up his current project by the second half of the year before making time to meet her. Chairman continues to eat, his jaw working through the meat with predatory intensity. He demands perfection, telling his son to ensure he does it right this time. To the chairman, the past is a waste of time. Building a family is merely another strategic move in the grand game of their business empire. Eunseok gives a short, clipped response. Understood. The deal is struck, but the tension only mounts. A mocking wow cuts through the room. Young Hee-soo chimes in, sneering at the idea of his eldest brother finally getting married. Hee-soo continues his provocation, laughing that he thought Eunseok was already too old for marriage anyway. Eunseok speaks his brother's name like a death sentence. The warning is clear, but Hee-soo refuses to back down. He tells Hee-soo to stop acting like the black sheep who bailed the moment things got difficult. Eunseok's eyes turn icy. He adds that no matter what Hee-soo does, it won't change his true, fundamental nature. Hee-soo scoffs at the mention of nature. He throws a dangerous jab back, suggesting they should get a DNA test to see whose nature is actually secure. The chairman's head snaps up, his voice booming as he demands to know exactly what Hee-soo just said. Hee-soo isn't intimidated. He mocks his father's sudden concern, wondering if the sun is going to rise from the west today. He turns to Chief Cha, asking if the old man had some major accomplishment yesterday that's got him acting so bold. Chief Cha remains composed. She warns the young master that his words are crossing a line. A fist slams into the table with thunderous force. Enough, the chairman roars, ending the petty squabble instantly. Eunseok stands looking down at his brother with pure disgust. "You're a pathetic idiot," he spits before turning away. The chairman declares breakfast over. He leaves and the weight of his departure settles like lead on those remaining. The command is simple and dismissive: clean up the table. The family gathering ends in bitter silence. As he walks away, the chairman thinks to himself that his children are all utterly hopeless. Eunseok wipes his mouth, his morning ruined by his foolish brat of a brother. The conflict isn't over. Hee-soo stands his ground, his eyes burning with a dark, suppressed rage. He snarls, asking if they really think their pathetic ramblings are enough to ruin his ambition. He screams that he's part of this family too, his voice cracking with the weight of years of resentment. Chairman pauses, a dark smile playing on his lips. In that moment of raw fury, he sees a reflection of his own younger self. He calls for Chief Cha. The patriarch has seen enough, and now it's time for the cleanup to begin. He gives a final, cold order. He doesn't want to hear any more commotion about his sons. Make sure it's taken care of. Chief Cha bows deeply, her face a mask of professional obedience. "Yes, Chairman, I'll handle it properly." Left behind, the tension remains. The brothers are at each other's throats, and the chairman's shadow looms larger than ever. Even as the dust settles, the weight of the family legacy feels like a vice. A cigarette is ground into ash, mirroring the smoldering resentment within. The leader's eyes burn with cold, murderous intent. He vows that when the time is right, he will be the one to seize control of the entire family. Outside, the morning air is thick with tension as his subordinates stand ready by the luxury sedan, waiting for the next move in this dangerous game. A sudden ringing breaks the silence. The leader checks his phone, his brow furrowing in annoyance at the early morning intrusion. It's Lee Yongbin. The leader sneers at the caller ID, warning that if the work isn't finished today, Yongbin is as good as dead. He barks into the receiver, demanding to know what the bastard wants now, his patience already wearing thin. Across the line, Zack sits in a dimly lit room, shirtless and covered in bandages. He mockingly notes that the shouting actually managed to startle him. Zack leans toward the mirror, adjusting a bandage on his face. He questions the leader's sudden hostility toward his supposed friend, Yongbin. The leader's face contorts with rage. He demands to know what kind of mess that idiot Yongbin has managed to get himself into this time. Confusion turns to suspicion. The leader demands to know who is really on the other end of the line and why they have Yongbin's phone. With a calm, chilling composure, Zack reveals himself, using the alias Tae Eunseok to mask his true identity. As the sun sets over the city, Zack's words hang in the air like a threat. He warns that he has more than enough ammunition for what's coming. Inside an office bathed in orange light, a man jokes about going on a date with 200,000 bullets, the atmosphere thick with dark humor. Gray-haired authority figure sighs, looking at his screen. He tells the younger man to grow up and finally start acting his age. Zack is sprawled out on the sofa, exhausted. The older man acknowledges his presence, clearing his throat to get the conversation started. The man offers some coffee, but Zack dismisses it instantly, claiming he doesn't drink that cheap brand. While pouring a packet of instant mix, the older man remarks on how much trouble it must have been to track down Lee Yongbin. Zack stares at the ceiling, his voice flat. He admits he would have hunted the man down regardless of the circumstances. Cutting through the small talk, Zack asks about the favor he requested. He's not here for pleasantries, he's here for results. The older man settles onto the couch, confirming he's looked into everything, but he can't help but wonder what Zack plans to do with such dangerous information. Zack lights a cigarette, his expression unreadable. He reveals that he has a meeting scheduled with Yong Hee-soo tomorrow. The older man is nearly shocked out of his seat. He calls Zack crazy, questioning why he would suddenly change his mind and rush into this. He reminds Zack that they agreed not to rush things. Zack simply watches the steam rise from the coffee, his silence speaking volumes. A faint, confident smile plays on Zack's lips. He notes that things have turned out to be far more interesting than he initially anticipated. His grin widens, sharp and predatory. A unique opportunity has presented itself, and he has no intention of letting it slip away. The older man's face pales as the realization hits him. He asks if Zack is really going after that man. He brings up the old gangster from their past, incredulous that Zack would dig all of this up just because of one man. The older man stands over the desk, asking if Zack truly understands the gravity of the situation. Zack simply replies that he doesn't, which is exactly why he asked for the intel. Sliding a brown envelope across the table, the man pleads with Zack to listen carefully for his own safety. Zack peers into the envelope, the documents inside holding secrets that could get him killed. The warning is clear: do not mess with these people. The older man rubs his temples, his voice heavy with dread. He mentions a name that carries a terrifying weight: Jung Buldo. A dossier reveals the face of a man with his eyes blacked out. He is labeled a national gangster, a title reserved for the most dangerous criminals in the country. Their crimes are so severe that they aren't just a police matter. They are handled directly by the National Intelligence Service and the Ministry of Justice. Zack reads the report, absorbing the fact that he is targeting a high-profile case monitored by the highest levels of the government's first bureau. The older man emphasizes the immense risk he took just to gather this information. He warns Zack that the moment he touches this case, there is no turning back. As the sun disappears below the horizon, Zack whispers the name to himself, the target finally locked in his sights, Jung Buldo. Zack knows the stakes are higher than ever. If they don't reach that elite level soon, they won't stand a chance against the lunatics waiting for them in the shadows. He leans forward, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. No matter how risky it gets, their objective remains unchanged. Jung Buldo has to go down. His contact size, adjusting his glasses with a look of weary frustration. He wonders how he can possibly change Zack's stubborn mind, especially when the path leads straight to a meeting with Yong Hee-soo. The man presses for a real answer. If Zack is going to charge into the fire, he needs to know if there's an actual plan or just blind determination. Zack's expression doesn't flicker. He's not interested in improvising. They're sticking to the original plan, regardless of the consequences. He points toward the intel on the table. The first phase is already in motion, and he needs confirmation. Is there a tail on Jung Buldo yet? Contact tells him to stay patient. The pieces are moving, and a status report should be coming through the wire any second now. Elsewhere, a man in dark shades stares intently at his phone, waiting for the signal that will ignite the next phase of the operation. Inside a dimly lit shop, a voice on the phone sounds panicked. Something is wrong, strange medicine is being brewed, and the situation is spiraling out of control. The man with the sunglasses realizes the target is far more complex than they first thought. Jung Buldo isn't just a fighter, he's a problem that's growing by the hour. In the shadows, a gallery of lethal contenders begins to take shape. These are the faces Zack will eventually have to confront if he wants to survive this war. The morning sun rises over the city, casting a deceptive peace over the rooftops. But for those in the underworld, the day only brings new threats. Sparrow chirps on a wire as the team prepares for a move. They wonder how much time they have left before the enemy catches wind of their location. The last of the crates are loaded onto the truck. It's a clean break. The boss is told that everything is packed and ready for transport. The heavy latch clicks into place. There's no turning back now. The life they knew in this shop is officially over. Boss takes a long, desperate drink of water, the exhaustion of the move finally hitting him. Zack acknowledges the effort, knowing how much this transition costs. They stand before the closed doors of Zhonghua. A heavy sigh escapes the boss as he looks at the rental inquiry sign already posted on the glass. Zack watches him, his own face scarred and weary. He knows that in their world, even a simple restaurant can become a battlefield. He remains silent, the weight of his next mission pressing down on his shoulders. The peace of the morning feels like a temporary illusion. The boss lights a cigarette, reflecting on the harsh reality of trying to raise a family while surviving the cutthroat business of the streets. Zack looks at the rental inquiry sign. He knows the boss put everything into this place, and he thanks him for the loyalty he's shown the crew. Boss brings up a name, Tae Eunseok. He heard that Lee Yongbin stepped up to clean things up and even paid for the repairs after the last fight. He warns Zack about placing too much trust in people, especially those with dark hair who seem a little too helpful. It's a mistake that's cost men their lives before. The boss turns his back to the truck, asking Zack what his next move is now that the home base is gone. He admits he's neglected his daughter, Saya, while chasing a living in this underworld. He feels like he's finally gotten caught in a trap he can't fight his way out of. His decision is made, he's closing the shop for good. He wants to take a trip and finally spend some quality time with Saya before it's too late. Zack nods, reaching for the truck door. It's a good idea. The only way to keep her safe is to get as far away from this life as possible. The truck pulls away from the curb. The boss mutters that running a legitimate business isn't for everyone, and Zack can't help but agree. Looking in the side mirror, they see the shop fading into the distance. It's a shame, they were just starting to build a regular clientele. Boss lets out a dry laugh. Life rarely goes according to the plans they make in the dark. It's just the nature of the game. He reaches over and hands Zack an envelope. It's a final gift, something to make sure Saya has everything she needs on their trip. Zack hesitates, realizing it's clean money earned after the boss's release. He tries to decline, but the boss won't take no for an answer. He tells Zack to just take it and mentions a note inside the envelope that he should read later when he's alone. There's a temple in the mountains run by an old acquaintance. If the road gets too long, Zack and Saya should head there. The abbot will look after them. Photo of the boss and his daughter sits on the dashboard. Zack is moved by the gesture, but he asks what the boss intends to do now that he's truly alone. The boss looks at the changing leaves outside. For him, the season of change has already arrived. He'll just keep living the only way he knows how. But Zack isn't ready for a quiet life. For him, this isn't an ending, it's the next stage of the mission. He's going to infiltrate their inner circle. His eyes narrow with a cold, predatory focus. The war against Jung Buldo is only just beginning. Zack navigates the city streets, the weight of the coming conflict heavy on his mind. He decides it's time to check in on his crew. He pulls up near Dongmyo Station, a place where the past and present collide in a chaotic mix of history and commerce. Stepping out into the bustling market, Zack figures a walk through the crowd might clear his head before the real work begins. In the corner of the market, an old man sits surrounded by relics of a bygone era, his eyes fixed on a newspaper as if searching for news of a lost world. A faded Dream America card sits on the counter, a stark reminder of the aspirations that once fueled this neighborhood. The market is alive with the sounds of haggling and the smell of street food, providing perfect camouflage for those who wish to remain hidden. Zach stops in front of a weathered storefront, his sharp eyes scanning the entrance. He wonders if this unassuming place is truly the hideout he's looking for. The old-school vibe of the shop confirms his suspicions. This is exactly where his old contacts would hunker down. Zach pushes the door open, the bell chiming as he calls out for Jamba, wondering if the man is still running his usual rackets. Inside, two students are marveling at a jacket, completely unaware of the history associated with the shop's owner. Suddenly, a bulky man in a fedora and sunglasses leans in, mocking the boys for their poor fashion choices. He claims that if they want to avoid being bullied at school, they need to wear exactly what he chooses for them. With a flourish, he reveals a garish pink shirt with "sexy man" emblazoned on it, calling it a killer fit and a hidden gem. Students look skeptical, whispering about whether the shirt is even legitimate, while the man prepares to overcharge them. When they mention their 130,000 won budget, the man pretends to do them a favor by matching it, acting as if he's losing money on the deal. He even offers to throw in extra pieces, pressuring them to go to the ATM and lock in the deal immediately. The scammer's sales pitch is cut short as Zach looms behind him, his presence casting a long, intimidating shadow. The man freezes, his cocky grin vanishing as he turns to see Zach standing right there. Zach sighs, noting that some things never change, the shop is still up to its old tricks. Panicked, the man stammers that the real boss is out eating and that he'll go find him right away. He scrambles away into the back room, shouting for the boss while trying to escape Zach's presence. In the back, another man is trying to enjoy his ramen in peace, cursing the interruption as the clerk bursts in with news of a customer. The man with the ramen isn't interested in the news, complaining that he can't even eat a meal without being disturbed. He wonders who could be disturbing his meal, his hand reaching for a metal pipe just in case. This is Jamba. Despite his currently relaxed demeanor, his past is marked by the violence of the streets. He steps out, ready to defend his territory, but the sight of the visitor makes him freeze in his tracks. The pipe clatters to the floor as Jamba's eyes fill with tears. He can't believe who is standing in front of him. Zach smiles, teasing Jamba for still being as unfashionable as ever. The two men embrace, the years of separation vanishing in an instant as they reunite. Zach tells Jamba to shut down the shop for the day. They have much to discuss, and it's not going to happen in a clothing store. A short while later, they find themselves at a local street vendor, the tension replaced by the sizzle of meat on a grill. The atmosphere is relaxed as they settle in to catch up on the lost decade. Jamba raises a glass, eager to celebrate Zach's return. Zach, now sporting a loud Hawaiian shirt, asks if people still wear this kind of stuff, feeling out of place. Jamba laughs, reminding him that he was once a fashion icon, even if styles have changed. As they eat, Zach asks about Tialj, another old comrade who is supposed to be joining them. Jamba mentions that Tialj is working over in Majangdong at a meat shop, a fitting job for a man of his strength. Just then, a large man in a red hoodie enters, complaining about the unbearable summer heat and the nightmare of grilling meat. This is Tialj. Like Jamba, he was once a core member of Zach's inner circle. Tialj doesn't recognize Zach at first, prompting Jamba to shout at him for forgetting his boss's face. Tialj's eyes well up with tears as the realization finally hits him. "Oh, man, is it really you, boss?" he cries out, clasping his hands in reverence. Zach looks on, a small smirk playing on his lips. "Same as always, Tialj," he replies, acknowledging a loyalty that hasn't faded with time. They head to a nearby restaurant, the atmosphere thick with the smell of grilled meat. "Ma'am, 20 orders of short ribs and a case of soju, please," Tialj bellows, eager to celebrate. Amidst the bustle, one of the guys notices a detail on Zach. "Boss, what's with that flour? What's going on?" Zach simply tilts his head. Does it look weird?" 3 hours pass in a blur of eating and drinking. A single piece of meat sizzles on the grill as the conversation turns somber. "It might sound pathetic," Tialj begins, his voice heavy with the weight of the past, "but after spending 20 years just trying to survive. Empty soju bottles clutter the floor, a testament to their long night. It's really not easy to live a normal life like everyone else, is it?" Tialj sighs. Zach looks at his old friend's calloused hands. "But Tialj, you've always been good with your hands." Tialj knocks back another shot, his face flushed. "You're earning a bit now, but your body's breaking down," Zach observes, seeing the physical toll the years have taken on his subordinate. Jamba, wearing a loud leopard print shirt, leans in with his own grievances. "And me, I'm just scraping by selling clothes, struggling to keep up. It's ridiculous, honestly." He looks down, defeated. "Things were alright before that stupid pandemic hit, though." The group sits in a quiet corner of the restaurant. "These days, small business owners are barely hanging on, right? It's awful," Jamba continues. Zach remains silent, absorbing the harsh reality his men are facing. Finally, Zach speaks up, his expression hardening. "Stop whining," he commands, cutting through the self-pity. "It's not just us who have it tough." Tialj looks up, his eyes weary. "Boss, if you work hard, you can still make a living," he admits. "Sure, working hard is one thing, but the stuff out of my control is what drives me crazy." Zach senses there's more. "What's bugging you?" Tealj hesitates before mentioning family. My little brother. You remember Donghyuk, right? Never thought he'd turn into such a headache. Zach's eyes narrow as he recalls the diligent kid from years ago. Your brother? That diligent kid? Yeah, Tealj nods. I sent him to college, made sure he had every opportunity. He got a job, got married, but then he got divorced and became obsessed with some weird computer stuff. I don't even know what's going through his head anymore. Tealj continues. He keeps talking about making money with his friends and something about a friend Junhee network, but Zach's eyes suddenly flash with recognition. Friends? He interjects, the name Junhee triggering a specific memory. Zach stares into space, the pieces starting to click. Friends, he mutters. Jamba scoffs at the mention of the brother. Don't even start. He's worse than you were back in the day. Jamba takes offense, his voice rising. What did you just say, idiot? I had perfect attendance all 6 years of elementary school. Zach ignores the bickering, his mind elsewhere. That might not be true, but he thinks. A memory resurfaces. Zach, cloaked in shadows, interrogating a thug. Where's your boss? Start talking, he had demanded. The thug, trembling, had stammered. We've never even seen the boss's face. You'd need to be a friend Junhee member to know that. Back in the present, Zach's suspicion grows. Friend, member. They've turned friend Junhee into a membership program now. He watches the others, but his focus is internal. If my hunch is right. A sharp close-up of Zach's eyes reveals his cold determination. This reeks of something shady, he concludes. The name Junhee wasn't just a coincidence, it was a lead. The scene shifts to the Dragon Boxing Club at 7:32 p.m. Under the pale moon, a tense interrogation is underway. Hey, spill it, a voice demands. The victim groans. Ugh, even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. A sleek car pulls up to the entrance, its tires screeching. Two figures wait outside. If you don't know, then who does? What's going on today? One demands. The other spots the car. Oh, looks like Junhee's here. Junhee, with his distinctive pink hair, steps out of the car. You're here. Let's head up, he says casually. He looks at the building with disdain. Ugh, Yong Ho-soo, that crazy pig. Why is it his gym this time? They walk toward the entrance. Junhee looks at his companion. Guy Ji-myung, you must know something. What's going on today that feels so off? The response is dismissive. Forget it, this guy's not talking. We'll find out when we get there. Let's go before we're late. Inside the gym, the sound of a heavy impact echoes through the room. A powerful strike connects, sending a shockwave through the air. Fighter relentlessly batters a heavy bag, his movements fluid and precise. In the background, a massive man in a green tank top takes a drink, watching the training with a critical eye. A man stands by the window, his back to the room, looking out at the city lights. The atmosphere is heavy with the scent of sweat and ambition. The man in the green tank top, Yong Ho-soo, turns his head slightly. Hey, what are you doing? If you're bored, hit the sandbag or something, he grunts, his voice like gravel. A sharp-eyed underling with multiple earrings stares back, his expression unreadable. Ho-soo, someone calls out, drawing attention to the massive man. The underling stands tall, a member of the Friend Junhee organization. I'm not into wasting energy on trivial stuff like this, he says coldly, his gaze fixed on the window. Yong Ho-soo, the crazy pig himself, lets out a rough laugh. Oh, shut up with the attitude. Fine, just sit and watch, he says, his face glistening with sweat. The door swings open as Junhee and his crew enter. We're here, Ho-soo, Junhee announces. His female associate follows close behind. Ho-soo, she chirps. Junhee looks around. Wow, everyone's so into their workouts. Impressive, really impressive. Junhee approaches the massive leader. Ho-soo, did you hear about Yongbin? Ho-soo doesn't miss a beat. Yeah, that, I heard. Ho-soo points a thick finger toward the seating area. Yongbin was here earlier. Just go sit for now. Junhee looks concerned. Okay. Yongbin's not in trouble, is he? Ho-soo returns to the heavy bag, delivering a thunderous blow. Executive CEO, thanks for your hard work today, he says, acknowledging the underling's effort with a grunt. He then turns his mocking gaze toward Junhee. Junhee, do you even work out? You look weak, maybe you should try it out. How about a quick sparring match? Junhee waves him off. Nah, I'll pass, sweaty stuff isn't my thing. Junhee takes a seat, his fist clenched tight. Ha, creepy guy, what's he even saying? He thinks to himself, his nerves clearly on edge. Do I just sit here? Trio sits in a row beneath a vintage Mike Tyson poster, looking out of place in the gritty gym environment. The tension in the room is palpable. Ho-soo stands before them, his presence dominating the space. Everyone's busy fooling around, but somehow you made it here, he notes. The thing is, I've got some breaking news. Good news and bad news. Which do you want first? The woman clasps her hands together, a forced smile on her face. Oh, a surprise announcement. I'm curious about both. She looks at Junhee. Maybe we should start with the good news. Ho-soo's grin widens, revealing a row of teeth. Alright then, good news first. The good news is. Before he can finish, the door behind them creaks open. Come in, Ho-soo commands, as Junhee and the woman turn in surprise to see who has arrived. The man in the tailored suit steps forward, his presence commanding the room as the door clicks shut behind him. The students and the others stare in stunned silence, their eyes wide at the unexpected visitor. The sinister grin, the man on the left places a heavy hand on his shoulder, announcing it's time for everyone to meet their new friend. The newcomer pauses for a split second, a look of mock contemplation crossing his face as if searching for an identity. With a bright bandaged smile he finally introduces himself, though his cheerful expression carries a hidden edge of danger. The atmosphere shifts, reflecting the red-haired fighter's intensity and signaling that the power struggle is just beginning. The introduction is repeated, making it clear to everyone in the room that he is officially their newest associate. The man waves casually, telling them all to get along, while the onlookers whisper in confusion about where he came from. To understand how this alliance was forged, the story turns back 3 days to the bustling streets of Seoul. The scene shifts to a pop-up espresso bar in Seongsadong, a place where high-end coffee and low-end deals often collide. Disguised in a beanie and sunglasses, the man peeks through the curtains to scout the high-stakes meeting happening inside. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of coffee and the cold aura of men who deal in shadows and blood. The man enters with an easy smile, remarking on the ambition required to open such a high-profile spot in this neighborhood. His progress is abruptly halted by a massive hand, a physical barrier demanding respect and an explanation. A bulky thug looms over him, his face a mask of suspicion as he demands a name and a reason for the visit. Unfazed, the newcomer jokes about his attire, telling the guard to stop wasting time and just let him through. The guard's patience snaps as he leans in close, his voice a low threat, warning the man not to make him repeat himself. The tension explodes into a violent strike, a fist flying with enough force to shatter bone as the guard loses his temper. The blow is stopped by a calm command from the back as the director watches from his seat, ordering his man to stand down. The director tells the newcomer to state his business quickly and leave, as his schedule is already packed. The newcomer drops the formalities, revealing that he has already dealt with their problematic former associate. Standing alone in the center of the room, he makes his pitch, stating he wants to do business with the organization. His eyes narrow, the playful mask slipping away as he demands to join them in the associate's place. The bulky thug is outraged, calling him a lunatic, while a man in the background remains eerily silent and observant. The observer's cold gaze doesn't leave the newcomer, measuring the threat level of this bold intruder. The director scoffs at the request, reminding him that their crew is elite and not some casual group. The newcomer smiles, agreeing that simple ideas of friendship are useless, he is here for something far more tangible. He rolls a heavy suitcase onto the floor, the sound of its wheels echoing against the tile like a drumbeat of war. The director's eyes follow the bag, his skepticism turning into genuine interest as the man reaches for the zipper. The zipper slides open with a sharp metallic rasp, revealing the true weight of the man's proposal. Inside is a mountain of cash and documents, evidence of the former associate's secret accounts and betrayals. The man leans back, explaining that he could have exposed this betrayal but chose to bring the evidence here instead. The director sifts through the files, his face hardening as he reads about stolen funds and escape accounts. The newcomer reveals his master plan to launch a new business, taking over everything his predecessor started. He mentions a connection to a feared international gang, claiming he has a direct link to their power. The realization finally dawns on the director that he is dealing with a man who holds the keys to a kingdom. The newcomer offers a split of the profits, projecting staggering net sales within the first half of the year. The director remains silent, the sheer scale of the profit weighing against the danger of the man sitting across from him. With a sudden kick to the suitcase, the director signals that the deal is officially done. He stands his ground, the atmosphere in the room turning heavy as he faces the massive figure before him. The bulky leader leans in with a menacing grin, questioning the identity of the man standing before him. Taking a slow, arrogant sip of his drink, the leader scoffs at the request, noting how many people beg to be his friend every month. His eyes narrow into cold slits, his internal monologue dismissing the group as nothing more than a truckload of fools. The bulky leader admits that taking down the previous opponent was impressive and earned the challenger a potential spot at the table. He looks down at the cases overflowing with cash, acknowledging that the challenger clearly possesses a sharp mind and lethal skills. Then, the giant's tone shifts to a predatory edge as he questions if that is truly all the man has to offer. With a sudden, violent thud, a blade is driven straight into the stacks of money as a final challenge to prove his worth. The ultimatum is clear, he must survive a fight against one of the organization's deadly directors. The leader watches his reaction closely, promising that only an interesting performance will earn his respect. He turns away, casually stating that he'll recognize the man as a friend but only if the upcoming battle isn't boring. His face contorts into a mask of pure malice as he vows to personally ensure the challenger ends up dead for messing with his inner circle. He realizes the danger, identifying the two men flanking the leader as significant threats. According to the intel he received, these are the most dangerous men in the room and the fight is already beginning. His eyes glow with a cold determination as he prepares to unleash his full power against the mountain of muscle. His hand grips the handle of the knife, the tension reaching a breaking point as the first move is made. He decides that after he finishes this, he is going to need something very strong to deal with the aftermath. With a savage snarl, he lunges forward, determined to crush the opposition before they can react. The blade flashes through the air, targeting the bulky leader with lethal precision. He moves like a blur, his speed creating a sonic boom as he streaks across the room. The leader just laughs, remarking that his subordinate is lucky to be the one who gets to play with this new challenger. He brings his full weight into a strike, but the giant is faster than he looks, preparing a devastating counter. A massive fist connects with his head, the impact echoing through the small space like a thunderclap. Bulky leader lets out a roar, throwing a punch with enough force to shatter concrete. His eyes widen as he barely manages to shift his head, the wind from the punch grazing his cheek. He barely avoided the killing blow, but his guard is completely shattered, leaving him vulnerable. The next strike lands true, a brutal impact that sends a spray of blood flying into the air. The bulky leader continues his assault, his movements surprisingly fluid for a man of his size. The man is sent reeling, his body unable to keep up with the sheer overwhelming power of the giant. He hits the ground hard, the impact sending bills flying everywhere as he gasps for air. Bleeding and disoriented, he realizes that this monster isn't just strong, he's insanely athletic. The leader looms over him, mocking his struggle and telling him to stop playing games and get up. His hand reaches out, desperately gripping a weapon as he tries to find a way to turn the tide. A massive boot stomps down on his arm, the leader telling him to only use what he can actually handle. His fingers dig into the ground, his resolve hardening even as his body screams in pain. With a sudden burst of speed, he launches a desperate counterstrike from his knees. Both fighters are pushed to their limits, their grunts of exertion filling the tense silence of the room. He screams in defiance, throwing every ounce of his remaining strength into a final, explosive punch. The blow connects with a sickening crunch, a direct hit that sends shockwaves through the leader's massive frame. Blood splatters across the darkness as the final impact echoes, leaving the fate of the battle hanging in the balance. A hand trembles with suppressed rage, the weight of the wooden mallet feeling heavier with every passing second of this tense standoff. The young man wipes the crimson from his mouth, a defiant smirk playing on his lips as he taunts his opponent, claiming the strike completely missed its mark. The bulky leader grips the young man by the head, his voice dripping with condescension as he tells the boy to know his place and stop acting like trash. Refusing to back down, the young man gathers the iron-tasting fluid in his mouth, preparing one final act of disrespect against his captor. The sharp sound, the young man spits directly into the face of the bulky leader, a move that signals his utter lack of fear. The bulky leader loses his mind, his face contorting in pure fury as he raises a massive fist, vowing to crush the boy into the pavement. Suddenly, a firm hand catches the punch mid-air. A well-dressed man intervenes, his voice calm but authoritative as he commands the subordinate to stand down. The well-dressed man stares back with an unreadable expression, his presence alone enough to halt the impending violence in the room. The bulky leader demands to be let loose so he can finish the vermin, but the man in charge merely asks if he was truly planning on committing murder over a joke. The leader throws an arm around the young man, laughing off the tension. He claims they are all friends now, while the boy plays along, blaming the overreaction on being caught off guard. The scene shifts as the leader orders a strong espresso from the barista. The young man acknowledges the order, his mind already calculating his next move. The leader admits he likes the young man's feisty nature despite his ordinary looks. The boy retorts with a smirk, noting that the leader clearly has an eye for talent. A cup of high-end coffee is served. The leader promises that once the young man tastes their specialty double shot, he'll never want to go anywhere else. The young man takes a sip, savoring the aroma, but the relaxed atmosphere is shattered by the leader's sudden change in tone. The leader's eyes turn cold. He tells the boy to forget any ideas about revenue sharing, he is to take what he's given and keep his mouth shut. He slides a card for a tailor shop across the table, warning the young man to get proper clothes. If he ever looks like a homeless stray again, he's a dead man. The warning delivered, the leader stands up to leave, telling the young man to enjoy himself and wait for the call that will change his life. The group of enforcers exits the shop, their presence leaving a heavy, suffocating silence in their wake. The young man sits alone, quietly finishing the expensive coffee as he processes the dangerous game he has just entered. A sharp smirk crosses the young man's face. Step 1 of his plan is complete. Now, the real work begins. Elsewhere, the leader gathers his inner circle, introducing a new friend who apparently has a special gift for the group. In a dimly lit gym, a massive punching bag hangs from the ceiling, the sound of footsteps echoing against the wooden floor. The newcomer draws a sharp blade, the steel catching the light as he prepares to unveil his gruesome surprise. With a manic grin, the newcomer tells everyone to get ready to be amazed, his eyes wide with a disturbing level of excitement. He slices through the heavy fabric with a single, violent motion. The grand opening is finally here. A red-haired fighter watches with mild curiosity, assuming it's just a bundle of cash or some other standard tribute. But as the contents spill out, his expression shifts to one of absolute horror. His eyes widen in disbelief at what he sees. Bloodied, bound man tumbles onto the floor. The newcomer presents him with a flourish, shouting "Tada," as if it were a stage performance. The newcomer grabs the victim by the hair, mockingly asking why he isn't greeting his old friends after such a long time. The red-haired fighter stands up in shock, barely able to utter the name of the man lying broken on the floor. The bulky leader casts a dark shadow over the room, telling the red-haired fighter to sit down and stop looking so surprised. Red-haired fighter can only stutter a denial, his back turned as he tries to hide the fear creeping into his voice. The bulky leader explains that the victim was caught stealing, funneling massive amounts of organization cash into his sister's education. He shakes the victim violently, revealing that since the man liked stuffing cash away, he decided to stuff the man himself into the bag as punishment. The victim can only let out muffled screams through the tape, his body trembling as the bulky leader enjoys his cruel retribution. Another enforcer moves in to drag the broken man away, the muffled cries for mercy ignored by everyone in the cold gym. As the newcomer is officially welcomed into the fold, the red-haired fighter whispers to the leader, questioning if they can truly trust a man who just joined them today. The red-haired fighter leans in, his face etched with skepticism as he mentions the massive deal they're planning with Yongbin. He scoffs at the idea of working with a nobody, fearing the risks involved. He continues his tirade, pointing out that if this newcomer screws up, the weight of responsibility will fall on their shoulders. He isn't looking for a scapegoat, he's looking for stability. Turning toward the female student, he tries to soften his tone, insisting he isn't doubting her judgment, but the stakes are simply too high to ignore. But the bulky thug leader has heard enough. With a terrifying intensity, he reaches out and grabs the red-haired fighter, his shadow looming large over the room. He mocks the red-haired fighter's cowardice, asking if he's actually scared or if he's looking for an excuse to jump ship and join their rivals instead. Desperate to avoid the leader's wrath, the red-haired fighter stammers out an apology, his previous confidence completely shattered by the bulky thug leader's dominance. The bulky thug leader barks an order for everyone to clap sincerely, signaling that it's finally time to move on to the next stage of their plan. Later that night, near the Dangogai mountain spring, the atmosphere is heavy with the scent of pine and the rhythmic sound of heavy iron moving. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, a man pushes himself to the absolute limit, his muscles straining against the massive weight of the barbell. Every breath is a struggle, sweat pouring down his face as he fights for every single rep in the silence of the night. Images of past violence flicker through his mind, the raw power of a strike and the sound of bone meeting flesh in a chaotic brawl. The intensity of the memory fuels his workout, his eyes burning with a cold, focused intent that matches his brutal history. With a final, heavy clang, he racks the weight, his hands trembling slightly from the sheer exertion of the 30-set routine. He wipes himself down, muttering that maybe 30 sets was a bit much, when a sudden ringing breaks the quiet of the workout area. He checks the screen, his expression shifting to one of mild annoyance as he recognizes the caller. It's that guy again. He answers with a rough greeting, asking if the man wants to go for a drink, but the voice on the other end is filled with uncharacteristic panic. Bulky thug leader's eyes narrow. He senses something is wrong immediately, asking what's happened to make his young Nim sound so desperate. The man on the phone breaks down, explaining that his younger brother has suddenly vanished, leaving behind nothing but a messy room and a sense of dread. He holds up a crumpled note left by the boy, promising to return once he's rich and telling his brother not to worry, a classic sign of trouble. The bulky thug leader's face hardens into a mask of pure fury as he realizes the gravity of the situation. This isn't just a disappearance, it's a provocation. The scene shifts to a bustling meat market the next day, where the bulky thug leader is seen in his element, surrounded by the tools of his trade. With terrifying precision, he slices through the meat, the sound of the blade hitting the cutting board echoing like a rhythmic warning. His eyes are cold and focused. This is Jung Buldo's close confidant, the former leader of the Gongsu Action Squad, and he's clearly lost none of his edge. He selects a heavy cleaver from the wall, the metal gleaming under the fluorescent lights as he prepares to finish his shift. Letting out a weary sigh, he stares into the mirror, the weight of his double life clearly beginning to take its toll on his spirit. He punches out at the security terminal, the digital beep signaling the end of another long day of manual labor and hidden agendas. His co-workers bid him farewell, asking if the workday is finally over. He gives a curt nod, eager to head out and deal with his own problems. As he passes by a row of rotisserie chickens, the golden brown skins glistening in the heat, his mind remains fixed on the missing boy. He walks with a heavy tread, his hoodie pulled low as he blends into the evening crowd, a predator hiding in plain sight. A nearby sign lists the prices for the day's specials, but the bulky thug leader doesn't even spare it a glance as he heads toward the bus stop. Suddenly, his stomach lets out a loud, traitorous growl, reminding him that even a former squad leader needs to eat. On the bus, a young girl stares at him with wide, fearful eyes, sensing the dangerous aura he tries so hard to suppress. He ignores the stares, sitting in silence as the bus rumbles through the city streets, his hands tightly gripping a bag of takeout. The automated voice announces the next stop, Bulgwang apartment. He stands up, his joints popping from the long day of work. He complains about how noisy the city is and how hungry he's become, his frustration mounting with every step toward his home. He unlocks the door with a sharp click, announcing his arrival as he steps into the darkened apartment. He's immediately greeted by a scene of total chaos, trash and empty containers scattered everywhere, the lights still turned off. He trudges through the mess, complaining about his aching shoulders and the pathetic state of his life as a divorced, aging fighter. A finger slams onto the keyboard in a moment of sheer frustration. The man can't hide his irritation, his sharp eyes fixed on the screen as he mutters about the pathetic state of his current situation. The chat room is a mess of mockery, with users laughing at the lack of content. One man is midstream when an older man's voice booms, demanding to know how many times he has to tell him not to be interrupted. The tension breaks briefly as a peace offering of fried chicken is presented. The older man looms behind the younger one, his bulky frame casting a shadow over the desk. The streamer barely looks up, focused on his failing broadcast, telling the other to wait because it will be over soon. The room is a disaster area, littered with trash and discarded clothes. The older man starts picking up the mess, but the younger man only snaps at him to close the door, questioning the point of a university degree if he can't even act like a decent human being. The younger man is already on the phone, arguing with a manager and complaining about meddlesome people. The older man ignores the insults, placing a roasted chicken on the table, knowing the other needs to eat regardless of his attitude. The older man sits down, cracking open a beer while the younger man continues his rant. He is furious about switching platforms and the lack of a content plan, demanding ideas to boost his plummeting viewer count. The younger man tears into the chicken with desperate hunger, his words muffled by anger. He screams about the lack of a future at his current agency, telling the older man to stop talking nonsense. The sharp thud, the younger man slams his phone onto the table. He calls the manager a stupid idiot, his frustration reaching a breaking point as his career continues to stall. He takes a massive bite, complaining that the meat is too dry. In the background, the older man remains silent, letting the younger man vent his misplaced rage while the manager's voice continues to drone on from the phone. The older man takes a long, heavy gulp of his beer, the cold liquid doing nothing to soothe the tension in the room. He quietly asks how the stream went, already knowing the answer. A single bone is tossed onto the plate. The younger man sighs, trying to convince himself that nothing goes well from the start. He vows to bring back all the money he lost 100-fold. The younger man suggests the older man should quit his miserable job at the butcher shop and try the coin market instead. The older man stops him right there, his voice low and firm. He tells him to wrap things up. He wants the younger man to come to the market with him tomorrow, promising that hard work in the meat business can provide a stable life. The suggestion insults the younger man to his core. He screams, asking if the other thinks he studied so hard in college just to end up butchering meat. He tells the older man not to act like a parent just because he paid a bit of tuition. The words turn cruel. The younger man yells that the real reason the older man got divorced was because he was running around like a gangster. He declares he would rather jump off a bridge than work in a butcher shop. The final, arrogant boast, the younger man claims he can do better. He slams the door, leaving the older man sitting in the dim light, his face shadowed by a heavy, painful silence. The man stares at his beer, the weight of the insults sinking in. He tells himself he has nothing to say, that he is simply facing the consequences of his own past wrongdoings. Outside the door, the younger man is trembling. An internal apology hangs in the air, a silent regret from the man trying to help but only seeming to push the other away. The younger man breaks down, tears streaming down his face. He wonders how he ended up like this, regretting the failed investments that cost him everything, including his marriage. Suddenly, his eyes widen. A thought strikes him, cutting through the despair. He realizes there might still be one way out of the ruin he has built for himself. He looks back at his desk, his mind racing. He thinks if he just had enough capital, he could have recovered when the next surge hit. He refuses to remain a small fry in ruin. He remembers a company that was recruiting small-time streamers. He searches his desk, looking for a specific business card he had dismissed before. He finds it, a card promising immediate investment funds and channel operating expenses. He realizes he can't afford to be picky anymore. He needs that money. Tears still fall, but his expression is one of desperate determination. This is his last chance, and he absolutely cannot afford to miss it. He looks at his phone wallpaper, a photo of his ex-wife. The memory of what he lost fuels his resolve to take this dangerous leap with the new company. Next day arrives. The older man finds a note left behind. The younger man has gone, promising to return only when he is rich, telling the other not to look for him. The older man stares at the paper, his eyes welling up. The one he tried to protect has run off into the unknown, chasing a dream that has already ruined him once. Life at the butcher shop continues. The man goes through the motions, weighing out pork belly for a customer while his mind is miles away, worrying about the one who abandoned him. A regular customer notices the man's somber mood, asking why he's so down. He forces a hollow laugh, insisting that there are no worries, even as his heart feels like lead. He focuses on the work, the rhythmic thud of the knife against the wood. It is the only thing he has left, the steady, honest labor he tried to share. The meat is sliced with practiced precision and wrapped up for the customer. His hands move automatically, a ghost in his own life. The clock on the wall ticks away the hours, the calendar marking the passage of time. Days turn into weeks, and still, there is no sign of the younger man. The man sharpens his blade, the rasp of steel against stone the only sound in the shop. He is preparing for another day, but the edge of his focus is beginning to fray. A sharp sting snaps him back to reality. He has cut his thumb, blood welling up from the wound. He realizes he needs to be more focused, blaming the lack of gloves for his lapse. He catches his reflection in the window, looking tired and aged beyond his years. He takes a deep breath, trying to steady himself against the mounting anxiety. Later that night, the man stands before a keypad, his bandaged finger pressing the buttons. He is searching, looking for any lead that might tell him where the younger man went. The ground is littered with cigarette butts and discarded flyers, the remnants of a city that doesn't care about the lost. He trudges through the filth, his hope fading with every step. He walks through the crowded neon streets, a lone figure in a sea of people. He is looking for a face that doesn't want to be found, in a place that swallows people whole. In a dark alley, he finds a figure huddled against the wall. He reaches out, placing a heavy, calloused hand on the person's shoulder, his heart pounding with the fear of what he might find. The heavy hand on his shoulder sends a jolt of pure terror through him. The man stammers out an apology, his face drenched in a cold sweat as he realizes he stepped into something far beyond his league. He finds himself standing before a dark, shuttered storefront. The silence of the street only amplifies the frantic beating of his heart as he stares at the notice taped to the glass. The sign is blunt, temporarily closed for personal reasons. At the bottom, he notices the official seal and signature of the local police station. Under the bright morning sun, the police station stands as a bastion of order, a stark contrast to the grimy alleys the man usually frequents. Stepping inside, the man feels the weight of a dozen invisible eyes. Even a simple trip to the bathroom feels like a walk to the gallows when you have a conscience as dirty as his. An officer dismissively points him toward the back. Every step on the polished floor feels like an admission of guilt, but he has a report to make. A veteran officer looks up from his desk, his eyes sharp and unblinking. He asks how he can help, his voice carrying the weary weight of decades on the force. Man leans in, his voice hushed. He's here to report a runaway, a family member who's vanished without a trace. The officer doesn't even blink as he asks for the name. To him, it's just another file in a mountain of missing persons. He's searching for his brother, an adult who should be capable of looking after himself but has suddenly disappeared. The officer pauses, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. A grown man isn't a runaway, he's an adult making his own choices. The man insists his brother has always struggled with his independence. The officer digs deeper, asking if there was a major argument recently. The man brushes it off as mere bickering, nothing that would justify a disappearance. The officer narrows his eyes, his suspicion growing. He asks for an ID card, wanting to verify exactly who he's dealing with. The man slides his ID across the desk. The photo on the card shows someone who looks far more like a criminal than a concerned sibling. The officer's screen lights up with a history that's anything but clean. He notes that the man has an impressive criminal record, leaving him defensive. The record is clear: special assault and extortion. The officer drops a bombshell, asking if he's taken out a life insurance policy on his brother recently. A cynical smirk plays on the officer's lips. From a common-sense perspective, filing a missing person report for a grown man feels like the first step in an insurance scam. Fury erupts in the man's eyes. He's done listening to this nonsense. If they won't help, he'll find his brother his own way. He storms out of the station, his ears ringing with anger. He growls that if he had money for life insurance, he'd have spent it on lottery tickets instead. He pulls out his phone, dialing a number with trembling fingers. He needs a drink and someone to back him up. Night falls over the neon-lit street as the man meets with an associate. The air is thick with smoke and unspoken tension. The man takes a long drag from his cigarette, the embers glowing in the dark. He's at the end of his rope, looking for a way out. He sighs, the smoke curling around his face. He admits he feels ashamed for constantly dragging his associate into his personal messes. His brother was the pride of the family, a graduate of a prestigious university with a job at a major corporation. But lately, he's been acting strange, falling for things he should know better than to touch. The associate listens with a cold, analytical gaze. He asks if the man has managed to figure anything out since the disappearance. There was one lead, a strange business card left on his brother's desk. It's all they have left to go on. The card belongs to a mysterious company. The logo is sleek, professional, and entirely suspicious. In a flashback, the man confronts a group of tattooed punks, the mysterious company card held firmly between his fingers. He was looking for answers, and he didn't care who he had to break. Confrontation turned violent in an instant. A heavy strike connects, the impact rippling through the air as the man unleashes his frustration. When the dust settled, the man stood alone in the alley, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of those who dared to stand in his way. He stares down at them, his eyes burning with murderous intent. He demands to know if they truly have no idea where his brother is. Back in the present, the associate confirms the details. The man went there in person, taking the fight directly to the source. Memory of the struggle is etched in black and white. It was a desperate, messy brawl, fueled by a brother's guilt and a fighter's rage. The associate places a steadying hand on the man's shoulder. He tells him not to worry, he'll handle the rest of this himself. The scene shifts to 2 weeks earlier, midnight on the outskirts of the city, near the university campus. The air is still, but a storm is already brewing. Man checks his watch, the seconds ticking away with mechanical precision. He whispers that it's almost time for the operation to begin. A close friend of the missing man looks on as a shadowy figure approaches. He calls out to the newcomer, his voice dripping with a mix of familiarity and contempt. A man in a sharp black suit enters the frame, his presence commanding the room. The real game is about to start, and the stakes are higher than anyone realized. Tension in the room is thick as one man slams his associate against the wall, demanding to know why he took the job that led to their comrade's downfall. The associate raises his hands in a mock gesture of surrender, claiming it's all a misunderstanding and that he's actually on the same side. The younger man's eyes narrow with predatory focus. He knows men like this only move when there's a profit to be made. With a chillingly calm smile, the associate promises that if they play their cards right, they'll both be raking in more cash than they can carry. The younger man isn't buying the corporate salesman act. His face remains a mask of cold, murderous intent. He threatens to end the man right here, telling him he could easily finish him and spin a believable lie for their boss. The man doesn't flinch. Instead, he lights a cigarette, mocking the younger man for thinking he can handle the coming storm on his own. He exhales a cloud of smoke, looking down with a mix of pity and arrogance, claiming the younger man is completely blind to the real game. He takes a seat, challenging the other to admit how little he actually knows about the power struggle happening behind the scenes. He drops a bombshell. He wasn't the one who took out their comrade. The betrayal came from a much higher source. A name is mentioned that hangs in the air like a death sentence. The young man's composure finally cracks as the weight of the revelation hits him. The man pulls out a photograph, telling him that if he doesn't believe the words, he should believe his own eyes. The younger man reaches for the evidence, his curiosity finally overriding his rage as he prepares to see the face of their true enemy. His eyes widen in shock. He recognizes the man in the photo, and it's the last person he expected to see involved in this mess. The associate passes the photo to another individual, signaling that the information is too big for just one person to carry. The room falls silent as the third man stares at the image, the gravity of the situation sinking in for everyone present. The photo reveals a legendary brawler caught in the middle of a brutal exchange. Why would a man of his stature target their fallen friend? The young man demands an explanation. His associate is the only one who might know why this ghost from the past has suddenly resurfaced. The associate admits that the brawler was a force of nature back in the day, but his reappearance now means the stakes have shifted beyond their control. A mocking ding 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 rings out as he confirms the younger man's worst fears. The pieces are finally falling into place. He explains that the boss is using this legendary thug to wipe out both the internal opposition and external threats in one clean sweep. The man reveals that he only joined the inner circle to replace their fallen comrade, but now he's realized he's just as expendable as the rest. The younger man struggles to believe it. He can't fathom why the organization would turn on its own members so ruthlessly. His associate tells him to stop pretending. The signs have been there all along, and the time for denial is long gone. It's all about succession. The eldest son is being groomed as the heir, and he's clearing the path of any potential obstacles. The loyalty they thought they had was nothing more than a convenient lie. They were never friends, they were just tools for profit. The brawler's involvement is the final nail in the coffin. A professional cleaner was brought in to do the work the inner circle couldn't handle. Purge is systematic. Anyone outside the immediate family circle is being cut off before the transition of power is finalized. The young man realizes the horrifying truth. This isn't just a restructuring, it's a complete house cleaning. The associate leans in close, his voice dropping to a whisper as he addresses the younger man directly about the danger they are both in. He points a finger, delivering a chilling warning. Their comrade was only the first casualty. The younger man is next on the list. The younger man's eyes fill with a mix of fear and cold realization. The world he knew has vanished, replaced by a battlefield where he is the target. As the associate stands up to leave, the sound of his footsteps echoes in the silent room, a countdown to the violence that is about to erupt. The legendary brawler and his crew are already moving. The hunt has begun, and no one is safe from the purge. The legendary brawler and his crew are already moving. The hunt has begun, and no one is safe from the purge. In a dimly lit room, a framed poster of a boxing legend hangs over three figures, setting a grim tone for the meeting. The man takes a deep drag from his cigarette, his brow furrowed with the weight of the coming storm. The pressure is mounting. He turns his gaze toward his associate, questioning why he's acting surprised. He points out that they've all been involved in shady business behind the scenes, just like their former contact. Adjusting his tie with cold precision, the man explains that while reviewing the current situation, he realized something crucial about their most successful ventures. He leans in, his shadow looming over his associate. He reveals his conclusion: those ventures were all the associate's doing. The associate's expression hardens, his eyes filled with a mix of resentment and defiance. He tells the leader to stop the games and just get to the point. The leader stares out into the blue-tinted darkness, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. He suggests they take the target down first. The suggestion is met with a burst of mocking laughter. The idea of taking down someone as powerful as the monster seems like a death wish to the others. A cigarette is held between smirking lips, the smoke curling into the air like a taunt. The leader's eyes narrow as a lit cigarette is flicked toward him, sparks flying off his expensive suit. He mutters under his breath about the associate's disrespect. The cigarette but hits the floor near a polished shoe. The voice continues, asking if he has lost his mind, calling the target a real monster. The associate is visibly trembling now, sweat beading on his forehead. He asks what happens even if they manage a miracle and win, knowing the target's family is part of a massive conglomerate. He screams in frustration, reminding the leader that the conglomerate is the 9th largest in the country. It's an empire they can't touch. The leader simply smirks, adjusting his cuffs. He mockingly agrees that if the conglomerate came after them, they'd be dead even in Antarctica. His smile turns predatory. He clarifies that he isn't planning a direct attack. He has a much more subtle weapon in mind. We see the faces of the conglomerate's leadership, the gray-haired authority and the bulky thug leader. They are icons of power and intimidation. The man notes that while they are monsters, conglomerates have one major weakness: they can never risk their public image. The bulky thug leader stands tall, surrounded by symbols of wealth and vice. The man claims they won't even have to lift a finger to destroy them. He mentions the crown prince of the family, a man who likely has much to lose if a scandal breaks. Then there is the youngest student in the family. Every member is a potential pressure point in the man's scheme. The leader turns back to his associate, telling him it's time to put that brilliant brain of his to work for their survival. He lists the associate's talents: streaming, stirring up chaos, and manipulating the narrative. These are the tools that will bring down a giant. Looking out through the broken glass, the man asks his associate if he agrees that they can destroy him this way. The associate remains silent, the reflection of the shattered window mirroring his own fractured state of mind. Under the cold light of the crescent moon, the reputation of the conglomerate hangs in the air like a curse. The leader's eyes flash with a ruthless intent. He doesn't care about blood relatives or loyalty, he only cares about the result. He stands tall, his silhouette sharp against the blue light, the ultimate manipulator preparing his next move. The image of the bulky thug leader looms in the associate's mind, a monstrous obstacle that the man intends to topple. The leader demands an answer, asking if the associate is just going to sit there and wait for the conglomerate to cut him down. The associate looks down at a pack of cigarettes, the choice before him clear and devastating. The man extends the pack toward him, a silent offer of alliance and a descent into further darkness. A hand reaches out, trembling slightly. The narrator notes that all they know is this man was once a close contact of their former associate. The man tells his other associate to move aside for a second. The room is thick with tension as the deal is sealed. A figure walks out of the cluttered, blue-lit room, leaving the conspiracy to fester in the shadows. The leader leans forward one last time, the cigarette pack still extended. He asks with a cold, expectant gaze, "So, what do you think?" The large man doesn't wait for an answer, his voice dripping with condescension as he reminds the punk that without his help they'd be absolutely nothing. He sneers, telling him he hit the jackpot. He strikes a lighter, the flame reflecting in his cold eyes as he prepares to ignite a cigarette, the tension in the room thick enough to cut. His expression hardens into a lethal threat. He warns that if there's even a single slip-up while they're talking, the consequences will be dire. He exhales a thick cloud of smoke, the moonlight hanging over the city behind him as he begins to speak in a low, dangerous growl. A dark, predatory smile creeps across the large man's face. He leans in, demanding to hear the answer he's been waiting for. The scene shifts abruptly. It's the next day at a high-end corporate office, a place where power is the only currency that matters. A massive skyscraper looms over the city, a cold monument to corporate dominance and absolute authority. Inside, the sound of a golf club sliding into position echoes through the luxurious office, signaling the start of a high-stakes meeting. Powerful man takes a violent swing. His form is perfect, each movement calculated and full of suppressed energy. The golf ball sits perfectly on the tee, a small, white target waiting for the next impact in this refined environment. An assistant interrupts the silence, knocking on the heavy doors. The man doesn't stop his swing, asking for an update without looking back. Another crack of the club. The assistant announces that the visitor has arrived. The man simply instructs him to let the guest in. The older man continues his practice, his back still turned to the visitor. He asks with a cold indifference what could possibly bring him here after all this time. From a high angle, the vastness of the office emphasizes the distance between them. The large man stands firm, stating he has a crucial question. Visitor asks if he is still considered part of the family. The older man is visibly taken aback by the sudden, heavy question. Standing before the golf simulator, the visitor's massive frame is tense. He asks if there's still a chance for him to prove his worth as a successor. The older man's face is a mask of stern authority. He wonders if the visitor is only back because he's afraid of losing his inheritance. He sighs, noting that the young man's recklessness is familiar, but he respects the ambition. He tells him that if he truly wants to be recognized. His eyes narrow with a sharp, piercing gaze. He tells the large man that he must earn that right for himself through results, not just lineage. The large man's jaw sets. He takes that as the approval he needed. He's ready to end the childish games he's been playing in the streets. He bows deeply, showing a rare moment of respect. He promises to show what he's truly capable of before taking his leave. Golf ball is reset on the tee. The tension in the room remains heavy even after the visitor departs. The man unleashes a powerful drive, the ball blurring as it flies. He mutters a final warning for the visitor to stay sharp in the coming storm. Evening falls, and the setting shifts to a small, quiet eatery tucked away in the city, far from the corporate skyscrapers. A man in sunglasses and a beanie sits there, looking coolly at his companion. He notes that the other spoke as if they'd never meet again. Opposite him sits a man with his hair pulled back, his face etched with suspicion. He asks if the man in the beanie has been scheming behind his back. The man adjusts his glasses, his expression unreadable. He cuts straight to the point, asking about the current situation. A bottle of liquor is tipped, the liquid splashing into a cup. A simple and direct proposal is made to work together. The long-haired man looks intense, mentioning that unwanted attention is starting to swarm. The man in glasses looks confused, questioning the strange metaphor. The man ignores the confusion, stating it's been a long time and he only reaches out when something truly important is at stake. The man in glasses smirks, assuming the other needs his help. However, his companion corrects him, stating he will be the one taking the lead this time. His eyes burn with determination. He's ready to accelerate their plans and share everything he knows about their mutual acquaintances. The man's eyes sharpen behind his shades. He's ready to clear the way and crush whatever stands in their path. A bright light washes over the scene as the alliance is solidified. It's exactly what they both wanted from the start. The man looks fierce, his resolve absolute. They're going to do things the old-fashioned way, and it's going to be brutal. Camera pans over the neon signs of the city, hiding the storm that's about to break over them all. The city's neon glow gives way to a more intimate, unsettling scene. Zack, headphones on, recoils in alarm as a lit cigarette is brought dangerously close to his face. Zack, ever polite, informs the man beside him that smoking is prohibited within the internet cafe. The man, however, dismisses the rule with a scoff, lamenting the inability to smoke while gaming and harshly criticizing the country. He stares intently, a cigarette still dangling from his lips. Zack, however, continues, pointing out that indoor smoking has been banned for years, then questions why the man is even at an internet cafe if he isn't playing games. With a quick glance at a blue card on the desk, Zack asks if he has ever heard of the dark web or streaming. The man, clearly out of touch, struggles with the terms, wondering if streaming relates to the labor market and complaining about the abbreviations. Zack sighs, wondering aloud where to even begin explaining. The man's patience snaps, and he threatens to silence Zack if he continues to mock his lack of understanding. Zack patiently clarifies that internet broadcasting is simply shortened to streaming, explaining that if viewers enjoy the content, they will pay money, and if it goes viral, significant earnings are possible. He points to the Chronicle card, revealing that the person they are searching for is also involved in the live streaming business, clarifying that BJ simply refers to a streamer, not to get any weird ideas. The man ponders if this is the person they're seeking, prompting Zack to ask to see. A live streaming screen appears, showing a streamer named Roll Jack. Zack suggests they check it out since he's currently live. Comparing the live streamer to a picture, the man notes the different hairstyle and thinner build, but asserts that the face is undeniably the same person. With 2 cigarettes now clenched between his teeth, the man muses that if they could gather any information, they might locate the target by checking nearby motels and inns, then sighs, wondering how to find someone hidden in such a small room. Zack smirks, telling the man that old-school detective methods are obsolete, insisting there are new ways. The man, frustrated, demands he just spit it out. Zack explains that tracking streamers is surprisingly easy. He suggests simply throwing some bait onto an online community and everyone will eagerly jump on it, revealing information. Zack elaborates that whether anonymous or identified, streamers can be tracked through outdoor broadcasts and even delivery receipts, quickly yielding all necessary information. The man then notices something, asking if the background of the current video looks similar to a previous broadcast. Zack confirms the observation with a knowing chuckle, then adds that this particular streamer seems to be seriously involved in something. The man, confused, asks for clarification. The camera pulls back to reveal a dense residential area, ominously labeled Streamer Village. The man repeats the name, Streamer Village, a serious expression on his face, clearly pondering its significance. Zack explains that this Streamer Village is rumored to be located in a redevelopment area on the outskirts of Gyeonggi Province, as a live stream shows a man and woman happily taking a selfie. Zack identifies the man in the pink sunglasses, currently causing a scene while eating, as Sung Junhee. Sung Junhee exclaims that the flavor of the food given to him by Haronim is so intense it's overwhelming his senses. A female voice suggests it's due to being aged for a long time. Woman smiles, finding the idea amazing, and reveals she was already considering finding an agency. As a car pulls up to a building at night, the woman asks if it's the correct location. An unseen voice confirms it is, stating that Representative Sung is waiting upstairs. Her eyes widen, betraying a flicker of apprehension as she gazes up at the building. Standing before the somewhat dilapidated building, she questions if this is truly the studio she was told about. Her eye trembles with fear as an unseen male voice asks impatiently why she isn't moving. With a forced command to go in, she hesitantly steps through the doorway, attempting to ask about meeting the representative. Inside, a group of intimidating, tattooed men are gathered around a table laden with food and drinks. One man, with purple hair, greets her, asking if they're going on a nationwide tour, then remarks on her apparent weight loss and invites her to join them for a drink. Purple-haired man's smirk turns menacing as he curtly tells her to sit down, mocking her, asking if she was expecting something like Disney World. Back at the internet cafe, the man's brow furrows in thought as he questions if everything is truly alright, still pondering the implications of a broadcast. Zack, holding a piece of food, asks if broadcasting isn't just about showing off and declaring a good job, then questions if they're trying to pull something like the Big X. Zack explains that while viewers might initially watch out of curiosity, no one will report seeing something like this. The man, mouth full, simply asks what can be done about it. An ominous on-air sign glows red above a window behind which a man's distressed face is barely visible, trapped in broadcasting. A woman, now with bandages on her face but a confident smile, flashes a peace sign declaring mission complete as promised. With a seductive gaze, she announces the start of the support hero relay, hinting playfully that if the rewards pile up she'll continue, teasing for more. Inside a neon-lit studio, a streamer leans over her desk, putting on a show for her viewers. She playfully calls out to her audience, celebrating a massive donation with a seductive charm. On-air sign glows a harsh red, but the atmosphere suddenly shifts. A heavy door creaks open, signaling an uninvited guest is about to crash the stream. A man with slick-back pink hair and sunglasses strolls in, mockingly praising her for working so hard. The playful vibe of the stream vanishes instantly under his predatory gaze. He leans in close, his voice dropping to a threatening low as he criticizes her performance. He warns her that if her numbers don't improve, she'll be trapped in this hellhole for decades. Listing off studio rentals, production costs, and labor, he reminds her that they aren't running a charity. Her unsettled balance has ballooned to a staggering amount. Her fist trembles with rage and desperation. She did everything they asked, yet the debt only grows. She can't comprehend how such a cruel system could even exist. The man shoves a phone in her face, his expression cold and devoid of pity. He wants her to see the reality of her situation. The screen shows a catastrophic crash in the value of the cryptocurrency. He smugly declares that until every cent of their investment is recovered, she won't see a single cent of her settlement. Leaning in until their faces nearly touch, he mocks her for the failure. He reminds her that he told her to please the boss properly, a suggestion she clearly failed to follow. A thick envelope hits the floor with a dull thud. It's not a gift, it's a new cage. He orders her to sign the revised contract with the adjusted exchange rates. He laughs, taunting her with the impossible hope that if the coin value jumps significantly, she might leave tomorrow. Tears stream down her face, her spirit broken. She looks like a trapped animal, realizing there is no escape from this digital slavery. As the man walks away, she snaps, screaming for him to let her go. She pleads that she's done everything she was told, but her cries fall on deaf ears. He turns back with a sadistic grin, enjoying her suffering. To him, her screams are just background noise to a profitable business day. Barefoot and terrified, she sprints through the dark, damp streets. Every step is a desperate gamble for freedom. She runs through the urban labyrinth under a cold moon, her breath hitching. She repeats a frantic prayer, begging for it all to end, unable to take the abuse any longer. Her face is a mask of pure agony and terror. She calls out to any god who will listen, pleading for someone, anyone, to save her from the nightmare. She spots a small soup restaurant still open in the dead of night. It feels like a miracle, a beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness. Bursting through the door, she collapses before an old woman, her voice cracking as she begs for sanctuary. The old woman looks shocked, her mouth agape. She questions what could possibly be happening so early in the morning to a girl in such a state. Between heavy sobs, she begs the woman to call the police. She is drenched, trembling, and clearly at her wit's end. The old woman ushers her inside, her voice seemingly full of concern. She wraps the girl in a blanket, noting how dangerous the area is. Safe inside, she huddles under the blanket, still weeping. She vows to make those responsible pay for what they've done, calling out for her mother in her grief. Suddenly, she freezes. The old woman's tone has changed. She looks back, her eyes wide with a new, sharper kind of fear. A massive, tattooed man looms in the shadows. He commends the grandma for her good work, revealing that the short-lived fun of the escape is officially over. The old woman smirks, her kindness revealed as a cruel facade. She tells the girl not to worry as she accepts a stack of cash from the thugs. Another man in a suit watches with a cold, calculating smile. He dismisses the month's sales, noting how fickle customers are these days. The girl stares in disbelief, her last shred of hope dying. The woman she thought was her savior has sold her back to her captors for a handful of bills. Outside the restaurant, the silence of the night is shattered by screams. This is the grim reality of modern slavery, hidden in plain sight behind a soup shop sign. The city remains indifferent to the horrors unfolding in its alleyways. The shadows grow longer, hiding the tracks of those who profit from human misery. In a dimly lit room, a man with sharp, cold eyes asks if his companion understands the gravity of the situation. The air is thick with tension and the smell of cigarette smoke. Companion's mouth tightens. He fully understands. Whatever plan they are concocting, it's clear that things are about to get violent. They stand in a dark room preparing to move. Their target is the person who runs this operation. One stays behind to make a call while the other heads out first. The target's location is confirmed. A black van idles in the street, its headlights cutting through the gloom like the eyes of a predator. Van pulls up to a place labeled with a grim name. The irony of the name isn't lost on anyone involved in this business. A man steps out to greet the arrivals, calling out to his superior. The operation is in full swing and the muscle is ready for action. A grizzled man with a scarred face stares intensely. He recognizes the newcomer as the one his boss mentioned, inviting him inside with a menacing tone. The newcomer observes the man, noting his professional and respectable demeanor in such a dirty line of work. He knows he's dealing with a dangerous professional. From a high angle, the van looks small against the backdrop of the city's underbelly. The newcomer realizes this man is a scumbag who never backs down. Inside the vehicle, the tension reaches a boiling point. The newcomer is introduced as their guide, but his eyes tell a different story. He introduces himself with a name that carries a weight of its own. 2 hours into the outskirts of Gyeonggi-do, the darkness is total. As the vehicle nears the notorious streamer village, the driver grumbles about the total lack of streetlights in this wasteland. Peering through the rearview mirror, one of the passengers asks their guide, Snake Eyes, if he's certain they're even heading the right way. Without looking up from his phone, the guide coolly assures them that their destination is just around the corner. The screen glows with the words, Actor's Entrance. The passengers find it hard to believe such a remote hole exists, but the sight of bright lights ahead signals their arrival. The decisive click, a button is pressed, initiating the next phase of the infiltration. The guide and the bearded man exchange tense glances. This place is so well hidden that even a seasoned tracker would have trouble finding it. They pull up to a rusted sign that warns, no entry except for residents. They've officially crossed into forbidden territory. Cold voice notes that this village is the primary cash cow for Friends, the heart of Sung Junhee's criminal empire. Welcome to Streamer Village, a place where the laws of the outside world simply don't apply. A notification pings on a smartphone. Eunseok has sent a message, and the timing couldn't be more critical. The message is clear. The star is arriving on the red carpet. The show is about to begin. Inside a nearby facility, a voice booms with excitement, announcing the start of this year's main attraction. In a dimly lit control room, a man in a leopard print shirt stands over a technician, his eyes fixed on the monitors. With a twisted, predatory grin, he announces the grand event, BJ100, a spectacle that promises nothing but chaos. Back outside, the group stares at the dilapidated buildings. This ruin is the foundation of Junhee's power, and they're right in the middle of it. Cars' tires are caked in mud and grime, a testament to the lawless nature of the village's streets. The guide orders everyone out of the car. They move on foot from here. He warns them to stay sharp the moment they step past the entrance. The bearded man, Harry, listens intently as the guide gives a chilling instruction. If anyone approaches and asks a question, do not respond. He explains that everyone here, from the elderly to children, even the animals, is a planted agent watching their every move. The guide's gaze hardens. Because this operation involves Sung Junhee, every word must be followed to the letter. Zack narrows his eyes, sensing the guide knows far more than he's letting on. He demands to know the full extent of the guide's information. Guide deflects, claiming he only has a general idea and isn't fully convinced of the details himself. The guide turns to Harry, showing him a screen and asking him to confirm if the person shown is his younger sibling. Harry looks at the image of a battered young man named Donghyuk. His blood boils seeing the state they've left the kid in. Pointing toward a closed school in the distance, Harry notes a sound echoing from that direction, identical to the one on the broadcast. Guide clutches his head in frustration. Of all days, the group broadcast had to happen tonight, complicating everything. Zack listens as the guide explains that these streamers often collaborate for these massive, high-stakes events. It's the only chance for these bottom feeders to gain exposure and secure a share of the profits. Tonight, they're literally staking their lives on it. Harry's expression is grim. The viewers are hungry for blood, and the content tonight is guaranteed to be provocative and intense. In this village, no one cares if a participant gets permanently messed up. It's all just entertainment for the masses. Zack stares at the guide, his intuition screaming that this isn't a coincidence. It feels like they're walking straight into a trap. Zack lights a cigarette, his mind made up. The timing is perfect for a fight. He asks the guide if he's actually come up with a viable plan. Guide proposes a distraction. He'll cause a scene to draw attention while Zack and Harry move in to rescue Donghyuk. Zack counters the plan. He and Harry will handle the combat while the guide takes responsibility for securing the kid. Zack's gaze is predatory as he challenges the guide, asking if there's a problem with him taking the lead. Guide relents with a sigh, telling Zack to do whatever he wants. He then asks what Zack plans to do once the sibling is safe. Zack's response is simple: finish the job. While Zack prepares to finish the job, his enemies are already making their moves. Sung Junwon stares up at the crescent moon, his expression cold as he dismisses everyone around him as mere trash to be cleared from his path. The stage for this impending clash is Daewoo University, specifically the broadcasting headquarters, where a storm is brewing under the cover of the night sky. On the athletic track below, heavy security and mysterious tents have been erected. One of the organizers mutters to himself, feeling as though he's digging his own grave with this high-stakes event. Behind the curtains, the red-haired fighter peeks out, his nerves clearly on edge. He demands a double check on the preparations, receiving a grim confirmation that the food has been spread out exactly as instructed. He turns back to his associate, his voice trembling with a mix of excitement and fear. He needs reassurance, asking if they'll truly be okay once the cameras start rolling. A voice cuts through the tension, telling him to wait. In the corner of the room, someone remains far too relaxed for the chaos that's about to erupt. CEO Guy Ji-myung sits back with his feet on the desk, his body a canvas of tattoos and arrogance. He mocks the red-haired fighter, asking if he is the one who will actually be okay when the dust settles. The red-haired fighter bites his thumb, his patience wearing thin. He finds the situation with Eunseok incredibly suspicious, sensing a trap in every shadow. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face as he promises that trust won't be lost. But in this game, a smile is often the last thing you see before a knife in the back. Shadowy figures loom in the darkness, their eyes glowing with predatory intent. They calculate the risks, hoping that if their enemies fail to retaliate it will only work out in their favor. The red-haired fighter stands before them, a man caught between his own ambition and the terrifying power of the people he's allied with. He presses Jin Myung for information, desperate for any scrap of intel on Tae Eunseok. He wonders aloud if they can truly trust their new ally to go against the powerful Hisu. A phone screen flashes a grim warning, "You die." It's a stark reminder that their opponent isn't just bluffing, he has the numbers and the will to wipe them out. The red-haired fighter slumps back, frustrated by the vague answers. In a world where one mistake means death, probably is a word he can't afford to hear. The room is filled with the low hum of computers and the heavy silence of conspirators. The red-haired fighter realizes the game has been set and he has no choice but to see it through to the end. He looks at a tablet showing a live feed of the target. The digital war is about to spill over into the real world. A manic glint enters his eyes as he thinks about the skeletons in his rival's closet. He plans to use fake news as a weapon, bringing his enemy down in one decisive strike. The order is given, bring Hisu to ruin. Jin Myung agrees to the plan, but his eyes remain cold. He's only in it for the money and will bail the moment things get ugly. He slides on a pair of dark sunglasses, masking his true intentions behind a wall of cool confidence. The tension is rising, and the show is about to begin. He grips the camera, his heart racing as the countdown begins. 5 seconds to a live broadcast that will change the fate of everyone involved. A finger points toward the stage. The signal is given, action. With a practiced wave and a beaming smile, the red-haired fighter greets his audience. He introduces himself as Sung Junhee, the star of BJ100, ready to kick off the opening act. The energy is overwhelming as the viewer count skyrockets. It hits 30,000, then 40,000, and it just keeps climbing as the world watches the spectacle unfold. He promises an all-time event that no other stream can match. This is the Africa TV Grand Sports Festival, and the opening act is designed to leave everyone breathless. Confetti explodes across the stage as he raises his arms in triumph. He's at the center of the world's attention, exactly where he wants to be. The crowd's hands reach up in a frenzy, their cheers echoing through the stadium. They have no idea of the dark machinations happening behind the scenes. He calls it an unprecedented collaboration in streaming history. The scale is massive, and the stakes are even higher than the audience could ever imagine. Over 100 top streamers and influencers have gathered in one place, all competing for glory in this massive, orchestrated event. The red-haired fighter screams for the crowd to make some noise. The main event is starting, and there's no turning back from the chaos he's unleashed. From the shadows, Zack watches the spectacle with a cold, analytical gaze. His companion asks if he sees anything, but to Zack, these so-called stars all look like the same brand of target. The announcer introduces the sponsor of the festival, CEO Guy Jin Myung. The tattooed man steps into the light, his presence casting a long, dark shadow over the festivities. As the live chat explodes with curiosity about the mysterious CEO, the trap is set. Zack knows the real fight is about to begin, and he's ready to finish the job. Stepping into the blinding spotlight, Zack maintains his composure as the cameras roll. He introduces himself to the masses as Guy Jin Myung, the visionary founder behind the rising arcade coin. Beside him, the charismatic host welcomes the massive support for the BJ100 event, thanking the sponsors with a polite bow. Zack simply nods, stating it's his absolute honor to be part of the spectacle. Across the city, viewers are glued to their screens, their expectations reaching a fever pitch as the stream goes viral. Every eye is on the man who claims to hold the future of currency in his hands. But behind the hip appearance and the tattoos, Zack's credentials are no joke. He quickly cuts through the host's flattery, demanding they stop the nonsense and get to the point. The host doesn't miss a beat, pivoting to Zack's prestigious background at Stanford. He highlights how Zack returned to start a blockchain initiative that has now evolved into a massive NFT empire. In the shadows, security guards exchange worried glances. They've heard rumors of a massive donation prepared for the brothers on the street, and the scale of it is starting to sound dangerous. To ensure the broadcast's success, Zack announces a monumental sponsorship. A truck parked nearby reveals the staggering truth: they are putting up a million-coin prize for the event. The crowd erupts. The current value of arcade coin is 1,000 won each, making the total prize pool a mind-blowing 1 billion won. The atmosphere turns electric with greed and excitement. Even the hardened men in the back can't believe it. One guard frantically calls for his manager, his mind reeling at the sheer scale of Zack's Stanford-class wealth. The host turns to the camera, raising his arms to the sky. He announces that 500 lucky viewers will also receive a draw of coins worth up to 20 million won just for liking the stream. Lowering his sunglasses with a predatory grin, the host prepares to launch the main event. "Let's start the BJ100, he shouts, signaling the beginning of the chaos. As the screen flashes with a vibrant arcade coin advertisement, the crowd's cheers reach a deafening roar. The stage is perfectly set for the most dangerous game ever broadcasted. Backstage, the host finally exhales, pulling off his shades. He's exhausted, but his team congratulates him. The broadcast has already blown up beyond their wildest dreams. Zack watches the numbers skyrocket on his phone, a cold smile playing on his lips. Everything is going exactly according to his plan, and the engagement is guaranteed. He reminds his team of the deal. They'll make their gambling sites and private servers go viral on this platform very soon. For Zack, this isn't just a game, it's a massive business expansion. With only 30 seconds left on the ad break, the tension backstage is palpable. The host prepares to return, asking Zack if they should finally start the main game. Zack looks up, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. He addresses the host directly, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone that demands absolute attention. He asks if they are truly prepared to go all the way. There is no room for hesitation now. The path they've chosen has no turning back. Zack's expression remains a mask of cold determination. He's already calculated every risk, every variable, and every potential outcome of the night's events. He makes it clear, if things look like they're going south, he will pull out immediately. He isn't here to go down with a sinking ship, he's here to win. The host nods, his eyes hidden behind his glasses once more. All right, do your best, he says, acknowledging the high stakes they are playing for. The host steps back out onto the stage, waving to the cheering crowd. Were you waiting for long? He yells, his energy instantly reigniting the audience's bloodlust. He announces the rules of the main event. It's simple, catch the designated target, and the winner walks away with 1,000,000 won instantly. The name of the game is Death Tag. The host laughs off the name, assuring the crowd that despite the ominous title, it's all in good fun. He demonstrates the toys given to the participants, swords with blades that retract harmlessly. They are equipped with advanced sensors to track every hit in real time. The crowd members, wearing collars linked to the system, laugh along. They believe it's just a high-tech version of tag, with the score increasing the more they use their weapons. The host points dramatically toward a truck. Those guys over there, he shouts, as a bright light suddenly illuminates a specific group in the crowd. Caught in the spotlight, the bulky thug leader and his men freeze. They are confused, looking around as the realization of being the targets begins to sink in. The host's voice booms over the speakers. All right, from now on, Death's Tag begins. The bulky thug leader realizes this is how they're playing it, and it's a setup. The spotlight remains fixed on the targets. The crowd's laughter has turned into a hungry murmur as hundreds of people grip their sensor swords, ready to hunt. Panic sets in for the bulky thug leader. He shields his eyes from the glare, shouting in confusion as the rules of the game turn the entire crowd against him. The screen behind the host flickers to life, displaying a close-up of the target's face. The host identifies him clearly for everyone to see. The host's face twists into a mask of righteous fury. A thug named Jung Buldo, a total scumbag, he screams, inciting the crowd to show no mercy to the criminal in their midst. The host bellows about serving justice, framing the hunt as a golden opportunity to purge society's trash while reaping massive profits. A hidden blade glints in the shadows. Over the speakers, a voice commands the hunters to ignore the spectators and focus solely on the prize money. The thug leader's face contorts into a sickening grin, fueled by greed and the promise of a massive payday for taking down society's parasites. Among the crowd, a female student stands frozen, her breath catching as the staggering 10 billion prize is finally announced. The host, hidden behind dark shades, screams into the microphone, his final command setting the stage for absolute chaos. With a deafening roar, the hunt officially begins. A tide of desperate hunters surges forward, weapons drawn, ready to claim their prize. Amidst the frenzy, one man's eyes burn with a different fire. He grits his teeth, whispering a desperate promise to his love, Hyun, to wait for him. But to understand how it reached this point, we must go back 12 hours before the BJ100 event turned into a bloodbath. 12 hours earlier, the atmosphere was electric with excitement, a massive festival unfolding under a clear blue sky. Zack is right in the middle of it, his camera rolling as he greets his fans, the Tong friends, completely unaware of the horror to come. The scene is a chaotic mix of internet celebrities, with BJs like Lalu and Chodang posing for cameras and flashing peace signs. Others like Nalakyle and Bibap join in, the event feeling more like a glamorous party than a dangerous mission. Before things get serious, Zack needs a boost. He tips back a bottle of the event's official sponsored drink, gulping it down greedily. But the kick is stronger than he expected. His heart begins to race, a wild, frantic rhythm thumping against his ribs. His eyes widen as the caffeine, or something much stronger, hits his system, making him feel as though he's taken something illicit. Regaining his composure, Zack continues his stream as BJ Harrow, urging his viewers to send gifts as he promises to liven up the atmosphere. He's not alone, the area is crawling with streamers, including a striking woman in a red tube top capturing every moment for her fans. Zack's eyes drift to a phone screen. The face looks different, perhaps filtered, but a nagging sense of recognition takes root. He looks closer at the girl in red. Despite the makeup and star-shaped stickers, he's certain he knows exactly who she is. Stunned, the name Tong Hyuk escapes his lips as he stares at the familiar face in this unexpected place. His hand trembles, a physical reaction to the shock of seeing someone from his past amidst this sea of strangers. Suddenly, a woman approaches him, calling out the name Tong Hyuk with a familiarity that leaves Zack stuttering in confusion. She identifies herself as BJ Jumwal, acting offended that a beauty like her could be ignored by someone who surely knows her reputation. Before he can react, she grabs his arm, insisting on a quick interview and pulling him away from his post. Zack is led away, completely bewildered as Jumwal steers him toward a quieter spot, leaving his stream and his mission behind. He struggles to maintain focus, his mind racing between his mission and the bizarre distraction Jumwal has provided. Flash forward to the present, the desperation returns. Zack's face is a mask of agony as he vows to rescue Hee-yoon from this nightmare. Nearby observers watch in disbelief, unable to comprehend the level of insanity unfolding before their eyes. The realization hits the crowd, Zack is actually here, charging through the chaos like a man possessed. Confusion reigns as some wonder if Zack even recognizes his own brother in this madness, the name Teal'j whispered in the dark. Crazed attacker lunges forward, knife in hand and greed in his eyes, obsessed with claiming the 1 billion won prize. Zack moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he intercepts the attacker with a fierce, guttural cry. The impact is brutal, a collision of raw power and desperate intent that sends shockwaves through the area. The attacker wipes blood from his nose, a twisted, masochistic grin spreading across his face as he mocks Zack's strength. Zack's response is written in his eyes, a cold, murderous glare that promises the next strike will be the last. The muscular leader sneers, dismissing the fighter's strike as nothing more than a mosquito bite, but the grunt of pain that follows tells a different story. A bloody, predatory grin spreads across the fighter's face. He's just getting started and the pain only fuels his resolve. He warns his companion to stay sharp, noticing the erratic, drug-fueled behavior of the mob closing in on them from all sides. Collar around the thug's neck flashes a bright number, a grim indicator that the game has officially logged the hit. A massive screen displays the current standings, with the leader of the pack ahead for a large prize pool. The flamboyant host screams into his microphone, whipping the crowd into a frenzy as the stakes continue to climb. Realization hits like a physical blow. The toy knife they were promised is very much real, and the danger just turned lethal. Driven by the promise of a massive reward, the fighter's eyes glaze over with a mix of tears and pure, unadulterated greed. A sickening thud echoes as he's sent reeling, the weight of the situation finally crashing down on him in a moment of agony. An ally rushes to the fighter's side, his voice laced with concern as he checks if he can still stand after that exchange. The fighter's gaze remains fixed and cold, dismissing his injuries as he prepares for the next phase of the assault. He issues a final command: protect the others at all costs, while he carves a path through the madness. The atmosphere outside is electric with malice as the host goads the hesitant crowd to choose between their lives and the money. He ignores the cameras, his only focus being the location of the missing person, ordering his team to report the moment they find a lead. The student watches in horror as the scripted event spirals into a real-life nightmare right before her eyes. Trembling, she addresses her viewers, sensing the shift in the air and deciding to cut the stream before things get any darker. Her escape is cut short as a suited guard looms over her, questioning where she thinks she's going in the middle of the show. Guard's tone is chilling as he forces her to stay, asking if she drank the beverage they distributed earlier. As the heavy locks click into place, the student realizes she's no longer a witness, she's a prisoner. A rough hand shoves her back down, the command to shut up and sit still, leaving no room for argument or escape. Sound of the bolt sliding home seals their fate. There is no way out of this arena for anyone who refused the drink. Guards close in, demanding her phone and forcing her into the shadows where the cameras can't follow her terror. Pure terror consumes her as she realizes the true, sadistic nature of the content they are filming. The crowd of spectators in the dark look less like humans and more like predators, their eyes glowing with a sinister hunger. A voice whispers from the dark, mocking her for trying to play by her own rules and making them look like the villains. The orchestrators confer, satisfied that the dissenters have been rounded up and the stage is ready for the next escalation. The host teases the audience with a bombshell revelation involving a powerful family that everyone knows. In the shadows, a figure watches the chaos unfold, realizing the line has finally been crossed. A dark smirk plays on the mastermind's lips, relishing the fact that those who think they've won are actually walking into a trap. A sudden notification on a phone breaks the tension, signaling a shift in the power dynamic that no one expected. The leader stares at his screen, his face contorting with rage as he reads the message from the person responsible. He declares that their friendship is over and he's ready to cut ties with the first person who crossed him. The host's voice cracks as he tries to maintain control, desperate to keep the greedy mob focused on the prize money. With the stage perfectly set, the mastermind prepares to let the real show begin with a sinister laugh. The final piece of the puzzle hangs in the balance, ready to trigger the ultimate collapse of this twisted game. The heavy silence of the corridor is shattered as the man strides forward, his presence alone putting the lookouts on high alert. They demand to know who has the audacity to walk into their territory unannounced. Recognition flickers in their eyes. They whisper among themselves, wondering if this is the same person who visited the boss recently, their suspicion briefly giving way to a tentative familiarity. Stepping aside, they usher the man inside with a forced politeness. He offers a short, cold thanks, his eyes already scanning the room for his true targets. His gaze narrows, sharp and calculating. He senses the trap closing in, but he's not the one who should be afraid. From the shadows, a man with a face full of steel and piercings watches. He recognizes the intruder, his mind racing to connect the dots. A man in a suit steps forward, blocking the path. His voice is a low growl, demanding to know what business the intruder has in a place like this. Man keeps his cool, spinning a lie about a delivery for the director. He plays the part of the messenger perfectly, his hand resting casually near his waist. The suit guy isn't buying it. He checks his phone, noting the lack of any official heads-up from the boss. The atmosphere turns lethal in an instant. With a click, the door is locked from the inside. The man dismisses the tension with a smirk, mocking the idea that anyone would bother attacking a small-timer like him. The man with the piercing smirks back, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He knows the games are over and the real work is about to begin. The man drops the facade. He realizes there's no other way out of this but to go through both of these opponents. The brawler is ready to unleash. A discarded energy drink bottle lies on the floor, a silent witness to the impending carnage. A heavy boot slams down, crushing the plastic. It's the starting gun for the violence to follow. Suddenly, a purple-haired assassin with cat ears screams out a massive bounty. She leads a charge of thugs, her eyes bloodshot with greed. She sees her target, a twisted rabbit mask. In her mind, that rabbit is the key to her fortune, and she'll kill anyone to get it. A long-haired fighter steps into the fray, his movements fluid and disciplined. He prepares to meet the chaotic charge with cold precision. The assassin lunges, a blade flashing in her hand. She screams a death threat, her face contorted into a mask of pure malice. The fighter's eyes lock onto her movement. He doesn't flinch, his focus absolute as the blade nears his throat. With a lightning-fast motion, he parries the strike, his hand catching her wrist mid-air. The momentum of her attack is turned against her. He follows up with a brutal low sweep, catching her off balance. The ground rushes up to meet her as her charge is dismantled. He slams her into the concrete, the impact echoing through the room. He curses her greed, his voice dripping with contempt. The suit guy tries to jump in, but the fighter is already moving. He grits his teeth, ready to take on the next wave of attackers. A blur of violence follows. The fighter deflects every blow, his counters coming with bone-breaking force. He looks down at the assassin, calling her a monster rabbit. She looks back in shock, her pride wounded more than her body. She screams in frustration, unable to comprehend how her prey is fighting back with such overwhelming power. The fighter grunts as he takes a glancing blow, his eyes never leaving his enemies. He's just getting started. Another heavy strike lands, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The battle is reaching a fever pitch. The assassin is sent sprawling across the floor, her weapons lost and her strength failing. Close-up reveals a high-tech collar around her neck, the digital display glowing with a number. It's a countdown to something dark. She glares up at him, her voice trembling with rage. She vows that she won't forgive him, calling him a monster even as she lies defeated. The fighter is suddenly surrounded by more thugs. He looks around, realizing the scale of the ambush he's walked into. The man stands tall, his expression bored. He claims he doesn't feel a thing, while the suit guy curses his resilience, realizing the intruder is a monster in human skin. The man grabs the assassin by her collar, lifting her like a ragdoll. Her screams of protest are ignored as he prepares to use her as a shield. The mob charges, driven by the promise of a massive reward. They don't care who they have to kill to get it. The fighter's rage finally boils over. He calls them crazy, cowardly bastards, his voice echoing with a power that shakes the room. The assassin's eyes widen in terror. She finally understands the true nature of the man she was trying to hunt. With a final, devastating tackle, the fighter plows into the group of thugs, sending them flying like bowling pins. The game has truly collapsed. Chaos isn't over yet, as a jagged blade whistles through the air, aimed directly at a man's throat with a murderous cry to die. A sickening thud echoes through the alley as the strike connects, forcing a pained gasp from the victim's lungs. Cursing under his breath, the man in the suit realizes the situation is spiraling out of control faster than he can track. Suddenly, a figure in a bright green frog suit leaps into the fray with a sharp battle cry, adding another layer of insanity to the brawl. Looking at his trembling subordinates, the man in the suit is driven to the brink of madness, wondering how to stop the absolute monster tearing through his ranks. The commentator with the sunglasses screams into his mic, questioning if their target has some sort of divine protection or hidden power. The live chat explodes with wild theories, suggesting a massive conglomerate might be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Zach clenches his fists, his knuckles turning white as he prepares to unleash a new level of violence on the surrounding thugs. Zach weaves through a flurry of attacks, his movements a blur as he waits for the perfect opening to counterstrike. The system pings as a counter hits 400, marking a grim milestone in this high-stakes death match. Greed takes over the crowd as they swarm forward, all of them desperate to claim the massive bounty on the target's head. The real-time rankings show someone has already crossed the 500-point mark, and the announcer goads the others to claim the 300 million prize. The white-haired fighter stares in pure terror, his eyes wide as he witnesses the sheer brutality of the unfolding combat. The female student, known as Haeyeon, looks on with a pale face, the weight of the situation finally crashing down on her. A hand trembles violently while gripping a knife, the fear of the coming clash paralyzing the wielder's resolve. A glowing green energy drink is held up, a desperate boost needed to survive the next few minutes of hell. Hae-yeon chugs the liquid as onlookers watch in confusion, wondering what she's planning to do in this war zone. She exhales a sharp breath, her eyes changing as the chemicals hit her system and sharpen her senses. With a chilling intensity, she declares it's time to head to the holy ground, her gaze fixed on the center of the carnage. A demonic vision flashes in her mind, a red-eyed monster representing the primal violence that has taken over the night. Hae-yeon turns and sprints away, her scream of frustration cutting through the sounds of clashing metal. Jonghyun watches in disbelief, shocked that even Hae-yeon has been forced to fight, making him question his own uselessness. His grip on his weapon tightens until his knuckles crack, the internal struggle manifesting in a physical tremor. A heavy iron ball and chain drag behind a fighter's leg, a cruel handicap in a game where speed is everything. With bloodshot eyes, a fighter screams for everyone to get out of his way, his mind consumed by the need to survive. A single tear tracks down a pained face, a moment of vulnerability in the middle of a heartless battlefield. The heavy chain rattles against the ground, a constant reminder of the shackles holding back his true potential. Focusing all his rage, the fighter stares down his next obstacle, his vision narrowing to a single point of impact. A sudden, high-pitched scream pierces the air, catching Jonghyun off guard and making him spin around in alarm. The bulky thug leader strikes Hae-yeon with a brutal blow, sending her reeling as he laughs at her pathetic attempt to resist. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looms in the background, watching the tragedy unfold with a cold, detached interest. Crying out in desperation, Hae-yeon begs for help, her eyes searching for anyone who can save her from the giant's wrath. The bulky thug leader bares his teeth in a savage grin, his voice booming as he calls out her name like a predator cornering its prey. A foot stomps down with enough force to crack the pavement, signaling the start of a final, desperate charge. Blade is drawn with a metallic hiss, its edge gleaming under the artificial lights of the arena. Danny barks orders at his subordinate, furious that they still haven't located their primary target amidst the chaos. The subordinate's eyes widen as he spots something terrifying emerging from the shadows behind his leader. Danny grunts in pain as a sudden impact catches him off guard, his composure finally beginning to fracture. Hand grips a sleeve with desperate strength, the fear of being swept away by the tide of violence evident in every muscle. The collar around a fighter's neck pings as it hits the 1,000-point mark, a terrifying display of power that silences the crowd. He can't believe his eyes as the numbers on the leaderboard confirm his rise to the top. He cries out in pure joy, realizing he has achieved the impossible and secured first place. But the celebration is cut short by a brutal strike. A heavy blow connects, sending a fighter reeling as the air is knocked out of his lungs. Force of the impact is absolute, throwing him onto the cold pavement like a discarded ragdoll. The momentum of the fight has shifted in a single heartbeat. Dark crimson begins to patter against the ground, a grim testament to the lethality of the exchange. The stakes have turned from a competition into a violent struggle. The leader of the thugs erupts in a murderous rage, screaming at his subordinate for losing his mind. The perceived betrayal is enough to push him over the edge. He looks up with blurred vision, his neck burning. He recognizes the figure standing over him and asks, his voice trembling, why his senior is even here. He raises a shaking hand only to find his fingers coated in warm blood. The realization of his injury finally starts to sink in, chilling him to the bone. A young man stands tall, his expression unreadable as a subordinate bows low in a desperate apology. The tension between them is thick. On the ground lies a blood-stained knife, a cold reminder of how quickly life can be threatened in this world. His eyes widen in shock as his mind races to make sense of the chaos. He stammers that he has no idea what is happening, the weight of the situation crushing his spirit. Suddenly, he bolts upright, screaming a name into the night. His desperation is palpable as he frantically searches for the person who matters most to him. The leader listens as the subordinate explains the mess was caused by his brother. Despite the gravity of the situation, the leader remains eerily calm, dismissing the injury as nothing. He clutches his side, noting that they were lucky enough to avoid a critical wound. It is a small mercy in an otherwise disastrous night. He locks eyes with his man, ordering him to retrieve the subordinate immediately so they can make their escape. There is no time left for delays. The subordinate nods, promising to make contact the moment he has the man in his grasp. The plan is set, but the danger is far from over. Leader watches him go, his gaze hardening as he senses opportunistic thugs beginning to swarm the area once again. The surrounding thugs laugh greedily, seeing the injury as an easy payday. They argue over who gets to claim the reward, treating a human life like a piece of meat. He clenches his fist, his knuckles turning white as he summons the last of his strength, refusing to become anyone's trophy. The leader turns his back to the approaching mob, his voice cold and steady. He invites them to step forward, ready to see exactly who will be the first to fall. A new player enters the fray, a man with piercings and a predatory smile. He mocks his opponent's identity, clearly knowing more than he lets on. He leans in, his eyes gleaming with malice as he asks if they are interested in his arcade coins. It is a taunt that carries a deadly weight. In a flash of movement, he boasts about making a quick shot and earning a massive profit. To him, this entire conflict is nothing more than a high-stakes gamble. Another body hits the floor with a dull thud. The pierced man offers a mocking thanks, claiming he has had quite a bit of fun at their expense. He pulls out a device, his smile widening. He tells his opponent that changing fate won't make a difference, as he knows exactly why he was sent here. His gaze sharpens, focusing on the hierarchy of the fight. He questions if his turn was always meant to follow the others, or if the opponent was just waiting for the weak to fall. With a firm grip on his weapon, he declares the answer correct. With a chilling farewell, he prepares to deliver a finishing blow. He pauses, questioning if the name being used is even real. He is peeling back the layers of a deception, and the truth is far uglier than expected. He rattles off the target's history, detailing his origins and former gang affiliations. Every word is a strike against the target's carefully constructed identity. He smirks, theorizing that the associate was the true target from the very beginning. He is playing a game of mental chess, and he is already several moves ahead. The opponent can only stare in stunned silence, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face. He wonders how anyone could have uncovered a secret buried so deep. The pierced man begins to walk away, dismissing his foe as just another pawn. To him, the target is just another name on a long list of casualties. He leans in close to another associate, whispering that friends are nothing more than money bags to him. It is a cold, mercenary philosophy. He places a hand on a shoulder, stating he has no intention of interfering with the current scheme. In fact, if the target is dragged down, he only stands to gain. A sharp challenge is thrown back at him, asking if he is trying to stop the momentum. The air is electric with the threat of a new confrontation. He tells his opponent to face reality. Right now, even catching a single target is a struggle they aren't equipped to win. He reaches out, demanding an item and calling it an honor to receive a direct command. He is asserting his dominance, making it clear who holds the real power. His eyes burn with a cold intensity as he muses that even killing his associate wouldn't change the ultimate scenario. He is a man driven by logic, not loyalty. He sighs in disappointment, admitting he thought the other man would at least be useful. It is the ultimate insult to be deemed irrelevant. As the night deepens, the scene shifts to a quiet storefront. A lone voice wonders if his ally is taking care of himself, a calm moment before the next storm breaks. The man known as the cranked coffee guy, still at his quiet storefront, vents his frustration. He wonders aloud how his acquaintance, Tealj, who usually loves to drink, could be organizing a party without him. His brow furrows as another message pings on his phone, making him question who could be so restless at such a late hour. Suddenly, his eyes widen in total shock at what he sees on his screen. He gasps in disbelief, calling out for Buldo Hyungnim. The phone reveals a brutal scene. Tealj, who was supposed to be in Gyeonggi-do, is being violently assaulted. The coffee guy is left stunned by the sight. His grip tightens until his knuckles turn white as a wave of fury washes over him. He curses the escalating situation, realizing the chaos that has broken out in his absence. His gaze falls upon a sturdy crowbar. A grim determination hardens his features as he looks at the tool. Gripping the crowbar firmly, the coffee guy mutters a warning to himself. He knows that bringing anyone else would only make things worse, regardless of how strong they think they are. He intends to handle this alone. Under the pale crescent moon, the coffee guy walks away from his shop with the crowbar slung over his shoulder, a silent sentinel heading toward a confrontation. His expression remains grim as he worries about the fate of Dongsu Jamba, hoping his ally is still alive amidst the unfolding violence. The scene shifts to Seoul's Apgujeong district at 2:32 a.m. A W burger stands quiet under the night sky, setting the stage for the BJ100 joint broadcast event. Inside the restaurant, a cleaning in progress sign hangs by the door as three figures descend the stairs, their presence hinting at a clandestine meeting. Three men gather at a table. Their expressions are unreadable, heightening the tense atmosphere of their late-night rendezvous. The vibrant red and yellow tables of the fast food joint are empty, emphasizing the late hour and the secret nature of the gathering. A tray laden with a burger and fries sits on the table, prompting one of the men to question why they are meeting at such an unusual time. The man in the hoodie takes a bite of his burger, explaining he simply wanted to eat. He notes that most places, even the 24-hour teppanyaki joints, are closed this late. As the man reminisces about his high school days, David, the MZ Group's asset management and accounting specialist, remains silent and observant. David cuts to the chase, sternly telling the others it's no time to relax, especially with Sung Junhee involved. The man in the hoodie acknowledges the weight of the situation. Still chewing, the man in the hoodie curses Sung Junhee, admitting he's far more cunning and troublesome than they anticipated. A hand meticulously pulls on a blue medical glove, a subtle gesture signaling a shift from casual talk to serious business. Now gloved, David precisely cuts his burger with a knife, sarcastically remarking that the situation hardly calls for a leisurely meal. With practiced precision, David uses a fork to pick up a cut piece of the burger, maintaining a strange, cold formality. The man in the hoodie asks incredulously if David is really eating a burger with a knife and fork. David, unfazed, tells him to shut up and get to the point, citing his busy schedule. David reveals he made a backdoor deal with Eunseok. The man in the hoodie repeats the name, a hint of recognition in his voice. A man in a black beanie sips from his cup and pauses as if recalling something important. A man with slick back hair commands Eunseok to perform some side work. Eunseok looks startled by the order. The man with slick back hair offers a chilling smile, instructing Eunseok to keep an eye on his beloved friends, his tone laced with a threat. David, still methodically eating, agrees that manipulation is an art form. He dismisses Sung Joon-hee's crew as useless fools who are walking into a trap. David holds his knife steady, emphasizing his previous warnings about the trouble Sung Joon-hee brings. The man in the hoodie slams his hand on the table, splattering sauce, and declares he's done with these friends. David asks if that means it's time to get rid of them. The man in the hoodie grimaces, a fry hanging from his lip, clearly disgusted by David's cold talk of a cleanup. A hand angrily crumples a napkin, mirroring the rising tension between the men. David calmly clarifies his intent: disposal. He compares their former allies to mere trash that needs to be discarded. The man in the hoodie takes a sip and challenges David, questioning if such ruthless behavior is how an ambitious chairman should act. He sets the cup down, the soft clink echoing the silent standoff between them. David chuckles coldly and announces he will proceed with the disposal of the trash first. He tells the other man to finish eating before joining him. The man in the hoodie suddenly turns, realizing they almost forgot the most important part of the discussion. With a sudden shift in demeanor, the man in the hoodie commands David to sabotage Sung Joon-hee's broadcast, specifically ordering him to silence the tech operators and the equipment crew. The man in the hoodie narrows his eyes, a cold promise of violence in his gaze as he declares he'll handle the rest, unaware he's being watched. High above the city bridge, traffic flows steadily. Inside one of the moving vehicles, a voice questions the misplaced trust shown to their target. Inside the luxury sedan, the man sits beside the leader, reminding him that in this cutthroat game, they are the only ones who can truly rely on each other. He lights a cigarette, dismissively labeling their target as nothing more than a disposable pawn to be exploited for his skills before being discarded. His eyes glint with a sharp, calculating intensity, wondering if the young man truly belongs to a different world or if he's just another fool playing a part. A phone vibrates with an incoming call. The man decides it's time to stop talking and start cleaning up the mess. Convoy of black vans speeds down the dark highway, engines roaring as the operation moves into its final, most dangerous phase. The leader reports to his superior, his voice low and gravelly as he confirms they are nearing the scene of the broadcast. With a sinister smirk, he promises to deliver the captives to the chairman with what he mockingly calls utmost respect. Call ends with a decisive click, signaling the start of the hunt as the henchmen prepare for the assault. A chorus of disciplined shouts erupts from the vans as the suited underlings acknowledge their director's orders with lethal enthusiasm. The man sneers, his face marked by piercings and arrogance as he mocks his opponent for his lack of foresight in this dangerous game. The atmosphere turns heavy as the captive is forced to his knees, a heavy metal object hovering menacingly over his head. The attacker strikes, mocking his victim for thinking he was the first person to try and cross a man of such immense power. Documents reveal the depth of the scandal, detailing the alleged crimes of the powerful family's second son and his reckless use of his vehicle. Man spits out a defiant curse, realizing he's in a desperate situation but refusing to go down without a final show of bravado. A vision of the true power behind the scenes appears, a woman in red, flanked by the elderly architects of this empire. She stands in the dim light of a high-end bar, her presence commanding and her eyes filled with a cold, calculating wisdom. The captive asks if they want a meeting, trying to leverage his connections even as his life hangs by a thread. The attacker smirks, agreeing to facilitate a connection with the woman, noting that even the chairman might not realize how deep her influence runs. He thinks to himself that if they can get the woman to move, the entire board changes, though he can't help but comment on her physical allure. A business card is produced, a physical link to a world of shadow and power that the man is now desperate to enter. The warning is clear: one slip-up, one moment of weakness, and the man will be executed on the spot without hesitation. The attacker walks away with a wave, leaving behind a final, chilling piece of advice: the woman is poisonous and he should be very, very careful. A close-up of a sinister grin reveals the satisfaction of a trap well set as the pieces of the grand plan finally begin to fall into place. Kapow! The fighter explodes into action, delivering a devastating blow that sends a bulky thug flying, the sheer power of the impact echoing through the air. The brute lets out a pained grunt as the fist connects with pinpoint accuracy, shattering his defense and his pride in one swift motion. Standing over his fallen foe, the fighter catches his breath, realizing that the stakes have escalated to a staggering amount. His eyes burn with a fierce, weary determination as he curses the endless wave of lunatics standing between him and the truth. Meanwhile, the purple-haired broadcaster adjusts his sunglasses, checking his phone as he prepares to drop a bombshell on his live audience. A grainy, black-and-white image shows the brutal reality of the situation, a victim gagged and beaten, a testament to the gang's ruthlessness. The broadcaster barks orders to his crew, demanding they get a clear shot of the chairman's son to expose him to the world. He shouts into the microphone, his voice dripping with adrenaline as he promises to spill every dirty secret about the man they're all talking about. Final revelation hits like a thunderclap: the chairman's son is the one who bankrolled the entire criminal organization. The broadcast abruptly cuts to black, leaving the global audience in a state of sudden, jarring silence. The CEO slams his glasses down in a fit of rage, unable to believe the system failed from just a spike in traffic. He screams into the radio, calling for the technician to get his act together and fix the server immediately. But on the other end, there is only static. The technician lies motionless on the floor, the radio buzzing uselessly beside him. Outside, the chaos spreads as phones lose service, cutting off thousands of students from the outside world. The CEO stares at his dead screen, the glow reflecting the growing dread in his eyes as he realizes they've been isolated. He rips the curtains open, only to find the entire facility plunged into an unnatural, suffocating darkness. Stadium lights have failed, leaving the crowd to scream in the shadows under a cold, indifferent crescent moon. He barks orders at his subordinates, desperate to find the cause of the power outage before things spiral out of control. A chilling realization hits him: the area is in a total blackout and his key assets have vanished into the night. Suddenly, high-beam headlights pierce through the dark, blinding anyone caught in their path. A van roars through the gates, forcing the scattered crowd to dive for their lives as the engine screams. More vehicles swarm the area, their tires screeching as they surround the confused and terrified students. CEO doesn't hesitate, shouting for his men to charge and reclaim control of the courtyard. In the shadows, a man with a piercing gaze smiles, musing that this isn't about a fight but about using ambition to fuel the fire. The CEO lets out a bitter laugh, finally seeing the betrayal for what it is as the trap snaps shut. With a cold, murderous intent, he decides to take everyone down with him, initiating an emergency protocol. His men move with mechanical precision, grabbing heavy fuel cans and heading for their designated areas. They begin pouring the accelerant, the order to set everything ablaze echoing through the night air. The CEO watches, his expression unreadable as he prepares to burn his own legacy to the ground. Flames erupt instantly, engulfing the building while the trapped students scream for a savior that isn't coming. On the scorched ground, a discarded bracelet lies as a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy. Through the smoke and embers, a young fighter appears, his eyes burning with a fierce determination to stop the madness. His gaze locks onto the source of the fire, his muscles tensing for the battle ahead. Desperate students claw at the barbed wire fences, their cries for help lost in the roar of the inferno. Thugs in gas masks emerge from the flames like demons, moving to silence any witnesses to their crime. One student recognizes a face among the attackers, pleading for mercy as the fire closes in around them. Mercy is a foreign concept tonight. A masked thug delivers a brutal strike, silencing the plea instantly. The victim collapses into the dirt, another casualty of the ruthless scorched earth policy. The masked attacker looms over the fallen, the orange glow of the fire reflecting off his dark goggles. He barks at the others to stay back, his voice muffled but dripping with pure, unadulterated menace. Suddenly, the thugs are sent flying, their bodies hitting the pavement with bone-crushing force. A red-haired fighter stands amidst the chaos, his presence commanding and dangerous even behind a mask. In the shadows, a bulky leader emerges, holding a victim by the throat like a broken ragdoll. The CEO, now masked himself, freezes in terror as he realizes he is no longer the apex predator in this yard. The bulky leader reaches out, his massive hand closing around the CEO's neck with terrifying ease. He lifts the CEO off the ground, the power dynamic shifting instantly as he gasps for air in the grip of a monster. A bulky leader sneers, cornering his prey as flickering flames illuminate his face. He growls, demanding the target come with him. The fighter is no longer looking at him, his eyes widen in terror, spotting a figure looming in the shadows behind the giant. Ignoring the silent warning, the leader lifts the fighter off the ground, choking him. He mocks his target, unaware that death is standing right behind him. "Why the hell are you twitching?" the brute snaps. As he turns, he catches a glimpse of a cold, hooded figure. The silent predator has arrived. Before the brute can react, a fist connects with bone-shattering force. The impact is absolute, the predator has become the prey. 10 minutes before the chaos, inside a secret office where the real moves are being made. A figure sits in the dark, fingers flying across a keyboard. He is the architect of this collapse, orchestrating the takedown from the digital shadows. On the screen, the news is exploding. Headlines detail a scandal involving illegal broadcasts that is about to burn everything down. Reports surface of a massive undercover operation. The net is closing in on the illicit streams, and the crackdown is only the beginning. The figure adjusts his mask, his gaze fixed on the monitors. He is the ghost in the machine, ensuring his version of justice is served. With cold finality, he declares that the operation has started. The pieces are on the board, and there is no turning back. A phone buzzes. It is a reporter. The media is ready to play their part in the spectacle. The reporter asks if he has seen the footage. His response is clinical. He knows exactly what is happening because he made it happen. Looking out over the city, the figure dismisses concerns. He is focused only on the endgame. The reporter warns they might miss the perfect window for the scoop. The figure shuts him down with icy authority, demanding total obedience to the plan. Outside the facility, the trap is set. Unsuspecting targets walk right into the heart of the storm. His eye narrows, reflecting the cold light of the monitors. The predator is waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Another call comes in from a director. High-level players are starting to panic as the situation spirals out of control. The camera pans to a restricted area. For this intruder, the warning signs are merely suggestions as he prepares to cut the building's lifeline. The order is confirmed. It's time to go dark. Once the power to the electrical room is cut, their chance of escape vanishes. Meanwhile, the thugs move through the facility, oblivious. They boast about their numbers, thinking they still control the night. This isolated lot has become a graveyard for reputations. The darkness makes it the perfect place for what comes next. Inside, the team identifies the separate electrical and communication servers. Taking these out will silence every cry for help. In a high-rise office, wine is poured. It is a celebration of a dark plan coming together. Cut and break all the cords. The order is given. The power grid is dismantled with mindless efficiency. A wine glass is raised in a toast to the chaos about to unfold. Hooded figure stands by the window, a silhouette against the city lights. He muses that sometimes the most fun comes from things you cannot have. He looks back, his eyes burning with dark intensity. Is it not? He asks, the question hanging like a threat. Suddenly, the world goes black. Outside, the crowd gasps as the power is severed, a harbinger of the violence to come. Confusion turns to panic. The thugs realize they have lost their greatest advantage, visibility. The roar of an engine breaks the silence. A van smashes through the perimeter, scattering people like bowling pins. Get down, someone screams. The tactical insertion has begun, and the van is only the tip of the spear. Amidst the wreckage, a man wonders if this is part of a show. He has no idea how real this nightmare has become. Men in suits pour out of the vehicle, moving with professional precision. They are here to clean up the mess. The command is given to find the targets inside. The crowd, thinking this is a performance, cheers for the attackers. One bystander asks if points are gained for the violence. He finds out the hard way that the only score that matters is survival. The entrance is blocked. No one is getting out. The doors are locked and the Real slaughter begins. Panic is palpable as figures scramble to escape the closing trap, the sound of heavy boots echoing against the concrete as the perimeter is sealed. Inside, the silence of the dimly lit corridors is heavy with the scent of impending violence, every shadow hiding a potential threat. The hallway is already littered with the fallen. Blood pools on the cold floor, a grim testament to the speed and brutality of the attackers. One of the men groans in the dirt, cursing under his breath. Shit, because of that guy, too much time was wasted. In a nearby control room, a technician frantically types, his voice tight with urgency. We need to hurry and find the younger brother. He stares at the monitors, his eyes widening in realization. I don't think he's near the boss. A sharp click echoes through the facility, the sound of a master switch being thrown. Suddenly, the world goes dark. A blackout. Someone screams from the darkness. Turn on the power. Outside, the situation escalates to a lethal degree. Pour more gasoline over here. A thug barks. Are you not going to do this properly? From a window above, the observer watches in horror. What are you guys doing? He gasps, realizing the scale of the arson. Sweat beads on his brow as he realizes the plan has changed. Clearly, a new variable has appeared. Tires screech as a fleet of black vans swerves onto the track, headlights cutting through the smoke. What's that now? Man in the window grins maliciously. Incredible. This crazy bastard. His execution is insane. A polished leather shoe hits the pavement. The heavy hitters have finally arrived on the scene. The air grows cold as a name is whispered, a man whose reputation for violence precedes him. Stakes have never been higher. We need to get out of here fast. If they clash, it's over. Amidst the rising flames, a man stands tall, his presence radiating an aura of absolute authority and power. Eyes lock in a silent challenge, the heat of the fire reflecting in their determined gazes. The bulky thug leader coughs violently as smoke fills the area, his massive frame shaking with the effort. Despite the chaos, the focus remains sharp. Fortunately, he doesn't seem to be seriously injured. The bulky thug leader wipes his mouth, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to rejoin the fray. He lunges forward with surprising speed. Hup, that guy is actually countering. Fury erupts in a roar. How dare you? The sound of the challenge rips through the crackling of the fire. A devastating blow connects, the impact sending a shockwave through the air as bone meets flesh. The victim's eyes roll back in shock. What the hell is this? The sheer power of the strike is incomprehensible. Bulky thug leader sneers, grabbing his opponent. Are you just giving me a massage? Did you think those weak, weightless fists would be enough? He follows up with a crushing strike, the force behind it enough to shatter concrete. He stands over his broken foe, his expression one of cold, unyielding arrogance. With a look of disdain, he spits on the ground. You ignorant bastard, don't you know how to respect your elders? Turning to his men, the director commands, take care of him properly. Yes, director, they shout in unison. A voice cries out in desperation. Wait, you don't know me. The director only replies coldly, get him up. The area is engulfed in flames as the director walks away. Well, we've seen everything we needed to. He pauses, looking back. Hey, you, what about the boss? Where's that bastard hiding now? Sound of rapid footsteps signals a new arrival, a blur of motion through the fire and smoke. Eyes widen as a counterattack is launched, the speed of the movement defying the surrounding chaos. A powerful kick connects with a sickening thud. Ugh! The grunt of pain is drowned out by the roar of the inferno. Strike lands true, sealing the fate of the encounter as the facility burns around them. Amidst the roaring flames of the burning facility, a desperate cry echoes out as the chaos of the brawl reaches its peak. His eyes narrow, reflecting the orange glow of the inferno. The intensity in his gaze suggests he's waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The sudden burst of speed, a powerful kick slices through the air, aimed directly at the opponent's guard. He leans in close, his voice a cold whisper as he secures his grip, telling his target that he finally has him right where he wants him. He maneuvers behind the bulky leader, locking his arm in a vice-like grip that threatens to snap bone. Prayer beads wrapped around his wrist rattle with a metallic clink, a grim omen for the violence about to follow. The bulky leader snarls in rage, a vulgar insult escaping his lips as he tries to fight off the overwhelming pressure. A pained grunt escapes the thug as the hold tightens, the air being slowly squeezed out of his lungs. The beads are pressed deep into the skin, serving as a makeshift garrote that amplifies the agonizing pressure of the lock. Fresh blood begins to drip onto the floor. The sight of it causes a flicker of shock in the eyes of the onlookers. The fighter delivers a series of brutal, short-range strikes, each impact punctuated by a dull thud and a cry of pain. Nearby, another fighter collapses, groaning in agony while his comrade shouts out in concern. In the heat of the moment, one of the thugs tries to shift the blame to his comrade, but his partner tells him to stay calm. The younger man pleads with his senior to step back, but the man simply tells him to take his brother and get out of the line of fire. The command is absolute. He shouts for them to hurry and leave, even as his brother hesitates to abandon him. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over the scene as a heavy-set attacker lunges forward with a devastating overhead strike. The target's eyes widen in realization. There's no time for words, only the desperate urge to move. Impact is thunderous, sending a shockwave through the burning room as the two forces finally collide. The massive attacker throws a punch with the force of a wrecking ball, his face contorted in a mask of pure aggression. Fists clash in a spray of sparks and sweat. Neither side is willing to give an inch in this test of raw strength. A spray of blood paints the air, a testament to the sheer lethality of the exchange. The fighter reels back, a sharp grunt escaping him as he feels the weight of the boss's power. He doesn't stop, immediately launching into a high-speed dash to regain his footing and find an opening. Savage kick connects with a sickening crack, sending the opponent flying backward through the smoke. The fighter coughs violently, blood spitting from his mouth as he struggles to keep his vision from blurring. From the sidelines, a concerned ally shouts for his comrade to be careful, sensing the shift in the battle's tide. The intensity in the fighter's eyes remains unbroken. He's battered, but the fire of battle still burns bright. Droplets of blood hit the floor, marking the spot where the titans of the underworld are making their stand. The veteran stands tall, his presence commanding as he questions the identity of the man before him. He declares that the executioner has arrived, warning everyone to stay quiet and witness the end. The system identifies the newcomer, the formidable boss of a nationwide gang. As the tension builds, the world outside continues to turn, unaware of the lethal duel unfolding in the shadows. The veteran looks on with a bored expression, stating that he wanted to see the face of this crazy bastard but finds it utterly unamusing. Boss addresses him as a senior, claiming he wants to show him the proper respect. The veteran spits blood in disdain, mocking the very idea of respect coming from someone like him. He sneers, asking when they ever met for him to be considered a senior, calling the boss a worthless bastard. The boss sighs, mocking the veteran for being stuck in an old fantasy and promising to teach him the modern concept of hierarchy. With a final, murderous roar, he lunges forward, determined to beat the veteran into the ground once and for all. The bulky thug leader's eyes narrow with a silent, primal fury as he closes the distance, his focus locked on his target. He tears through the flames, his massive frame a silhouette of pure aggression as he charges forward. His heavy boot slams into the floor, grounding his momentum for a devastating strike that carries the weight of his rage. But Zack is faster, his body coiling like a spring as he prepares a high-level countermaneuver. A sharp pivot on his heel, the friction of the floor barely holding back the sheer force of Zack's sudden movement. Zack spins with surgical precision, turning the heat of the battlefield into momentum for a powerful spinning strike. The bulky thug leader braces himself, his guard high as he tries to predict the path of the incoming storm. A sickening crack echoes through the burning corridor as Zack's kick connects squarely with his opponent's jaw. Ugh! The impact sends the bulky thug leader reeling, a guttural groan escaping his lips as his vision blurs. Oof! Zack's gaze remains cold and analytical, refusing to give his enemy even a second to recover his footing. Around them, the building groans under the weight of the inferno, yet the two warriors remain locked in their deadly dance. The bulky thug leader winces, the searing heat finally starting to grate on his nerves. Ack! It's so hot. Which bastard set a fire just to kill his own junior? Zack exhales slowly, his mind on the mission. Jung Buldo, I can't leave that old geezer alone, not for the sake of the future. The bulky thug leader sneers, noticing Zack's fatigue. You're still pretty useful, aren't you? But your breathing is ragged. What's the matter? Are you nervous? With a grimace, Zack reminds the younger man of the reality of combat. Kid, try getting older, even the mountains get worn down eventually. He scoffs at his own words, dismissing them as an old man's excuse before deciding to end this before they both turn into barbecue. Bulky thug leader roars a final challenge, throwing himself forward. "Come at me, you bastard." Zack's fist clenches, the prayer beads on his wrist rattling as he channels his focus into a single point. A direct hit. Zack's knuckles meet flesh and bone, a strike fueled by years of relentless brawling. He shifts his weight, his movements fluid and efficient despite the exhaustion weighing on his limbs. The exchange becomes a blur of violence, a frantic struggle for dominance amidst the falling embers. Zack ducks and weaves, finding openings in the brute's defense with terrifying accuracy. His eyes burn with a singular purpose, the reflection of the fire dancing in his pupils as he looks for a finishing blow. Another blow lands, Zack's strikes coming in rapid succession like a rhythmic hammer against an anvil. The bulky thug leader is forced back, his body buckling under the relentless assault as he gasps for air. Ugh. They collide. Zack's side is bleeding heavily, yet his grip remains like iron as they grapple. Will it end like this? Bulky thug leader grinds his teeth, infuriated. Damn pretentious bastard. Your side is bleeding like crazy, yet you're still acting tough. He lets out a desperate, hate-filled scream, his pride stung by Zack's refusal to stay down. You son of a bitch. For a moment they stand apart, two titans separated by a wall of fire, catching their breath for the final clash. Zack reflects on the past, remembering an era when fighters were of a different breed. Back in our day, there weren't many guys this strong. Bulky thug leader realizes the rumors weren't exaggerated. The fact that Yongbin was completely crushed single-handedly, it wasn't an exaggeration. His hand trembles with a mix of adrenaline and fear, his fingers clenching into a white-knuckled fist. Zack prepares his finishing move, his intent clear. I should end it here. Suddenly, a frantic voice cuts through the roar of the fire. Hey, wait, both of you, stop. Jong-yun throws himself between the two combatants. Where the hell have you been all this time? And who are you? Did Hisu send you? Zack looks on with a mix of annoyance and exhaustion. Wait a second, I had my own things to deal with. Jong-yun turns to the enemy leader. Director Seo, I know things were heated between us before, but you came here to capture Sung Junhee and Gai Jinmyang, didn't you? This isn't exactly the time for us to be fighting each other. Man's plea falls on deaf ears as the leader bristles with rage, asking if he really expects him to let that bastard walk away after everything. The man presses on, his face illuminated by the roaring inferno, reminding the leader that the target hasn't gotten far and they need to start the chase immediately. He warns that the clock is ticking, with the fire spreading, the police will soon swarm the area and getting caught now would be nothing but trouble. The leader's eyes narrow into slits of pure malice as he mutters a name like a curse, his mind fixated on the man who crossed him. Suddenly, the screech of tires cuts through the crackle of the flames as a black van skids to a halt, a voice calling out to the group. A man leans out of the window, reporting that the loot is secure and they've rounded up the targets, urging everyone to clear out before the situation gets any worse. The leader gives a final, chilling warning, telling the old man to consider today the last time luck will ever be on his side. The old man, his face bloodied but his gaze unbroken, retorts that there won't be a next time like this, telling the leader to look forward to their next encounter. The younger man watches the exchange with a calculated silence, the heat of the burning building reflecting in his eyes as the tension remains at a breaking point. The old man turns his back to the flames, his expression hardening as he declares that today's chaotic mess will require a very thorough explanation later. The screech of tires echoes again as the signal is given to leave, the van ready to peel away from the destruction. Headlights cut through the smoke-filled night as the vehicle accelerates, leaving the men standing in the ruins of the building. With the rivals gone, the leader turns his focus back to the mission, demanding every scrap of information on the man who escaped. The subordinate reveals that the target was seen heading toward the city center, likely retreating to his office quarters there to regroup. As the leader processes the news, the man realizes that this entire sequence of events feels far too orchestrated to be a simple coincidence. The leader admits that while he'd love to bury the man right here, he's letting him go for now because the boss ordered him to keep watch. He tells the old man to be ready to move, as the boss will be calling soon to initiate the next phase of the operation. A sharp, intense glare follows the departing men, a silent promise that their temporary safety is nothing more than a stay of execution. The leader barks into his walkie-talkie, his voice booming as he orders his men to converge on the target's office and hunt him down at all costs. Left alone in the soot, the man coughs from the thick smoke, his mind racing with the realization that in this game neither side can be trusted. He watches the embers fly, a small, grim smile forming as he notes that at the very least a rival has been removed from the board. Standing tall against the backdrop of the burning building, the man prepares himself for the next step, the true battle only just beginning. High above the chaos, a crescent moon hangs in a sky stained orange by the fire, marking the passage of time as the appointment hour arrives. From an aerial view, the scale of the operation is revealed. Multiple vans surround the area as subordinates scramble to report to their director. The leader listens as a subordinate confirms they've retrieved the captives, though his main concern is their equipment. The report takes a turn when the subordinate admits that while they are tracking the target, one unidentified vehicle managed to slip through the net. A flash of memory returns to the scarred face of the old man, the one who seems to be the constant thorn in the director's side. The leader's face contorts with a dark, brooding intensity, his patience for failure having long since evaporated. He turns to his trusted subordinate, his finger pointing with lethal intent as he prepares to issue a final, bloody directive. He orders his man to hunt down the van that just escaped and specifically target the old mutt with the slick back hair inside. Lighting a cigarette, the leader exhales a cloud of smoke, his voice cold as he demands they bring the target back alive regardless of his condition. As the vans prepare to roll out, the subordinate hesitates for a moment, asking the director what should be done with the captives they are currently holding. On the ground, a young woman trembles in terror, her eyes wide as she realizes that if the truth of today's work leaks, none of them will survive. The leader delivers a chilling sentence: the men are to be sold across the border and the women are headed for foreign markets. Screams for mercy echo through the night as the building continues to burn, the leader's order to catch them all ringing out like a death knell. Miles away, a lone van speeds down a deserted road, the occupants unaware of the massive manhunt now closing in on their position. Inside, the old man winces as he tends to a bloody wound, his companion telling him to stop acting because their situation is already critical. Inside the getaway car, the air is thick with the metallic scent of blood. One man winces as he tends to a wound, relieved that it isn't deep, while the driver checks the damage. But in the front seat, another passenger is fuming, screaming at them for failing to protect their prize. The man with the goatee tries to calm the situation, noting that while the brother is safe for now, they aren't out of the woods yet. His gaze shifts to the back, where a woman lies unconscious. He questions why they're even bothering with her, seeing her as nothing but a liability in their escape. A man with a bandaged face explains the grim reality: their associate refused to move without her, throwing a tantrum like a spoiled child. He scoffs, calling the man a total jerk. Suddenly, the driver's eyes dart to the rearview mirror. He spots something unsettling tailing them through the dark, desolate highway. The realization hits the cabin like a physical blow. They aren't alone. Panic flares as they wonder who could possibly be following them out here. In the following car, the pursuers are just as tense. The driver asks how much longer they need to tail the targets, but the leader orders him to push forward into the pitch-black night. Suddenly, the driver spots an obstacle dead ahead. He panics, but the man beside him shouts to just push through it, assuming it's nothing but a stray rock. As the headlights cut through the gloom, the driver's heart skips a beat. That's no rock, it's a person. The screech of tires echoes through the valley as he slams on the brakes, the sudden deceleration nearly throwing everyone through the windshield. Under the pale light of the crescent moon, a solitary figure stands perfectly still in the middle of the road, blocking the entire convoy. The thugs inside the car erupt in a frenzy of curses, demanding the lights be turned on to see what kind of lunatic is standing in their path. Driver stares, his pupils shrinking as he tries to make sense of the figure standing defiantly in the dark. A man stands with a cold, terrifying calm, his fingers slowly moving across a string of prayer beads as he prepares for the inevitable. Recognition hits one of the thugs like a lightning bolt. He screams at the top of his lungs, it's him. The one they were looking for is right in front of them. The leader doesn't waste a second. He commands his men to grab their weapons and get out, his voice cold and filled with authority. The sound of heavy boots hitting the asphalt fills the night as the squad swarms out of the cars, moving forward in a tight, disciplined formation. The man's companion watches the approaching mob with a smirk, noting that the small-time crooks have finally caught a clue. A long line of men in black suits brandishes pipes and clubs, their numbers overwhelming as they surround the two challengers. Thugs look on in disbelief. They can't believe only two people have the audacity to stand against their entire group. The companion rests a crowbar on his shoulder, completely unfazed. The man calmly reminds him that he told him he could handle this alone. One of the thugs sneers, claiming he only got out of the car to stretch his legs before he starts breaking bones. He counts the opposition with a mocking laugh. To him, this isn't a battle, it's a visit to the slaughterhouse. The man remains silent, but his companion taunts the group, telling them not to be too scared or they might just soil themselves in fright. The moon hangs high over the silent road as the thugs question if these two have completely lost their minds. Crickets chirp in the tall grass, the only sound accompanying the arrogant challenge of two men against a small army. The mob loses its patience, shouting insults and wondering if the two challengers have finally lost their nerve. A cocky junior steps forward, asking for permission to finish off the old geezers in a matter of seconds, but the leader tells him to shut up and stay still. The air crackles with hostility. The leader roars at his subordinates to shut their mouths, sensing that the men standing before them are far from ordinary. He warns them to stay alert, reminding them that they need to handle this the usual way if they want to survive the night. The man observes the group, his eyes locking onto the leader. He admits that while most of them are just punks, the leader is a man worth his respect. He tells his companion that they need to do this properly and put some heart into the fight. His partner agrees, they have no other choice. The leader gives the final, lethal order: everyone bring out your sashimi knives. The unified "yes sir" that follows is chilling. Hands reach into jackets, the metallic slide of steel signaling the start of a bloodbath. A sharp, polished blade catches the moonlight, a silent promise of the violence about to unfold. The command is cold and precise. Aim for the limbs, leave them breathing but break them completely. The signal is given. It's time to begin. The man tightens his grip on his beads, a dark, knowing smile playing on his lips. It's been a while, brother, he whispers. The handle creaks under the pressure of a tightening grip. A low, steady voice speaks with dark promise, telling his companion to proceed as they always do. Eyes cold and shadowed by a blonde fringe, a fighter stares down the opposition. He avoids a long speech, simply commanding them to disappear as a heavy threat hangs in the air. A man lets out a sharp, knowing smirk. In a world of betrayal, he reflects on how hard it is to find someone reliable before preparing for the next move. The signal is given. The silence of the night is shattered by a single, thunderous roar as the group charges forward. A young man lunges forward, his body a blur of motion as he brandishes a crowbar like a weapon of war. The hunt has officially begun. The enemy fodder doesn't hesitate, screaming as they draw their blades and swarm like a pack of rabid dogs. A massive arc of steel cuts through the air, the speed so intense it leaves a trail of light behind. This isn't a brawl, it's an execution. One of the thugs freezes, his pupils shrinking in pure terror as he wonders if the attack can even be avoided. Focus is razor sharp. Every movement is calculated, every breath a countdown to the next strike. Chaos erupts as the first line of defense is shattered. Surprised cries fill the air as bodies are sent flying by the sheer force of the impact. A fighter moves like a ghost through the fray, his strikes landing with surgical precision. Another thug goes down with a pained cry. Intensity in his eyes is terrifying. He isn't even breaking a sweat, his gaze already locked onto the next target. A blonde-haired fighter descends from above like a demon of destruction. His power is overwhelming, crushing the spirit of anyone brave enough to stand in his way. Steel meets steel. Sparks fly as blades clash, the high-pitched ring of metal echoing across the battlefield. The thugs try to rally, desperate to maintain their line. Their leader bellows for them to hold formation, but his words are drowned out by their grunts of pain. Fighter's face contorts with rage. He finds his enemies' concern for their comrades pathetic, mocking their attempt to worry about others in the heat of battle. Frustration boils over as a guttural curse is spat out in the middle of the fight. He delivers a brutal strike, the sound of bone meeting blunt force echoing. The target can only let out a strangled groan as they lose consciousness. The fighter grabs another victim, his grip like a vice. The man gasps, realizing too late that he is completely outmatched. Devastating blow connects, sending shockwaves through the victim's body. The sheer kinetic energy is visible in the air. The impact is absolute. There is no recovery from a hit of that magnitude. The leader steps back into the spotlight, his movements fluid and lethal. He swings his weapon with effortless grace, a true master of his craft. Battlefield is a mess of fallen bodies. From above, the scale of the carnage is clear. Desperate cries to charge are heard, but the battle is already lost. A foot pivots, grinding into the dirt as another deadly maneuver is initiated. The attacker delivers a crushing overhead strike. The target groans, their knees buckling under the weight of the blow. Another opponent falls, reeling backward as his world spins out of control. The weapon slices through the air, finding its mark once again. The enemy cries out as the cold reality of defeat sets in. The two powerhouses stand together, the carnage behind them. The remaining thugs stammer in shock while their leader groans in defeat. The thug leader loses his composure, screaming at his men in desperation and ordering them to take the attackers down at any cost. Another impact follows as another body hits the floor with a dull thud. Movement is too fast for the naked eye to follow, a blur of power and speed. A body is sent flying into the nearby water with a massive splash. The fight enters its final stages. The leader tries to regroup his remaining men, yelling for them to gather as sweat pours down his face. The blonde fighter looks down with pure contempt, mocking the enemies for failing to land a single hit despite their numbers. The men offer pathetic apologies. A moment is taken to catch their breath. One man asks his companion how it feels to be fighting alongside rookies again after such a long time. The blonde man boasts of his invincibility, claiming even the heaviest impacts wouldn't leave a scratch. His companion just chuckles, noting that they have both aged. The mood shifts as the man grows nostalgic, recalling an old battle where they cleared out a rival crew's territory. Memories of their youth flood back. They were already legends back then, two young tigers carving out their place in the world. A glimpse into the past reveals a smoke-filled arcade and a crew that ruled the streets. These two have been through everything together. That bond is forged in moments like these, starting with the simple click of a button to signal the start of the operation. Inside the car, the atmosphere is heavy with nostalgia as his partner recalls how he used to move with grace. He asks if his eyes are still as sharp as they used to be, knowing a prolonged fight would only put them at a disadvantage. His gaze narrows, his eyes burning with a cold focus as he's asked if he understands the weight of the coming conflict. The fight is about to begin. Gripping his weapon tight, he confirms it's time. They aren't here to talk, they're here to give it everything they've got. The silence of the night is shattered by a sudden, violent impact as the first strike lands with bone-crushing force. Glass shards fly as the crowbar bites into metal, the sheer power of the swing leaving no room for error. The thugs are caught completely off guard, their shadows dancing in the moonlight as they cry out in confusion, unable to process the sudden assault. Panic spreads like wildfire. The bulky thug leader screams for his men to be careful and use their phone flashes, only to be met with the excuse that phones were left in the cars. He commands them to stick together back to back, desperately hoping they can hold out until their eyes adjust to the pitch-black environment. One of the thugs curses the darkness, terrified by the realization that they are being hunted in a void where they can't even see their own hands. Suddenly, a realization hits him. The cold sweat on his brow tells the story of a predator closing in from the shadows. The moonlight catches the edge of a blade, a brief, lethal glint that serves as the only warning in the dark. Grunts of pain echo as the formation breaks. He shouts for them not to scatter, but the fear of the unknown is stronger than his orders. Chaos erupts as they begin striking blindly, accidentally hitting their own allies in the frantic moonlit scramble. The bulky thug leader realizes they're all going to die at this rate. He begs for anyone to find a light source to stop the slaughter. Light finally flickers on, but it only serves to blind them further. He snarls at his man to stop shining it on him and find the intruders. A phone screen illuminates the darkness, a small beacon of hope that quickly becomes a target. A devastating strike cuts through the light, catching a thug right in the jaw and sending him reeling into the abyss. Light catches a glimpse of the intruder. There he is. They scream, finally finding a target for their pent-up rage. The man plants his foot firmly, ready to pivot as the thugs converge on his position. The thugs bicker over the phone light, their coordination crumbling as they fumble with the only device that can see through the gloom. The flash blinds one of the men, who stammers an apology as the light exposes their vulnerable positions to the shadows. They realize the light is a double-edged sword. While they can see, the intruders can see them even better. The phone is knocked away, clattering onto the asphalt as another pained cry rings out. A hand desperately lunges for the device, the thugs realizing that without it they are truly helpless. One thug charges forward with the light, screaming for the attacker to just come out and face them like a man. The light sweeps across the road, revealing a graveyard of fallen men. The attacker has been busy neutralizing the threat one by one in total silence. The intruder emerges from the darkness, his fist cocked back for a finishing blow as the light finally finds him. With a sickening thud, the last standing thug is sent flying, his scream cut short as he hits the pavement. Coughing up blood, the bulky thug leader can't believe how quietly they were dismantled. It's a ridiculous display of skill. The attacker's partner stands over them with the crowbar, casually asking if they've ever fought in the dark before. The intimidation factor is palpable. He scoffs, claiming they didn't even do much, just took a few hits to let the thugs feel tough before putting on the real show. Raising the crowbar, he tells them they have a long way to go. For the team, the fun is just getting started. The bulky thug leader stares up in defiance, even as his face is battered and bruised. He knows this is the end of the line. A final, decisive strike ends the conversation, blood spraying against the dark backdrop of the empty road. As a car approaches in the distance, a mysterious figure calmly lights a cigarette, watching the aftermath of the carnage with cold, indifferent eyes. Cold gaze of a survivor remains fixed on the path ahead, eyes narrowing as the reality of the situation settles in. A truck driver pulls over, his voice trembling as he asks what these boys are doing in the middle of the road at this hour. His eyes nearly pop out of his head as the headlights illuminate the carnage surrounding the vehicle. The road is a graveyard of unconscious thugs, a silent testament to the absolute power that just swept through here. Zach stands amidst the wreckage, his presence alone enough to make the driver break into a cold sweat. Without a word, a single 10,001 bill is extended, a simple bribe for a simple favor. Zach calmly explains it was just a minor traffic incident and asks for a lift further down the road, warning him not to report it. Terrified, the driver stammers out an agreement, telling them to hop on before he loses his nerve. As the driver realizes the price of his silence is a mere 10,001, Zach signals his companion to move out. The truck pulls away, leaving the battlefield behind. Zach ignores the suggestion of a hospital, asking instead for a 24-hour sauna. Elsewhere, a man in a beanie checks his phone, frustrated that his contacts haven't reached out yet. Finally, the signal bars fill up. The antenna is up and the connection is established. Call comes through for Ruji, breaking the silence of the night with a loud greeting. The caller ID simply reads, "Stupid guy," vibrating incessantly in the palm of his hand. Taejima waves his hand, shouting that he's already here and mocking the other for being late. The roar of a motorcycle engine cuts through the air as a heavy bike slides to a halt. Kazuta Naoya, a close associate of Tae Eunseok, flashes a predatory smirk as he arrives. Taejima didn't expect him to show up at all, greeting him with a casual cigarette in hand. A helmet is tossed through the air, caught with effortless precision. Taejima complains about the lack of conversation, staring down at the gear in his hands. A massive figure in a tiger emblazoned jacket revs the engine, the power of the machine vibrating through the asphalt. Taejima Koichi, another key player in Eunseok's circle, tells him they're late and to just get on. Despite the protest of sitting behind another guy, the threat of death for getting too close keeps the mood tense. With a final command to move, the duo prepares to head into the heart of the chaos. 3:07 a.m. The Ambition Group's secretariat is in full crisis mode as rumors of the Gangnam Sakuraba incident spread like wildfire. Outside the building, the media has gathered in force, demanding answers that the company isn't ready to give. Cha Yunmi, the chairman's executive secretary, sits on her desk, the weight of the scandal visible in her sharp, tired eyes. A cup overflowing with cigarette butts tells the story of a long, sleepless night spent managing the fallout. The office is a hive of frantic activity, every station manned by someone desperately trying to control the narrative. Yunmi's patience snaps, her gaze turning murderous as she curses the incompetence of those involved. She argues with a reporter over the phone, insisting that their words are being twisted into a disaster. A sudden move, she snatches the device away, her frustration reaching a boiling point. The call ends with a final, furious ultimatum: take it down now, or face the consequences. The silence that follows is deafening, leaving her subordinates trembling in the wake of her absolute authority. Silence is shattered by the sharp, echoing click of a heel hitting the floor, a sound signaling the end of mercy. Secretary Cha's voice cuts through the tension like a blade, commanding every employee in the room to listen with absolute focus. She makes it clear that the matter involves the chairman's son, and until the situation is handled, no one leaves their desk, not even for a moment. With a snarl, she warns them that if they value their jobs and wish to avoid the unemployment line, they will obey without question. Standing alone by the window, Secretary Cha maintains a cold, calculating composure as the weight of the cover-up rests on her shoulders. Her eyes narrow behind her glasses. The mission is clear, the truth must stay hidden at any cost. She recalls the chairman's stern warning, knowing his disappointment in his son's reckless behavior makes her own position even more precarious. Bowing deeply, she had promised to handle the situation, a vow she is now forced to fulfill with ruthless efficiency. Her thoughts turn to Hee-soo, the leader of the thugs. She curses his stupidity as she prepares to make a difficult call. Maintaining a professional mask, she reaches out to the young master, apologizing for the late hour despite her internal frustration. In a luxury car speeding through the night, Hee-soo answers, demanding she get straight to the point. She advises him to act with discretion to avoid burdening the group, but her words only ignite his explosive temper. Secretary Cha coldly ends the call to deal with his mess, leaving Hee-soo screaming insults into the dead air. He glares at the call-ended screen, his ego bruised by a subordinate who finally dared to hang up on him. His jaw tightens with murderous intent as he wonders how a worthless mutt like her thinks she can stand above him. He turns his rage toward his driver, screaming for more speed as they race toward their next objective. The tires screech against the asphalt, the vehicle pushing its limits as the tension inside the cabin reaches a breaking point. Lighting a cigarette, Hee-soo questions why his associates failed to control the media this time. He realizes he's been hung out to dry, knowing that those he once trusted have already marked him for disposal. Desperation sets in as he frantically checks his messages, trying to secure his accounts and find a way to survive the fallout. In the shadows, the profile of Guy Jinmyang emerges, a key player in this dangerous game of corporate warfare. Hee-soo scoffs at the idea of friendship, viewing it as nothing more than a scripted show with a tragic ending. He grins maliciously, plotting to take down Guy Jinmyang before the man even realizes he's being hunted. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Seoul, where a hit squad prepares to deploy at Guy Jinmyang's workshop. A sinister smirk spreads across a hunter's face, the target is within reach and the order is absolute. The director commands his men to move, his cold presence ensuring that Guy Jinmyang will not escape tonight. His sharp eyes reflect a total lack of empathy, focused solely on the completion of the task at hand. Meanwhile, in Gangbuk, the focus shifts to a quiet clinic where a different kind of trouble is brewing. Dr. Jo is startled by a late-night visitor, wondering who could possibly be knocking at such an ungodly hour. Reluctantly, he moves toward the door, his sandals clicking against the sterile floor as he prepares for the worst. He peeks through the opening, his annoyance turning to shock as he recognizes the figure standing in the dark. Jamba stands there with a casual greeting, questioning why the doctor has the place locked up so tight. Dr. Jo insists he's finished with their dirty business, but Jamba isn't interested in a refusal. The doctor's heart sinks when Jamba reveals that Jung Buldo is with him, a name that carries a heavy weight of terror. Jung Buldo steps into the light with a scarred, predatory smile, greeting the doctor as if they were old friends. They force their way inside, Jamba making it clear that the doctor has no choice but to provide his services. Procedure begins, the doctor's hands remaining steady despite the dangerous company he's keeping. As he treats the massive, scarred warrior, Dr. Jo marvels at how close Jung Buldo came to death this time. Jung Buldo offers a grim admission, stating he has no excuse for his failure as the doctor finishes bandaging his wounds. Dr. Jo warns him to take it easy, reminding him that he is a wanted man who cannot afford any more mistakes. While pulling on his shirt, Jung Buldo asks Jamba if he has managed to contact Tialj yet. Jamba confirms they are en route, but Jung Buldo's frustration boils over, cursing Tialj for being an incompetent liability. Suddenly, a phone on the desk begins to vibrate, catching Jung Buldo's attention as he recognizes the incoming number. The hesitant finger, he reaches out to answer the unexpected call. He brings the phone to his ear, offering a cautious greeting to the person on the other end. His expression hardens as he tells the caller there is no longer any reason for them to remain in contact. Elsewhere, a hand grips the hilt of a katana with lethal intent, signaling that a new threat is on the move. A mysterious figure in a sharp suit enters a darkened room, his presence heavy with the threat of violence. Men discover a scene of total abandonment. The entire crew has been wiped out, leaving nothing but empty rooms behind. Jung Buldo orders his men to move to the next location, his eyes cold and focused on the next objective. A car peels away into the night, racing against time as the situation spirals out of control. Inside the vehicle, a message from Manager Kim confirms the worst. The Panel Bridge office has been completely cleared out. Jung Buldo realizes that with both Seo Dongchan and Cheon-jo making moves, his empire is under siege. Panic sets in as Jung Buldo clutches his throat, the weight of his failing plans feeling like it's suffocating him. He desperately types a message to Manager Kim, hoping for any sign that things are still under control. But miles away, Manager Kim is in no condition to reply, his face battered and bloodied. Manager Kim lies dead on the cold floor, his phone vibrating uselessly beside his lifeless body. A scarred hand reaches down toward the glowing screen, ready to intercept the message meant for the dead man. The mysterious assassin, wearing glasses, stares at the phone, his face obscured by the shadows of the room. Unaware of the tragedy, Jung Buldo continues his escape, the moon hanging low over the highway. He laments his downfall, realizing that his climb to the top was for nothing if it ends this way. Memories of his glory days flash by, times when money flowed freely and he felt invincible in the underworld. He recalls the shadow of the man who truly pulled the strings, a figure he could never quite surpass. A heavy sigh escapes him as he watches the city lights blur past, the smoke of his ambition turning to ash. He thinks of the workshops and the countless thugs he treated like pawns for years, all gone in an instant. Jung Buldo isn't finished. He has a plan B, a contingency he set up for this exact moment of desperation. He tells his remaining allies, Tae, Eunseok and Jennifer, to hold the line until he can return to reclaim what is his. His gaze is sharp, filled with a desperate resolve to survive the night and strike back. 1 hour later, the car pulls into Guy Jin-myung's safe house, located deep within an underground parking lot. They arrive at spot C1, the headlights cutting through the gloom of the concrete bunker. Jung Buldo grows agitated, wondering why Manager Kim still isn't answering his phone at the meeting point. Frustrated and in a hurry, he decides to step out and check the area himself, leaving his driver behind. His driver senses something is wrong, but Jung Buldo dismisses the concern as mere paranoia. As he prepares to grab the server and flee, he suddenly freezes, catching a glimpse of a reflection in the car window that shouldn't be there. His heart skips a beat as a distorted reflection in the glass reveals he's not alone. What the hell is this? He gasps, realization hitting like a physical blow. Startled and disoriented, he clutches his head, his mind racing to process the sudden intrusion. He wonders how the door ended up in such a state. On the cold pavement, a single, ominous drop of blood stains the ground, a silent herald of the violence to come. From the shadows, a pair of predatory eyes lock onto him, radiating a murderous chill that makes his blood run cold. What the hell? He exclaims, his survival instincts screaming. The intruder steps into the light, the new boss of the syndicate and the former right-hand man of the infamous previous leader. His eyes narrow, his body tensing as he demands to know the identity of the man standing before him. Who the hell are you? He spits out. The intruder doesn't answer with words, instead, a twisted, confident smirk spreads across his face, savoring the fear in the air. Without warning, a hand blurs through the air, moving with the lethal precision of a practiced killer. He grunts as he barely manages to react, the sheer speed of the assault catching him off guard. Ugh, he groans as the pressure builds. Parking garage becomes a battlefield as the man unleashes a flurry of strikes, forcing him into a desperate defensive dance. Pinned against a concrete pillar, he feels the weight of the situation. The attacker sneers, questioning how a kid like him even found this place. A car screeches nearby as a voice shouts out in a panic, the chaos of the ambush spiraling out of control. The attacker's focus shifts as he draws a blade, his voice dripping with venom. He suspects a setup and barks a command for his subordinate to run. Flash of steel cuts through the air, a lethal arc aimed at ending the confrontation in a single stroke. Huh? A voice gasps in shock. Blood sprays as the blade finds its mark. The man's ruthless nature is on full display as the subordinate collapses, a cry echoing through the concrete. Rage boils over in his eyes. Witnessing the cold-blooded strike, he growls a curse, his intent shifting from survival to pure retaliation. Sweat beads on his brow as he analyzes the gap in their power, the reality of facing a professional assassin sinking in. The harsh glare of car headlights illuminates the grim scene, casting long, dancing shadows across the blood-stained floor. The man stands tall, calmly wiping the fresh blood from his knife, his expression as cold as the steel he holds. He realizes this isn't just another thug. There shouldn't have been a professional like him here. He wonders who is really pulling the strings. The silhouette of the syndicate boss looms large as he advances, each footstep echoing like a death knell in the silent garage. He coughs, the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, but his gaze remains fixed on his opponent, refusing to back down. His mind flashes back to a different time, a boxing ring where a student was warned that reckless moves lead to an early grave. A mountain of muscle looks down at the younger fighters, telling them to pay attention because these lessons are written in blood. A young, cocky fighter scoffs, dismissing the threats as mere talk, unaware of the world he's about to enter. The advice was simple: never bring fists to a knife fight. If you see a blade, you back down, no exceptions. Life doesn't always offer an exit. The young man asks what to do if the situation is unavoidable. The answer was brutal and honest: blow their head off, then back off. In this world, mercy is a luxury they can't afford. A harsh reality check follows. This isn't a game, there are no respawns. Live in reality, the mentor shouts. Looking down at the ring, the atmosphere is heavy. This place isn't a utopia, it's a crucible where only the strongest survive. It's a far cry from the classroom. Out here, sitting and listening won't save you, only your instincts will. To prove a point, the mentor asks for a banana, a mundane object soon to be turned into a tool of instruction. The young man holds the fruit, confused. He wonders if he's being told to eat it, trying to hide his nerves with a joke. The mentor drops into a stance. Imagine that's a knife and come at me, he challenges, the air suddenly thick with tension. His expression shifts, a natural talent for violence awakening within him. He claims to be a natural at fighting as he prepares to strike. With a sharp command of start, the training session explodes into motion, the past and present colliding in his mind as he prepares for the next move. Zack sprints across the ring, his retreat appearing as a desperate scramble to an untrained observer. Behind him, Jong-yun shouts, mocking his attempt at an advanced technique. Jong-yun remains unimpressed, berating Zack for showing his back to an opponent. However, Zack's eyes are sharp, he is perfectly timing a counter trap. Lunging with a training knife, Jong-yun sneers at Zack's perceived slowness, asking if the blade appears to be moving in slow motion. Zack's lead foot plants firmly on the canvas with a heavy thud. The real technique is about to begin. The sudden shift in momentum catches Jong-yun off guard. He gasps as Zack's speed triples, leaving him grasping at thin air. In a blur of motion, Zack executes a perfect mid-air transition, wrapping himself around his opponent before Jong-yun can even process the change. The force of the throw is absolute. Zack uses Jong-yun's aggressive momentum against him, sending the junior fighter spiraling toward the mat. Jong-yun hits the floor with a heavy grunt, the wind knocked out of him as Zack maintains a vice-like grip on his arm. Zack locks in a brutal flying armbar, tightening the hold. He calmly explains that submissions are the ultimate equalizer against brute strength. Memory of the training session fades, returning to the grim reality of the parking garage. Zack focuses on the direction of the hand holding the lethal blade. Zack is on the move again, weaving through the shadows of the basement. The assailant is baffled as his target maneuvers through the dark. The man with the glasses sneers, bloody but unshaken. He mocks Zack, calling him a coward for acting tough in the face of certain death. Tightening his grip on the blood-stained knife, he drops his voice to a murderous whisper, declaring that Zack won't leave the garage alive. Rapid footsteps echo through the concrete structure as the killer closes the distance with terrifying speed. Zack senses the killer right on his heels. The intensity of the chase reaches a breaking point as they blur past the concrete pillars. They race through the shadows of the B1 level in a silent, life-and-death game of cat and mouse playing out underground. The assailant readies his blade, the steel gleaming under the dim fluorescent lights as he prepares to strike. Zack stops suddenly, his heel digging into the pavement as he prepares to execute the counter-move he perfected in the ring. The killer's eyes widen behind his spectacles. He didn't expect the prey to turn and fight so suddenly, catching him in a moment of vulnerability. Zack strikes with surgical precision, a high-impact move designed to disarm and disable his opponent in one fluid motion. The knife is sent flying, clattering across the concrete as the assailant loses his primary advantage. Zack goes for the finish, executing the same devastating throw he used on Jong-yun to slam the killer into the ground. He pins the man down, locking his arm in a familiar, agonizing submission that should have ended the fight. For the first time, the killer looks genuinely rattled. He stares up at Zack, unable to comprehend how a mere student could overpower him. Creepy, distorted smile stretches across the man's face. He starts calculating Zack's muscle mass, treating the lethal struggle like a cold scientific experiment. Zack feels a surge of unnatural power from the man. He grits his teeth in shock, wondering what kind of freak he is actually dealing with. Despite the lock, the man begins to stand, lifting Zack with him. Zack realizes he is facing a monster in human skin as his grip is forced open. The assailant looks down with utter disdain, annoyed that a grown man like himself is struggling so much against a kid. He effortlessly overpowers Zack, dragging him through the garage as if he were nothing more than a minor nuisance. Zack finds a small opening and launches a desperate kick, catching the man by surprise and breaking his hold. The blow connects with a sickening crunch, sending a shockwave through the assailant's torso and throwing him backward. The man's glasses nearly fly off as he coughs up blood, the internal damage finally taking its toll on his monstrous body. His vision blurs, and for a moment the predatory light in his eyes flickers as he realizes the severity of his injury. Driven by pure malice, he lunges one last time, his knife a blur of lethal intent as he tries to take Zack down with him. Zack meets the attack head-on, his movements a perfect reflection of his training as he parries the final, desperate strike. The assailant collapses, hacking up blood as the reality of his defeat sets in amidst the cold cars of the parking garage. As the darkness closes in, his final thought is one of pure denial. He refuses to believe his life is ending at the hands of a mere student. Cold steel against his throat is a reality Zack cannot ignore as he gasps for air in the dim garage. Every breath is a struggle, his body pinned against the concrete by a force he can't overcome. Standing over him is Danny, a man radiating calculated lethality. He doesn't just want to win, he wants Zack off the board entirely, his blade catching the flickering overhead light. With a brutal shove, Danny grinds Zack's face into the pavement. The power dynamic is absolute, turning the fight into an execution before the protagonist can even catch his breath. Desperation takes hold as Zack tries to bargain, shouting about money, 3,000, 10,000, anything to stop the blade. But Danny's expression only hardens into a mask of pure disgust. Danny sneers, calling Zack a pathetic street rat. Just as the blade begins to descend, a voice cuts through the tension, addressing Danny as senior. It's Chonjo. He moves with speed that rivals Danny's, his hand clamping down on his senior's wrist. He gives a simple, absolute command, stop it. Zack lets out a strangled cry of terror as the realization of his near-death sinks in. The two powerful figures lock eyes over his trembling form. Tension between them is palpable. The blade is mere inches from Zack's eye, held back only by Chonjo's iron grip. It's a standoff where one wrong move could trigger a bloodbath. Zack looks up, eyes wide with shock. He recognizes the man intervening and whispers Chonjo's name, unable to believe his luck. Danny's gaze is murderous, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. The interruption is an insult to his authority, and the air around him crackles with killing intent. Danny demands that Chonjo put the knife away, his voice a low, dangerous growl. He isn't used to being questioned, especially by a subordinate. Chonjo doesn't flinch. He reminds Danny that this slaughter wasn't part of their agreement. As Zack continues to struggle below them, the rift within the enemy ranks becomes clear. Danny scoffs, asking if he now needs permission to dispose of trash. When Chonjo calls his behavior troubling, Danny's patience finally snaps. With a sudden, violent movement, Danny slams his forehead into Chonjo's. The impact is deafening, a physical rebuke for the younger man's insolence. He follows up with a devastating roundhouse kick, the force of the blow sending Chonjo skidding across the garage floor. Danny proves he is a monster in human skin. As Chonjo wipes blood from his lip, Danny lectures him. To him, anyone who begs for their life is rabble, and rabble deserves nothing but death. He mocks Chonjo's time playing friends under Yong Hee-soo, suggesting that sentimentality has made him weak. He questions if Chonjo is actually trying to protect Zack. Danny points a finger, delivering a final warning: this is work. If Chonjo becomes an obstacle, Danny won't hesitate to put him down permanently. Tossing his head back, Danny claims he's come to his senses. He orders the others to take Zack to the hospital, though his tone suggests it's more of a chore than mercy. Chonjo bows deeply as Danny walks away. The hierarchy is restored, but the tension remains. Danny tells him to head inside, his voice regaining its cold, professional edge. Before leaving, Danny gives one last order: inform the others that Guy Ji-myung has withdrawn. It's a tactical shift that signals a new phase in their operation. Danny turns his back on the scene and invites Chonjo outside for a smoke. The violence of the garage is replaced by a chilling, businesslike calm. Scene shifts to the Seoul Han River overpass. The city lights twinkle in the distance, a peaceful backdrop to a conversation that will decide many fates. Danny notes that Chonjo has been working under Chairman Yong lately. It's clear Danny has been keeping tabs on everyone to stay ahead of any potential betrayal. Chonjo lights a cigarette, his expression unreadable. He doesn't deny it, simply acknowledging that Danny is as well informed as ever. Danny decides to be direct. He knows the power dynamics of the underworld are shifting and wants to ensure the pieces fall exactly where he wants them. He reveals his hand. Hee-soo will soon take control of the organization known as Ambition. Danny is personally seeing to it that this transition happens. Danny smiles, a rare and unsettling sight. He mocks Chonjo's self-importance as a trademark of his personality, yet shows a hint of respect for his audacity. The request is simple: lend your strength to Hee-soo. Danny is building an army and wants the most dangerous blades on his side. He drops a truth, warning Chonjo that Chairman Yong will eventually discard him like a used tool. In this world, loyalty is only as good as the latest victory. Chonjo grinds his cigarette out slowly as the silence stretches thin. He's weighing his options, knowing his next words could trigger another fight. Chonjo asks if Danny is implying he should take down Chairman Yong himself. It's a bold question that challenges Danny's own position in the hierarchy. Danny's response is chillingly confident. If that day comes, he will handle it personally. He isn't afraid of the chairman, he's simply waiting for the right moment. He finds it interesting that even though Chonjo knows Danny is the chairman's most trusted blade, he still dared to make such a suggestion. It's a dangerous game. Danny reiterates his stance: even if Chonjo is his opponent, he won't hesitate. That is precisely why he is giving him this chance to switch sides now. Chonjo looks out over the water, noting that it's not too late for Danny either. The bridge between them is crumbling, and soon they will have to choose a side. Danny reveals the true reason he's standing next to the reckless Hee-soo. It isn't for power or money, it's because they are friends, a rare sentiment in their world. Friendship in this world is a heavy burden, one that Buldo Jong understands better than anyone. He lingers in the shadows, his presence chilling the air as he prepares to reveal a long-hidden truth. A single step echoes like a funeral knell. The word is out. Jung Buldo has finally made his move, and the ripples are being felt across the entire underworld. The name itself is a legend whispered in fear. Jung Buldo, a man whose reputation precedes him, forged from iron and sheer will. He calls out to his most loyal shadow, Jung Pao. In this power struggle, you're only as strong as the man at your back. It is the dawn of a new era. Buldo studies his protege with a sharp, calculating gaze, asking if he's truly ready for the carnage ahead. At 21, Buldo is already the undisputed leader of the Gongsu group. The response is immediate and unwavering, a simple yes that carries the weight of a blood oath. At 19, Giant Jung Pao is embarking on his first deployment. His eyes burn with fierce loyalty as he tells his brother to leave everything to him. The reality of the streets is brutal. Jung Pao stands battered, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the cost of his loyalty begins to show. The aftermath is a graveyard of broken men. Buldo looks down at the carnage, acknowledging the debt he owes to the man who fought by his side. His voice booms across the room, a command to the survivors to stay out of his business if they value their lives. He announces himself to the world with a roar. He is Buldo Jong, and if anyone has a problem, they know exactly where to find him. By the sea, the atmosphere shifts to quiet reflection. Buldo questions the resolve Jung Pao showed earlier, wondering if the reality of death has finally sunk in. He slides an envelope over, a meager offering for the wounds sustained. In their world, he muses, people must always come before profit. They might be broke now, but Buldo promises that if they stay the course, the money will follow. He vows to keep his brother fed until that day arrives. Buldo's mind drifts back to a funeral years ago. Back then, Jung Pao was just a loudmouthed kid, a far cry from the soldier he has become. Memory is vivid, a scene of mourning desecrated by vultures. Loan sharks demanded payment even as the family wept over the portraits of the deceased. A young Jung Pao stood his ground even then, insisting that the original debt had already been settled. But gangsters don't care about receipts. The thugs sneered, suggesting they sell the bodies if that's what it took to get their money. Their cruelty knew no bounds. Jung Pao didn't flinch. He cited the law, stating there was no obligation to pay illegal interest. He wasn't just some clueless kid they could push around. In the background, a young Buldo was working, serving the guests. He watched the injustice unfold with a simmering, quiet rage. Finally, he spoke up. A funeral home is no place for such noise. He demanded respect for the dead and the living alike. Thugs laughed, challenging the waiter to do something about it. They didn't realize they were poking a sleeping tiger. They moved to steal the condolence money, the last bit of help the family had. Jung Pao tried to shield his aunt as the thugs closed in. The lead thug grabbed the offering box, marveling at its weight. To him, it was just a payday. To the family, it was survival. But a hand clamped onto his wrist with the strength of a hydraulic press. A calm voice broke through the tension, calling for civility. Buldo smiled, a cold, predatory expression that didn't reach his eyes. The thug insulted him, completely unaware of the danger he was in. Buldo gave them one last chance to walk away with their dignity intact. He squeezed the thug's wrist, the sound of straining bone filling the silence. Violence erupted in an instant. A devastating kick sent the thugs flying, a blur of motion that left the room spinning. Buldo followed up with a vicious swing, telling them they had messed with the wrong people. He was no longer just a waiter, he was a force of nature. He gripped another attacker, his movements precise and lethal. There was no hesitation, only the cold execution of justice. With a powerful surge, he drove his elbow into a thug's chest, the impact echoing through the hall like a thunderclap. The leader was slammed into the floor with a bone-shattering crash. His arrogance was gone, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. The remaining thugs scrambled back, demanding to know who this monster was. They had never seen a high schooler fight with such calculated brutality. Buldo adjusted his tie, his expression returning to a mask of calm. He identified himself as a senior at Seoul Bukong High, inviting them to try him again if they felt bold. The legend of Buldo Jong had just begun. The atmosphere at the high school remains heavy as a mob of students swarms a lone target, their voices rising in a bloodthirsty chant to kill him. A heavy blow connects with a sickening thud, the sheer force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Another strike lands with brutal precision, showing no mercy to the student caught in the center of the storm. Man places a steadying hand on the boy's head, his voice low and firm. He tells him to go ahead and cry it out, but to make sure it's the last time he ever does. Looking down at the battered youth, the man remarks that fate must have brought them together before asking for the boy's name. Wiping away tears and grime, the boy stammers as he introduces himself. The man stands tall, his silhouette imposing against the light as he gives the boy a final piece of advice: get stronger. The final, lingering look, the man promises that if their paths are meant to cross, they will surely meet again someday. 3 years pass in a flash. By the seaside, the man stands with a companion he barely recognizes. The boy has grown massive, surpassing even his former mentor in stature. The man wonders aloud what could have possibly happened to the youth during those 3 years to cause such a transformation. The young man takes a long drag from his cigarette, his eyes distant as he prepares to recount a dark chapter of his life. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a chaotic night. Glass shatters and desperate screams for help echo through a dark office. The man cringes in terror, pleading for his life and claiming he already handed over the loan papers, begging the attacker to stop. Surrounded by the fallen bodies of his associates, the victim asks if this isn't enough revenge, but the young man's response is a cold, flat no. Gripping a blade with murderous intent, the young man clarifies that he didn't come for something as worthless as revenge. His glasses reflect the terrified face of his prey as he explains he simply wanted to test the limits of his new strength. The young man's face is a mask of cold indifference as he recalls how his parents were trampled because they were weak, accepting it as the way of the world. He raises the knife high, declaring that the man before him is dying for the exact same reason, because he is weak. The victim's final plea is cut short by the cold steel, a desperate cry for mercy that goes unanswered. With a single, final word, the young man delivers the killing blow, the sound of dripping blood punctuating the silence of the room. Back in the present, the young man dismisses the memory, telling his mentor he'd rather not talk about the details of his past. The sound of a car engine interrupts their conversation as a vehicle pulls up to the lighthouse pier. A voice calls out an apology to the boss, drawing the attention of the two men standing by the water. The leader turns to see who has arrived, his expression one of mild curiosity as the car door opens. A young man steps out with a confident smirk and is immediately questioned about where he got the car, since he doesn't even have a license. Flipping the keys casually, the driver explains it belongs to his uncle and he just decided to take it for a spin. The driver introduces a new face, calling out a massive, scruffy-looking youth to come out and say hello to the boss. The large boy bows deeply, his nervous greeting contrasting sharply with his intimidating physical size. The leader looks skeptical, pointing out that the newcomer looks much older than him, but the boy insists he is only 17 and just finished middle school. The scene shifts to a heated protest at a construction site where workers stand their ground against an impending demolition. A sea of helmets fills the area as the crowd chants for the thugs to back off, refusing to move an inch. One of the men in a safety vest questions the leader, noting that the other side offered double the money and wondering why they are helping these people instead. The leader turns to his companion, asking if he remembers the lesson he was taught before. The companion answers confidently, assuming the lesson was about the necessity of becoming stronger. The leader corrects him with a stern look, reminding him that the true rule is people over money, a deal they honor even when knives are pointed at their throats. The weight of that creed hangs heavy in the air as he declares that whether one is a thug or not, keeping one's word must always come first. One of the workers laments their struggle, noting they can barely afford suits for the boys these days, only to be immediately told to shut up. Buldo Jong reminds them that a suit is meaningless without a strong mindset, telling any complainers to go ask the rival syndicate for a handout instead. From the shadows of the construction site, watchful eyes observe the newcomers, questioning who these kids could possibly be working for. News of the rejected bribe reaches the top, and the idea that anyone would refuse double the money is genuinely intriguing to him. This is Yongtae Hwang, the 33-year-old head of the Wangryong enforcers and the man destined to become the syndicate's chairman. Heavy boots crunch against the gravel, signaling the arrival of a power that demands absolute attention. Yongtae Hwang steps into the light, shouting for the boss to come out for a quick chat before things get complicated. Workers grow tense, one of them whispering a warning that this blatant confrontation could easily be a setup. Unfazed, the leader of the group steps forward, his pace steady and his resolve unshaken by the presence of the syndicate head. He demands to know what Yongtae Hwang wants, his hand raised as if to halt any further aggression. The enforcer introduces himself with cold confidence, ensuring his name is the last thing they consider before making their choice. When a triple payout is mentioned, Buldo Jong doesn't even let him finish the sentence, shutting down the offer instantly. Yongtae Hwang smirks, upping the ante by offering 5 times what the current tenants are paying if they simply switch sides. He extends a hand, claiming there's no loss for the crew since the building is slated for demolition as part of a state project anyway. Buldo Jong admits it's a tempting offer but mockingly claims he's not educated enough to understand what a state project even is. His eyes harden as he delivers his final answer. He knows one thing for certain, and that's that the building isn't going down today. Turning back to his crew, he barks an order for the boys to get ready, signaling that the time for talk has officially ended. Yongtae Hwang watches him go, his curiosity piqued as he asks for the man's name one last time. Without looking back, the leader identifies himself as Buldo Jong, a name that carries the weight of a stubborn mountain. Yongtae Hwang smiles, acknowledging the strength of the name and even offering a drink once the dust from this confrontation settles. Buldo Jong stands before his loyal crew, the silhouette of a man who chose honor over a life-changing fortune. When his men ask for the verdict, he tells them about the 5-fold pay offer and his refusal, commanding them to prepare for the fallout. With fierce determination behind his glasses, he rallies the group for the battle ahead, shouting for them to give it their all. As night falls, the memory of that day lingers, a brief moment of reflection in the cold blue light of the evening. An ally asks if he's alright and he simply dismisses the concern, claiming that old memories just happened to resurface. He reiterates that he never had any intention of joining the syndicate, especially with Buldo Jong in the picture, before bidding a final farewell. With a final turn, he vanishes into the night, leaving the echoes of the past behind him. The sun begins to rise at 6:23 a.m. over Hohun Temple, marking the start of a new day for the worst generation. Temple grounds are quiet, the morning mist clinging to the traditional rooftops in a moment of deceptive peace. A single bird chirps in the distance, its song the only sound breaking the heavy silence of the dawn. Inside, the serene gaze of a Buddha statue overlooks the scene, a stark contrast to the violence brewing in the world outside. Hands work diligently, wringing water from a cloth as someone prepares to tend to the weary. Cool cloth is gently patted onto the forehead of a feverish woman, her eyes closed in fitful, exhausted sleep. In the dim light of the temple, two figures lie side by side, their struggle for survival continuing even in their moments of rest. The heavy silence of the temple is broken as Tae stands. She glances at the man she's grown to care for and quietly tells him she'll leave the two of them alone to talk, sensing the gravity of the moment. She calls out his name, her voice a soft anchor in the dimly lit room, reminding him that he isn't alone in this sanctuary. Buldo, his face scarred and bandaged, offers a weary word of thanks. The weight of his history is etched into his expression. Tae notes that while he's found some peace, his nature hasn't changed. She asks with concern if he's managed to find himself in trouble again. With a knowing smile, she warns him to prepare himself. Monk Sodam is waiting, and he's definitely going to get an earful. Monk Sodam lets out a hearty laugh that echoes through the halls. She teases that even a man as fierce as Buldo is no match for the spirited Tae. Lowering his head in a respectful bow, Buldo offers his sincere apologies. He regrets that his presence continues to bring turmoil to this sacred place. The atmosphere shifts as the monk's tone turns serious. She asks how it feels to return to society after being isolated for so long. Kneeling before the altar, Buldo admits the truth. Life outside hasn't been the redemption he hoped for. The world is harsher than he remembered. He looks away, his voice cracking with shame. He confesses that he feels he has no right to stand before the Buddha or even look his own mother in the eye. The monk watches him closely, questioning what he actually learned during his long years of imprisonment. She delivers a harsh truth. Doing time without true reflection is a waste of years, a hollow sentence that leaves the soul unchanged. Buldo shuts his eyes as the words sting. The realization of his wasted life is almost too much to bear. She doesn't sugarcoat the situation, telling him he is still far from becoming a decent man, still tethered to his violent past. Standing up, she reminds him that a child's sins are always the parent's burden to bear. She will carry his weight as she always has, but he must seek forgiveness. The heavy sliding door creaks open with a sudden clack. The monk announces that a visitor has traveled a long way to see him and steps out to give them space. Buldo's head snaps toward the entrance in confusion. He wasn't expecting anyone, especially not here. A cold, familiar voice cuts through the air. The visitor remarks that even after 10 years, Buldo is still the same pathetic wreck he was the day he went inside. Stepping into the light with a predatory grin, the man greets him as his favorite little gangster. Tension in the room skyrockets. This is Wigu Choi, Deputy Director of the National Intelligence Service. He specializes in organized crime, and he isn't here for a friendly chat. Buldo stares back, his eyes narrowing. He recognizes the man immediately, noting that Wigu's fierce, calculating face hasn't changed a bit. Wigu's smile is devoid of warmth. He mocks the idea of public servants slacking off, implying that his arrival is strictly business. Buldo has no patience for games. He tells the director to spare him the nonsense and get straight to the point. Memory of their last conversation flickers through Buldo's mind, recalling the coldness in his own voice when he last spoke to Wigu. Back then, Buldo had made it clear there was no reason for them to ever speak again. He had hoped to leave the NIS in his rearview mirror forever. The sound of a cigarette being extinguished echoes the finality of their past. But Wigu never lets a valuable asset go easily. Wigu had replied with equal disdain, yet here he is, breaking the silence of the temple. Case file details the history of Buldo Jong, a former member of the Gongsu. It outlines a dangerous succession dispute currently tearing through the underworld. Wigu had warned him to lay low. After just getting out of prison, surfacing now was the worst possible move Buldo could have made. From his office, Wigu had been tracking every move. He knew Buldo would understand why he's here. The past is never truly buried. Director's voice was firm. He insisted they meet in person and wasn't taking no for an answer. Back in the present, Wigu steps further into the room, noting the lack of a welcome. He asks if offering a seat to a guest is too much for a legend like Buldo. They sit across from each other in a thick atmosphere of unspoken threats. Wigu admires the temple, but Buldo snaps at him to get to the point. Wigu tells him to wait, mentioning that the old man is almost here. Buldo's eyes widen. There's someone else involved. The sound of sharp, rhythmic footsteps echoes through the corridor. Clack, clack. Someone is approaching with purpose. A woman in a sharp business suit enters, complaining about the difficulty of finding the remote temple. She addresses the deputy director with casual familiarity. Buldo's eyes burn with a cold intensity as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. The piece he sought is officially over. The heavy weight of authority lands on the table as a public official ID is revealed. Chiron Park, a prosecutor from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, makes her presence known. Zack stares at the badge, questioning if he's even allowed to sit in the presence of such a high-ranking official. Inside the quiet sanctity of the temple, the atmosphere is anything but peaceful. Zack stands tall, his shadow stretching across the floor as he demands to know what's happening. Wigu, caught in the middle, can only watch the tension rise. The gray-haired elder doesn't look up, his voice cold and dismissive. He tells Zack to finish his tea and leave, making it clear he has absolutely nothing to offer the young fighter. Heavy footsteps echo through the hall as someone approaches. The name, Mr. Buldo, is called out, cutting through the silence like a blade and stopping Zack in his tracks. Chiron watches Zack's back with a sharp, knowing gaze. She mocks him, noting that he hasn't lost his old habits, 1 cent of the ministry, and he's already looking to tuck his tail and run. Zack's expression hardens. He tells her plainly that he walked away from that life a long time ago and she should do the same. But Chiron isn't easily deterred, urging him not to be so stubborn. The gray-haired elder finally intervenes, asking for just a minute of Zack's time. They didn't travel all this way for a social visit. This matter directly concerns Zack and his entire crew. Zack lets out a frustrated sigh, relenting for the moment. He warns them that if they want to walk away, they should do it now, because whatever his people did this time is clearly about to boil over. Chiron maintains her composure, her eyes locked onto Zack. She knows she has the upper hand in this negotiation and is simply waiting for the perfect moment to strike. With a heavy flump, the group settles down. Chiron smiles, acting as if they're just old friends catching up, and looks to the others for confirmation of the pleasant atmosphere. Zack's eyes burn with an intense fire. He reminds them of the catalyst. The enemy went after his boys first. In his world, that's a declaration of war that cannot be ignored. Chiron scoffs at the word victims. To her, Zack's boys are anything but innocent, and his attempt to play the victim card only earns a mocking laugh. With a sharp clack, she pulls out her phone and slides it toward him. She tells Zack to take a good, long look at what's really happening behind the scenes. The screen displays 4 men, each a dangerous player in the underworld. Chiron asks if any of these familiar faces ring a bell, testing Zack's knowledge of the current power structure. Zack leans in, his brow furrowed in concentration. Chiron points to the man at the very top, asking if he truly doesn't recognize the person pulling all the strings. The man on the screen is Eunseok, the boss of the MZ gang known as Friends. He's the primary target the ministry has been hunting, the shadow orchestrating every move. Zack isn't impressed, calling the man a jackass and wondering what any of this has to do with him. Chiron reveals they nearly had Eunseok in custody until Zack's crew interfered. The conversation shifts to the Ambition Group. Zack knows them well, everyone in the country does. Even behind bars, the reach of such a massive conglomerate is impossible to ignore. Chiron taps the screen repeatedly, emphasizing her point. Eunseok isn't just a common thug, he's deeply entrenched in every crime imaginable, and his connections go much deeper than a street gang. The bombshell drops. Eunseok is actually the second son of the Ambition Group. Zack's eyes widen as the true scale of the enemy he's facing finally becomes clear. Ambition is currently being torn apart by a brutal succession war. It's a corporate conflict so massive that even the government is forced to keep a close watch on every move they make. The prosecutor's office has made their assessment. They believe Zack and the former members of Gongsu are directly tied to this mess, and the consequences will be severe. Zack is stunned, his face pale with shock. Chiron delivers the final blow. The way things are going, Zack and his entire crew are headed straight back to prison. Given their criminal records, she warns that they might never see daylight again. Zack snaps, shouting that the entire situation is complete and utter bullshit. The violent slam. Chiron leans forward, her patience exhausted. She barks back, asking him if he really thinks 3 years of her hard work being ruined is bullshit. She gets right in his face, her eyes full of rage. She spent years building a case against Friends, only for Zack and his morons to barge in and tear it all to pieces. She flings her ID card down once more. She's done settling for scraps. Now, Zack has to make a choice, cooperate or face the full weight of the law. The gray-haired elder tries to de-escalate, asking her to stop breathing down Zack's neck and just explain the plan. Privately, he's impressed. This woman is truly something else. A pat sounds as more photos are laid out on the floor. These are the targets, the men who stand between them and justice, and the key to stopping the Ambition Group. Chiron explains that the Ambition Group's rotten roots are tangled deep into every facet of society, politics, business, and everything in between. Zack knows the game, and he knows how it's played. She addresses him as Mr. Buldo one last time, her gaze unwavering. The silence in the temple is heavy with the weight of the decision Zack is about to make. She reaches out, her hand landing firmly on his shoulder. It's an invitation to an unlikely alliance. Her message is clear: let's bring them all down together. The sound of wood on wood echoes through the training hall. A strike to the head, clean and decisive. Man lowers his wooden sword, the intensity of the duel fading into a calm breath. He decides to call it a day. From above, the dojo is a picture of disciplined silence as attendants approach with measured, rhythmic steps. He looks satisfied, acknowledging that he has learned much from the heat of the sparring session. This is the powerful president of a major corporation and the eldest son of a prestigious family. His executive secretary watches him with genuine admiration for his unwavering skill. They settle into a formal seat. The man asks for any updates on his brother. The secretary begins her report, detailing a fire from the previous night involving the brother and several internet personalities. She checks her device, confirming that the group known as Friends has been effectively dismantled. A cold, predatory grin spreads across the man's face. The news is exactly what he wanted to hear. His expression hardens instantly. He demands to know where his brother is located right now. He rises, his presence filling the room. It's time for a family visit to his younger brother. There's a dark intent in his eyes. He believes his brother finally deserves to know the truth. The scene shifts to a boxing club in the evening where a desperate cry for a comrade pierces the night. On the floor, a man twitches in a pool of his own blood, his life force fading with every ragged cough. The leader looks down at a bloody knife, more annoyed by the stains on his clothes than the life he just took. He orders his subordinates to drag the mess away, showing zero remorse for the fallen. The broken body is hauled off, a grim testament to the leader's absolute brutality. As the floor is mopped clean, the leader notes that the man died like a real man for refusing to betray his sister. 2 other men stand bound and trembling, forced to witness the cold-blooded execution of their comrade. One tries to plead for their friendship, but the other snaps at him. They just saw the leader's murderous violence firsthand. The leader loosens his tie, his eyes devoid of any warmth. The friend they once knew is long gone. A memory of happier times flashes by, 3 friends, laughing and full of life before the darkness took over. The man was once a champion belt holder, a man of honor and immense strength. Now, the only things that matter are the cold tools of violence scattered across the floor. The leader sits on the edge of the ring and orders the 2 survivors to be untied immediately. He presents them with a choice, the weapons on the ground glinting under the harsh gym lights. He gives them a terrifying ultimatum: if they can even graze him within the next minute, they might live. If they fail, he promises to settle for nothing less than breaking their bodies beyond repair. The survivors stare at the tools, the weight of their comrade's death heavy in the air. One grabs the other, desperately trying to wake him from his shock. No one is coming to save them. They look at the monster sitting before them. Win or lose, their lives are effectively over. Their only desperate hope is to take the leader out and run for their lives. They pick up the weapons, trembling. The leader watches them, dismissively calling them a bunch of clowns. With a blood-stained face and eyes full of terror, the lead man prepares to make his final stand. The bulky leader scoffs at the very idea of sentimentality, declaring with a cold sneer that he is officially done with friends. The battered fighter, bruised and bloodied, refuses to back down, lunging forward with a desperate cry for his opponent to just die. But the bulky leader is too fast, his head snapping to the side as the fighter's fist whizzes harmlessly past his ear. The fighter slips through the opening, but the momentum of his failed strike leaves him dangerously exposed to a counter. A heavy thump echoes through the gym as a massive hand catches the fighter right in the jaw, halting his momentum instantly. The impact is brutal, sending a shockwave through the fighter's skull as his vision begins to blur from the sheer force. The fighter lets out a pained grunt as the bulky leader continues his relentless assault, showing no mercy to the fallen combatant. Nearby, the red-haired fighter swings wildly, his eyes wide with a mix of fury and desperation as he screams for his life to end. He realizes his mistake too late, gasping out a final curse as a shadow looms over him, cutting off his escape. Wapow! The bulky leader delivers a crushing downward strike, slamming the red-haired fighter into the canvas with bone-breaking power. The red-haired fighter hits the floor with a sickening thud, his body going limp as the life seems to drain from his eyes. Lifting the battered fighter by the hair like a ragdoll, the bulky leader commands him to get up while the fighter can do nothing but cough up blood. The fighter's consciousness flickers as he mutters under his breath, his spirit nearly broken by the overwhelming physical trauma. Another violent strike connects, and the sound of the impact is drowned out by the spray of fresh blood across the floor. A guttural scream of agony rips through the air as the fighter is pushed beyond his limits, his body finally failing him. He lies there, a broken mess of a man, the harsh lights of the gym reflecting off the pool of red forming beneath his head. The red-haired fighter, terrified and broken, begs for mercy, pleading for his life to be spared as the bulky leader watches. Sobbing and desperate, he crawls across the canvas, promising to do anything if they just let him live another day. His hand trembles violently as it reaches for a discarded blade, the metal cold and unforgiving against the floor. A sharp metallic sound rings out, signaling a final, decisive action that ends the struggle once and for all. Hand goes limp, the strength finally leaving his fingers as the reality of his defeat sinks in. A final, pained breath escapes his lungs as the blade stands still, a silent witness to the carnage in the ring. Blood pools around the fallen, staining the floor a deep dark crimson that reflects the grim outcome of the battle. Bulky leader looks down, his expression unreadable as he calls out toward the woman responsible for this mess. A new figure, seemingly unbothered by the violence, casually suggests grabbing a drink now that the work is finished. The bulky leader remains silent, his eyes fixed on the consequences of his actions with a cold, piercing gaze. The man who was just joking lies dead, a pool of blood expanding around his head as the true cost of this conflict is revealed. Friends, a concept that seems so distant and meaningless in a world defined by blood and betrayal. A sudden clack at the door draws the bulky leader's attention, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. A masked man enters, shocked by the scene before him, demanding to know what the hell happened in his absence. Bulky leader breaks into a friendly grin, welcoming the masked man and asking if he's up for some soju to celebrate. The masked man looks back at him with disbelief, questioning if his partner really wants to drink while surrounded by corpses. The bulky leader's eyes shift to the woman standing behind the masked man, recognizing her as the one always seen with his brother. As the tension in the room reaches a boiling point, the simple tray of food nearby stands as a jarring contrast to the surrounding death. As the tension in the room reaches a boiling point, a simple tray of food nearby stands as a jarring contrast to the surrounding death. A man sits in the heavy silence, the mundane sight of a meal feeling entirely out of place in this atmosphere of impending violence. With a slow, deliberate motion, the man pulls back his hood, his gaze fixed on his target as he asks if they've really been in the dark all this time. His eyes narrow, burning with a cold intensity that pierces through the shadows as he offers a chillingly calm greeting. He utters a name that seems to carry a heavy, unspoken history between them. The shock is immediate, the young boy's eyes widening in disbelief as the past he tried to bury suddenly stands right in front of him. The memory shifts back to a different time where the family's expectations were first laid out. The older brother was always the golden child, the one praised for his intellect while others stood in his shadow. A young boy cowers behind his mother, terrified of the brother he was told to look up to, even as he's instructed to take care of the boy who clearly despises him. Their hands are forced together in a hollow gesture of brotherhood, a physical connection that lacks even a shred of genuine affection. As the family walks away, leaving the boy behind to watch their backs, the distance between them feels like an unbridgeable chasm. The boy reaches for the only thing he has left, a precious photograph of his mother, a small beacon of warmth in a cold house. But even that is taken and defaced, the image of his mother turned into a cruel joke by the very person supposed to be his family. Snap is instantaneous. He lashes out in a desperate, tearful rage, demanding to know why his brother would be so heartless. Instead of comfort, he receives only more cruelty. He's told his blood is rotten, dismissed as a child who simply doesn't know any better while he sobs for his mother. He screams back, his voice cracking with the pain of knowing the defacement was intentional, but his pleas for justice fall on deaf ears. Woman looms over him, her face twisted in a sneer as she questions his attitude, refusing to acknowledge the wound she's helped inflict. She leans in close, her eyes cold as she issues a final, terrifying warning to never speak up again. Years pass, but the cycle of violence remains. By his senior year, the young man is still coming home battered and bruised, his only solace found in the silence of his room. His brother stands before him, taller and more imposing than ever, but the air between them is thick with a familiar, icy disdain. The older brother announces his departure to inherit the family company, coldly informing his sibling that he's officially on his own. It's not a goodbye, but a threat. He warns that if his brother hasn't proven his worth to the family by the time he returns, there will be consequences. The young man can only stare down at his feet, the weight of the family name feeling like a noose around his neck. The older brother's final words are a command to pull himself together and stop being a loser who gets beaten. Even as he introduces his future sister-in-law, the casual mention of the younger brother's existence is treated like a shameful secret. The girl's confusion only highlights how little the young man matters in the grand scheme of his brother's life. The mockery continues, with the brother noting that blood truly doesn't lie, further cementing the idea that the younger man is inherently flawed. Shadows of the past loom large, dark figures of authority and family pressing down on a soul that was never given a chance to breathe. In that moment of absolute despair, the young man made up his mind. He would no longer be the victim they wanted him to be. Back in the present, the man is snapped out of his thoughts by a voice calling out to him, the weight of his mission returning to the forefront. Scene shifts to a boxing club, a place that stands as a monument to the very past he is here to settle. Tires screech as a black sedan pulls up to the curb, the arrival signaling the start of a confrontation that has been years in the making. A woman steps out of the vehicle, her movements sharp and professional, radiating an aura of lethal competence. Her hand goes straight to the hilt of her blade, the metallic clack echoing through the quiet night like a death knell. Man adjusts his mask, his eyes cold and focused. There's no turning back now, the debt of the past is about to be paid in full. As they step forward, the men guarding the club look on in confusion, one of them whispering a name that shouldn't be there. The tension in the air thickens as one of the guards catches a glimpse of a familiar face. He can't believe his eyes. Is that really Eunseok Young's secretary? He mutters to himself, wondering what could possibly bring her to a place like this. Confusion quickly turns to panic. The guards demand to know why David has arrived unannounced, frantically radioing in to check the CEO's schedule for any missed appointments. But the woman before them isn't here for a meeting. As the guard continues to shout about the lack of plans today, his voice falls on deaf ears. The sharp clink of a blade shifting in its scabbard is the only warning they get before the storm breaks. In an instant, she moves. A blur of black fabric and focused energy, she dashes forward with lethal intent, leaving the guards no time to react to her sudden burst of speed. Heavy thwack echoes through the hall as she strikes. The guards are caught completely off guard, their screams of terror cut short by her sudden, violent assault. The cold ring of steel fills the room. With a practiced, fluid motion, she begins to draw her weapon, that a swish of the blade signaling the start of a massacre. The guard can only curse in terror, unable to comprehend the speed of the woman standing before him. Her eyes are cold and predatory, focused entirely on her mission as she prepares to finish them. Shing. The blade is fully revealed, catching the dim light of the corridor. There's no turning back now. The boundary between life and death has been drawn with this single movement. The edge is razor-sharp, a tool designed for one purpose. The silence that follows the unsheathing is more terrifying than the noise of the fight, marking the end of any hope for the guards. Thump. She lands a devastating blow with the scabbard, sending the guard reeling. Every movement is precise, every strike calculated to disable her opponents with maximum efficiency. Clack. She pauses for a fraction of a second, her gaze shifting to ensure the path is clear. Her expression remains an unreadable mask of duty even as bodies fall around her. She steps aside and bows deeply as a mysterious hooded figure approaches. "Please head inside, sir," she says, her voice as sharp and disciplined as her blade. Inside the room, the sound of desperate begging for mercy fills the air, but it's already too late. The hooded figure observes the scene with a chilling detachment, noting that the show is already over. We shift to the boxing ring, where Zack stands face to face with a man who clearly wasn't expecting him. A simple hello carries the weight of a death sentence in this confined space. The man, Hosu, is visibly shaken. He stammers in disbelief, his eyes widening as he recognizes the person standing across from him. The shock is written all over his face. Cold smirk plays on Zack's lips. He taunts Hosu, mocking his inability to put the pieces together. He reveals that he's the one who has been cleaning up all the messes. "That's me, genius," Zack declares, his eyes burning with a quiet, dangerous intensity. The trap has been set and Hosu has walked right into the center of it. Hosu snaps back, telling him to shut up, but his bravado is paper-thin. The cold sweat on his brow and the tension in his jaw tell a much more honest story of fear. He tries to dismiss the situation as a prank, his grip tightening on the boxing rope until his knuckles turn white. He's desperately searching for a way out of this nightmare. Hosu tries to regain control, claiming he's already looked into David. He warns Zack that if he's going to lie, he should at least make it believable enough to fool someone. Zack just laughs at the absurdity of it all. He questions how Hosu could possibly think David was ever his friend, urging him to stop messing around and face the reality of his situation. He leans in, delivering a question that hits harder than any punch. "Have you already forgotten who set you up with David in the first place?" The memory hits Hosu like a freight train. A hand covered in blood, the crushing weight of a life lost. The realization of what truly happened 10 years ago begins to claw its way back to the surface. Panic erupted that night. A man lay dying on the floor, his heart stopped as onlookers screamed for an ambulance and anyone, to perform CPR. The scene was pure, unadulterated chaos. A young Jongyun trembled in absolute terror. The weight of the situation was crushing him. If his father found out, he was as good as dead. He was convinced his life was over before it even began. 10 years ago at Club B in Gangnam, the world changed. Amidst the neon lights and pulsing music, Hosu was told to calm down and reminded that the others were the ones who started the fight. A voice cut through the fear, promising to handle everything if they just stayed quiet. The cover-up had begun before the body was even cold, sealing their fates in a web of lies. Decision was made in that moment of desperation. There was only one person with the power and the lack of morals to help Hosu out of a mess this deep and dark. On the other end of the line was Eunseok Young, the head of planning at Ambition Biologics, a man who dealt in secrets, solutions, and the erasure of inconvenient truths. He recognized the caller immediately, Mr. Cheon's son, Joe. He listened with cold interest as the young man offered a frantic apology for the abrupt late-night call that would change everything. The plea was simple but heavy. Master Hosu had gotten into some serious trouble, and they needed Eunseok Young's help to make the problem disappear forever. Eunseok Young pressed for details, his voice devoid of emotion. He was met with the most terrifying words a man in his position could hear. He may have killed someone. Eunseok Young's voice turned even colder. He questioned why he should help Hosu, while Jongyun could do nothing but tremble, waiting for a lifeline that might never come. The reason was simple, yet binding, because the voice on the phone reminded him, "You're still his brother." A bond of blood that would lead them all into a decade of darkness. The darkness of that bond is sealed with a cold decision. He leans into the receiver, his voice devoid of warmth as he agrees to the request. "All right," he says, "I'll help." On the other end, a desperate voice stammers out a frantic thank you, unaware of the price this aid will truly cost. Gazing out over the city skyline, he remains detached. He promises to send someone to handle the mess, assuring the caller that everything will be taken care of. In his world, every problem has a solution, and every solution has a body count. The television in the background flickers with news of a sports prodigy arriving for a commercial shoot. He ignores the trivialities of the media, focusing on the pawn he's about to move. "You'll hear from him shortly," he murmurs into the phone. His name is... The name hangs in the air like a death sentence. It's a name that carries weight, a name that signifies the beginning of the end for those standing in his way. With a flick of his wrist, he prepares to finalize the connection. He tells the person on the other end that he'll send the number over immediately. The trap is being set and the prey is already walking right into it. His gaze turns icy as he reminds his contact of their history. He asks if they've already forgotten who facilitated the meeting in the first place. "That was me," he states, asserting his absolute control over the situation. Realization hits the man like a physical blow. Sweat beads on his forehead as he calculates the implications. Only a select few knew about that arrangement. If his contact knows, it means the walls are closing in. A broken figure lies in a pool of their own blood, a testament to the brutality unleashed. A voice rasps out a final, haunting truth. He has become a monster, someone who takes lives as if they were nothing more than discarded trash. He stands over the carnage with a sickening smirk. He looks down at the trembling survivor, expressing a twisted sense of pride. "You turned out perfectly," he whispers, "just like I wanted." Scene shifts to a quiet cafe where the associate meets with a mysterious, hooded figure. He acknowledges the man's deep involvement in his family's business, noting that the compensation for his services has been substantial. The associate leans in, his curiosity getting the better of him. There's a question burning in his mind, one that has bothered him since they first started working together. He asks the hooded man if it isn't uncomfortable to remain so heavily concealed. The man responds calmly, explaining that the mask is a necessity for his safety given the nature of his work, but there's more to the story. The man pulls down his mask, revealing a face ravaged by fire. He explains he was caught in a house fire as a child. The sight is so gruesome that the associate immediately loses his appetite, waving the man to cover back up. Ignoring the discomfort, the conversation turns back to the business at hand. The associate mentions he's heard the man is an expert when it comes to the finer details of the financial world. Sitting across from each other, the deal begins to take shape. They discuss taxes and stocks, the legal front for the illicit activities that bind them together in this high-stakes game. The associate slides a business card across the table. He decides to cut to the chase, revealing that he is currently spearheading a massive project that requires a specific set of skills. He promises the man a seat at the table where the real wealth is made. This isn't about petty change anymore. This is about a level of profit that most people can only dream of. The hooded man's eyes narrow behind his mask. He listens intently as the associate lays out the terms of their new arrangement. From this moment forward, their fates are intertwined. The associate extends his hand, a gesture of hollow camaraderie. "You and I," he declares with a false sense of sincerity, "are friends." Beneath the mask, the man's eyes crinkle in a sharp, predatory grin. He knows exactly what kind of friendship this is, and he's more than ready to play his part in the coming betrayal. Two men clench hands, sealing the pact. The associate welcomes his new partner to the inner circle, telling him to simply stick close and follow the plan. The alliance is officially formed. Back in the present, the man looks defeated. He laments his misplaced trust, realizing that if the other had wanted to destroy him, the opportunity had been there since they were children. The antagonist looms over the room, mocking the other's past behavior. He compares him to a wild animal that lived only on impulse, but notes that lately, the beast has been cowering in fear. His smile is razor-sharp. He explains his philosophy: the best time to crush someone is when they are still clinging to hope. That is the only way to ensure they never find the strength to stand up again. He stares directly into his rival's soul, his eyes cold and unyielding. He's about to reveal the true nature of the game they've been playing all these years. Holding up his phone, the man mentions a specific strategy. He calls it the ambition method, a ruthless approach to power that leaves no room for sentiment or mercy. With a casual tap of the screen, he sends a final command. He reveals that this method wasn't his invention but rather a legacy passed down from their father. The family business is built on betrayal. The rival's phone buzzes incessantly, a herald of his downfall. The man continues to taunt him, noting that he's noticed his brother doing things lately that are completely out of character. The final question is laced with venom. He asks if his brother is truly that desperate to take him down. The power struggle has reached its breaking point and only one will remain standing. He turns to walk away, imagining the sick satisfaction their father must feel watching them tear each other apart. To this family, this isn't a tragedy, it's simply the way of life. He stops and looks back, revealing the long game he's been playing. He tells his brother that his fate was sealed the very day he first stepped into their house. To him, the other was never a brother, just a worthless mutt. The brother trembles with rage and fear as the truth sinks in. The man admits that his brother was always destined to fall the moment he took over the reins of power. Leaning in close for one final insult, he explains that any help he provided in the past was merely a setup. He only helped him up so he could knock him down even harder. "Don't blame me," he sneers, "blame your own sorry ass." With a dismissive wave, the man prepares to leave the wreckage of his brother's life behind. But before he goes, he mentions one more thing, a final, personal jab to twist the knife. He brings up their mother, mocking her new acting role. With a cruel smirk, he tells his brother to let her know he's a big fan. He bursts into a cold, mocking laughter. He insults the role she plays, claiming no one pulls off a housemaid quite like she does. It's a final act of disrespect intended to shatter what little dignity his brother has left. As he turns to depart, he leaves him with one chilling thought. He asks if his brother truly believes this is the end. The nightmare is far from over. The nightmare is far from over. He leans in, his voice a low, dangerous rasp as he asks if his opponent truly believes he has anything left to give. Turning his back on the carnage, he walks away with a chilling promise. He's about to show the true terror of a man with absolutely nothing left to lose. His opponent watches him go, a smirk playing on his lips. He dismisses the threat, telling him to keep squirming like a rat caught in a hopeless trap. The assistant adjusts her focus, reporting the next move on the itinerary. There's a dining reservation waiting, but the air remains thick with tension. The heavy doors clunk shut, sealing away the violence of the gym as the focus shifts elsewhere. The aftermath is brutal. A lone figure stands over a fallen body, blood splattered against the wall in a grim testament to the power just unleashed. With a sharp turn, the victor prepares to leave. Every movement is calculated, every step heavy with the weight of the fight. A crushing blow connects. The impact is felt in the bones, a reminder of the sheer physical force at play. The weight of isolation settles in. He mutters about the betrayal of family and friends, the bitter taste of abandonment fueling his resolve. He grits his teeth, the sound of grinding bone echoing his inner turmoil. He questions if this loneliness is his ultimate fate. His eye narrows, a cold, predatory light flickering within. The hunt isn't over, it's just changing shape. The next generation has arrived. It's the next day at the international airport, and the arrival gates are about to become a war zone. A plane cuts through the clouds with a thunderous roar. New players are entering the game, bringing a storm from across the sea. Outside the terminal, a shout rings out. He is spotted, his presence signaling the start of a new, dangerous chapter. He is rudely awakened as a comrade pulls him up. There's no time for rest when there's work to be done. He lets out a yelp of pain as his ear is squeezed. The camaraderie here is rough, fueled by adrenaline and lack of sleep. He snaps back at the person responsible, his irritation clear. But his gaze quickly shifts as he's told to look toward the horizon. Realization hits. They've arrived. The targets are in sight, and the atmosphere shifts from casual banter to cold professionalism. Surprise flickers across their faces. They didn't expect a meeting to happen so soon, but in this world, timing is everything. He taps his glasses, a knowing look in his eyes. He's observing every detail, calculating the odds before the first move is even made. A gold phone is held high, a beacon of status amidst the impending chaos. A casual greeting breaks the silence. The main unit has landed. The members stand ready, their leader thanking his contact for the opportunity to invade this territory. They exchange rough greetings, joking about the local fashion. He claims the glasses are just for the look, blending into the city aesthetic. The plan is set, a tour of the hottest spots in the city, starting with local food. But the real round 2 starts after dinner. The mention of round 2 brings a shift in focus. They're going all out, and the night is just beginning to reveal its teeth. Plan to swing by a bar run by a friend. In this world, even a social outing is a strategic maneuver. The name of the contact hangs in the air, a focal point for the night's upcoming events. They're looking forward to the meeting. He smiles, his confidence unwavering. He knows exactly how this night is going to play out, and he's holding all the cards. The bags are packed with local souvenirs. He has been hounding for local goods, a mundane task in the middle of a power struggle. Dive into the local cuisine. The vibrant red sauce promises a level of spice that matches their aggressive intent. Disgust meets culinary curiosity. While one recoils at the thought of the local delicacies, the other insists they are the true prize. He enjoys the moment, the simple pleasure of a good meal before the inevitable clash. Everything looks perfect. Hand claps onto a shoulder, a gesture of arrogant confidence. He asks if there's anything that doesn't look good on him. The shopping spree continues. At the counter, the clerk informs them that duty-free discounts aren't an option here. The total flashes on the screen. The shock is immediate, a staggering price tag for their indulgence. Outside the boutique, the mockery begins. He's told to lay off the gambling if he can't even afford a simple shopping trip. The begging starts. He is asked to spot some cash, but the request is met with embarrassment and a firm dismissal. He ends the debate with a wink, flashing an exclusive black card. No installments needed, the limit is non-existent. He reminds them that cash is obsolete in this city. With this card, anything they want is within reach. Stage is set. The players are armed with wealth and arrogance. The new generation is about to paint the city in their own colors. A female student working as a clerk looks worried as a wealthy patron questions her, asking if there's a problem with his seemingly limitless card. The patron casually dismisses the issue, mentioning a problem with his corporate card, and offers a different one. The clerk quickly complies, affirming her understanding. Elsewhere, a man with glasses radiating confidence declares an end to their shopping spree and suggests they move on to drinks. A long-haired thug beside him eagerly agrees. The distinct kchhk of a motorcycle key turning signals the start of their next move as the engine prepares to roar to life. A motorcyclist in a helmet issues a command, directing his crew at Seongsu to head to a specific address. The engine's vroom is a prelude to their arrival. A quick gotcha echoes back, acknowledging the order as the motorcycle's headlight gleams, ready to cut through the night. The collective vroom, the motorcycles surge forward. A subordinate warns them of the traffic flowing in the opposite direction, urging them to stay alert. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over a Pyeongchang, Seoul, the motorcyclist announces their arrival and orders everyone to dismount. Tires SCRECH as the motorcycles halt before the entrance of J-Bar. Two stern-faced bouncers stand guard, forming an immediate barrier. As the group of thugs approaches, one expresses surprise at the foreigners guarding the entrance, only to be met with an immediate challenge from a bouncer demanding a reservation. Young man asks for clarification but the bouncer firmly reiterates that no reservation, no entry rule. The young man then directly asks if they are Japanese. The man with glasses, holding a small hammer, mocks the bouncer's Korean. Another man retorts, suggesting the leader's own knowledge of the language is superficial. Suddenly, a brutal wham strikes the bouncer, knocking his sunglasses askew. He lets out a pained "guh," caught completely off guard. The bouncer is swiftly seized from behind. He struggles and demands to know why he's being attacked while an assailant commands the others to capture him. The man with glasses sneers at the bouncer, who now has his hands raised in surrender. He sarcastically notes how flawless the bouncer's Korean becomes under duress. The man with glasses advances with deliberate steps, announcing he has a question for the bouncer. His face a picture of cold menace. The man with glasses tells the bouncer to speak only Korean. The terrified bouncer stammers a reply, asking what he needs. The man with glasses demands to know the number of guards inside, the question reflected in the bouncer's wide, terrified eyes. Bouncer, sweating profusely, nervously stammers that he's the only Australian, misunderstanding the question. The man with glasses grits his teeth in frustration, chastising the bouncer for his poor listening. He clarifies his demand, the number of guards down there. The utterly terrified bouncer pleads for his life, claiming to be just a part-timer who knows nothing, earning a contemptuous curse from the man with glasses. The man with glasses turns away, dismissing the bouncer's pleas with a harsh reprimand, while another thug mockingly comments on the bouncer's unfortunate fate. With a cold expression, the man with glasses assigns subordinates to hold the entrance and orders the rest to follow him inside. The command is swiftly acknowledged. Adjusting his glasses with a chilling clack, he issues a ruthless order: eliminate everyone inside without exception, regardless of who they are. With their grim orders delivered, the group descends the steps, their synchronized steps echoing the chilling resolve of their mission. Inside J-Bar, two men are engrossed in a game of billiards. One casually asks about yesterday's game, while the other seems distracted by an unseen presence. The man with glasses sharply scans the interior of the bar, assessing the unsuspecting patrons with an intense gaze. He counts the unsuspecting figures as a pool cue glints in the background, mentally confirming the number of targets. Suddenly, one of the patrons' faces contorts in shock as he realizes the identity of the attackers. A chilling slit sound cuts through the air. A brutal slash tears through the air as two men collapse. One gurgles in pain while the other shouts in horror at the sudden, violent assault. The blade carves a lethal arc, a testament to the swift, merciless efficiency of the attack. A hand grips a bloodied blade with a whish of motion. A shocked voice cries out in disbelief at the sudden violence. The assailant's hand deftly twirls the weapon in a chilling display of practiced lethality, preparing for the next strike. With a furious roar, the long-haired thug lunges forward with his blade extended, declaring his victim's demise. The knife plunges with a sickening shrak, eliciting a pained argh from the victim as the attack finds its mark. The stabbed man clutches his side as blood seeps out. His body trembles as he lets out a pained ngh before collapsing to the floor with a soft plop. As chaos erupts, a shocked voice demands to know the attacker's identity. The long-haired thug, wearing a menacing smile, calmly acknowledges the appearance of more targets. A swarm of footsteps echoes through the hallway as a panicked voice demands to know what's happening. A heavy boot taps against a fallen body, the sound of a blade dripping with fresh blood punctuating the silence. The leader of the suited guards grits his teeth, pointing his weapon and shouting, "Hey, assholes, who are you?" From the shadows, a mocking laugh responds. They aren't just here to fight, they're here to introduce themselves. Emerging from the darkness is Sakiryu, a killer from across the sea, flanked by a crew of menacing thugs. With a cold, dismissive look, Sakiryu decides that the time for pointless chit-chat is officially over. The rattle of a small keychain breaks the tension, a strange, playful sound in such a violent atmosphere. A man in glasses steps forward with a chilling smile, informing the guards that as of today they are all unemployed because their boss is finished. Confusion turns to rage as the guard leader barks back, demanding to know what kind of nonsense they're talking about. Ignoring the outburst, the man in glasses reveals a massive mallet, offering them a new gig now that they're jobless. He holds up a phone, his expression turning deadly serious as he explains that the condition for their survival is real simple. Blood continues to pool on the floor, a grim reminder of what happens to those who refuse the offer. Sakiryu raises his katana over a trembling victim who desperately begs for a moment of mercy. Elsewhere, Jennifer struggles with a stubborn lighter, her frustration boiling over as she curses the useless tool. The lighter clatters to the floor as she looks up, demanding to know who these bastards think they are. A hand reaches down to retrieve the fallen lighter, the metallic click echoing in the tense room. Calm voice asks why she's taking her anger out on a poor, defenseless lighter. The man in glasses lights it for her, calling her the final survivor of her circle of friends. Jennifer's eyes widen in shock as the weight of his words begins to sink in. Her hand trembles violently against the table as she tries to bluff, claiming the chairman of Ambition still has her back. She stands her ground, demanding to know why they're targeting her when she's done nothing against them. The man in glasses bursts into laughter, mocking her for spilling everything the moment he poked a little. Furious, Jennifer snaps back, asking him if he thinks her life being ruined is some kind of joke. Kiryu remains seated, coolly explaining that while others were on the chopping block she was spared because she was too busy kissing up to the old guard. She demands to know why they had to barge in and wreck her business if she wasn't even a primary target. The man in glasses simply scoffs at her foul language, completely unfazed by her outburst. He pats his mallet, warning Jennifer that the old geezers won't protect her once the new leadership takes over. He leans in, explaining that the new crew will see her as nothing more than a liability from a bygone era. Jennifer grits her teeth, sweating as she asks if he really thought a few goons would make her drop to her knees. She screams that even if the organization is weakened, she is still part of Ambition and that nobody from Japan isn't on her level. The man's expression darkens as he mutters about the identity crisis he faces in both Japan and Korea. With a sudden, violent whiz, he swings his massive mallet, screaming about what people actually want from him. The mallet shatters the background behind Jennifer's head, leaving her paralyzed in pure, unadulterated terror. Zack leans in, his shadow looming over the trembling girl as the atmosphere grows suffocating. Listen closely, he whispers, his voice cold as a blade. Did you really have the nerve to call me a nobody? Casually pats her shoulder, but the gesture is a veiled threat. He reminds her that he could have easily traded her life to Hosu to regain his favor, yet he chose a different path. His grip tightens, a firm squeeze that signals the end of his patience. He isn't just a thug, he's something far more dangerous. Her eyes widen in sheer disbelief as the word prince leaves his lips, a title that carries a lethal weight in their world. Begins to reveal a secret buried deep within the inner circles of Ambition. Years ago, Eunseok Young brought a mysterious woman back from Japan. But the family's cruelty knew no bounds. She was cast out like trash and exiled back to her home country. Alone and abandoned, she gave birth to a child in the shadows, a secret heir the Young family thought they had erased. The infant's cries echoed a legacy of betrayal, a new life born from the wreckage of a broken promise. That child was given a Korean name, Eunseok. It was a name meant to remain hidden forever. Zack's eyes turn cold as he delivers the final blow. That child is me. He admits to carrying the same dirty blood that flows through the veins of the Young family elite, turning his existence into a living weapon. He lists the names of the family, Eunseok, Hosu, and Huiyun, claiming his place among the monsters he intends to destroy. With a sharp prick, he plucks a strand of his own hair, the final piece of biological evidence needed to ignite an all-out war. He seals the sample in a plastic bag. Once a paternity test proves his bloodline, the hierarchy of the underworld will crumble. His expression hardens into a mask of pure ambition. He isn't just looking for a seat, he's going to swallow all of Ambition whole. He stares the student down, demanding she decide where she stands. The days of selling drinks and fake smiles are over. Silence hangs in the air as she stares at the bag, the weight of his words finally sinking in. Suddenly, she bursts into laughter, mocking the insanity of his tale. She jokes that it feels like she's watching a high-stakes drama on Netflix. But the deal is too lucrative to ignore. She agrees to help with the paternity test in exchange for a guaranteed seat at the top of the new order. The alliance forged, she regains her sharp edge and tells him to take his crew and leave. She still has a business to run. Zack smirks, agreeing to leave but noting he will leave a few men behind to ensure things stay under control. The scene shifts to Hohun Temple at 7:26 p.m. The sunset paints the sky in shades of fire and blood. Hidden behind the temple structures, a group of thugs peeks out, confused as to why Zack is still lingering with the boss. They are quickly hushed, desperate to eavesdrop on the high-level conversation happening just a few feet away. In the distance, two figures stand against the twilight. One is Wigu Choi, a man whose influence reaches deep into the shadows. Wigu Choi takes a drag of his cigarette, advising his companion to seriously consider the proposal put forward by Prosecutor Park. He exhales slowly, the smoke swirling into the evening air as he contemplates the shifting tides of power. He addresses Buldo, bringing up the ghost of their old boss, Tae Hwang, and the fall of the Wangryong crew. Buldo stands there, his face covered in bandages from a life of violence, listening as the past is dragged back into the light. He demands Wigu Choi stop dancing around the subject and get to the point. Wigu Choi explains that after the collapse of their old world, a man named Hody Yong from Grand Ambit Trading rose to the top. That same man is now the honorary chairman of Ambition, the very organization they've been targeting. Buldo listens, his expression unreadable as the pieces of a decade-old puzzle begin to fall into place. Then comes the crushing truth: the person who actually murdered their boss and framed Buldo to send him to prison was none other than Ambition's Hody Yong. The cigarette falls from Buldo's hand as the ultimate betrayal is finally revealed. Buldo's world shatters in an instant. His hand trembles with fury and disbelief as the weight of the betrayal sinks in. He can barely find his voice, demanding the truth. His face is a map of scars, but the emotional wound is deeper. He stares ahead, his eyes cold, and asks if that sleazy old man really went so far as to kill Yongtae just to put him behind bars. Memories of a different time flicker through his mind. A man with a calculated smile once told him that Buldo was a good name, even offering to buy him a drink once the chaos settled. The man had warned him, standing amidst the dust of a demolition site, that despite the pleasantries, he wouldn't be going easy on him when it came time for business. A clink of glasses sealed a pact made in the shadows, a toast to a future that has now turned into a nightmare of deception and blood. Another memory, a rival looks at Buldo with newfound respect. He admits he didn't think the Gongsu crew could hold out so long against their overwhelming force. Buldo hadn't backed down then, and he isn't backing down now. He throws the compliment back, acknowledging that his opponent held up well in the face of Gongsu's grit. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut. Every word was a parry, every look a thrust in a psychological duel for dominance. Tempers flared instantly. A punk's outburst is met with a chilling laugh as the terms of a dangerous new deal are about to be laid on the table. Buldo listens, his expression unreadable behind the bandages. He's being scouted, his reputation preceding him even in the most hostile environments. The offer is clear: join the Wangryong crew. It's an invitation to trade his struggling independence for the power of a massive organization. In the present, a man with glasses emphasizes the stakes. A 20% share in local construction projects isn't just a deal, it's a lifeline for a crew on the brink. The setting shifts to a bathhouse where the crew's reality is laid bare. One of the men complains that the boss is being too cautious, pointing out that local gangsters are so broke they can't even cover rent. Boss sits silently, a towel draped over his head, absorbing the frustration of his men. He knows that the geezer they're dealing with is a problem that needs a permanent solution. The pressure mounts. His advisor warns that Gongsu will stagnate if a decision isn't made soon, offering to close the deal himself that very day. The boss remains silent, his back turned to his subordinates. The tattoos on his shoulders tell a story of a violent history that his men are desperate to capitalize on. Another crew member admits their financial situation is dire. He mentions that their youngest member, Jiangsu, is getting married next year, adding a personal weight to their need for cash. The boss splashes water over his head, trying to wash away the stress. He's surrounded by loyalty, but that loyalty is fueled by a desperate need for a better life. One man pledges his absolute obedience, stating he'll do whatever the boss decides. In this world, the leader's word is law, even when the path forward is murky. Suddenly, the mood shifts as Jongpal stands up. The others gasp in shock, their eyes widening at their comrade's sheer physical presence. Jongpal just smiles, playing it off with a casual shrug. The tension breaks momentarily into awkward laughter as the boss tries to maintain his composure. Boss snaps at Jongpal to sit back down, clearly annoyed by the distraction. He has far more important things to worry about than bathhouse antics. Despite the internal bickering, the boss knows his crew is capable of taking on anyone. They are a family forged in hardship, ready to face whatever comes next. He calls out to Jongpal, his voice dropping into a serious tone. The playfulness is gone, it's time to get back to the reality of their situation. Jongpal turns, his muscular frame glistening. He waits for the boss's next command, knowing that the peace of the bathhouse is only temporary. The scene shifts to the Wangryong headquarters. Buldo arrives, greeted as a brother by the very people who are trying to absorb his crew. The pleasantries are brief. The rival leader gets straight to the point, doubting Buldo came all this way just for tea and asking for his final decision. Buldo takes a slow sip of his tea, his eyes sharp. He notes that he's heard this offer has been made to others as well, questioning the rival's true intentions. He asks bluntly what the plan is. Is this an attempt to gather enough crews to turn a simple gang into a corporate criminal empire? The question causes a stir among the subordinates. The word gang hits a nerve, sparking immediate hostility from the men in the room. Buldo's own advisor tries to de-escalate, pleading for calm, but the rival leader just laughs, calling Buldo one hell of a guy for having the nerve to speak so freely. Rival leader flips a cigarette into his mouth, his gaze turning predatory. He asks Buldo what he would do if they really did turn corporate and decided to crush Gongsu. Would he still talk so big then? Buldo doesn't flinch. He declares that even if 1,000 men were brought against him, he'd say the exact same thing. He's willing to lose everything to keep his pride and his crew intact. Gongsu stands his ground, his gaze unwavering as he reaffirms the bond that ties them together. To him, this isn't just a crew, it's a brotherhood that defines the very essence of their name. Across from him, the man in glasses breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with a mix of panic and a sudden, twisted realization. He mutters about things going sideways, but his heavy laughter suggests he's finally found the kind of monster he was looking for. Ho-de-young lets out a booming laugh, a cigarette dangling precariously from his lips. He admits that while money can buy muscle, it can't buy the raw, unyielding grit Gongsu just displayed. His expression softens into something more calculating. He explains that his search for more men isn't driven by some grand, noble cause, but by something far more primal. Gongsu watches him intently, listening as Ho-de-young confesses that seeing young men with such fire stirs something deep within him, a restless ambition that demands an answer. Ho-de-young leans in, his face a mask of predatory interest. He needs that spirit, that refusal to break, to fuel the engine of his growing empire. Then comes the cold truth. He points out that while Gongsu has heart, he lacks the street smarts to survive this world, and it's his crew that will ultimately pay the price for his naivety. He doesn't attempt to sugarcoat the darkness of their path. To Ho-de-young, calling this life noble would be a lie, and he's done playing games. Reflected in his eyes is a promise: no matter how filthy the work becomes, he will ensure that Gongsu's core conviction remains unbroken, forged in the dirt of the underworld. He uses a grim metaphor comparing their work to fertilizer. On the surface, it reeks of rot, but beneath the soil, it provides the lifeblood for the most fragrant fruits of success. Gongsu considers the words, his profile sharp against the dim light. He'd rather not be the one giving off the stink, but the path forward is becoming clear. With a decisive motion, Gongsu slides his commitment across the table. From this moment on, the hierarchy is set. He has a new boss to serve. Ho-Tae accepts the oath with grim satisfaction. He welcomes him into the fold, not just as a subordinate but as a brother in arms. The die is cast. From that day forward, Gongsu was transformed into the lethal blade of the Wangryong family, his knuckles bloodied by the weight of his new loyalty. Years later, the power dynamics have shifted. A formal greeting marks the beginning of a new, dangerous alliance within the organization. Ho-Tae, now the head of Grand Ambit, wears a predatory grin. He welcomes the new blood into the family, his eyes gleaming with the same calculating fire from years ago. Yongtae Huang meets the handshake with a stoic gaze. He dismisses the exaggerated stories of his prowess, promising only to uphold the weight of the Wangryong name. The intensity in the room is palpable. Every glance is a move on a chessboard, and every silence is a hidden threat in this world of shadows. Suddenly, the focus shifts. Buldo is snapped back to reality as a voice asks if he's even listening, breaking his deep, troubled trance. The truth comes out like a gut punch. Ho-Tae, that sly old bastard, didn't just rise to power. He murdered Yongtae and pinned the entire crime on Buldo. He built his current ambition on the literal remains of the Wangryong legacy. The man with the hair bun reveals that this betrayal only came to light long after Buldo was already behind bars. The secrecy was calculated. They knew that if Buldo had discovered the truth earlier, there was no telling what kind of bloody rampage he would have unleashed. The gears of fate are turning. Now that the pieces are moving, it's time for Buldo to know the full extent of the conspiracy, including the calculated moves of a certain prosecutor. The information doesn't stop there. He drops intel on Eunseok, the kid Buldo has been crossing paths with lately, warning him that the stakes are higher than he realized. He hands over a folder containing the kid's recent activities. They've been tracking him, and it's clear that Eunseok is becoming a central figure in the coming storm. Then comes the final piece of the puzzle. Jung Buldo, one of Buldo's former associates, has resurfaced in the worst possible place. News hits the crew like a physical blow. Jung Buldo is now working directly under the chairman of Ambition, the very man who betrayed them all. The warning is clear: tread lightly. In this game of high-stakes betrayal, one wrong move could lead to a repeat of the tragedy that destroyed their lives. Buldo's eyes narrow, burning with a cold, focused rage. The time for passive observation is over. The hunt for the truth has officially begun. The towering headquarters of Ambition, the atmosphere is formal and oppressive. A subordinate directs a guest inside as the golden sunset reflects off the glass facade. Inside, the tension remains thick. A deep bow of respect is offered, acknowledging the long absence and the weight of the meeting about to take place. The setting shifts to a quiet golf course, but the conversation is anything but relaxing. As the club strikes the ball, the question is finally asked: why was he summoned here today? The answer is punctuated by the sharp crack of a golf club. Between swings, the heavy hitters discuss the past, specifically the factions Zack once led, Gongsun and Wangryong. Rhythmic clapping follows the display of skill. Fantastic swing, someone calls out, though the praise feels more like a formality in this high-stakes environment. Changsu acknowledges their history, admitting he was part of the foundation under Wangryong. However, his superior dismisses the sentiment, claiming they were merely salvaging a sinking ship. With a weary sigh, Changsu notes that cleaning up after subordinates is a thankless task. He slides a document forward, signaling the start of a new assignment. The intel is precise. One of the targets was once the boss of the man standing before him. The past is finally catching up to everyone in the room. A photo is revealed. Buldo Zhong. Changsu recognizes the face instantly, acknowledging a history that runs far deeper than mere business. The envelope hits the table with a heavy thunk. Changsu muses on life's surprises, even as the shadow of a new mission looms over him. Another ball is launched into the distance. The question is blunt: will they let this trash walk free? For a company aiming for world-class status, bad press is an unaffordable luxury. The man in sunglasses leans in, his voice dripping with cynicism. He knows that for men like them, loyalty is a fragile thing, one that can easily be exploited. Changsu bows deeply, accepting the orders. He promises to handle the situation personally before shifting the focus to the cold reality of operating expenses. The scene shifts to Butcher's barbecue, where the air is thick with doubt. The men wonder if the intel from the Deputy Director of National Intelligence can actually be trusted. Frustration boils over as one man accuses the authorities of pulling their strings, but the leader tells them to cool it. There's more to this game than meets the eye. A glass clinks as someone pleads for the truth. The boss remains non-committal, suggesting the informant might simply be mistaken about the current situation. Jung Buldo, his face covered in bandages, stares into his drink. A heavy silence fills the room as his comrades watch him, sensing the internal turmoil he's trying to drown. A bell rings as the door creaks open. A sudden intrusion breaks the tense quiet of the restaurant, signaling an unwelcome arrival. Changsu stands at the threshold with a cold smile. "Long time no see," he says, his presence alone enough to freeze the room. Jung Pao looks up, his eyes widening as he recognizes the man from his past. This reunion is anything but friendly. Changsu's gaze remains unwavering behind his glasses. He's here for a reason, and the power dynamic in the room has shifted instantly. Changsu addresses Jung Pao as boss, a title heavy with years of history. The men behind Changsu stand ready, clearly outnumbering the small group inside. One of Changsu's subordinates watches with a neutral expression, his eyes fixed on the targets. The professionalism of this crew is a stark contrast to the rough thugs in the restaurant. Puffer springs up, his leopard print shirt practically vibrating with rage. He demands to know why Changsu vanished for years, only to return with a pack of clowns. Jung Pao remains calm, gesturing for Changsu to take a seat. He offers to settle the matter over a drink, hoping to de-escalate the explosive tension. Recognizing the need for a private talk, Jung Pao orders Puffer and the others to step outside for a smoke. He knows this conversation isn't for everyone's ears. One of Changsu's men takes the initiative, firmly grabbing Puffer's arm. "Come on, you heard the man," he says, brooking no argument. With a sharp tug, Puffer is led away. The physical dominance of Changsu's team is clear. They aren't just here to talk, they're here to take control. Puffer sneers at the men blocking the exit, calling them punks. But his bravado can't hide the fact that he's being forced out of his own territory. The men in suits promise to keep watch outside, leaving the two former allies to their conversation. Their politeness is a thin veil for the threat they represent. Outside, Puffer tries to regain his composure, asking if anyone has a light. He's trying to play it cool, but the situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. A lighter flicks on, the small flame illuminating the tense faces in the dark. It's a momentary pause before the next revelation drops. Man holding the lighter looks Puffer in the eye. "Do you remember me, Puffer? It's Changsu." The realization hits Puffer like a physical blow. Puffer's jaw drops. Changsu Shin, the kid from Boguang. As the smoke curls upward, it's evident that the long time apart has changed everyone involved. Danny's voice thunders over the crowd, demanding obedience. "Hey, assholes, show some respect and greet your seniors." Immediately, the sea of suits drops into a synchronized bow, shouting their greetings. The bulky thug leader, Puffer, stares in disbelief. They brought an army just for a supposedly peaceful greeting. The tension in the air is thick enough to choke on. Danny steps closer, his eyes cold and mocking. "So, Changsu, why are you here? I heard you've been playing boss under the name New Gongsu lately." Puffer's eyes narrow into slits. To him, that name isn't just a label, it's a legacy. That name isn't for some random punk to claim. He growls, his patience wearing thin. Danny doesn't flinch. He reminds Puffer that when they had nowhere to go, Jung Pao was the only one who opened his doors. In his mind, that loyalty earned them the right to the name. As the argument heats up, a hand waves dismissively, cutting through the noise. "Stop," a calm voice commands, signaling Danny to back down before things get out of hand. "Puffer." The shout echoes through the area, a sharp warning to the massive fighter to keep his cool. Danny maintains his smug composure, claiming this is only meant to be a friendly visit. But as Puffer is held back, Danny continues to taunt him, challenging him to show what he's really got. Puffer's face is a mask of suppressed rage. "We might be old, and we've been out of the game for a while," he begins, his voice low and dangerous. His gaze locks onto Danny's. "But if this visit is more than what you're claiming, if you're here to start something, don't expect to walk out of here in one piece." The threat is absolute, backed by years of brutal experience. He leans in, making sure the message is received. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" The air is electric with the threat of violence. Puffer admits that the new generation can hold their own, but he sees the flaws. The strength is there, but the foundation is shaky. But age catches up with everyone, he observes. He knows that time is the one enemy no fighter can defeat. Blonde fighter stands tall, but the shadow of Puffer's words looms large. New Gongsu might be the rising power, but they are stepping into a world of giants. The focus shifts to the raw physicality of the veterans. Scars and hardened muscles tell the story of 1,000 battles fought in the dark. "We should end this here and now," Puffer declares. He's ready to finish what was started, his eyes burning with a cold light. A fist clenches, knuckles turning white. The resolve is set. There will be no more talking. The scene shifts to a quiet bar. A man with glasses looks at his companion with a mix of pity and respect. "You look like you've been through a lot, boss. Have you been doing all right?" The companion, Jung Pao, scoffs. "You're one to talk. You used to look like a kid, but look at you now." Jung Pao notes that his friend now has the face of someone supporting a family. The weight of responsibility has changed them both. The man with glasses admits that things haven't been going too great, which is exactly why he's come seeking this meeting today. Jung Pao's expression hardens. "Did ambition send you? Or should I say, Jung Eun-yong?" The mention of the name brings a chill to the room. "I think I can guess what this is about, but go on, let's hear it." "What exactly did he say?" Jung Pao is ready for the bad news. The message is simple and brutal. "You and your whole crew gone." It's an ultimatum that leaves no room for negotiation. As the drink is poured, the question is finally asked. "So, what's your move?" The future of their entire organization rests on the answer. Jung Pao raises his glass. "You don't even have to ask, boss. If anyone knows how I think, it's you." But the man with glasses isn't so sure. He knew the Jung Pao from 10 years ago, but this leader of New Gongsu, this lapdog of Jung Eun-yong, he's a stranger. The word lapdog hangs in the air. The man with glasses takes a sip, admitting with a bitter smile, well, I suppose you're not wrong. Jung Pal reminds him of the old rule, don't chase money. It's a principle they both strayed far from. Chase people, haha. The laugh is hollow. They've both realized too late that people are much harder to catch than currency. The name Yong is repeated, a symbol of the power that has them both trapped in this deadly game. Bang! The glass slams onto the table. Who was it that pulled the plug on Gongsu and left us all to rot? The rage of a decade finally boils over. The tension in the room is suffocating as the conversation turns to the past. He sneers, asking if they even realize Yong was the one who got rid of Yongtae. To him, concepts like loyalty and honor are nothing but empty words that don't put food on the table. Jung Pal stares back, his face a map of old scars and fresh bandages. The man across from him acknowledges the truth. He knows that Pig took out Yongtae and got Jung Pal locked up in the first place. The man in glasses leans in closer, his gaze piercing through his frames. He asks Jung Pal if he still doesn't get it, even after spending his entire life on the streets. His voice rises, filled with a decade's worth of resentment. He blames Jung Pal's pride and morals for keeping the crew struggling while everyone else moved up in the world. With a violent toss, he sends a glass flying across the room. It shatters against the floor, a sharp punctuation to his mounting fury. He barks at Jung Pal, calling him a stubborn old man. He reminds him of the advice he once gave, to get stronger. Now, he demands to know if this version of him is strong enough to satisfy his former mentor. Jung Pal remains motionless, his silence showing a stoic resolve even as the verbal assault continues. Shards of glass glisten on the floor, mirroring the fractured relationship between the two men. A soft, cold affirmative escapes his lips. The game has changed and they both know it. He adjusts his glasses, his expression turning chillingly calm. He mentions that he finally understands the meaning behind the smile he saw back in Yang Ti's office. Jung Pal tries to cut the conversation short, stating they've talked enough. He wants the meeting to end here unless there is something else to be said. A hand drops a stack of bills onto the table. It's a dismissive gesture, payment for the broken glass and a flaunt of his newfound wealth. Then comes the ultimatum. He gives Jung Pal exactly 3 days to make a choice. He claims this is the last bit of mercy he has left for someone he once considered family, but it comes with a dark condition. His eyes narrow, reflecting a murderous intent. The warning is simple: if Jung Pal doesn't comply, he dies. Threat extends beyond him. Everyone connected to Jung Pal is now in the crosshairs. The name alone carries the weight of a death sentence. The door creaks as he turns his back on the past. You've got 3 days, he repeats, leaving the threat hanging in the air. Jung Pal remains silent, his jaw set. The weight of the situation is beginning to sink in. Tension is visible in the lines of his neck. The peace he tried to maintain has been shattered as easily as the glass on the floor. He pours himself a drink, the liquid clear and sharp. It is the only thing that can dull the edge of the coming storm. As he takes a swig, his subordinates burst into the room, calling out to their boss. They can sense something has gone terribly wrong. They are ready for a fight, demanding to know what that bastard said. They offer to head out and take them all down if he just gives the word. Jung Pal looks at the broken glass again. He tells his loyal men to listen carefully to his next instructions. Meanwhile, the man in glasses is surrounded by his own crew. They ask if the operation is starting immediately. He looks ahead, his eyes cold and calculating. Not today, he says, but soon. The wheels of a massive conflict are already in motion. He tells his men to take a month abroad, all expenses covered. He wants the field clear for what he has planned next. An intelligence report is slipped into a folder. It contains details on a Japanese syndicate called Sekiryu, including a profile on their leader. Profile reveals the man, Ryuji Hayashibara, a leader in his early 20s with unknown motives for entering Korea. A phone rings, the caller ID showing snake eyes. He answers, stating he has a job to do with a Japanese punk and will be in touch when it's finished. A baseball lands in a glove with a heavy thud. It is a piece of gear brought all the way from Japan, a reminder of a life left behind. Ryuji holds the ball, his expression unreadable. His companion mocks him, asking if he's trying to revive his failed pro debut here in Korea. Ryuji clenches the ball tight. The texture of the stitches brings back memories of Koshien Stadium, memories that still embitter him to this day. His companion tells him to throw the ball, teasing him for getting misty-eyed over the past. Ryuji just scoffs at the idea. He claims he's happy just being a spectator these days, but his eyes tell a different story, one of a man who hasn't truly let go of the game. With a sudden, powerful motion, Ryuji hurls the ball. It's a pitch that carries all the weight of his frustration and ambition. Ball is caught with a sharp crack. A man with earrings and a smirk calls Ryuji Japanese boy, a nickname intended to provoke. Ryuji snaps back, telling him to stop calling him that and to show some respect. The playful atmosphere vanishes in an instant. The student watches the exchange, her expression serious. She notes that while those tests were supposed to be foolproof, reality is never that simple. The student notes that reality is rarely foolproof, and here, the interrogation is proof of that. Every scrap of info is demanded, especially concerning the woman's mother and her connection to Eunseok Young. Zach isn't in the mood for games. When a guy tries to trade info for a date, Zach shuts him down instantly, calling his voice annoying and making it clear he has no interest in younger guys. The man relents, acknowledging Zack's irritation. He admits he's clueless about the events in Korea, but he offers a different lead, a story from Japan that might be even more valuable. His grip tightens on a baseball, a physical manifestation of his deep-seated loathing. He promises that once the truth is out, the hatred for the Jung clan will be perfectly clear. The clock winds back 4 years, shifting the scene to a different time and place. Osaka, Japan. The high school baseball Sakiryu Cup. It's the final qualifier, the bottom of the ninth, and they are down to their last 2 outs. Ryuji Hayashibara stands on the mound, the weight of the stadium's cheers pressing down on him as he takes a deep breath, trying to stay composed. In the stands, Megumi, Ryuji's mother, screams at the top of her lungs. She believes in him, urging him on for just one more pitch. Ryuji is determined. He's not just playing for himself, he's playing to make it to the nationals, fueled by a fierce, singular focus. But fate is cruel. A walk-off home run shatters their dreams in an instant. The ace of Y-High has finally crumbled under the pressure. The broadcast ends with a somber note as Y-High falls to S-High. Their season is over, and the dream of the Sakiryu finals vanishes into the sunset. Ryuji is inconsolable. Tears stream down his face as he thanks the crowd, the reality of the loss sinking in with every passing second. Back at home, Megumi tries to lighten the mood. She tells Ryuji to slow down before he chokes on his food, happy to see him eating well despite the defeat. She reminds him that taking a simple club team to second place in the qualifiers is a massive achievement. She wants him to be proud of what he's done. Ryuji finishes his meal and heads for the door, announcing he's going out. Megumi calls out to him, stopping him for one last moment. She tells him to bring his friends, Taijima and Kazuta, over later. She's planning to make her special beef hayashi rice just for them. As he leaves, her heart aches. She whispers a silent apology, feeling like these small gestures are the only things she can offer him now. Tears well up in her eyes as she watches him go. Her only wish is for him to stay strong through the trials ahead. The dark reality lurks beneath her smile. A sickly drool escapes her lips, a sign of a hidden burden she's desperately trying to hide. That night, Ryuji meets his friends on the hill. Kazuta and the others are already there, their bike lights cutting through the dark blue evening. Kazuta can't help but poke fun at the champion visiting the common folk, his voice dripping with playful sarcasm. Ryuji fires back, mocking Kazuta for being a benchwarmer who couldn't even get off the dugout. The banter is sharp, but it's how they cope. Bulky one cuts in, reminding Kazuta that Ryuji actually turned down a scout from the prestigious S-High to stay at Y-High with them. Kazuta is genuinely confused. He can't fathom why anyone would choose a lesser school over a powerhouse like S-High. Ryuji remembers the conversation with Megumi. She had asked if he'd decided on a school yet, her voice soft and expectant. He had initially thought of S-High but changed his mind in an instant, choosing Y-High instead to stay close to the person who mattered most. To his friends, he gives a simple, practical excuse: it was just closer to home. But they know there's more to the story. The bulky friend defends Ryuji, snapping at Kazuta. He knows the family's financial struggles and that S-High was never a realistic option. The conversation shifts to graduation. Kazuta notes they're all pretty useless outside of baseball, wondering what's left for them. Ryuji admits he has no plan, but his friend smirks, claiming he's got everything figured out unlike the rest of them. He reveals a shocking path, an offer from the Yakuza. He's thinking of taking the badge and living life in the fast lane. Kazuta is horrified, imagining a body full of ink, but his friend just laughs it off, saying he'll just get a cute character on his back. He even offers to rough up any opposing pitchers for Ryuji in the future, a dark promise of loyalty in their uncertain world. Under the half moon, they make a pact. They'll take the whole nation, one way or another, refusing to let their dreams die with high school. Memory fades as a stern voice breaks the silence. Kazuta is told to stop daydreaming about baseball and get back to work. Kazuta, now older and hardened, quickly falls back into line. He promises Mr. Matsuda that he'll handle everything today, leaving the past behind. Danny hands over the slip, the ink still fresh on the next target's address. They're 3 months behind, and the organization's patience has finally run out. With a cold gaze, Danny makes it clear that this isn't a courtesy call. They are collecting every cent today, including the principal, and white-haired attacker nods in grim understanding. The threat hangs heavy in the air. Danny warns that if the money doesn't materialize, white-haired attacker will be the one paying the price with his own life. White-haired attacker stares at the paper, a cold sweat breaking across his brow. He knows this place, it's Zack's home, and the realization hits him like a physical blow. It's Zack's place. The one person he never wanted to see caught in this crossfire is now the primary target of his debt collection. A woman's scream pierces the air from inside, shattering the silence. White-haired attacker doesn't hesitate, rushing toward the entrance as the situation spirals out of control. His eyes burn with a sudden, protective fury. The professional mask is gone, replaced by the raw instinct of a man seeing his past collide with a brutal present. Inside, the female student is on the verge of a breakdown, her eyes welling with tears as she faces the monsters at her door. She pleads for mercy, claiming the original debt was already settled, but logic has no place in a shakedown like this. The debt collectors aren't interested in receipts, they only care about the interest, and if she can't pay, the consequences will be dire. The bulky thug leader leans in with a sickening grin, suggesting that her good looks might be her only way to clear the balance. He offers a job at a place of his choosing, promising that a few months of work will wipe the slate clean. The female student is horrified as he clarifies the terms. She'd pay it off in just a few videos. The predatory intent in his eyes is unmistakable. He reaches out to pat her shoulder, acting like a benefactor while white-haired attacker looms in the shadows behind him, a ticking time bomb. A sickening whack echoes through the room as white-haired attacker finally snaps, delivering a brutal blow to the creep's head. Chaos erupts. The sound of violence fills the space as white-haired attacker unleashes months of suppressed rage on his own colleagues. Zack arrives on the scene to find white-haired attacker gasping for air, surrounded by the aftermath of his sudden betrayal. Shocked, Zack demands to know what his old acquaintance is doing in his home, especially in the middle of a bloodbath. White-haired attacker can barely look him in the eye, simply asking for rope or cable ties to secure the mess he's made. The bulky thug leader is bound and gagged, his muffled protests ignored as Zack realizes these are the men who have been harassing his mother. Zack's hand trembles with rage. The thought of running to the police or fleeing to another country crosses his mind, but his pride won't allow it. Weight of messing with the Yakuza begins to sink in for white-haired attacker, but Zack's resolve only hardens. With a murderous look in his eyes, Zack declares that they aren't running. They're going to make the Yakuza pay for every tear his mother shed. A mocking laugh cuts through the tension. Someone thinks Zack's bravado is a joke, underestimating the fury of a son pushed too far. White-haired attacker warns that the Yakuza aren't schoolyard bullies, they're professional killers. But Zack isn't listening to the odds anymore. Zack and white-haired attacker look up in surprise as a third player enters the room, unbothered by the gravity of the situation. It's Jong-Eun, the baseball star. He was just looking for some ramen, but he found a much more interesting way to spend his evening. Jong-Eun explains that his career is over thanks to corrupt school politics. The chairman's kid took his spot and the coach took a bribe to keep him on the bench. He didn't take the news lying down. He smashed the coach's head and walked out, leaving his future in the dirt along with his respect for the rules. Zack can't help but smirk. Hitting a coach is a bold move, but it's exactly what he'd expect from a guy like Jong-Eun. Jong-Eun is itching for a fight to blow off some steam. He looks at the tied-up thug and asks if they're really doing this today. Zack warns him to stay out of it. This isn't just about a career, it's a war that could cost him his life. Jong-Eun just scoffs. Baseball is finished for him anyway, and he's more than happy to take his frustrations out on the Yakuza. The trio looks down at their captive with a unified, cold determination. They're all craving justice, and maybe some of Zack's mother's ramen afterward. Zack's grip on the bat tightens, the wood creaking under the pressure. The decision is made, it's time to wreck the Yakuza. A single, resolute yeah echoes as the team solidifies. There's no turning back now. The night is young, and the Yakuza are about to find out that they picked the wrong family to mess with. The hunt begins. Danny's cold smirk is a jagged reminder of a past he can't escape. He admits with chilling calmness that he was only ever the runner-up, and in this world, second place is just the first to die. Zack stands with his crew, a group of misfits known as the Baseball Boys. While Zack is ready to swing for the fences, some of his allies aren't exactly thrilled about the name, questioning the logic behind the sudden branding. High above, a crescent moon watches over a city about to bleed. The air is thick with threats as voices echo through the night, promising a lethal end to anyone foolish enough to cross the wrong family. Street-level muscle gathers, a collection of hardened faces and cold eyes. Among them, the bulky thug leader looms like a shadow, his presence alone signaling that the time for talk is over. In this game, there are no coincidences. Karma is a debt that always gets collected, and for those who spilled innocent blood, the interest rate is about to become astronomical. A smiling face in a black ribbon frame, the ultimate catalyst for war. This wasn't just a loss, it was a declaration of hostilities that Zack and his brother will never forgive. Grief turns into a suffocating poison as Danny stares at the altar. He whispers Mom not as a cry for help but as a final goodbye before the monster inside him takes control. The order is issued with a trembling jaw and a heart of ice. This wasn't an accident, and the world is about to find out exactly what happens when you take everything from a man with nothing left to lose. Zack's eyes burn with a murderous intensity that could light up the Tokyo skyline. He demands his men turn the entire country upside down until they find the person responsible for his mother's death. A name surfaces from the depths of the underworld, Matsuda. The mention of that man sends a ripple of realization through the room. A target has finally been acquired. The lead finally in hand, Zack doesn't waste a single second. He signals his most trusted men to follow him, his silhouette a grim omen of the violence to come. The calm before the storm is punctuated by the strike of a match. A final exhale of smoke, then the silence is shattered by the persistent, mechanical ring of a burner phone. The caller ID flashes a name that brings the hunt to a fever pitch. The digital glow is the only light in the darkness, signaling that the prey has been cornered. Zack answers the call, his voice a low growl. On the other end, the confirmation he's been waiting for arrives like a death sentence. They've found them. The cigarette hits the pavement, a small spark dying in the night. It's the sound of a countdown reaching zero. The hunt is over. The execution begins. Matsuda is found tied up and broken, a pathetic shadow of the man who thought he was untouchable. Zack reminds him of the first crew they dismantled, making it clear that history is about to repeat itself. scream tears through the urban silence, a raw sound of agony echoing off the cold blue walls of the alleyway. The neighborhood stays quiet, knowing better than to look. The sound of impact is followed by a sickening splatter. Dark crimson stains the concrete, a grim signature left by a man who no longer cares about the rules. Zack raises a heavy hammer, the steel reflecting his cold resolve. He knows Matsuda didn't act alone, and he's prepared to break every bone in the man's body to find out who pulled the strings. Between bloody coughs, the truth begins to leak out. It wasn't a local job, it was a Korean. The revelation hits Zack like a physical blow, opening up a whole new level of conspiracy. Matsuda claims he never asked for a reason, he just took the contract. But fragments of information point toward a much larger, much more personal betrayal. The memory flashes back to the moment the deal was struck. A stack of cash exchanged for the life of a harmless woman. The cruelty of the transaction is as clear as the blood on the floor. Megumi Hayashibara. She was just a woman running a small ramen shop, a target chosen not for what she did but for who she was connected to. A sinister smirk spreads across the face of the man who ordered the hit. To him, Megumi was nothing more than a stain on his family's reputation that needed to be erased. The mastermind is revealed. Hosu-young, the bulky thug leader, stands tall with a look of arrogant triumph, unaware his death warrant has already been signed. Hosu-young's cold eyes and heavy features paint a picture of a man who has never known mercy. He is the wall Zack must tear down to reach the truth. The female student listens with a growing sense of dread as the names are connected. The mention of Hosu-young brings a level of political complexity she hadn't anticipated. The tangled web of the Young family becomes clear. Hosu was at odds with his own brother, Eunseok, the successor to the group and the lover of Zack's mother. Zack's jaw tightens. Internal politics mean nothing to him. The only fact that matters is that his mother is dead and Hosu is the one who will pay. The female student ponders the motive. Was it really just sibling rivalry that led to murder? She points out that violence alone doesn't prove Eunseok Young is Zack's father. The stakes are higher than they thought. Hosu isn't just fighting his brother, he's at war with his father, the chairman, and his grandfather. It's a three-way battle for the throne. Any one of those three powerful men could be the father Zack never knew. As the shadows lengthen, one thing is certain, the search for his father will be paved with the bodies of those who took his mother. Discussion continues, with an unidentified man affirming that one particular individual is the most logical suspect in the search for Zack's father. Another man elaborates on the suspect, noting his significant past connection to Zack's mother. He abruptly cuts himself off, then impatiently demands to know what the other person was about to say. The woman, turning to face the other man, states her intention to investigate Eunseok Young and promises to share any new findings. A door creaks open. The man tries to reassure someone to be patient, but his expression shifts to surprise as he notices something. The woman confronts the unexpected intruder, demanding to know their identity and stating that they are not yet open for business. The woman's voice questions the man about the top-knot guy, asking if he is also a friend. The man, clearly baffled, expresses confusion, stating that his guards should have prevented anyone from entering. A mysterious man with long hair emerges, sarcastically thanking them for their story and commenting on their youth. The woman demands to know his identity and how he entered, while the other man recognizes him with a shocked exclamation, Jung Buldo. The man with the top knot strides confidently into the bar, confronting the other man about ignoring his calls, while the other man questions how he found their location. The man, still reeling, questions how the intruder bypassed his guards. The woman intervenes, recognizing the intruder as Kazuta and urging him to stop, while the intruder menacingly warns the man to remove his hands. The man with the top knot dismisses the question of his entry, instead asking if the other man reviewed the files he sent. The other man confirms he saw the files, specifically mentioning Jongpal Jian. The top knot man internally notes the advantage of having national intelligence on his side, while the other man is impressed by his ability to send files. The man with the top knot acknowledges the files, stating he didn't intend to delve into the other man's past but reveals his own ambition to settle certain debts. The other man, a smirk playing on his lips, asks if the top knot man intends to take down Jongpal as part of his ambitious plans. The man with the top knot confirms his intentions, offering the other man a chance to avenge his mother while he deals with his worthless friend. The other man acknowledges their aligned interests. The man extends his hand, proposing they proceed directly with their plan, this time addressing the top knot man as UNC. Their hands firmly grasp, the top knot man tells him to stop calling him UNC, finding it embarrassing. The other man asks for an alternative. The other man suggests Boss Buldo, like his friends, but the top knot man dismisses it, stating he's no longer part of that life. The man directly asks the top knot man for his name. The top knot man walks away, warning the other man to answer his calls or face dire consequences. The other man calls out to him, using the name Buldo. The top knot man pauses, turning his head slightly to respond with a sharp what. With a sly smile, the man offers the top knot man a drink, tempting him with the presence of gorgeous girls. He gestures, offering to buy the top knot man a drink to celebrate their new partnership. Top knot man dismisses the offer, claiming he's too old for such nonsense. The top knot man, with a hint of irritation, reminds him not to get too comfortable despite allowing him to use his name, muttering about kids these days. The man, clearly unimpressed, dismisses the top-knot man's words as typical boomer talk. He grumbles about the top-knot man's ingratitude despite his offer to pay. His eyes narrow, revealing a deeper, more calculating gaze beneath his casual demeanor. The scene shifts to the bustling city where the neon-lit title The Worst Generation flashes, setting the stage for events at Club E Gangnam at 11 p.m. Outside Club E, the sounds of luxury cars vroom and beep fill the night, signaling the arrival of high-profile guests. The entrance of Club Emperor, an attendant named Jackson, greets a new arrival, promising utmost care and announcing that their imperial set is ready. A luxurious car vrooms past. A man takes a drag from his cigarette, a silent pause hanging in the air. A hand reaches out, the metallic click of the latch echoing through the corridor as the door begins to give way. Strict orders have been issued. No one enters the VVIP room unless specifically summoned. The neon glow of the sign serves as a final warning. The waiter quickly keys into his radio, his voice low and urgent as he calls for the guard team to provide immediate backup. His colleague leans in, curious about the guest receiving such extreme treatment. The answer is chilling. That man is Hsu-young, the second son of the powerful Ambition Group. The realization hits hard. No wonder the service is so tense. A man like that drops tips as heavy as his reputation. One waiter stops, a grim warning on his lips. He tells his partner not to even think about trying any tricks with the VVIP today. The news had been full of Hsu-young's recent troubles. Though the scandals were scrubbed, the danger remains. He warns Jung to just do his job and stay out of the line of fire. Request for a cleanup in room 21 crackles through the air, cutting through the heavy atmosphere of the hallway. Jung stands alone, the radio beeping in his hand as he contemplates the risk he's about to take for a bigger payday. He sneers to himself, convinced that a man like Hsu-young is only here for the girls. He suspects his co-workers are just trying to hog the tips for themselves. A woman stumbles, her head spinning from the drink as she asks where they are being led in this labyrinth of neon and shadows. Jung urges her to stay steady, promising that he's about to make this a night she'll never forget. The girls follow him, lured by the promise of meeting someone famous, while Jung keeps his eyes on the VVIP prize. At the entrance, Jung tries to fast-talk the guard, Eunseok, claiming the person inside specifically requested his presence. Girls gasp as they realize they've reached the VVIP section, their excitement building as they anticipate the wealth behind the door. Jung slips a thick stack of bills into the guard's hand, a desperate bribe to ignore the standing orders just for a few minutes. The guard relents, giving him exactly 60 seconds. Jung's face twists into a triumphant, greedy grin. Inside the room, a heavy sigh cuts through the silence, thick with the scent of expensive liquor and regret. The man's breath is shallow, his jaw set in a line of mounting frustration and exhaustion. Bulky thug leader sprawls across the leather couch, staring at the ceiling and wondering when his life started spiraling out of control. A sudden knock at the door makes him snap his head around, his eyes narrowing with immediate irritation. Jung bursts in with the girls in tow, plastering on a fake smile as he offers a special surprise to liven up the evening. The girls immediately recognize him from the television, their whispers of Ambition's second son filling the room like a swarm of flies. Bulky thug leader grits his teeth, the sound of his grinding jaw audible even over Jung's incessant bragging about bringing the cream of the crop. He raises his glass, the amber liquid catching the light as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. Jung ignores the warning signs, telling the girls to pour a drink for the man he thinks is about to make him rich. Bulky thug leader stands up, his heavy footsteps thudding against the carpet as he mutters about how difficult it is to find a moment of peace. Jung continues to grovel, promising that the tip can wait until the man is satisfied. Bulky thug leader can't believe the audacity of the waiter standing before him. With a sudden, violent motion, bulky thug leader swings the heavy whiskey glass through the air. The glass shatters directly against Jung's face, shards flying as a scream of agony is cut short by the impact. Bulky thug leader looms over the trembling waiter, his voice a low growl as he asks if his previous command to be left alone meant nothing. He reaches down and grips Jung by the hair, forcing the terrified man to look him in the eye as he delivers a final, brutal warning. He drags the waiter across the room like a discarded rag, his rage boiling over as he demands to know if he's seen as some kind of joke. A thunderous punch lands, the sound of the impact echoing through the VVIP suite like a gunshot. Another blow follows, relentless and cruel, as Jung's world dissolves into a blur of pain and blood. Bulky thug leader slams him into the ground with a final, savage roar, calling him a worthless piece of trash. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury, his teeth bared as he prepares to continue the assault. In the midst of the chaos, Danny stands watching, his expression cold and unreadable as the violence unfolds. Finally, Danny reaches out, placing a firm hand on bulky thug leader's shoulder and telling him to stop before he actually kills the man. Tension in the air is thick enough to choke on as the gang leader's arm begins to tremble violently under the weight of the confrontation. Snapping his head around with murderous intent, the gang leader snarls, demanding to know just who has the nerve to interfere. He doesn't get an answer, only a heavy, bone-shattering fist that connects squarely with his jaw, sending sweat and spit flying. Dazed and reeling, the gang leader's eyes widen as he recognizes the man who just leveled him, whispering in disbelief. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the man confirms his identity with a cold smirk, telling the leader to cool off and take a seat. The room erupts in a low buzz of whispers. Amidst the chaos, a man steps forward, declaring that they will be the ones to handle this mess. The sound of a door handle clicking shut echoes through the room as a voice booms, berating them for letting a simple task turn into such a disaster. The gang leader stares back, his expression unreadable as he is questioned if he has also turned into a mole. Frustration boils over as the gang leader snaps back, asking what they're even talking about before cursing under his breath. The associate interjects, his voice calm but firm, telling the gang leader that he's clearly drunk and needs to stop this immediately. Collapsing onto the sofa with a heavy thud, the gang leader looks at his associate, desperately hoping his friend will remain the one person who won't betray him. His eyes burn with a cold resentment as he curses his misplaced trust in the man who hit him, calling him a total jackass. The associate looks down at him, his gaze piercing as he asks if that is truly what the gang leader believes. The argument escalates until the associate physically steps in, striding between the men, demanding they knock it off before things get even worse. His patience has reached its limit. The associate raises his voice, telling the gang leader once and for all that he needs to stop. Turning his attention to the authority in the room, the associate promises to handle things and asks the director to step outside for a moment. The heavy door slams shut with a finality that signals the real conversation is about to begin in private. The sound of liquid pouring fills the silence. The gang leader exhales a weary breath, offering his associate a drink to settle the nerves. But the associate's mind is elsewhere. A dark realization takes hold as he thinks to himself that the gang leader is indeed planning a betrayal. The subtle movement, the associate's hand slips inside his jacket, his laughter echoing with a hollow, manic edge at the irony of it all. The gang leader's eyes go wide as a blade is drawn. He stammers in disbelief, asking if his own friend is actually turning on him. The associate's expression is cold, devoid of any warmth as he tells the gang leader that if he's going to keep acting like this, he should just die. The gang leader scoffs, asking if this is some kind of sick joke or if someone actually paid his associate to take him out. Betrayal cuts deeper than any blade. The gang leader stares at the man he once trusted, unable to believe the loyalty is gone. The associate's eyes remain fixed on his target as he admits the truth. The offer was simply too good to pass up, enough money to drown in. The ultimatum is delivered. The associate tells him to take the knife, warning him that this is his absolute last chance to survive. With a sudden, violent thwack, the gang leader's hand slams down on the hilt, accepting the challenge with a grim finality. His face is partially obscured by the steel as he vows to kill anyone, whoever they are, who dares to look down on him. The blade shimmers between them, a cold barrier separating two men who used to be allies but are now nothing more than prey and predator. Tragic reality of their world settles in. Friendship is a luxury that none of them can truly afford when power is on the line. The associate's final words cut deeper than the steel as he asks if he was ever really a friend or just the chauffeur's son meant to clean up the mess. The associate's face twists with agony and rage. "How could you betray me?" he screams, his voice cracking. "Of all people, I thought we were friends." Blinded by a lifetime of resentment, he stomps the ground with a violent crash, roaring that he'll end this himself. Zack looks down with a cold, unwavering gaze as the associate lunges forward with a blade, his final cry of "die" echoing through the room. The air shatters as the movement blurs, a flash of motion as the confrontation reaches its breaking point. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the golden light of a distant memory. A young Zack tells another boy that if he's truly sorry, he needs to stand up and fight for himself. Clenching his small fists, Zack's voice is firm. "Stop letting them beat you up," he tells the other boy. He looks away, his pride as the chauffeur's son clashing with his duty. He declares that this will be the last time he helps the young master. The other boy, Hosu, looks up with wide, uncertain eyes, softly calling out Zack's name. In the quiet of the sunset, Hosu asks the question that's been burning in his mind. "Why do you help me? Is it just because your dad is our chauffeur?" Zack scoffs, looking at the ground. "Why even bother asking when you already know the answer?" Zack's expression hardens. He explains that every time Hosu comes home beaten, Zack's father is the one who gets chewed out by the boss. He continues, describing the cycle of misery where his father returns home defeated, only for his mother and Zack to bear the brunt of that anger. Hosu looks down, the guilt heavy on his shoulders. He admits he knew Zack was getting into trouble because of him. But then, Zack turns to him with unexpected sincerity. "Will you just be my friend, Hosu?" Hosu is stunned. "Are you serious?" he asks, lamenting that no one ever treats him with sincerity just because he was born rich. Wind whistles under an orange sky as the weight of the moment hangs between the two boys. A sudden gust of wind mirrors the shift in their relationship, a bond forged in the shadow of their fathers. Zack agrees to the friendship but only on one condition, cutting off Hosu's offer to ask his mother for favors. Zack's gaze is piercing. He declares that if they are truly friends, he won't treat Hosu like a young master anymore. Hosu agrees instantly, but Zack isn't finished. There is one more thing he needs to clarify. Hosu slips back into old habits, apologizing formally before catching himself and realizing he almost broke the new rule. Zach's mouth tightens in a small, knowing smirk as Hosu quickly corrects himself with a simple sorry. Back in the present, the blade trembles against Zach's neck. The resolve to kill has vanished, replaced by the crushing weight of their shared past. The knife falls with a sharp clatter against the red carpet. Hosu's spirit breaks as he whispers, "How could I ever do that to you?" Hosu collapses to his knees, clutching his head in shame. He realizes that Zach is the one person in the world he should never have turned against. Zach reaches out, his hand steady as he places it on Hosu's shoulder, softly speaking his name to bring him back from the brink. Gentle pat on the shoulder signifies a forgiveness that words couldn't convey, a silent acknowledgement of their complicated brotherhood. The clock strikes 2:13 a.m. The scene shifts to the dark streets outside Puffer's clothing shop where a new threat is brewing. A group of shadowed figures gathers outside the shuttered entrance, their intentions clear as they prepare to breach the building. The signal to move, the swarm of thugs rushes in, armed and ready to fulfill their orders to wreck everything in sight. The leader sneers, mocking his own men's incompetence before a voice from the shadows tells them they couldn't even wreck a sandcastle. A massive wham echoes through the shop as the first wave of attackers is met with overwhelming force. Bodies hit the floor with a heavy thud. The thugs realize they've walked into a trap and their boss is caught completely off guard. The shop owner lifts the metal shutter with one hand, his eyes glowing with menace. Why the surprised faces? This is my shop. Standing over the fallen thugs, he mocks their noisy entrance. You might as well have put up a neon sign. What's the matter? Cack out your tongue. Zach blocks the path, his massive frame casting a long shadow. Hold it right there. Aren't you Jung Buldo's boys? I don't recognize you lot. Beside him, a Japanese associate narrows his eyes, scanning the crowd. Are these the guests Ruji mentioned? Zach smirks, completely unfazed by the tension. Hey, bullcut. I don't understand a word you're saying, but you're probably right. The associate reaches for his weapon, his patience wearing thin. I have no patience for their kind. I'm not holding back. Zach draws his blade, the steel gleaming in the moonlight. Nice. Never thought I'd see the day I'd be teaming up with some Japanese kids. Don't know the Japanese word for smash, but just swing those knives and do your thing. Tools out, boys. The thugs charge forward with a collective roar. Kill them. Rag. Zach leaps into the fray, his movements a blur of lethal efficiency. Don't move yet. Blades clash as the alleyway erupts into a chaotic bloodbath. Kill them all. Zach's eyes burn with cold, murderous intent as he locks onto his next target. He swings his weapon with bone-shattering force, cutting through the air. A heavy thud echoes as a thug is sent sprawling across the pavement. Whoa. Zach follows up with a massive punch, his fist moving like a piston. Wham! The impact is absolute, sending teeth and blood flying. Ack. He finishes the trio with a devastating smash that levels the last man standing. Gah! One thug watches in disbelief as his allies fall like flies. He dropped 3 of us just like that. Move it, you morons. Zach mocks their hesitation with a flick of his fingers. What's the matter? Did you think I was washed up? The Japanese associate steps forward, looking for his share of the action. Hey, old man, save some for the rest of us, will you? Zach turns his back on the carnage, unimpressed. Boss Buldo only called you here as insurance anyway. Meanwhile, the violence spreads elsewhere, to Scruff's shop in Mahjong. A man is hurled through the front window, the glass shattering into 1,000 pieces. Arg! Heavy footsteps tread across the floor as a massive hand grips a blood-stained weapon. Terrified thug begs for his life on the floor. I am sorry. Please don't kill me. A mountain of a man raises his blade, his eyes glowing with a feral intensity. The blow falls without mercy, silencing the last of the resistance. Ack! The massive fighter exhales a long, weary breath as the adrenaline begins to fade. Phew! His tank top is shredded and soaked in the blood of those who dared challenge him. He looks down at the broken bodies littering the floor. You came all the way from Japan to help. He gestures for his guests to follow. Get cleaned up, then let's have some meat and soju out here. Even in victory, his face remains a mask of grim determination. In his bloodied hand, he holds a gold coin, the mark of ambition security. The next day, the sun rises over the Ambition Group headquarters where a new power struggle is about to begin. The report comes in cold and clinical. Following the orders issued the previous night, all of the leaders' men have been successfully neutralized and put on hold. Massive glass facade of the corporate headquarters looms over the city, a monument to power and the ruthless secrets hidden within its walls. Inside, the atmosphere is suffocating. Behind a newspaper, the chairman scoffs at the incompetence on display. He demands to know why the thugs from the rival crew are still breathing. The subordinate lowers his head, the weight of his failure pressing down on him. Beside him, the assistant remains silent as the chairman questions if he ever expects to make it to the board with such a pathetic performance. The man insists that he gave his word to get the job done, but the chairman isn't interested in promises, he wants results. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a blade. Chairman lowers his paper just enough to glare at the man. He's tired of seeing his face, noting that the subordinate seems to have far too much free time lately. He presses harder, asking when he ever gave permission to drag this out and give the enemy time to recover. The man can only offer a weak, stuttering defense. The chairman stands up, his presence filling the office with a murderous aura. He wonders aloud if the subordinate's hesitation comes from some lingering bond with the targets. He spits out his disdain for gangsters who demand respect but fail to deliver. Turning to the assistant, he orders her to bring in the leader's men immediately. The heavy doors of the office clack open, signaling the arrival of the broken and the defeated. With a heavy thud, a battered body is tossed onto the expensive floor like a piece of trash. Another thud follows as more of the crew are dumped before the chairman, their spirits as broken as their bodies. One of the men looks up through blood and bruises. He weakly apologizes to his boss, his voice trembling with shame. The subordinate stares down at the fallen man, his jaw tight. The chairman's voice cuts through the silence, declaring that when a boss loses his touch, it's the men who pay the ultimate price. The ultimatum is delivered with chilling finality. The subordinate has 3 days to bring the chairman the rival leader's head personally. If he fails, chairman looms over the man, asking if the message is clear. He calls him a worthless prick, leaving no room for negotiation. The subordinate bows low, his voice a mere whisper as he accepts the impossible task. He knows the consequences of failure are far worse than death. Looking at the broken man, the subordinate promises to settle this quickly, his eyes reflecting a mixture of guilt and burgeoning rage. The man tells his boss not to overdo it, pleading for the boss's safety even in his own agony. With a final bow, the man prepares to leave the office. He has been backed into a corner, and a cornered beast is the most dangerous. As the man exits, the chairman gives one last cold directive to the assistant. Once the job is finished, she is to take out the subordinate as well. No loose ends. The man's eyes burn with a cold, desperate intensity. He realizes that this time, they might not make it out alive. He strides down the long, sterile hallway of the headquarters, each step echoing like a countdown to his own destruction. He catches his reflection in the glass, seeing a man who has traded his soul for power, only to find himself a slave to a monster. Weight of the world sits on his shoulders as he stares into the abyss of his own choices. Later, the man sits alone, drowning his frustrations in alcohol. He thinks about the leaders of rival groups, men he barely knows but must now destroy. With a sudden burst of violence, he smashes his glass against the table, the sound of shattering shards mirroring his own fractured resolve. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. He's done playing by the rules of a man who views him as expendable. He pulls out his phone, a specific name highlighted on the screen. It's time to make a call he once hoped he'd never have to make. The phone rings, the buzzing sound vibrating through his hand like a heartbeat. He waits, his breath hitched in his throat. A voice answers from the other side, acknowledging that it has indeed been a long time since they last spoke. The man gets straight to the point. He brings up the offer made long ago, the one where the contact said he was needed. His eye twitches as he asks the million-dollar question, is that offer still on the table? The answer arrives in the form of roaring engines. A gang of bikers screeches to a halt in front of a traditional gate, the night air filled with the smell of gasoline and impending war. He secures his red helmet, the weight of the coming operation settling on his shoulders as he tells his crew to hold their positions. A chorus of "Roger" crackles through the comms. The team is ready, waiting for the signal to ignite the night. With a sharp clack, the buckle snaps shut. There's no turning back now. He catches his reflection in the side mirror, adjusting his tie. Tonight, he isn't just a brawler, he's a predator in a tailored suit. His gaze turns cold and calculating. His grand ambition is no longer a distant goal, it's a burning desire he's ready to seize. Standing before the traditional gate, he prepares to step into a world of ancient rules and modern violence. The silence of the night is broken by the persistent ring of his phone, a call from the shadows. A contact calls. He answers, his voice a low whisper that barely disturbs the air. He reports his position. He's at the front door, and he needs this conversation to be quick. The voice on the other end asks if he's moving in. The final pieces are falling into place. Contact confirms the status. Everything is proceeding exactly according to the plan they've meticulously crafted. He brings up the chairman's fixer. He needs to know if the man is still a factor. The intel is grim. A rival is out for blood, ready to tear down the entire family tree to get what they want. The fixer has been cut loose, left without a crew and vulnerable. He orders the word to be sent to his contact immediately. The final blip, the connection is severed. The board is set, and the first move is his. A hand with dark-painted nails reaches out, adjusting his tie. His partner tells him to stay focused for the big day. She reminds him of the effort she put into this setup, warning him not to screw it up. He simply notes that she was the one who arrived late. The bickering stops. It's time. Shall we go in, then? He asks, his voice devoid of emotion. They stand side by side, a dangerous duo ready to infiltrate the inner sanctum of power. They are walking directly into the tiger's den. One wrong word, and the trap will spring. Inside, a lavish traditional feast is laid out, but the air is thick with the scent of a brewing storm. He checks his watch with a sharp flick. Every second that passes is a second closer to discovery. He's losing his patience, annoyed by the chairman's tardiness. His partner urges him to trust her and stay calm. She reassures him that the files have been delivered. Everything is under control, as long as he plays his part. The door slides open with a heavy, rhythmic sound. The chairman has finally arrived. His pulse quickens. A single bead of sweat rolls down his temple as the pressure of the room triples. A figure of authority enters the room, his presence alone enough to command silence and submission. The man and his partner bow deeply. He begins to introduce himself, but the chairman dismisses him, complaining to the woman about the late hour. The old man grumbles, clearly annoyed at being summoned for something he deems trivial. He grits his teeth, his jaw tightening at the insult. His partner quickly tries to smooth things over, offering the chairman a seat and a cigarette. He seizes the opening, insisting on reintroducing himself properly. He won't be ignored. Offering the cigarette box with practiced grace, he formally introduces himself, his eyes locked on the chairman. The chairman's eyes narrow with sudden interest. He's heard a rumor that the man is one of their own blood. He confirms it without a hint of doubt. The test results are absolute and genes never lie. The chairman leans back, the roaring tiger on the screen behind him reflecting his inner beast. He demands to know the name of the man's mother. Tension in the room reaches a breaking point as the chairman waits for the answer that could shatter his world. He decides to drop the facade. He was going to take it step by step, but the chairman's attitude has forced his hand. He speaks a name with clinical precision. He knows the chairman remembers her well. The chairman's face contorts in pure shock. The realization hits him like a freight train. The man is the son of the person he once knew. Jennifer leans in, her voice steady as she presents the evidence. She insists that the test results speak for themselves, leaving no room for doubt about the man standing beside her. The man explains his past, detailing how his mother raised him alone in Japan while always reminding him of his royal Jung family bloodline. Now that he's of age, his only wish is to dedicate his life to the family. Bulky thug leader stares them down, his expression unreadable as he warns Jennifer against taking this story to the press, knowing it would only lead to trouble. With a cold, calculating gaze, bulky thug leader demands to know the man's name. Without flinching, the newcomer identifies himself as Eunseok. Dismissing the name with a sneer, bulky thug leader performs a blatant act of disrespect, crushing his cigarette directly into the bowl of food on the table. He stands up, looming over Eunseok. He acknowledges the rough economy in Japan but questions why a young, healthy man would travel all this way just for a family connection. His eyes narrow with suspicion. He accuses Eunseok of looking for an easy score, suggesting that the young man is nothing more than a con artist targeting the family's wealth. Eunseok remains eerily calm under the pressure. He checks his watch with a smirk, noting that someone is running late and should be arriving any moment now. Sharp knock at the door shatters the tension. Bulky thug leader looks toward the entrance, his face twisting in genuine surprise. The door slides open to reveal a figure from the past. A voice scolds bulky thug leader for being so cold to the child who is supposed to be their heir. It's Tae, the honorary chairman, entering the room in a wheelchair. Beside him, a woman offers a polite greeting, signaling that the power dynamic in the room has just shifted. Bulky thug leader is livid, turning his rage toward Jennifer. He demands to know what she was thinking by inviting his father into this mess without his permission. Tae immediately silences him, telling the brat to watch his tone. He defends Jennifer, stating she was only following his direct orders as she always does. Jennifer plays her part perfectly, urging the old man to stay calm and watch his blood pressure while helping him with his inhaler. With a gentle kiss on his head, Jennifer continues to manipulate the elderly chairman. Tae admits he's been feeling much more alive lately thanks to her presence. The old man turns his attention back to the matter at hand, asking where this supposed heir of his is hiding. Eunseok offers a respectful greeting to Tae, his voice smooth and calculated as he steps into the spotlight. He presents a confident, handsome face to the old chairman, looking every bit the part of a long-lost son returning home. Tae is mesmerized, muttering that blood doesn't lie as he stares at the young man's features. Jennifer adds fuel to the fire, pointing out that Eunseok is a spitting image of the chairman. Bulky thug leader can only watch in stunned silence. Overjoyed, Tae declares this a cause for celebration. He calls for a toast and orders everyone to take a seat. He gives a stern look to bulky thug leader, commanding him to sit down and accept the situation. Tae asks for the final confirmation, wanting to know exactly whose son this fine young man is. Eunseok reaches into his jacket, ready to provide the final piece of proof that will cement his place in the family. Jennifer confirms that the DNA results were a perfect match, citing his eyes, nose, and mouth as undeniable evidence of his lineage. She looks directly at the stunned bulky thug leader and delivers the final blow. Eunseok is without a doubt his son. Tae bursts into a triumphant laugh, his joy echoing through the room as the impossible news sinks in. He marvels at the fact that he has a son in his 20s at his advanced age, seeing it as a miraculous blessing. Eunseok leans into the deception, playfully suggesting he should start calling him dad from now on. Bulky thug leader's face is a mask of pure frustration. Bulky thug leader's eyes burn with a cold, murderous intent. He knows he's being played, but with his father convinced, his hands are tied. Meanwhile, the scene shifts far away from the corporate drama to a quiet, rural road shrouded in darkness. A van speeds through the night. The driver confirms they are on their way to Hohun Temple to retrieve Donggik and the others. Inside the vehicle, the men discuss the mysterious attackers who came after them the previous night, wondering who could be behind the ambush. As the engine hums, the realization hits hard. The attackers from the previous night weren't the ones expected. It looks like entirely different crews were sent by the rival organization. The vehicle tears through the midnight darkness, the silence of the road broken only by the sharp chime of an incoming notification. Checking his phone, the driver's eyes widen. It's a text from one of the inner circle members. He wonders why someone like that would be reaching out now. The message is brief but explosive. The traitor is confirmed to have made contact with the enemy leader. The directive is clear: stay alert for whatever comes next. His grip tightens on the steering wheel, his expression hardening into a mask of pure intensity as the gravity of the betrayal sinks in. In the passenger seat, his companion is told they need to move fast because the target is on the move. Suddenly, another phone buzzes. It's a call at this ungodly hour. Man picks up, his voice steady despite the tension. He asks what's happening, sensing the desperation on the other end of the line. There's a heavy, suffocating silence from the caller, the kind that usually precedes a disaster. The car swerves as the voice on the phone finally breaks. Panic flares in the cabin as the news hits like a physical blow. The companion's face pales as the orders come through: take everyone and get out immediately. They'll rendezvous as soon as humanly possible. Tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Every second wasted is a second closer to a total collapse of their operation. At the temple, a frantic call is made. The girls are terrified, but they're told they've done a good job and to stay put until help arrives. Despair washes over the group. They can't believe their ally would turn his back on them after everything they've been through together. Flashback to a smoke-filled room where the deal was struck. With his men gone, the question was posed: what could he even do on his own? The offer was life-changing, a seat as the chairman. In exchange, only one favor was required. But the skepticism remained: what could one man achieve alone? The terms were finalized. Men were offered to bolster his strength, but the air remained cold and transactional. Cards were laid on the table. The real objective was revealed. Could he actually stop the legendary fighter? The response was a blunt, chilling no. Some things are simply beyond the reach of even the most desperate deals. Back in the present, the driver snarls the traitor's name, the taste of betrayal bitter in his mouth as he pushes the car to its limits. Confrontation erupts at the temple. Demands for answers are shouted into the night air as the family cowers in fear. The passenger is urged to floor it. There's no time for caution when their lives are hanging by a thread. A monk intervenes, ordering everyone inside the temple for protection. In this sacred space, perhaps they can find a moment's sanctuary. A mysterious observer with glasses watches the unfolding chaos, his expression unreadable behind the glare of his lenses. High in the mountains, the night is deceptively peaceful. The stars are out in full force, a stark contrast to the violence brewing below. It's quiet up here, but the isolation comes with a price. No internet, no cafes, just the cold mountain air and silence. Same-day deliveries are a fantasy in these peaks. The man and woman sit together, the weight of their world feeling a little lighter in each other's company. The woman starts to speak, her voice hesitant as she prepares to share something personal in the quiet of the night. She looks at him, searching for the right words to bridge the gap between them. A comment about her beauty is met with a weary sigh. She notes that men are all the same, always focusing on the surface. The encouragement to confess is palpable, but the fear of rejection is even stronger. He blushes, the heat rising to his face as he's urged to just go for it right now. He admits his insecurities, a divorced, struggling streamer with no audience. He feels like he's completely out of her league. She dismisses his self-pity, reminding him that status means nothing these days. She has nothing to show for her life either, and in this shared vulnerability, they find a true connection. Harrow breaks the silence with a soft laugh, teasing Zack. She looks toward the horizon and admits that, despite everything, she truly loves her father. She describes a man defined by his past, an ex-gangster and dropout whose body is a map of scars. Zack listens intently as she explains how difficult life became after her mother left. His rough exterior hides a gentle heart. Though he never quit smoking, he always sneaks away to do it because he knows Harrow hates the habit. It's a quiet, private act of devotion. Sitting on the temple steps, Harrow asks Zack if he understands why she loves him more than anyone. Zack exhales a long sigh, admitting he's not quite sure. Her eyes sparkle with fierce conviction. She tells him that even if the world ends and she's completely broken, her father would be the one to pick up the pieces. She offers Zack a piece of advice: be sincere, and his feelings will eventually reach the people he cares about. Zack stares back, stunned by her maturity. Suddenly, Mrs. Jung peeks through the temple doors with a warm smile, noting that Harrow has already said everything she had planned to tell Zack herself. Mrs. Jung looks toward the dark mountain road, instructing Donghyik to drive Harrow to the terminal tomorrow to ensure she makes it home safely. With a deft motion, she slips a 50,000 won bill into Zack's palm, telling them to enjoy a good meal. Zack tries to refuse, but she insists. She laughs off his protests, suggesting they get pizza instead. Her kindness is overwhelming, leaving Zack with no choice but to accept with a grateful bow. The mood lightens instantly as the group stands up. Harrow cheers, excited to change clothes and take a group photo. As they walk away, Harrow decides that Donghyik will be the designated photographer. The night feels peaceful, but the shadows are beginning to stretch. Mrs. Jong watches them go, her eyes filled with a sudden, heavy melancholy. The warmth from moments ago begins to evaporate into the night air. Her smile falters, replaced by grim determination. She knows the peace they just enjoyed is a fragile mask for the violence approaching the temple gates. The golden Buddha stands silent as a command echoes through the courtyard. Everyone, get inside the temple. The voice is sharp and leaves no room for argument. Zack turns, his instincts screaming. He watches Mrs. Jong step forward alone, her back to them as she prepares to face the intruders. A man in a sharp suit and glasses steps into the light. He identifies himself as Jong Pao, greeting Mrs. Jong with a chilling politeness that masks deadly intent. Zack's eyes narrow as the realization hits him. This woman, the kind soul who just offered them pizza, is the mother of the legendary Buldo Jong. In the distance, a van speeds through the night. Inside, a subordinate asks if the plan is really to slaughter everyone at the temple. The question is met with cold silence. Jongpo's mind is a whirlwind of cold calculation. He knows the old Gongsu faction must be purged, but he hesitates to push Buldo into a corner just yet. He offers her a deal. If she comes quietly, no harm will come to the others. It's a hollow promise, and both of them know it. Mrs. Jong's hand tightens behind her back, gripping the hilt of a hidden blade. She agrees to go, but only on the condition that they leave the students alone. She looks Jong Pao in the eye, noting how much the years have changed him. With a steady voice, she refuses to let him dictate the terms of her surrender. She declares that she alone is enough to bear the burden of her son's karma. She will not let the innocent pay for the sins of her bloodline. Arrow's face is streaked with tears as she begs her not to say such things. Mrs. Jong tells her to hold her head high. It's time for the young girl to start her own path. Dong-hyuk watches in stunned silence, his eyes wide with fear and confusion as the woman who was just smiling at them prepares for a final stand. Harrow is frozen, the weight of the moment crashing down on her. She can't accept that this might be the last time she sees the woman who showed her such kindness. Mrs. Jong gives them one last, peaceful smile. She tells them that their time together, though brief, brought her immense joy. She urges them to believe in themselves. Then, she turns her gaze toward Zack, addressing him as Mr. Park. Zack responds with a solemn nod, recognizing the weight of her request. She entrusts him with the lives of everyone there, telling him to take them and escape. She believes in his strength, even when he doubts it himself. Zack's hand moves with a sharp motion as he reaches for his weapon. He thanks her for her trust, but his voice is cold and lethal. He has no intention of running. With a metallic ring, Zack draws his blade. His eyes burn with murderous intent as he warns that he might not be able to stop himself from taking a life here before the eyes of the Buddha. The air is thick with terror as a man screams for everyone to run for the car, the chaos of the temple grounds turning into a desperate scramble for survival. Tears stream down the girl's face, but the man beside her insists they must leave now, fearing that their presence will only hold the young man back from his full potential. A firm hand suddenly clamps down on an arm, a silent command that the time for hesitation is over. He yanks the girl away, shouting for the others to move as the group begins their frantic dash into the darkness. Amidst the retreat, the man with glasses stands firm, his lenses reflecting a cold light as he receives his orders with a sharp, disciplined acknowledgement. A commanding figure looms over his subordinates, ordering them to move out immediately, his presence demanding absolute obedience. The sound of rushing wind heralds a lethal strike as a blade cuts through the atmosphere with blinding speed. The young man lunges forward, his movements a blur of calculated aggression as he closes the distance to his target in a heartbeat. With a powerful clench, the young man grips his hilt, pouring his murderous intent into the upcoming strike. An opponent roars for him to get out of the way, but the warning is met only by the cold steel of a counteroffensive. A violent slash tears through the air, followed by a guttural scream as the young man draws first blood in this brutal exchange. The enemy retaliates with a desperate overhead swing, cursing the young man's very existence as the battle intensifies. The whistle of a blade missing its mark echoes through the temple, a testament to the razor-thin margins of survival. Every movement is a lethal dance, a blur of motion that defies the eye as the combatants trade blows. A sharp grunt of pain escapes as an impact lands, forcing a momentary lapse in the relentless assault. The young man executes a precise twirl, redirecting the momentum of the enemy's attack with practiced ease. The sound of tearing fabric and flesh rings out as he delivers a crushing blow, sending his foe reeling with a cry of agony. Spinning with the grace of a predator, he prepares his next move, his focus never wavering from the kill. Steel meets steel with a deafening clang, sparks flying as two masters of the blade lock in a struggle for dominance. The exchange is frantic, a sequence of parries and thrusts that leaves no room for error. The leader intervenes, his blade effortlessly catching the young man's strike as he dismisses the effort as utterly pointless. The young man's eyes narrow, his teeth gritted as he demands to know who this newcomer is, the screech of their crossing blades filling the air. The leader remains composed, ordering his men to seize the others while he keeps the young man pinned down in a high-stakes deadlock. The pressure mounts as the leader warns the young man not to be so fast, his strength threatening to shatter his defense. A shallow slit opens on skin, a minor wound that signals the beginning of a much more dangerous phase of the fight. A swift motion follows, the air whistling as the momentum of the battle shifts once again. The young man clicks his tongue in frustration as their blades screech against each other, the friction heating the metal to its limit. The camera captures the silhouette of the struggle, capturing the raw intensity of two warriors at their peak. Close-up reveals a flicker of realization in the young man's eye, his mind racing to analyze his opponent's unconventional style. With a sudden wish, a new attack is launched, catching the light as it arcs toward its target. The young man delivers a thunderous kick, the impact sending a shockwave through the air as his opponent grunts in pain. The knife falls to the ground with a dull plop, a momentary disarming that could mean the difference between life and death. The fight continues with a whizzing strike, the speed of the combatants pushing the boundaries of human capability. Another violent clang echoes, the sound of their resolve clashing as much as their weapons. The young man's gaze is fixed, his frustration mounting as he finds himself unable to break through the leader's ironclad defense. The leader looks down with a sneer, taunting the young man as he prepares to end the confrontation on his own terms. Huffing for breath and bleeding from the lip, the leader questions the young man's training, noting that his style feels strangely familiar. A cold grin spreads across his face as he realizes his opponent has seen through his intentions, knowing he no longer has time to play around. Stepping forward with a heavy tread, he issues a stern warning while a desperate figure nearby attempts to intervene. Please continue, as he remains unmoved, his expression frozen in a mask of cold indifference. A trembling voice calls out to him, attempting to reach whatever humanity might be left inside his hardened exterior. Closing his eyes in prayer, the old man accepts his fate, offering to bear the weight of his past alone if it means the cycle ends here. The metallic slip, a blade is drawn as he looks down at the woman with a mocking expression in her final moments. He pauses, noting the strength of her character as he prepares to deliver a final strike. The blade shimmers as he hesitates, his resolve wavering slightly before he steels himself to finish the task. His eyes narrow behind his glasses, filled with determination for the sake of those he must protect. Raising the knife high, he stands in a momentary silence before the cold steel begins its descent through the night air. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps shatters the silence, and a voice calls out to him, interrupting the grim execution. Tension explodes into motion as an attacker lunges forward, cutting through the darkness with lethal intent. The strike connects with sickening force, catching the target off guard as he recoils in pain. The impact is brutal, sending a shockwave through the air as the target reels back from the unexpected ferocity of the assault. A massive thud echoes through the clearing as a heavy hit lands, forcing a pained grunt from the victim. The leader roars in fury, absorbing a counterstrike that leaves him gasping for air. Legs wobble under the immense pressure of the fight as the combatants struggle for dominance. A newcomer arrives on the scene, shifting the atmosphere as a bloodied fighter looks up in relief. The leader panics, demanding answers before shouting in frustration at what he perceives as a betrayal. A man points frantically toward the distance, indicating that the targets have already made a break for the vehicles. With a sudden dash, the pursuit begins as one man moves with blinding speed toward his target. Fighter looks on in shock, realizing that a line has been crossed as he questions the presence of the boss. A cold voice commands silence regarding the boss, warning him to focus on the immediate danger instead. The leader clenches his fist, his eyes glowing with murderous intent as he vows that no one will leave the area alive. A heavy silence hangs in the air, a final condemnation before the next wave of violence erupts. Feet pound against the dirt as the escape continues, the sound of heavy breathing cutting through the night air. Every huff of breath is a struggle as exhaustion begins to take its toll on the fleeing group. They sprint through the dense woods, the rhythmic sound of their shoes against the forest floor echoing their desperation. A guard reacts in panic, but his blood runs cold as he realizes the pursuers are already upon them. The young woman urges the others to keep running toward the safety of the parking lot ahead. Her legs move in a blur, fueled by pure adrenaline as she pushes her body to its limit. The sight of the cars brings a surge of hope, a beacon of escape visible through the trees. Just a bit further, she thinks, but her foot catches on the uneven ground with a violent skid. Her eyes widen in shock as she loses her balance, sending a jolt of terror through her heart. With a heavy thud and a sharp cry, she hits the ground hard, her momentum turning into a painful tumble. Her companion rushes back immediately, checking to see if she is alright as their time runs out. Frustrated by her own stumble, she realizes this is the worst possible time to fall when every second counts. She tries to push herself back up, attempting to recover even as her body protests the impact. A sharp throb in her ankle forces a cry of pain, threatening to stop her just as freedom was within reach. The pain is unbearable. As Harrion collapses, the weight of their situation hits Zack like a physical blow. He cries out her name, his voice laced with a desperation that echoes through the dark woods. Zack refuses to let her give up, urging her to get on his back, but Harrion is selfless to a fault. She tells him to leave her behind, fearing they'll all be caught if he stays. Shadows move in the distance, the pursuers are closing in. Harrion's voice is a hollow whisper as she admits she's used to being a prisoner, pleading with Zack to save himself. The shock on Zack's face is palpable. He can't believe what he's hearing, his eyes wide with horror as the reality of her sacrifice sinks in. Zach's resolve hardens instantly. He tells the others to head for the car while he holds the line, but the other girl is terrified, knowing he's about to attempt a move he's never even practiced. Despite the trembling in his limbs, Zach hoists Harriet up. He's terrified, but the need to protect her overrides every instinct to run. In the shadow of certain danger, Zach lets his heart speak. He confesses his feelings, promising her a date if they manage to breathe the air of freedom again. Harriet's reaction is a mix of shock and her usual sharp wit. She calls him a dweeb, mocking the timing of his confession even as her eyes betray her true emotions. Through the blood and the dirt, she reveals something she's kept hidden. Her real name isn't just a label, it's a piece of herself she's finally ready to share. A promise is forged in the moonlight. She tells him she'll go on as many dates as he wants, urging him not to keep her waiting in the world outside. Zach repeats her name, Harriet, as if committing it to memory. It becomes his mantra, the fuel for the fire he's about to ignite. His mind drifts back to a conversation from the past. He had asked if someone like him, a nobody with no talent, could ever truly learn to fight. The response had been cold and realistic. In the real world, being good at fighting doesn't solve everything, but the question remained, what do you do when you have someone to protect? Zach's mentor had been skeptical. For a kid with no background, winning a real fight seemed like an impossible dream. There was one rule, a foundation for any warrior. The first step is simple but brutal. Don't let the enemy scare you. If you flinch, you've already lost. Back in the present, the nightmare becomes reality. A suited thug rushes through the brush, calling them slippery weasels as he closes the gap. Zach's legs feel like jelly, the fear threatening to consume him as the man approaches. Every fiber of his being wants to turn and run. Then, something shifts. He remembers the lesson. He glares at his opponent, forcing his eyes to stay wide and focused despite the cold sweat pouring down his face. The thug is unimpressed, snarling at Zach to get out of the way. He's focused on the girls, seeing Zach as nothing more than a minor speed bump. Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes pierces the darkness. The thugs freeze in terror, convinced they've stumbled upon a tiger in the middle of the woods. A massive crack echoes as the beast strikes. But it's no tiger, it's a giant, battle-scarred cat that has just laid waste to their pursuer. Zach is stunned, watching the thug twitch on the ground. For a second, he actually thinks he might have been the one who did it. The relief is short-lived. Another attacker draws a blade, the steel ringing as it catches the moonlight. He's not going to let Zach walk away from this. The knife swings with murderous intent. The thug screams that Zach will pay for what happened, his face twisted in a mask of rage. Zach cowers, the fear returning in an instant. He cries out for Harriet, his brave facade crumbling as the blade inches closer. The thug sneers, mocking Zach for calling out for a woman instead of his own family in his final moments. He thinks he's won. A heavy object hits the ground with a wet thud. The thug's words are cut short as a shadow looms over him, blocking out the stars. It's him. The uncle arrives, calmly wiping blood from a massive cleaver. His voice is steady as he apologizes for being late to the party. Zach breaks down, throwing himself into a hug. The terror of the last few minutes pours out of him as he cries out to the man who just saved his life. Zach is frantic, insisting they need to escape and call the police immediately. But the uncle's expression is grim as he tells him to wait. The danger isn't over yet. The uncle orders them to leave on their own, his eyes fixed on the darkness behind them. He has business to finish, and he won't let them get caught in the crossfire. The young woman trembles, her heart racing as she follows the instruction to head down and hide exactly where she was told. The man's gaze is chilling, his glasses reflecting a cold light as he is identified as a formidable presence in this encounter. A hand tightens around a crowbar, the metal vibrating with a nervous wobble as the realization sets in. The man is on an entirely different level. With a murderous focus, the man locks onto his prey with predatory intent, determined to end the confrontation quickly. The attacker trembles in disbelief, unable to process how the man caught a heavy crowbar with nothing but his bare hand. The man exerts his dominance, his presence issuing a silent ultimatum for them to leave now or face the consequences. A cruel smirk plays on the man's lips as he prepares to follow through on his threat, the air thick with impending violence. Movement becomes a blur as the man initiates a rapid dash, closing the distance before they can even blink. With a sharp grunt, the man executes a powerful swing, the force of his movement cutting through the air. The large man lunges forward, but he's swinging at thin air as the man evades with ease. Standing his ground against the duo, the man remains unfazed, acknowledging that while they are troublesome, they are no match for him. Adjusting his glasses, the man decides there's no other way to settle this, challenging the attacker to bring his best. The man's expression remains stoic as he stares them down, wordlessly challenging them to show him every ounce of their strength. Enraged, the attacker swings his weapon with everything he has, reacting to the man's cocky attitude. The man's fist clenches around his own blade, his grip like iron as he prepares to counter the incoming strike. A lethal sound echoes through the night as the man's knife finds its mark with surgical precision. The attacker gasps in pain as the impact connects, his body buckling under the sheer force of the man's retaliation. Blades scream against each other, sparks flying as the weapons collide in a desperate struggle. The large man is horrified to see his heavy butcher knife deflected by the man's seemingly flimsy blade. Terror washes over the large man's face, he can feel the cold breath of death as a blade passes dangerously close. A heavy impact resounds as the man connects with a brutal strike, shattering his opponent's momentum. The man continues his relentless assault, his movements fluid and unyielding as he presses the advantage. A rapid succession of strikes leaves the attacker reeling, his cries of agony filling the air with every hit. The man enters a state of pure speed, his movements increasing until he is nothing more than a lethal shadow. A massive impact signals the moment as the man tackles the large man, driving him back with overwhelming power. Ground cracks under the force of the collision, leaving the massive attacker gasping for air. The attacker struggles to rise, coughing up blood as he tries to ignore the pain and stay in the fight. The man doesn't give them a second to breathe, his weapon whistling through the air in another deadly strike. Large man is pummeled by a barrage of strikes, his body absorbing massive damage with every impact. Desperation takes over as the leader falters, his composure cracking under the pressure of the man's assault. The attacker makes a final, desperate attempt to end it, swinging his weapon with a loud scream. The man effortlessly handles his knife, his mastery over the blade making the lethal weapon look like an extension of his own hand. A final scream erupts as the man's counterattack finds its mark, ending the attacker's hopes of victory. With a series of sharp strikes, the man carves through his opponent's defenses, securing a decisive victory. A powerful impact sends the large man flying, his massive frame no match for the man's explosive power. The battle concludes with a final crash, leaving the attackers broken and defeated as the man stands victorious. The air is thick with desperation as a man screams out for his fallen comrade, begging him to stay conscious after the brutal exchange. A sickening cough echoes through the darkness as the injured man struggles to draw breath, blood staining the pavement beneath him. His eyes widen in pure terror, the reality of the situation sinking in as he realizes how close they are to the brink. Heavy footsteps approach, a rhythmic thud that signals the arrival of a cold, calculating presence. A man steps into the light. His hand trembles uncontrollably, the adrenaline failing to mask the sheer fear coursing through his veins. Breathing heavily, he watches from the shadows, his chest heaving as he tries to find a way out of this nightmare. The fighter sneers, acknowledging the resilience of his opponent and admitting that the man is indeed a tough nut to crack. He stares back with a murderous glint, demanding they settle this once and for all without any more delays. With a sudden collapse, the weight of the injuries finally takes hold, the sound of a body hitting the floor punctuating the silence. A sharp metallic sound rings out, a slash that cuts through the air with lethal precision. Blades clash in a blur of motion, the speed of the strike leaving only a trail of light. The man looks down with cold indifference, apologizing for the lack of time as he prepares to end the confrontation. He turns away, his mind already on his next objective, leaving the other paralyzed by the sheer gap in their power. He questions the orders he received, his voice sharp as he instructs his subordinate to handle the remaining guests. Tires screech against the asphalt as a car pulls up, the sudden noise jarring the tense atmosphere. A metallic click echoes, the sound of a door opening or a weapon being readied, signaling a shift in the battle's tide. The young man's face lights up with a mixture of relief and awe as he recognizes the figure approaching, calling out to his superior. A towering figure emerges from the vehicle, his massive frame casting a long shadow that commands absolute respect. The sound of another body hitting the ground signals the end of a minor skirmish, the fallen left in the wake of the new arrival. The injured comrade lies broken on the ground, his frame now a testament to the brutality of the fight he just endured. The leader checks on his subordinate, his voice low and steady, while the young man hangs his head in shame, apologizing for his failure. Dismissing the apology, the leader asks about the children, his priorities shifting to those who cannot defend themselves. The young man confirms that they managed to get the children to safety before his comrade was taken down, a small spark of hope in the darkness. With a reassuring pat on the shoulder, the leader tells him to take the car and get the injured treated immediately. He hesitates, mentioning the leader's mother, but is cut off by a promise that she will be taken care of. The antagonist watches the exchange with a cold smirk, noting that the leader is later than he expected for this final meeting. The tension spikes as the antagonist declares that the mother is coming with him, his words a direct challenge to the leader's authority. He introduces himself with mock politeness, a blade held dangerously close to the throat of the woman. He leans in, his voice a lethal whisper, telling the son to say his final goodbyes to the woman who raised him. The son roars in fury, demanding the man stop this madness, but the antagonist's resolve is as sharp and cold as the steel in his hand. The antagonist refuses to back down, stating he cannot let this job go wrong, regardless of the personal cost. The mother speaks, her voice surprisingly calm as she addresses her son, accepting the fate that has been laid out for her. The son's heart breaks as he promises to take on her burden, his eyes filling with a sorrow that transcends the battlefield. She tells him to live a righteous life, hoping he finds a path of peace and enlightenment. With a final, tearful apology, the son begs for her forgiveness, the weight of his choices finally crushing his spirit. A sudden pressure, the sound of a blade being pressed home, the point of no return has been reached. Final, violent slash tears through the air, blood splattering against the temple walls as the tragedy reaches its peak. Joe, his eyes wide with disbelief, cries out in horror, "What have you done?" The name Jung Pal is whispered as a fist tightens, blood dripping from the palm in a sign of grim resolve. Jung Pal, his face etched with despair, asks, "Tell me, do you think I can turn my life around?" A tear falls silently, met only by a confused huh from a witness. Joe's reply is cold and certain, "Of course not. You know that's never going to happen." Jung Pal's lips curl into a bitter smile. "That's exactly right." Jung Pal's fist, adorned with a dark bracelet, tightens further. "So let's all tremble." The name Jung Pal is uttered once more as a drop of wax plops onto the temple floor. The melancholic question echoes again. "Tell me, do you think I can turn my life around?" As a candle melts, its wax dripping with a mournful plop. Joe's brutal truth is reiterated. "Of course not. You know that's never going to happen," followed by the sharp wish of a blow landing. Amidst the roar of the flames, Jung Pal declares, "None of us are going to die in peace and make it to paradise." Joe agrees grimly. "That's exactly right." As the Buddha statue is consumed by the inferno, Jung Pal delivers his decree, "Go to hell tonight." Zack recoils in shock, shouting, "Ack, fire," as the flames rage behind him. A voice warns Jung Pal, "If you want to save your men, keep your word." Joe snaps back, "Shut your mouth. I've got this under control." A deliberate step echoes as a figure begins to move with purpose. As Jung Pal approaches, Joe visibly flinches at the mere mention of his name, his eyes widening in surprise. Jung Pal begins to shed his outer garment, commanding Joe to wait. Zack, with blood on his lip, glares intensely. "Buldo, your fight isn't with me." Buldo wields a sharp blade and warns, "Back off, kid." Jung Pal's outer garment hits the floor with a soft flap, signaling he is ready for battle. Jung Pal, his eyes cold, promises Joe, "I'll kill you soon, too." Joe interjects with a sharp wait. Zack yells urgently, "Stand down, Joe. You can't handle him." With a decisive step and a tap of his foot, Jung Pal concedes, "Very well." Jung Pal strides through the inferno, carrying a lifeless body through the raging flames. A steady step follows as another figure pushes through the intense heat. With a gentle pat, Jung Pal lays the body down beside the burning structure as the flames crackle around them. Tears stream down Jung Pal's face as he whispers, "Mother, all I can offer you now is a monk's robe instead of a shroud." His voice heavy with anguish, Jung Pal laments, 40 years. I've only ever brought you grief. I never understood what you saw in me, and now it's come to this." Faint hope flickers in Jung Pal's voice, "If I can ever break this cycle of blood and revenge." He vows, "I'll live the way you always wanted me to, but I know that won't be enough to atone." Jung Pal declares, "If I'm bound for hell's flames anyway," as his hair crackles with dark energy amidst the inferno. Jung Pal's body glows with ominous energy, revealing a skeletal pattern. "But one of me isn't enough." Dark energy crackles around Jung Pal as he declares, "So I'll gather all the filth festering in this world and drag them down with me," he vows, his expression one of fierce determination. Joe looks on with deep concern as the night sky looms behind him. Joe confronts Jung Pal, demanding answers. "Jung Pal, is this because you don't trust me, or did Hosu give you separate orders?" Jung Pal challenges Joe, "Are you hoping to avoid provoking Buldo?" Joe responds, "I work for Hosu, as you already know." Joe explains sternly, "I stepped in because I can't allow another failure. I never break a promise, and Hosu must honor the one he made that day, too." Joe makes a final plea to Zack, "Even if I die, you must shelter my men in New Gongsu. That's all I ask. Don't forget." The leader exhales a cloud of smoke, his back turned as he stares out over the city. He admits that with his father purging the crew, he has nothing left to lose, even if it means taking in the dregs of the underworld. Jongyun watches the cigarette burn down, his expression hardening. He demands to know the real plan and whether the promise they made still holds any weight in this chaos. With a cold sneer, the leader spits on the idea of a promise, claiming it was never meant to last. He leans in close, ordering Jongyun to eliminate both targets the moment an opportunity arises. Weight of the betrayal hits Jongyun like a physical blow. Sweat beads on his forehead as the air around them seems to vibrate with a sudden, ominous surge of power. The tension is shattered by a violent crash. A new voice cuts through the smoke, mockingly apologizing for the delay as the battlefield shifts in an instant. Adjusting his glasses, the newcomer fixes a predatory gaze on Jongyun. He asks with terrifying calm if he should begin the slaughter with the boy first. He pauses, letting the threat hang heavy in the air, his eyes scanning for the slightest hint of weakness. The leader stands his ground, the intricate tattoos on his back glowing in the firelight. He challenges them both, daring his enemies to try and take his life together. Jongyun takes a heavy step forward, his mind racing. He knows that even if he falls, the leader must be stopped. He places his trust in a promise that transcends blood and loyalty. With a sharp metallic ring, the man in the suit prepares his strike. He acknowledges Jongyun's resolve, knowing the boy's true nature will be the deciding factor in this fight. Focus narrows to a razor edge. Jongyun's eyes burn with cold, murderous intent, locking onto his target with unwavering precision. The leader emerges from the inferno, his massive frame casting a long, dark shadow. Each step resonates with the power of a man who has embraced his own destruction. Man in the suit sighs, his reflection caught in his lenses. He admits it's a tragedy that their history has led to this final, bloody crossroads. He offers one last chance for final words, but the leader has no interest in talk. He barks a challenge, inviting the man to face his end. A savage grin twists the leader's face. He makes a simple, brutal vow. He is going to kill everyone standing in his way. The man in the suit adjusts his glasses with clinical coldness. He declares that the cycle of violence ends right here, right now. The glasses hit the pavement with a sharp clack. He prepares to settle the score without further distraction, his movements fluid and lethal. Clash begins. The leader roars as he charges, while the man in the suit draws his blade in a blur of silver light. They collide with explosive force. The man in the suit moves like a shadow through the flames, seeking a vital opening. The leader stands tall, his muscles rippling under the heat. He looks like a demon born of fire, seemingly impervious to the chaos around him. He looks down at Jong-yun with disdain, mocking the boy for wielding a weapon he isn't ready for. To him, it is nothing more than a toy in a child's hands. Jong-yun grits his teeth, his blade reflecting the fire. He reminds the monster that he was the one who forced this life upon him, putting the steel in his hand to begin with. The leader's expression softens for a fraction of a second. He tells Jong-yun to drop the weapon, trying to exert his authority one last time. Jong-yun scoffs at the lecture. There is no turning back now. The blood already spilled by these knives has sealed their fates forever. He asks if the great leader is finally feeling the sting of regret, if he's mourning the lives they've destroyed, or just his own impending end. The leader admits the truth. He is drowning in regret. He wonders aloud if this path was forged the day Jong-yun's mother was taken from them. Jong-yun's hand trembles as he squeezes the hilt. The denial is immediate and fierce, a storm of repressed emotion finally breaking the surface. The leader looks at the boy with a sorrowful gaze. He takes full responsibility, confessing that it's his fault. Jong-yun has become a monster in his own image. Guilt is etched into every line of his face. He truly believes he is the architect of Jong-yun's misery, a burden he can no longer carry. Wham! A devastating punch connects, sending the leader reeling. Jong-yun screams that he chose this path himself, refusing to be seen as a victim of another man's choices. He continues his assault, his voice cracking with rage. He yells that the leader is nothing to him, trying to sever the bond that has dictated his life for so long. Wiping blood from his lip, the leader's eyes turn cold again. He gave Jong-yun the power to kill, and now he will be the one to take that power away by force. With a blazing intensity in his eyes, Zack responds to the unspoken challenge, his voice sharp. "Oh yeah, fine." His defiance turning into fierce resolve, Zack charges forward, a blade glinting in his hand as he dares his opponent. "Let's see you try." He initiates his assault with a powerful dash. Jong-yun, the target of this sudden, brutal attack, twists his body with incredible speed, narrowly evading the initial thrust. Zack's expression remains locked in a snarl, his focus absolute as he presses his relentless offensive. He unleashes a powerful swing, the knife cutting a deadly slash through the air, aiming to carve through Jong-yun's defenses. Jong-yun is quick, a blur of motion as he dodges the lethal blade, the wind of the attack whistling past him with a whiz. The sharp edge of the knife barely misses, leaving a chilling sensation as it slits the air inches from Jong-yun's skin. Zack follows up instantly, his arm a piston of furious energy, driving the blade forward with a zooming swing. This time, the attack connects with a brutal wapow, forcing a pained UGH from Jong-yun as he takes the impact. Powerful fist slams into its target with a resounding whack, the raw force of the blow reverberating through the air. Another crushing strike lands with a resounding wham, sending shockwaves through Jong-yun's body. Despite the barrage, Jong-yun grits his teeth, letting out a frustrated TSK as he endures the relentless assault. Another heavy blow rocks Jong-yun, a choke GUH, escaping him as the POW of the impact echoes. Zack combines his attacks, a swift kick followed by a knife slash, a lethal dance of combat as Jong-yun struggles to keep up with the wish of motion. Jong-yun's face contorts in a grimace of pain and determination, refusing to yield despite the overwhelming pressure. The sharp TCH, Jong-yun narrowly dodges another slash, the blade grazing past him by a hair's breadth. Seizing an opening, Jong-yun unleashes a powerful counterattack, his fist swinging with all his might. A bone-jarring KRAK signals the impact of Jong-yun's strike, turning the tide of the brutal exchange. Jong-yun's fist finds its mark, delivering a solid blow that sends ripples of shock through Zack. As he retaliates, Jong-yun thinks to himself, "I thought if we met again," before launching into another fierce leap attack. Jong-yun's powerful kick connects with a resounding wapow, driving Zack back with sheer force. Zack stumbles back, a pained GUH, escaping him as he shuffles to regain his footing from the unexpected counter. Jong-yun presses his advantage, his knife a dangerous whiz as he aims for another vital strike. Blade scrapes against Zack's arm with a harsh scritch, narrowly missing a deeper wound but leaving a mark. Another concussive wham echoes as the fight intensifies, both fighters trading blows with devastating power. They clash in a whirlwind of motion, a whoosh and whiz of bodies and blades as they soar through the air. Jong-yun's eyes burn with fierce resolve, a thought flashing through his mind, even US squaring off like this. He grips his blade, the metal glinting with a sharp shing, his gaze fixed on Zack with unwavering intensity. With a powerful stomp, Jong-yun plants his foot, preparing for a decisive move. He lets out a battle cry, "Let's end this," his voice filled with an urgent desire to conclude the brutal contest. Jong-yun's hand, adorned with a beaded bracelet, clenches tightly, channeling his remaining strength for a final, devastating blow. He unleashes another furious swing, putting his entire body into the attack. The impact is undeniable, a heavy whack as Jong-Eun's strike connects squarely with Zack. With a determined roar, Jong-Eun raises both hands, channeling immense power into a final, crushing swing. His knuckles widen, the beads of his bracelet pressing into his skin with a strained creak under the force of his blow. A primal RAA erupts from Jong-Eun, a surge of adrenaline fueling his ultimate attack. Every muscle in Jong-Eun's body strains, his chest heaving with the sheer effort of his final, decisive strike. Devastating wapow and a sickening crack signify the end as Zack lets out a choke gurgh from the brutal impact. With a heavy flump, Zack collapses to the ground, his body giving out as his knife clatters uselessly beside him. Zack's hand trembles uncontrollably on the ground, a pained thought echoing, "Shit, my back's busted." The atmosphere turns heavy as the moment to end the struggle arrives. With a grim nod, the man reaches for his blade. A sharp clack echoes as he prepares for the final blow. His opponent lies broken on the ground, coughing blood as a shadow looms over him like an inevitable end. Seeing a figure arrive, the wounded man looks up, his expression passing on a heavy burden. Even at death's door, his mind seems to drift to a simple memory before he offers one last silent request. His lips tremble, the weight of his past and the instinct to survive clashing in these final moments. His eyes grow dim. He looks toward his companion with a final, pleading gaze, warning of a hidden threat. A single tear drops as he offers a silent apology, finding a strange comfort in his companion's presence at the end. The light fades from his eyes as he accepts his fate, the gravity of the moment hanging heavy in the air. With a bitter smile, he draws his final breath as if promising to meet his enemies again. A sickening metallic sound rings out. He is gone, leaving nothing but blood and a lingering silence. The world seems to pause, a stark reminder of the heavy price of the life they have chosen. Behind them, the temple erupts in flames. The roar of the fire consumes the past as rain begins to fall. The survivor clenches his fist, the rain washing over his knuckles as his comrade's name echoes in his mind. He stands tall, his back tattoos a testament to his brutal history, as another blade is drawn with a lethal sound. The fallen man's face is peaceful in death, the rain masking the emotions of those left behind. The downpour intensifies, puddles forming around the site of the tragedy. A man steps forward, his presence cutting through the rain as he focuses on the survivor. He carries himself with cold precision, his eyes showing that he knows exactly who he is facing. His eyes narrow, his expression full of accusation as if blaming the survivor for sacrificing others for ambition. He looks on with contempt, dismissing the other's ideals as nothing more than a path to destruction. To him, they are all just moths, burning themselves alive in a desperate attempt to survive the darkness. He prepares for the confrontation, intent on making the other pay the price for his arrogance. The survivor remains unmoved, noting that people always find someone else to blame for their own existence. He clenches his blade, meeting the other's hatred with his own silent resolve. Wiping the rain from his face, he decides that the one who tied this knot of fate must be the one to untie it. His gaze turns murderous as he prepares to settle the score once and for all. With a sudden blur of motion, the attacker lunges forward with lethal intent. Burning temple stands as a backdrop to the clash, the heat of the flames warring with the cold rain. He drops from above with the speed of a hawk, his blade aimed directly at the man's head. The man reacts with instinctive speed, his own weapon rising to meet the strike. The air whizzes as the steel passes within inches of its target. The reflection of the fire dances on the edge of the blade as the two warriors engage in a deadly dance. A deafening clang erupts as their weapons collide, sparks flying into the rainy night. The attacker executes a perfect whirl, using the momentum to prepare for a follow-up strike. He spins with lethal grace, his blade appearing as a silver circle in the darkness. The sound of the wind signifies the sheer speed of their exchange, a sequence of high-speed execution. Blade whistles through the air, a silver streak of lethal intent cutting through the downpour. A massive horizontal slash forces the opponent back, the sheer force of the swing creating a vacuum in its wake. The exchange is relentless, every movement calculated to maim or kill in a split second of contact. Then he closes the distance with terrifying speed, his movements becoming a blur of predatory efficiency. A heavy impact resonates through the area, the sound of metal meeting flesh muffled by the rain. Danny stands over his opponent, his blade held with a grip that betrays no hesitation. Looking down at the struggling man, Danny notes that he seems to have seen through all of his moves. He asks a chilling question: who does the man think taught Jongpal how to handle a knife? Danny's gaze remains cold, promising that he is about to show the full extent of his blade work. The bulky thug leader sneers back, telling Danny to suit himself but to remember one thing. With a sudden, violent movement, the bulky thug leader strikes back, refusing to be intimidated. Giant rises from the ground, his massive frame casting a shadow over the rain-slicked courtyard. He declares with absolute certainty that no disciple ever manages to surpass the master. Clenching his own weapon, he challenges the younger fighter to do his worst. Danny doesn't blink. He calmly reaches for a second blade, sliding it into a dual-wielding stance. He vows to give it his absolute all to ensure his opponent doesn't leave this place alive. Bulky thug leader's eyes narrow. Dual-wielding is a rare and dangerous skill to encounter. Danny readies himself, the tension in the air thick enough to choke on as the second round begins. A heavy stomp shatters the silence, signaling the start of a new, more desperate exchange. Bulky thug leader lunges forward, his movements surprisingly agile for a man of his stature. Their blades meet in a shower of sparks, the screech of metal on metal echoing through the rain. Danny swings with precision, his dual blades working in a deadly, synchronized rhythm. The bulky thug leader trembles under the pressure, realizing the gap in their speed is widening. A sharp glint of steel passes dangerously close to the giant's throat as he struggles to parry. Danny tightens his grip on his blades, pouring every ounce of his strength into a decisive finishing blow. A massive impact sends a shockwave through the ground, the force of the strike nearly overwhelming. The sound of a crack rings out as one of the weapons finally gives way under the immense strain. A heavy clang follows as a blade is sent spinning away, clattering onto the stone tiles. The opponent grunts in pain, his defense shattered and his body pushed to its absolute limit. Discarded knife rattles as it comes to a rest, a silent testament to the ferocity of the duel. Danny stands victorious, though the toll of the battle is visible in his ragged breathing. Suddenly, a sharp ringing sound breaks the heavy silence of the courtyard. Danny reaches for his phone, wondering if it's Hosu calling at such a critical moment. The bulky thug leader watches with wide, trembling eyes, unable to believe the fight is being interrupted. Danny answers the call, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone as he listens to the person on the other end. He confirms his identity and tells the caller to get straight to the point. His eyes widen in shock as the news from Hosu reaches him, shifting his focus entirely. He gives a brief, final acknowledgement, realizing that the situation elsewhere has become dire. Ignoring his defeated foe, Danny prepares to leave, promising the caller that he will be right there. The rain continues to fall as Danny vanishes into the darkness, leaving the broken giant behind in the mud. The rain shows no sign of stopping as Zack stands his ground, gripping a blade with lethal intent. With a cold, rain-soaked gaze, he tells his opponent that playtime is officially over. His eyes narrow, burning with a singular focus as he declares his intent to end Buldo right here and now. Buldo doesn't flinch, his face twisted into a mocking sneer as he dares Zack to try, even offering his own knife to the challenger. Zack pauses, a dark smile playing on his lips. He decides that killing him now would simply be too easy. Suddenly, the rhythmic wail of sirens cuts through the downpour. Zack's expression shifts as he realizes the police are closing in. He knows this isn't the end. He tells Buldo that death will have to wait for another day, but their paths will cross again soon. Zack issues a final warning, hiding overseas won't save him. He always finishes the fights he starts. Buldo welcomes the threat, claiming it saves him the trouble of a hunt. He tells Zack to bring Hosu along next time. Zack turns his back, his profile sharp against the rain as he promises to send Hosu his regards. With a sudden burst of speed, Zack dashes away into the darkness, leaving Buldo standing amidst the rising flames. Buldo watches him go, his eyes reflecting the orange glow of the fire and the cold indifference of a predator. He slowly turns away, the weight of the night's events settling on his massive shoulders. Behind him, the building is consumed by the inferno, the wood crackling and hissing as the rain fails to dampen the heat. A voice calls out to him through the smoke. Puffer has arrived, breathless and frantic. Buldo looks at him, asking if he was the one who called the authorities to this chaotic scene. Puffer shakes his head, holding up a megaphone. He explains he used it to fake the sirens after dropping the others at the hospital. Puffer glances at the body on the ground, asking about the whereabouts of the mother figure they were supposed to protect. Buldo speaks his name with a low, heavy tone that commands immediate silence. Puffer immediately bows his head, acknowledging his superior's authority without another word. The fire continues to roar, devouring the structural beams with a violent, rhythmic crunch. With a deafening crash, the roof finally gives way, sending a plume of sparks into the dark, rainy sky. Buldo stands amidst the destruction, his massive frame silhouetted by the dying light of the temple. He tells Puffer to handle the remaining mess, his voice trailing off as he contemplates his next move. Elsewhere, a luxury car speeds through the city streets. Inside, Dongchen curses Hosu for the mess he's caused. He rants about how Hosu went off the rails, refusing to trust anyone after their allies began to fall one by one. Dongchen's face contorts with rage. He mocks Hosu's delusions of grandeur, stating that no amount of money can stop a knife to the gut. The car comes to a sharp halt, the tires screeching against the pavement as they reach their destination. The driver announces their arrival. Dongchen gives a curt nod of thanks, his mind already on the business ahead. A voice from the front seat reminds him that once this particular job is finished, things will change. Dongchen adjusts his glasses, ordering his subordinate to ensure everything is resolved before the upcoming shareholders' meeting. He steps out of the car, offering a casual farewell and suggesting they grab a meal once the blood has dried. He is met by the female student, who stands waiting with a stoic expression, her presence signaling that the meeting is ready. She leads the way, informing him that the boss is already expecting him upstairs. Finger presses the button for the 22nd floor, the light blipping as the ascent begins. The elevator rises in silence, carrying them toward a confrontation that will determine the fate of their crumbling empire. The doors slide open and the man turns with a sharp, calculating gaze, ready to face the leader of this crumbling empire. Behind his glasses, his eyes are cold, reflecting a resolve that has been years in the making. A sharp clack echoes through the office as the assistant steps forward, her voice professional yet strained as she bids the guest to enter. The heavy doors creak open, revealing a sliver of the man who holds the strings of their fate. The president greets him with a mask of civility, though the air in the room is thick enough to choke on. The visitor stands his ground, his expression unreadable as he stares down the man who claims to be his superior. With a voice as sharp as a razor, the visitor acknowledges the president, returning the greeting with formal disdain. He identifies himself fully, standing before the desk of the man who rules this corporate fortress. The assistant attempts to maintain the facade of hospitality, asking if she should serve tea to break the heavy silence. President dismisses her instantly. He's already wired, any more caffeine and he'll be up all night dealing with the fallout of this meeting. The visitor takes a seat, noting the lack of a warm welcome. He asks the assistant for his glasses and the files, ready to get down to business. The president orders the disposal of every contact lens in his office, his doctor's warning about corneal damage being the least of his concerns. The assistant bows her head, acknowledging the command with a quiet, respectful response. With a dismissive flip of a document, the president scoffs at the paternity test. He asks if he's expected to call this stranger uncle to now. He sneers, calling the move a stunt that might have fooled the older generation, but tells the visitor to go back to playing house. Visitor doesn't flinch. He reminds the president of the lives he's destroyed, accusing him of trying to latch onto a new host now that his support has failed. The sound of tearing paper fills the room. The president rips the claim to ambition into shreds, his patience finally snapping. He spits out insults, claiming his father's infidelities have forced him to deal with plenty of scum like the man sitting across from him. He admits to burying his own kin with his own hands, warning that those still alive won't be for much longer. Lighter sparks with a whoosh. He gives a backhanded compliment, calling the visitor creative for his desperate gambit. But his eyes burn with a murderous fire as he tells the man to never dare drag the woman's name into this mess again. Even if the blood relation is real, it means nothing to a man who has already cut his own heart out. He promises that as long as the visitor belongs to this rotten bloodline, a peaceful death is a luxury he will never have. The assistant quietly slips a handkerchief into the president's hand, her presence a silent shadow in the heat of the confrontation. As he wipes his hands, the president offers a bribe, enough money to keep the visitor's mouth shut forever, or else. The visitor looks at him, questioning if this thirst for revenge against the family is truly for his mother's sake. Or is it all just a convenient excuse for the monster the president has become? The assistant's composure breaks as she snaps, telling him to shut his mouth. She speaks of the woman and the son she left behind. The visitor leans in, the weight of his next words threatening to bring the entire room down as he prepares to speak. Final word hangs in the air like a death sentence as the visitor addresses the man as his father. He slides another envelope across the table, not a test this time but a letter that demands to be read. The president stares at the paper, the realization of what it might contain finally piercing his armor. His hands begin to tremble as he reaches for the envelope, the cold certainty of his world shifting beneath him. The letter begins with a chilling message regarding the identity of the person he has just met. After being forced into exile, the truth finally begins to surface from the shadows of the past. A mother's tears tell a silent story of a hidden life, born in secret and raised in the wake of a forced departure. This is the first letter written since the world tore them apart, a message she feared would never reach its destination. Memory traces back to that fateful night when a powerful authority figure invited her for a drink, unknowingly setting a tragedy in motion. Then came the visit from a local thug. His presence was a final warning that her time there had run out. Without a single word of goodbye, she fled across the sea, carrying a secret that would eventually change the fate of many. Time passed until the physical changes became undeniable. She was carrying a child born from a forbidden connection. The realization brought a paralyzing fear, knowing the truth would not only burden the child but put his very life in danger. Despite the struggle, she viewed the child as a blessing, choosing to raise him alone in the harsh reality of their new life. As the boy grew, his failing eyesight led them to a cold clinical room where the truth could no longer be hidden. The doctor delivered a crushing diagnosis, a rare genetic condition that confirmed the child's lineage. In that moment, the weight of her sacrifice and the cruelty of fate finally caused her to weep uncontrollably. The child, in his innocence, could only wonder if his mother was crying because the cost of glasses was more than they could afford. Those tears were for a bittersweet joy. The condition was the ultimate proof that the boy truly had a father. She knew the boy deserved to know his origin, even if the truth was a burden too heavy for a child of his age. Her shaky handwriting, once a point of playful teasing, now carries the heavy burden of a mother's final, desperate confession. Reading these words, he begins to tremble as the reality of a lost family and a hidden son crashes down on him like a tidal wave. There's no mistaking her gentle tone. Every word is a sharp reminder of the life he was forced to leave behind. He stares into the void, grappling with the impossible truth. He has a son, his own blood, living a life of hardship because of him. The name the boy had been using is cast aside, replaced by the revelation of his true identity. He looks up with eyes burning through tears, questioning why this revelation has chosen this exact moment to surface. He wonders if this is a message of love or a calculated move by those who seek power. With a cold, determined smirk, he realizes the answer is both. The stakes have never been higher. To avenge the woman who suffered in silence, he knows he must utterly destroy the empire that ruined them. Even now, the ghosts of the past are reaching out, trying to drag him and his newly discovered son into the abyss. Meanwhile, the vultures are circling, demanding to know if a successor will be allowed to claim the legacy they built on blood. Man is filled with resentment, refusing to let an illegitimate newcomer take over the company he has spent his life protecting. He suspects a woman is manipulating events from the shadows. His rage boils over as he vents to his associate, fuming at the audacity of a stranger to challenge his birthright. Clenching his phone, his frustration turns toward his own father. He cannot understand why the older man would favor an outsider over his own flesh and blood. Elsewhere, a strategist adjusts his glasses. For him, the corporate throne is merely a tool for a darker purpose, punishing those who made his mother suffer. He focuses on his father with chilling intensity. His only goal is the throne, and he demands his father secure it at any cost. Hand reaches out, signaling the start of a silent pact. The wheels of a long-planned vengeance are finally beginning to turn. As the city lights flicker, the weight of the coming conflict is palpable. True revenge can only begin once the succession is secured. The scene shifts as the title card appears. The clock moves forward, advancing the story several hours into the night. At a luxury villa complex, the silence of the night is broken by the faint sound of a sliding door. A firm hand grips the balcony railing, the cold metal reflecting the harsh reality the newcomer is currently navigating. The man exhales a cloud of smoke, his expression unreadable as he carries the weight of his secrets. High above, the moon watches over the city, a silent witness to the alliances being forged in the dark. He stares into the void, muttering to himself in frustration as doubt begins to set in. A soft hand brushes against his skin, breaking his train of thought and revealing that he is not alone. His companion wraps her arms around him, asking if they went too far. He explains that he just needed a moment to clear his head. She leans in closer, searching his eyes and asking if the meeting with his father is what has him so unsettled. He scoffs, questioning which father she refers to, his adoptive one or his biological one. He looks back at the moon, admitting he isn't sure how to feel as the lines between his different roles begin to blur. He confesses that they do not yet trust each other, noting that trust is a dangerous liability in their world. She reminds him that their entire plan depends on the older man being convinced of his identity. He asks if the old man recognized him. He gives a cryptic response, knowing the deception is far more complex than she realizes. Her hand slides across his chest as she asks if the father is prepared to deal with his rival. Suddenly, the quiet night is shattered by the horn of a massive truck barreling toward its target. A blinding flash of light fills the frame as a luxury car is caught in the path of the oncoming vehicle. Back on the balcony, his voice is cold and detached. He reveals that he has a new associate who will handle the task. His companion is taken aback, sensing that he has made moves in this game that even she was unaware of. On a dark road, the luxury car lies mangled and overturned. The truck has completed its mission with brutal efficiency. A heavy boot hits the asphalt as the new associate arrives to survey the wreckage. A figure steps out of the shadows, approaching the smoking ruins of the car. The trap has been sprung. The leader of the thugs looks down at the carnage with a cruel smirk, mocking the fragility of the luxury vehicle. He leans closer to the wreck, mockingly questioning why the victim thought they could push their luck so far. He looks down at the injured man with disdain, dismissively wondering if he was being too harsh. He addresses the dying man one last time as the life begins to drain from his eyes. A final blow echoes through the night, ending the life of the successor and clearing the path for a new legacy. The heavy silence of the night is broken only by the rhythmic drip of blood hitting the cold concrete floor. Captive struggles to draw breath, his body battered and bound, but his spirit remains unyielding despite the blood staining his shirt. One of the thugs scoffs, unimpressed by the captive's endurance after the beating. His partner observes the captive's slumped form, noting that he is built with surprising resilience. The mockery continues as they taunt the captive, laughing at how his former status cannot save him now. Underneath his messy hair, the captive's eyes burn with a cold fire as he stares at his captors. A sudden, brutal slap rings out as the thug demands the captive keep his eyes down, refusing to tolerate any defiance. The dimly lit basement feels like a tomb as the group waits for their superior to arrive. The suit-clad thug peers at his phone, a sadistic grin spreading across his face. With a chilling metallic ring, a sharp blade is drawn, reflecting the harsh light of the single overhead bulb. He points the steel at the captive, proposing a cruel game to see who can make him scream the loudest. Suddenly, a hand reaches out to stop the blade. A wager is placed on the table, shifting the tension in the room. The man in the cap stares coldly, signaling that enough damage has already been done. Another man looks back in disbelief, questioning why the torture is being interrupted. The confrontation escalates as the man demands to know who has the authority to stop him. The man in the cap remains unfazed, indicating he is willing to do what is necessary but will not tolerate mindless cruelty. He shows pure venom, looking down on those who kill for mere amusement. The other man's face contorts with rage, sensing a condescending attitude from his peer. The man reminds them of the sacrifices he made while the others were living easily. With a sharp clatter, the knife hits the floor as the man turns away, signaling he is finished with the petty cruelty. The captive watches the blade through narrowed eyes, his expression becoming a silent warning. A thug laughs, mockingly patting the captive's head as he continues to taunt him. The captive's head begins to clear, the fog of pain lifting as he regains his focus. Infuriated, the thug grabs the captive by the hair, threatening him with a blade. He leans in close, mocking the captive's silence and ignoring the danger inches away. Captive's lips curl into a grimace as he prepares to strike back. The captive launches a devastating headbutt, the impact echoing through the room like a gunshot. The thug collapses to the ground with a heavy thud, his composure completely shattered. The other thugs surge forward, kicking the captive back into his seat. Despite being bound, the captive looks up with a terrifying calm, offering a final warning. His eyes lock onto theirs, filled with a predatory intensity that makes the air turn ice cold. In an explosive burst of speed, the captive lunges forward, the chair scraping violently against the floor. With a sickening crack, the wooden chair shatters into splinters under the sheer force of his power. The captive stands tall as the ropes fall away, showing his disdain for the flimsy restraints. The thugs freeze in terror, realizing they have lost control of the situation before their superior arrives. The order rings out like a death sentence. Get him. The thugs, fueled by desperation, prepare to descend on their target. Fear laces their voices as they warn each other not to drop their guard. They know exactly who they are facing, the monster they fear. The man wavers, his body swaying from the sheer exhaustion of the onslaught, but he refuses to stay down. With a guttural sound of effort, his fingers curl into a tight, white-knuckled fist. The counterattack is coming. A massive blow connects with a sickening crunch. The man's power is absolute, sending shockwaves through his opponent's skull. The thug is sent flying, a pained cry escaping his lips as the man's strength overrides any defense. The man doesn't stop, his movements a blur of calculated violence as he carves through the remaining resistance. He spins into a devastating strike, his eyes burning with a cold fury. "You damn hog!" a thug screams, unable to track the speed of the assault. Another body hits the floor. The man is a whirlwind of destruction, leaving nothing but broken men in his wake. Panic sets in. A lookout screams for the director, realizing that their numbers mean nothing against this one man. Thugs watch in horror as the man continues his rampage. To them, he is no longer human, he is a monster that has broken its chains. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated aggression. The man has truly broken loose, and there is no stopping him now. Outside, the atmosphere shifts. A luxury car pulls up, signaling the arrival of the one man the thugs believe can fix this, the director. Director steps out, greeted by the frantic calls of his subordinates. He remains calm, his presence imposing and cold. The report is grim. They try to explain that the target is still active, but the director has no patience for excuses. A subordinate stammers, trying to describe the carnage unfolding downstairs. The pressure of the situation is visible on his sweating face. "You kidding me?" the director snaps. He had given clear orders to neutralize the threat properly. He strides toward the building, brushing off the excuses. He doesn't want to hear how the target sprang back to life, he wants results. He finds it impossible to believe. How can anyone still be moving after such a brutal impact? The resilience is unnatural. His footsteps echo through the stairwell, a rhythmic countdown to the final confrontation. Each step drips with authority. The director mocks his men for their cowardice. "You morons got scared over nothing," he sneers, confident in his own superiority. He reaches the door, dismissing the idea of the man being some kind of unstoppable force. In his mind, physics should have already ended this. But as the door swings open, the air turns ice cold. His eyes widen in genuine shock at the sight before him. The man stands there, his knuckles bloodied and raw. "You're here," he says, his voice devoid of any warmth or mercy. The man holds a gasping thug by the throat, the room littered with the defeated. He addresses the director directly. With a casual brutality, the man discards the thug, his eyes locked onto the director. The real fight is about to begin. The man mocks the idea of their former friendship. The betrayal still burns, a wound that no amount of time can heal. Questions if the plan was always to stab him in the back. The director just smirks, the mask of civility finally slipping away. The director laughs it off. He dismisses the man's loyalty as nothing more than a lapdog's devotion, mocking his sense of brotherhood. "How many people do you think actually saw you as a real friend?" he asks, his words designed to cut deeper than any blade. The man swipes the blood from his brow, a grim smile forming. He agrees, none of that history matters anymore. Not now. Charade is over. Both men stand ready to settle this once and for all in the blood-stained basement. The director draws a concealed razor, the steel glinting under the dim light. He's not here to brawl, he's here to kill. With a lethal intent, he lunges forward. "Time to die," he whispers, the blade aimed directly at the man's vitals. The man reacts instantly, his instincts honed by 1,000 battles. He leaps into the air, narrowly avoiding the lethal arc of the blade. The scene focuses on the moment of impact. The speed is blinding, a high-stakes dance where a single mistake means death. The man's hand moves like a strike of lightning, parrying the weapon with a precision that defies belief. He follows through with a thunderous kick, his movement creating a vacuum as he aims to end the director's reign. Zack locks his arms around the bulky thug leader, his grip tightening like a vice as the struggle turns desperate. Beneath the surface, the thug's hand trembles as he reaches for a hidden blade, his cowardice finally showing its face. A sickening crack echoes through the room as Zack exerts overwhelming pressure, forcing a guttural scream from his opponent. Zack doesn't stop there, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of punches that land with thunderous force. The bulky thug leader grunts as each blow finds its mark, his defense crumbling under Zack's relentless assault. The hidden knife clatters uselessly to the floor, the thug's last-ditch attempt at a dirty play failing miserably. He shuffles back in a panic, his eyes wide with the realization that he is completely outmatched by Zack. Zack closes the distance in an instant, his movement a blur of pure speed and lethal intent. Fists whistle through the air as Zack weaves through the thug's desperate, clumsy attempts to strike back. Air itself seems to scream as Zack strikes narrowly miss, the sheer pressure of his movements overwhelming the senses. Zack ducks a high kick with effortless grace, his reflexes far beyond anything these street thugs can handle. The bulky thug leader swings a wild punch, his form completely broken by fear and exhaustion. A heavy thud resonates as Zack takes a blow to his guard, but he doesn't even flinch. Another desperate swing comes in, but it's nothing more than a dying gasp of resistance. The struggle intensifies, the two fighters locked in a brutal dance where only one will walk away. Zack absorbs a flurry of hits, his eyes cold and focused behind his crossed arms as he waits for the opening. Even through the barrage, Zack's gaze remains fixed on his target, calculating the exact moment to end this. The momentum shifts in a heartbeat as Zack finds the gap he was looking for. With a thunderous whack, Zack tackles the bulky thug leader, driving him back with the force of a freight train. They crash into the ground, the impact sending a shockwave through the room as the thug's back hits the floor. The thug gasps, the wind knocked out of him as he stares up at the monster he was foolish enough to challenge. Zack's eyes burn with a cold, murderous intensity, his patience finally at its limit. The bulky thug leader tries one last, pathetic swing, but it's easily bypassed. Zack counters with a brutal double strike, his fists landing with sickening precision. Blood splatters as the force of Zack's punches overwhelms the thug's remaining strength. A final, crushing blow sends the thug into a state of pure shock, his body finally giving out. He peeks through the darkness of his own failing consciousness, seeing the silhouette of his doom. Raising his bloody hands, the thug begs for a pause, his voice cracking with terror as he pleads for his life. Coughing and sputtering, he apologizes, claiming that he never intended for the situation to escalate this far. He points the finger at someone named Eunseok, calling him a piece of shit and claiming he was just following orders. The thug reveals the bribe, the promise of everything Zack owned, even his businesses, as his justification. He looks up with a pathetic, desperate expression, asking if Zack understands that he simply didn't have a choice. Zack swipes the air dismissively, his voice dripping with cold sarcasm as he asks if that's the real reason for the attempted murder. A dark, terrifying grin spreads across Zack's face as he mockingly praises the thug's honesty while wiping blood from his lip. With a sharp metallic ring, Zack reveals that he's already retrieved the fallen knife. He looms over the fallen traitor, revealing that he was aware of the hidden weapon from the very start. The thug's eyes bulge in terror as he realizes his lies have only sealed his fate, his screams of denial falling on deaf ears. Zack delivers the final judgment, calling out the coward for lying to his last breath as the blade finds its mark. Zack's hand clamps onto the cold steel with a sharp shink, the metal biting into his palm as Hosu's name echoes through the air in a desperate cry. Despite his victory, Zack is visibly trembling. His voice is low and heavy as he commands the madness to end, telling his opponent that it is over. As the adrenaline begins to fade, a violent shudder racks Zack's entire frame while the weight of the confrontation finally settles in. Bloodied and broken, Hosu looks up with desperate, trembling eyes, pleading for his life by invoking a friendship long since shattered by betrayal. Zack looks down at the wreck of a man before him, his expression cold as he tells Hosu to listen closely to what comes next. Turning his back on the carnage, Zack declares his next objective with chilling certainty. He is going after Eunseok. He leaves Hosu kneeling in the shadows, a pathetic figure defeated both physically and mentally by the sheer force of Zack's resolve. Zack's gaze hardens, the fire in his eyes signaling that from this moment on, the rules of the game have changed forever. Neon lights of the Ambition building pierce the night sky, a monument to the worst generation that is about to tear the city apart. A single text message flashes on a screen, delivering a grim update: they have lost Hosu Yong. Danny slips his hand into his pocket, his voice calm as he muses that Dongchen was never expected to handle a threat of this caliber. Danny looks out over the city, noting that a vengeful Hosu will only become a bigger problem, leaving him with no choice but to intervene. The calculated coldness of Danny's profile suggests that the chess pieces are being reset for a much deadlier round. A few days pass, and the scene shifts to Sea Hospital in Gyeonggi, where the aftermath of the violence is treated behind sterile walls. Inside, a man clings to life through an oxygen mask, his ragged breathing the only sound in the quiet room. The long-haired boss, known to some as Scruff, stands over the bed, his face a mask of unreadable intensity. Hand reaches out to offer a supportive squeeze, a rare moment of silent solidarity amidst the ongoing chaos. A female student sits faithfully by the bedside of the fallen fighter, her presence a stark contrast to the scars of battle covering his body. The patient remains unconscious, the rhythmic hiss of the ventilator the only proof that he hasn't crossed over yet. Scruff's expression remains grim, the weight of leadership and the cost of war etched into every line of his face. Nearby, Puffer clenches his fist until it trembles, his frustration boiling over as he watches his comrade suffer. The pain in Puffer's eyes is evident, a mixture of guilt and a burning desire for retribution against those responsible. On the hospital roof, Puffer voices his doubts to Scruff, worried that the doctors don't know if their friend will pull through. Puffer questions why the boss went out of his way to see Jung Buldo's funeral through, searching for logic in the boss's actions. Scruff's gaze turns lethal as he declares that both of them deserve to choke on their last breath, addressing Puffer with cold authority. He poses a rhetorical question: if you get into a wreck, do you fault the car or the driver? Puffer answers that it is obviously the driver. Puffer argues that the situations aren't comparable, but Scruff simply asks, why not? Scruff explains his philosophy: you don't curse the knife that cuts you, and a car doesn't hit you of its own will. The same applies to Jung Buldo. The analogy hits home as Scruff emphasizes that the tools used were just that, implements without a will of their own. He looks out over the horizon, his profile sharp as he concludes that since they were only tools, the true blame lies elsewhere. Puffer still struggles to understand, vowing that regardless of the boss's logic, he will hunt down the gray-haired punk and finish him. Gritting his teeth, Puffer refuses to let the man who hurt their boys walk away unpunished, his resolve reaching a breaking point. Scruff simply tells him not to worry, a chilling calmness settling over him as the wind howls around them. Lighting a cigarette, Scruff recalls the day he laid his mother to rest and the vow he made to drag the filth of this world down into the abyss with him. The man, still consumed by his grim vow, exhales a plume of smoke. He tells someone off-screen to stay put, watch over the boys, and wait, emphasizing that there's no need to rush as a subtle whoosh of air passes by. He continues his thought, observing the shirt he wears, noting that it hasn't been worn since his gongsu days, a clear sign of a past he's revisiting. Behind him, the blond man's eyes narrow, reflecting an intense, focused gaze, his expression unreadable against the backdrop of the sky. The man takes another drag from his cigarette, the whoosh sound effect echoing the silent intensity of the moment, his gaze distant. The scene shifts, the camera panning across a serene sky, setting the stage for a new location, a Japanese restaurant in Cheongdam, Seoul. The exterior of the upscale Japanese restaurant comes into view. A subtle creak indicates movement, perhaps a door opening or closing, hinting at an arrival. Inside, a woman slides open a traditional door with a soft slide, her figure partially obscured as she peers into the room. Chaerin Park, from the Violent Crimes Investigation Division, one of the prosecutor's office, enters with a knowing smile, greeting the person inside by stating they are late. So-hee Kim, the current wife of Ambition's chairman Jong Eun-young, sits composed, wearing sunglasses and a pearl necklace, acknowledging Chaerin Park's presence with a simple Mrs. Kim. So-hee Kim lowers her sunglasses with a FWIP, her expression sharp as Chaerin Park tentatively begins to summarize the situation, asking for clarification. Chaerin Park, while taking a bite of sushi with a munch, articulates her understanding of the government's intentions to closely monitor the Ambition succession war and support Hui-yun as the next chairman. So-hee Kim, visibly annoyed, questions Chaerin Park's need for repetition, stating she has already explained it. So-hee Kim clarifies her concerns, acknowledging Hui-yun as a smart boy but emphasizing his youth and unsuitability for the chairman position. Chaerin Park, growing frustrated, expresses her difficulty in trusting So-hee Kim to work together, letting out a terse "for fuck's sake." Chaerin Park's expression hardens, her eyes wide with anger as she confronts So-hee Kim, asking if she needs to spell out the harsh reality. So-hee Kim's eyes widen in shock as Chaerin Park delivers a cutting remark, suggesting So-hee Kim's pampered life has blinded her to the truth. Chaerin Park coldly clarifies their motives. They are not supporting So-hee Kim or her son out of affection but to install Hui-yun as chairman and use So-hee Kim as their puppet. Chaerin Park's eyes burn with intensity as she warns So-hee Kim to align with them if she wants to survive, leaving no room for negotiation. So-hee Kim trembles, shake sound effects emphasizing her fear as Chaerin Park presents the grim alternative, Hui-yun working graveyard shifts at a convenience store. She asserts So-hee Kim only needs to comply even after Ambition's inevitable fall. Chaerin Park leans back, a satisfied smile on her face, patting her leg and declaring, "Phew, I'm full," signaling the end of their tense discussion. The scene transitions to a solemn cemetery, a guide directing someone with "this way, sir," towards a specific lot. A hand gently places a white flower onto a tombstone, a soft PAT sound accompanying the gesture, marking a moment of quiet remembrance. The man, now in a suit, stands before the grave, requesting to be left alone for a moment of solitude. A woman nearby responds with a respectful, "of course," granting him his wish for privacy. His hand gently brushes the surface of the tombstone, a silent brush sound emphasizing the tender, sorrowful contact. From an overhead perspective, the man stands alone among the graves, a profound sense of regret weighing on him as he laments, "It's been a while, A single tear begins to droop from his eye as he questions, "I came too late, didn't I?" His profile etched with sorrow. His face contorted in anguish, he declares with certainty that from this day on, his life will be dedicated to two things. Tears plop onto the tombstone as he makes a solemn vow to live for the child left behind. His eye, filled with a single tear, reflects his unwavering resolve as he concludes his vow, "And for your revenge." With a fierce grit, his jaw clenches, solidifying his determination and the weight of the promise he just made. Another person approaches him from behind, informing him about the handwriting analysis he requested. The man turns his head slightly, acknowledging the report with a curt "good work," and instructs them to head back. White flower, symbolic of his grief and resolve, is shown as he quietly states his next priority, "I need to see my son." The scene shifts to Eunseok Agency Incorporated in the afternoon. A voice exclaims about a "nice watch," questioning its authenticity. Inside the office, Danny takes a long drink from a can, his eyes cold and focused. Across from him, a man laughs, mockingly questioning the weight behind the name Tae-Eun. As Danny swallows, he mentions the personal security team assigned to him, a clear sign of his rising status. The gray-haired man watches him closely, marveling at the sheer ambition of a former street rat from Osaka who is now gunning for the chairmanship. Danny turns his gaze away, his expression unreadable. When asked if he expected things to play out this way, he offers a vague, non-committal response. Looking at the calligraphy on the wall, Danny reflects on his journey, admitting that his path was initially paved with nothing but a desire for vengeance. The weight of his past seems to settle on his shoulders as he stares into the distance, the silence in the room growing heavy with unspoken history. He brings up Tae, the girl he saved while he was digging into Yongbin's affairs, a pivotal moment that changed his trajectory. Memory shifts to a grainy flashback. A man presents a framed document, his eyes wide with shock as he asks if the person pictured is Danny's father. The screen reveals a criminal profile for Buldo Jong, a member of the notorious Gongsu organization. The revelation is a strike to Danny's identity. The file is damning, detailing an extensive criminal record that Danny never knew existed, casting a dark shadow over his family name. Danny reacts with defensive fury, questioning why his father's sins should have anything to do with his own life and choices. The interrogator presses harder, pointing out the suspicious nature of Danny being the only one to deny the allegations while everyone else points the finger. The image of Buldo Jong, blindfolded and stoic, haunts the screen. This was the moment Danny realized how deep the rabbit hole truly went. Danny's eyes narrow as he contemplates the power his father must have wielded to cause such a ripple effect in the underworld. Back in the present, the gray-haired man notes that from that day on, Danny began playing a much larger game, and the pieces are finally falling into place. A subtle smirk plays on Danny's lips as he acknowledges the older man's observation. The plan is moving forward with lethal precision. The conversation is interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. Danny stands, startled, as the topic of pushing Eunseok for chairman is left hanging. Danny's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the visitor. The atmosphere in the room shifts instantly from business to high-stakes tension. An executive from Ambition stands in the doorway, his presence alone commanding the room. He asks calmly if he has arrived at a bad time. Danny quickly regains his composure, stammering out a welcome and inviting the powerful man inside. The gray-haired man springs to his feet, bowing deeply. He is floored that an executive of such high standing would visit their humble office. The executive waves off the formalities, his eyes fixed on Danny. He offers a seat, but the tension remains palpable as coffee is offered. Danny apologizes for the lack of preparation, but the executive insists that his visit was urgent. He wanted to see Danny as soon as possible. The room falls silent as the executive prepares to speak. The overhead view shows the power dynamic clearly. The visitor is the sun everyone else orbits. He reveals that he has just returned from Osaka after visiting Megumi, a name that clearly carries immense weight for Danny. The executive looks down, admitting his own lack of courage in facing her for so long, his voice tinged with a rare moment of vulnerability. With a gentle gesture, he places a hand over Danny's. He claims that meeting Danny has finally given his life and his struggles a true meaning. He looks Danny in the eye and calls him, "my son." The revelation is a bombshell, threatening to reshape everything Danny thought he knew. Danny can only whisper the word "father" before a violent crash erupts from the window, followed by a pained scream that shatters the moment. The gray-haired man rushes to the window, his face pale with fear as he sees the chaos unfolding just outside their sanctuary. A blade flashes through the air with a lethal shink. An assassin has breached the perimeter, and the quiet office is now a kill zone. The older man's eyes bulge behind his glasses. He recognizes the attacker immediately, his voice trembling as he realizes the danger they are in. Jo Cheon stands in the center of the fray, his eyes burning with murderous intent. The gray-haired man screams for his men to take him down. Inside, Danny and the executive spring into action, their shock turning into battle-ready focus as the threat of Jo Cheon looms over them. The executive squeezes Danny's hand firmly, acknowledging the shamelessness of his request but pleading for Danny to trust him in this moment of crisis. He vows that from this point forward he will truly be the father Danny needs, his resolve as sharp as the blades clashing outside. With a final, solemn oath, he swears it with everything he has. The battle for Danny's future has only just begun. But even as that oath is sworn, a shadow looms over the horizon. A cold, murderous gaze fixes on the target as a voice declares that the girl, Hosu, won't survive to see tomorrow's dawn. To understand the gravity of this threat, we have to rewind just 5 minutes back to the chaotic scene unfolding in front of the Eunseok agency office. Tires screech against the pavement as the order rings out to grab their tools. Amidst the mechanical screams of the cars, a worried ally asks if she's truly ready for this, but the female student only remembers one thing: they already tried to kill her. The stakes have never been higher. For some, this isn't just a fight, it's a validation. The realization that a father has finally chosen one son over the other burns with a fierce, desperate light. Inside the vehicle, the tension is suffocating. If this mission ends in failure again, there will be no more chances. It will be the end of everything they've built. Outside, the agency is being swarmed. Thugs pour out of vehicles, their intentions clear as they prepare to storm the building. The defenders can only watch in shock as the enemy shouts their intent to go up. The leader stands firm. He looks toward the female student, Hosu, and reassures her. This isn't the end, it's merely the beginning of their true counterattack. The signal is given. Doors fly open with a heavy clack as the command to press forward and kill them all echoes through the night air. Ambition takes the lead as the bulky thug leader and his men step onto the battlefield. They shout for their lines to hold even as the first cries of pain begin to erupt. From a nearby window, a witness watches in disbelief. The name Jo Cheon is whispered in shock, a man whose presence changes the entire dynamic of the conflict. The female student, Hosu, gives a silent, determined nod. She knows her role in the coming slaughter and she is ready to play it to the end. Heavy clack resonates as a door is breached. The silence of the hallway is about to be shattered by the sound of steel. Her eyes, sharp and unwavering, peer through the gap. She is a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The masked thugs are momentarily startled by her sudden appearance, but they quickly regain their composure, telling her to go do her thing while they handle the front line. She strides forward with a cold purpose. Others join her, their resolve mirrored in their steady pace and the unsheathing of their weapons. She walks with the weight of an orphan who has no birthplace to call home. Her allies wish her luck, sensing the heavy burden she carries into the fray. Thugs left behind can't help but feel a chill. Her talk of dying gives them the creeps, making them wonder just what kind of person they're dealing with. Speculation begins to rise. Could she be Yakuza? The mere thought of a foreign syndicate operative being here sends a ripple of unease through the ranks. Nobody knows her true story, but her expression tells of a history written in blood and shadow. Every step she takes is measured, lethal. What they do know is her loyalty. She is a woman willing to lay down her very life for her master, a devotion that makes her more dangerous than any common thug. Stairwell becomes a bottleneck of violence. The defenders scream to stop the invaders, but the momentum of the assault is relentless, pushing upward with brutal force. The command to break through is met with the wet thud of impacts and the groans of the fallen. The hallway is a sea of black suits and desperate struggle. They refuse to give way. Shoves and strikes are exchanged in the cramped space as the defenders fight tooth and nail to keep the enemy from advancing another floor. Commanding presence appears at the top of the stairs. He demands to know what they're doing, his voice cutting through the din of battle like a whip. The female student stands ready, her blade catching the dim light. A heavy whack echoes as she enters the fray, her movements a blur of calculated violence. A thug in sunglasses lunges forward with a scream of "die," but his aggression is met with the cold precision of a professional. She watches through the steel of her blade, her focus absolute. In this moment there is no fear, only the execution of her duty. The leader entrusts the area to her. With a simple, "Sure, the pact is sealed," she will hold this ground, no matter the cost. But she knows Jo Cheon isn't the type to simply walk away. As she stands amidst the carnage, she wonders what dark plot he is weaving in the shadows. A hand pats against a frame. The subtle sound is the only warning before the next wave of the storm breaks. With a sudden leap, a new figure enters the equation. The air is sliced thin by the speed of the movement. Glass shatters into 1,000 diamonds as an attacker crashes through the window. The sound is deafening, a violent intrusion into the agency's sanctuary. The female student is caught off guard. Her eyes widen in shock as the impossible happens right before her eyes. A heavy thwack signals a direct hit. The velocity of the entry was calculated for maximum impact, leaving the defenders reeling. She can barely process the audacity of the move. To come through the window from the next building, this bastard has rewritten the rules of the engagement, and the real battle is only just beginning. A lethal strike whizzes through the air, the sound of displaced wind cutting through the silence as the engagement turns deadly in an instant. NGH. Steel meets steel with a violent screech. The woman's eyes lock onto her target as sparks fly from the grinding blades. She doesn't just rely on her weapon. With a powerful swing, she pivots her weight, launching a devastating kick aimed right at the man's midsection. Her boot connects with a sickening wham, sending the man in the suit reeling back as the impact rattles his frame. There's no room for him to breathe. Another whiz of her weapon signals a follow-up attack, her movements a blur of calculated aggression. Camera pans low, catching the friction of shoes against the floor as the combatants scramble for a better vantage point in this cramped corridor. The man recovers quickly, his fingers tapping against the hilt of his weapon. He's not out yet, his expression hardening into a mask of pure lethality. Chaos erupts on the stairwell. The upper side has been breached and the sound of clanging metal and heavy impacts fills the narrow space. Amidst the brawl, a command is issued. The young fighter grits his teeth as the pressure of the situation mounts. He realizes the stakes. He needs to get past the opponent and move upward to survive this ambush. The woman sneers with contempt. She moves with calculated precision, her aggressive posture suggesting she was prepared for this encounter. The man's eye twitches, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. He senses a shift in the air as the tension reaches its peak. Suddenly, a calm hand intervenes. The simple tap carries a weight of authority that halts the immediate violence. The large man freezes, his eyes wide with shock. He wasn't expecting an interruption, let alone from someone with this much presence. A golden badge is revealed, gleaming under the dim lights. It represents a powerful authority within the company. The messenger stares down the large man, his expression cold and unyielding as he demands compliance. The silence that follows is deafening, the camera focusing on the sharp lines of the suit representing the corporate power now dominating the room. The woman in glasses steps forward with a menacing aura, her gaze cold and steady as she intervenes in the conflict. The large man's face contorts with rage. He looks down at the woman, his ego visibly bruised by her presence. His fist trembles with suppressed fury, but the woman simply scoffs at his display of anger. She leans in, her profile sharp and unforgiving. She asserts her dominance, making it clear who is in control of the situation. The man looks like he's about to explode. He roars in frustration, the outburst landing like a physical blow. He orders his men to attack, and the situation spirals out of control. The fighter realizes the ambush has turned into a total brawl. The two fighters share a brief, knowing look. They know exactly what needs to be done to survive this onslaught. They switch to a backup plan. The order to find a way out is urgent as the room swarms with enemies. A guard shouts while others try to block the path. The hallway is a mess of shouting and shifting feet as they attempt to secure the area. The young man laughs in the face of the overwhelming odds, showing no sign of fear as the pressure increases. A sudden wham echoes through the hall. A heavy strike lands with bone-crushing force, catching a guard completely off guard. The woman's confidence is shattered. She gasps as the tide of the battle turns against her and the others. A blade swishes through the air, a desperate attempt to regain control as the battle reaches its fever pitch. The camera zooms in on her eye, wide with a sudden, paralyzing realization as a countermove is already in motion. ECH. A sharp slash cuts through her defenses, the speed of the counterattack forcing her back. A blur of motion follows as the fighter twirls, using the momentum to launch a final, decisive maneuver against the swarming guards. Wapow. The impact is massive, a concentrated burst of power that sends the opponent flying back with a guttural groan. Without looking back, the man dashes toward the stairs, his movements fueled by pure adrenaline and the need to escape the trap. Tap tap tap. The sound of rapid footsteps echoes in the stairwell, a frantic rhythm as he pushes his body to the absolute limit. A name is shouted with desperate intensity, the camera focusing on a single, wide eye as the true scale of the disaster is revealed. The air screams as a blade whistles through the darkness, a lethal arc of steel cutting through the silence with predatory speed. Choked grunt escapes as the strike finds its mark, the sound of a clean slash echoing against the cold walls. The severed fabric of a tie hits the floor with a soft flop, a silent testament to the precision of the near-fatal blow. With a mocking smirk, the long-haired assailant taunts his opponent, asking if he has business with their leader. The tension is palpable as the path is blocked, a clear warning that there is no way forward without a fight. A roar of defiance shatters the standoff as the fighter lunges forward, his face twisted in a mask of pure aggression. Steel meets steel with a deafening clang, sparks flying as the two combatants lock into a desperate struggle for dominance. A blade whizzes past, inches from skin, the speed of the exchange blurring the very air around them. Eyes locked behind a mask of focus, every muscle coiled and ready to exploit the slightest opening in the enemy's guard. A heavy blow lands with a sickening thud, sending one of the fighters reeling back as a pained cry fills the room. A massive fighter roars for the path to be cleared, his fist connecting with a brutal impact that rattles the surroundings. Momentum is unstoppable, another crushing impact sending shockwaves through the building as the brawl reaches a fever pitch. Glass shatters with a violent spray as a body is hurled through a window, the night sky illuminated by the chaos. The fighter crashes onto the hard ground below, a pained gasp escaping his lips as shards of glass rain down around him. His single eye widens in shock and desperation, a name beginning to form on trembling lips as the reality of defeat sinks in. A name is shouted with gut-wrenching intensity, the sight of the bloodied and broken comrade fuels a new wave of despair. Tires screech as a black sedan tears away from the scene, the driver cursing under his breath as they flee the rising danger. Inside the car, the injured fighter coughs violently, blood staining his clothes as an urgent, unanswered call rings out. The driver's eyes are fixed on the road, his face a mask of sweat and panic as the persistent ringing of the phone echoes his racing heart. He screams into the phone pleading for his father to pick up, his voice cracking with the weight of their desperate situation. With blood pooling in his vision, the passenger begs for an answer, knowing that only one person can help him survive the night. Driver reaches out, patting his friend's hand with a desperate promise to get him to a hospital, his voice thick with unvoiced fear. The passenger weakly protests, warning that the hospital is a trap and urging the driver to head for the port instead. The car swerves through the dark streets, the plan to escape abroad being the only thread of hope they have left. The passenger slides further into the seat, his strength fading as he insists that going to the hospital will be the end for both of them. Blood trickles from his mouth as he maintains a grim smile, trying to reassure his friend even as his life hangs by a thread. Driver finally relents with a heavy sigh, begging his friend not to die as they commit to the dangerous path toward the docks. Under the cold light of a half-moon, a hidden observer confirms they are tracking the targets by GPS, the net slowly closing in. A man speaks into his phone with a cold, calculated tone, confirming that they are in pursuit of the fleeing pair. His expression hardens as he issues a final, chilling request to find them but to please keep one of them alive. The car screeches to a halt at the edge of the dark water, the lights of a lone boat cutting through the gloom of the port. With a sharp click of the door, the driver tells his friend to wait in the car while he goes to negotiate with the captain. The boat bobs rhythmically in the water, a silent vessel that represents their only chance at a clean getaway. His face battered and bloody, the driver calls out for the captain, his patience wearing thin as the seconds tick away. He stares at the glowing cabin, demanding to know why the captain hasn't been answering his calls during this critical moment. A heavy step echoes as a bearded man finally emerges from the shadows of the cabin, his silent presence thick with unspoken tension. Buldo's eyes widen in a mixture of shock and dawning realization as he stares at the figure before him, his voice barely a whisper as he asks, You're... Eunseok stands tall, his silhouette imposing against the dim light as he finally faces his counterpart, noting with a cold calm that they've finally met in person. The name hangs heavy in the air as Buldo confirms the identity of the man standing in front of him, Eunseok. Eunseok remains silent, his scruffy face and sharp eyes betraying nothing of the storm brewing beneath the surface. Buldo grits his teeth, the initial shock replaced by a grim recognition as he admits that he knows exactly who Eunseok is. Eunseok flicks a cigarette with a nonchalant air, telling Buldo that if he knows him then he already knows the reason for this visit. Buldo scoffs, claiming he was actually planning to seek Eunseok out himself but finds it almost honorable that his target came to him instead. The atmosphere turns lethal as Eunseok declares that every sin committed up to this very moment will be settled today. With a single, terrifying word, Eunseok seals the ultimatum, die. Buldo's eyes flare with a fierce, defiant light as he dismisses Eunseok as nothing more than a common street thug. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Eunseok acknowledges that he will pay for his own sins just as Jung Buldo did, but there's a catch. Buldo loses his patience, lunging forward with a roar, demanding that Eunseok shut his damn mouth. Eunseok casually flicks his cigarette away, his movements fluid and unbothered by the sudden outburst of violence. With a swift, blurring motion, Eunseok evades the strike, coldly stating that his day of reckoning won't be today. Scene shifts to a quiet restaurant where the two men sit across from each other. Eunseok breaks the silence, mentioning he heard about Buldo's mother. Taking a swig of his drink, Eunseok suggests they end things here, noting that he already covered up the details regarding Jung Buldo's case. Buldo sets his glass down with a sharp clack, warning Eunseok that if he's caught again there will be no walking free. He asks if Eunseok is truly ready to take the fall for everything. Eunseok pours another round, his expression unreadable as he bluntly states that it simply doesn't matter. Buldo looks at him with a mix of frustration and disbelief, unable to fathom Eunseok's complete lack of concern for his own fate. Eunseok takes another drink, asking Buldo what the hell he's even on about, dismissing the gravity of the situation. He maintains his grim philosophy, stating that this is how it should be, a sinner must pay for his sins no matter the cost. Eunseok instructs Buldo to keep feeding him intel on ambition, promising to help him secure that promotion to department head. The phone on the table buzzes with a call from Eunseok. Eunseok tells Buldo to hold on, even as Buldo tries to continue his warning. Buldo rubs his forehead in exasperation, lamenting Eunseok's impossible stubbornness. Eunseok stands up to leave, thanking Buldo for the food and mentioning that something urgent has come up. Buldo calls out after him, desperate to make him understand that this situation has spiraled out of his hands and that Eunseok needs to think this through. Eunseok ignores the plea, calling out to Wigu as he continues his departure. He mentions sending his bank details, telling Buldo to use the funds to take care of his boys, leaving Buldo speechless. Buldo watches him go, finally sighing and offering a simple, never mind, followed by a wish for good luck. With a final, see you, Eunseok steps out of the restaurant, the door clacking shut behind him. Buldo is left alone in the quiet of the booth, the weight of their conversation lingering in the empty space. A message appears on the phone screen with bank details and a final, haunting plea, don't die. Suddenly, the piece is shattered by a violent wham as a heavy fist connects with its target, sending a shockwave through the air. The fighter snarls as he lunges forward, his movements a blur of lethal intent against his opponent. The large opponent counters instantly, throwing a heavy swing that whistles through the salt-thickened air. A sharp sound echoes as the fighter narrowly evades the strike, his eyes locked onto his opponent's every twitch. Violent impact sends a shockwave through the boat, forcing a pained groan from the collision. The deck becomes a chaotic battlefield, a heavy blow connects, nearly sending someone into the dark water. The opponent raises his guard, the sound of whizzing fists filling his ears as he tries to find an opening. He launches another swing, putting his entire weight behind a punch meant to end the fight. The air screams in protest as the momentum of the battle shifts, shadows dancing across the flickering lights of the pier. A sickening crack resonates as a fist finds its mark, the sheer force of the blow threatening to shatter bone. The opponent is sent reeling, his body crashing into the crates as the deck tilts beneath him. The fighter's face is a mask of cold fury, his body coiling for the next burst of movement. He executes a high-speed dash, closing the distance before the opponent can even draw a breath. Every sense is heightened, the world slows down as the fighter narrows his eyes, pinpointing the exact moment to strike. With a swift motion, a hand reaches for a weapon, the metallic glint promising a conclusion to this struggle. A sharp breath escapes as the tide of battle turns, the air growing heavy with the scent of ozone and sweat. A brutal slash cuts through the darkness, the relentless assault leaving no room for escape or mercy. The opponent grabs a life ring with a desperate yank, trying to use anything as a shield against the onslaught. A heavy blow connects, followed by a muffled sound as the makeshift weapon is used to batter the defenses. Ring is sent flying in a rush of motion, the shuffle of feet on the wooden deck marking the rhythm of the fight. The opponent swings a heavy hook with murderous intent. The rattle of brass knuckles signals a counterattack, the metal gleaming ominously in the moonlight. A heavy thunk echoes across the harbor as steel meets bone, neither fighter willing to yield an inch of ground. Boat groans under the strain, screeching metal and clanging impacts create a symphony of violence on the water. A powerful impact catches the opponent right in the jaw, forcing his head back from the force. The fighter swings with everything he has, dominating the exchange without letting up. A final blow lands squarely on the opponent's chest, signaling the end of his resistance. The hook falls to the deck with a hollow clatter, the weapon now as useless as the man who wielded it. The opponent shuffles back, his arrogance replaced by a cold, creeping realization of defeat. The fighter stands tall, his silhouette a grim reaper against the harbor lights, his expression unreadable. The opponent tries to regain his composure, his voice wavering as he sneers at the fighter. Elsewhere, a superior sips tea, contemplating the fighter's escape and his overwhelming victory. The man pats his bruised face, attempting to justify his performance if not for interference, only to be dismissed. The authority figure reminds him that reality isn't a movie. Once a fight hits the ground, it's over, so he needs to keep up his training. Flashback: the opponent let out a primal roar as he dashed forward, fueled by desperation and rage. But the fighter was waiting, an immovable wall of shadow and lethal intent, the intensity of the moment building. The rattle of prayer beads serves as the only warning before the final, decisive strike is unleashed. With a devastating blow, the fighter delivers a crushing strike that leaves his opponent in total, humiliating defeat. A heavy fist cuts through the air with a violent swing, carrying the full weight of lethal intent. The strike connects with a sickening thud, forcing a pained gasp from the opponent as his head snaps back from the force. Blood spatters across the floor, but the fighter refuses to stay down, desperately thinking he only needs one opening to end this. Another devastating blow follows immediately, a blur as the knuckles find their mark again, shattering any hope of a counterattack. The attacker looks down with a cold, unshakable gaze, his face marked by battle but his expression devoid of mercy. The finality of the assault is punctuated by a thunderous smash that echoes through the dark, signaling the end of the struggle. The man lies broken on the ground, blood pooling beneath his head as the silence of defeat settles over the scene. A calloused hand reaches out, patting the rough surface of a heavy rope in preparation for a dark conclusion. With methodical precision, the man begins to wrap the cord around the defeated opponent, the sounds of friction filling the air. A sharp yank and the rattle of chains signal that the bindings are set, tightening with a finality that leaves no room for escape. The heavy clunk of the mechanism locking into place resonates across the deck, sealing the man's fate as he is prepared for the drop. In a brutal display of execution, the attacker kicks the man off the edge of the boat, leaving him dangling over the dark, churning waters. Squeezing the rope tight, he leans in and tells the man to beg for forgiveness in the afterlife for what he's done. He mentions a specific name, causing the captive to panic and desperately plead for a pause as the reality of death looms. Suddenly, a figure appears from the shadows, calling out and requesting to be the one to handle the captive. The newcomer acknowledges the reasons for this, while the captive continues to choke and struggle against the noose in the background. With a calm but firm tone, the newcomer asks the man to stop, telling him he doesn't need to dirty his hands further. He promises to take personal care of the captive, who is currently fighting for every breath. The attacker relents and begins to pull the rope back, dragging the half-dead man back onto the safety of the deck. The captive hits the floor with a heavy thud, gasping for air as the noose is finally loosened from his bruised throat. He lies there trembling, his face a mask of terror and pain, realizing his nightmare is far from over. Responsibility is handed over to the newcomer, who offers a quiet word of thanks in return. As the first man turns to leave, he stops and calls out one last time, his voice echoing across the quiet boat. He asks what's next now that the revenge is complete, questioning if the newcomer plans on moving on. Newcomer reveals his true goal: he's going to finish his objective once and for all, and this was just the beginning. With a cold dismissal, he tells the other man to stay out of his revenge and bids him a final goodbye. Newcomer's eyes narrow, filled with a dark, simmering rage that has been building for years, now finally finding its outlet. The first man walks away across the narrow plank, leaving the newcomer alone with the man who is about to pay the ultimate price. A hand clenches around the handle of a heavy hammer, knuckles turning white as preparations are made for the final act. The weapon hangs heavy, a simple tool now transformed into an instrument of absolute vengeance. He stands over the trembling captive, his silhouette imposing against the dim light of the harbor. His thoughts are consumed by the memory of his mother, and the person responsible is finally right where he wants him. The captive looks up, his face bloodied and broken, seeing only the cold shadow of his impending doom. With a violent smash, the hammer descends, striking with a force that shatters bone and ends any chance of mercy. He leans over the broken man, telling him to wake up because things are about to get a whole lot more painful. His voice is a low, chilling rasp as he demands his victim wake up, refusing to let the man escape into unconsciousness just yet. He hauls the broken man up by the head, his eyes burning with cold fury as he asks if the situation is still considered funny. A stinging slap echoes through the dark. He snarls, accusing his victim of playing dead to avoid the consequences of his actions. With a brutal strike, he reminds the man that he doesn't have permission to die until the debt is paid in full. He pulls the victim close, his voice a lethal whisper, making it clear that every single word must be heard and felt. The sound of heavy thumps fills the air as he continues his relentless assault, demanding the man stand and face his executioner. The truth finally explodes: he is the son of the woman the man murdered. This entire trap was his masterpiece. An ally rushes onto the scene, calling out to him by his alias, clearly shaken by the sheer brutality of the scene. His hand grips the heavy mallet, the weapon trembling as the final remnants of his adrenaline-fueled rage begin to simmer. The ally can only stare in horror, whispering his name as the weight of the revelation hangs heavy between them. The mallet hits the floor with a dull thud, signaling the end of the carnage. The vengeance is complete, but the cost is visible. His frame trembles as the realization of his actions sinks in. The weapon that nearly ended a life lies abandoned. The mask of the cold killer crumbles, leaving only a broken young man sobbing in the dark, the blood of his enemy staining his face. Gentle pat on the shoulder breaks the silence. The ally tells him it's over and that it's time to leave. He stares blankly, his eyes hollow. He quietly agrees, the fire that drove him for years finally extinguished. As they stand to leave, the ally mentions the other man who tried to escape alongside the victim. The second man is already dealt with, unconscious in the car. The ally asks for final orders on what to do with the prisoner. With a heavy, exhausted sigh, he instructs them to put both men in the car, his voice devoid of its earlier malice. He reaches for a cigarette, his mind drifting back to the bitter irony of the situation. Those two targets were actually friends once upon a time. The betrayal cuts deeper than any physical wound inflicted tonight. Memory shifts to a different time, a formal announcement of a family dinner back when the world seemed structured and safe. The rigid hierarchy of their world is displayed in a single bow, a reminder of the status he once navigated. A gray-haired authority figure arrives in person, his presence a sign of the importance placed on this evening's escort. The young victim-to-be invites the other boy to join him, a rare moment of genuine connection before the weight of their families tore them apart. The invitation is quickly revoked. The boy is told to take the bus, the invisible lines of class being drawn once more. Onlookers buzz with excitement at the sight of the expensive import car, oblivious to the drama unfolding between the two boys. The whispers confirm what everyone already knows: the boy's family exists solely to serve the interests of the others. As the car prepares to depart, the servant boy is left behind to face the taunts of the crowd, the seeds of today's war being sown. The car pulls away, the roar of its engine fading into the distance. Zack stands there, eyes fixed on the departing vehicle, wondering if the man is finally gone. The crowd doesn't miss a beat, their laughter sharp and mocking. They point and sneer, noticing that a servant boy has finally dropped his bag, ready to face the music. Inside the car, the atmosphere is a world away. A man looks through the rear window, casually asking if he should turn on some music, oblivious to the storm brewing behind them. Zack is alone now, truly alone. Surrounded by those who see him as nothing more than a punching bag, the weight of isolation settles heavily on his shoulders. He screams for an apology, his voice cracking under the pressure. But his words are met only with the sickening sound of fists meeting flesh. Smack, smack. Blows keep coming, relentless and cruel. They tell him to stop acting tough and accept his place at the bottom of the food chain. The world blurs into a haze of pain. He collapses, a small figure huddled on the asphalt. A cry of agony escapes him as boots find their mark, the crowd watching the spectacle with cold indifference. Ow! Every strike is a reminder of his helplessness. The sound of impact echoes in the narrow street, a rhythmic, brutal cadence of bullying. Suddenly, the air shifts. A shadow leaps into the fray with a shout that cuts through the noise. Atomic kick. A powerful strike connects, sending a bully reeling. Zack looks up, dazed and bleeding. His eyes widen in pure confusion. The what kick? He didn't expect anyone to step in, let alone with such a ridiculous name for a move. Hosu stands there, clutching his leg in pain but wearing a grimace of triumph. He curses under his breath, complaining that the kick landed right on the bone. Thugs are stunned for a moment, their easy targets suddenly defended. They sneer at the newcomer, their anger simmering at the unexpected interference. The sun begins to set, casting a long, golden glow over the playground. Hosu asks if Zack is okay, his voice softening now that the immediate danger has passed. They sit together on the bench, two bruised boys against the world. Hosu remembers he wasn't supposed to say that anymore, a silent pact beginning to form between them. Hosu turns to him with a hopeful, slightly battered smile. He asks if he actually helped, seeking validation for his clumsy but brave intervention. Zack looks away, his pride still stinging alongside his wounds. Well, not really, he mutters, though the lie is transparent to both of them. Zack stares ahead, his expression hardening with a newfound resolve. He declares that this is what it means to be a man, his eyes reflecting the dying light of the sun. It's a simple philosophy, born from the dirt and the blood of the playground. You help a friend when they're in trouble, no matter the cost. Birds flutter through the orange sky, a peaceful contrast to the violence of the afternoon. The world feels vast and, for the first time, not quite so lonely. Zack's heart thumps in his chest. He admits, almost in a whisper, that today was his first fight ever. The realization of what he just went through finally hits him. Hosu stands up, brushing the dirt from his clothes. He looks down at Zack and asks the question that changes everything. So, are we friends? Zack closes his eyes, a small, genuine smile touching his lips. Of course, he replies. We're friends. For real. A bond is forged in the aftermath of the struggle. The first drops of rain begin to fall, splashing against the pavement. Hosu realizes they need to head back before the downpour truly begins. Zack groans, covering his head. He knows he's going to get scolded if his clothes are ruined. The mundane worries of a child return, but the memory remains. Hosu urges him on, his silhouette blurring in the increasing rain. Come on, let's go. But the voice sounds different now, echoing as if from a great distance. The rain turns cold, freezing. Zack's face is pale, his eyes wide with a sudden, inexplicable terror. I can't go, he whispers, the memory fracturing. A new voice pierces the darkness. Commandingly, it tells him to wake up. The playground vanishes, replaced by suffocating, watery depths. A single word echoes through the void. Live. It's a command, a lifeline thrown into the abyss of his fading consciousness. Zack's eyes snap open, a flash of panic igniting in his pupils. He gasps for Hosu, but the name is swallowed by the freezing water surrounding him. He's submerged, the dark water pressing in from all sides. Confusion reigns. Water? How? Why is he here, drowning in the dark? His eyes dart around, searching for a way out. Hosu, where? The thought is cut short as the reality of his situation sinks in. He's trapped. Bubbles rise as he struggles. He calls out for Hosu again, his voice a muffled splash in the silent, watery grave. The truth is revealed in the dark blue depths. A car is sinking, its headlights cutting through the gloom like dying stars. Are we sinking in the ocean? Wham! Wham! He thrashes against the interior, desperate to break free. Hosu, wake up. He can't let his friend go, not like this. The darkness is absolute, the water cold and unforgiving. He calls Hosu's name one last time, a plea for survival in the crushing silence. He coughs, the salt water burning his lungs. Hey, MMPH. Cough. With a final, desperate surge of strength, he commands Hosu to get up. They aren't finished yet. The man's voice is a muffled roar beneath the surface as he screams out, the sound lost to the crushing weight of the water. Desperation fuels his muscles. With a final, explosive effort, he shatters the glass, bubbles erupting around him as he gasps for air that isn't there. The glass is gone, but the pressure remains. He reaches out, his fingers clawing at the door handle as he prepares to rip the metal frame open. Floating in the abyss, the car is a sinking tomb. He swings his entire body weight against the door, fighting the current and the cold. His grip tightens until his knuckles turn white. A guttural grunt escapes his lips as he pours every ounce of his remaining strength into the pull. He finally manages to reach inside, his eyes searching the dark cabin for any sign of life from his companion. His heart sinks. He stares into the car, his mind screaming as the reality of the situation begins to set in. Current drifts through the open door, revealing the limp form of his companion, lost to the depths and the silence of the ocean. The man's eyes widen in horror. A single, silent curse escapes him as he realizes he might be too late to change their fate. His hands tremble against the cold metal. The weight of failure is heavier than the water pressing down on his lungs. He forces himself to move, the memory of his friend a haunting echo in the watery grave behind him. Everything is a blur of blue and shadow as he kicks away from the wreckage, his movements sluggish and heavy. He drifts upward, leaving the sinking car behind. The silence underwater is deafening, broken only by the sound of his own pulse. His face is a mask of pure agony. The realization that his friend is gone burns worse than the salt water in his eyes. Breaking the surface, the man collapses onto the cold ground, coughing and hacking. He curses the world, his voice cracking with grief and rage. He stares at the ground, water dripping from his hair. In the darkness of his mind, a memory begins to surface, faint but unmistakable. He remembers the tinted windows of the car. He shouldn't have been able to see inside, yet the image of a face is burned into his retinas. A name forms on his lips, cold and filled with venom. The man he knows is responsible for this nightmare. His body shakes with a violent tremor. It wasn't an accident. This was a calculated murder, and the truth is a jagged blade in his heart. A dark resolve settles over him. He whispers a promise to the night air. He will have his revenge. Because this isn't over. Clouds drift lazily across the sky, indifferent to the tragedy that has just unfolded on the shore below. Time marches on, the blue expanse of the sky offering no comfort to those left behind in the wake of violence. A few days later, the world has moved on to a corporate board meeting, a high-stakes gathering in the heart of the city. A massive building looms over the skyline, a monument to power and secrets, where the next phase of the conflict is about to begin. Inside, phones are checked with growing anxiety. The board meeting is starting, but the messages have gone unanswered for days. A man in a sharp suit glares at his assistant. He demands to know why there is still no word from their missing associate. Woman adjusts her glasses, her expression cool and dismissive. She assumes the associate is simply off on another one of his drunken benders. As the elevator arrives, she asks if they should proceed. The business of the organization waits for no one, not even a missing associate. The man in the suit grunts, hoping that she's right. If his associate has truly disappeared, his plans are in serious jeopardy. The elevator climbs steadily. The numbers flicker past 12, then 13, as the tension in the small space reaches a breaking point. The man's face is set in a grim mask. He can feel the eyes of the board on him, even before the doors open. He steals a glance at the woman, his eyes darting with suspicion. He knows that in this world, silence is often more dangerous than a scream. He closes his eyes for a moment, trying to steady his nerves. The stakes for today's meeting are higher than anyone realizes. Sharp chime echoes through the cabin. The elevator has reached its destination, and there is no turning back now. The woman announces their arrival with professional coldness. The doors slide open, revealing the lion's den of the organization. The woman announces their arrival with professional coldness. The doors slide open, revealing the assembly of the organization. The chairman has arrived, she declares, her voice cutting through the tension as she commands everyone to rise. An older board member's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. He breaks into a cold sweat, muttering under his breath about the audacity of the person who just dared to walk in. The room erupts in hushed but sharp criticism. A voice booms across the hall, questioning what kind of chairman has the nerve to show up late to a high-stakes board meeting. The atmosphere is suffocating as the board members watch the entrance. Hurry up and find an empty seat. One of them barks, clearly unimpressed by the lack of punctuality. Amidst the glares, a young man with sharp glasses leans in. With a chillingly calm demeanor, he simply says, "Hello, father," acknowledging the man at the head of the table. A smug, confident grin spreads across his face. He isn't intimidated by the room full of power players. He looks like he's exactly where he's supposed to be. Professional aide takes her place at the podium. She greets the honorary chairman and the board, announcing that an emergency matter must be handled before the general meeting can proceed. She taps the gavel, bang, bang, bringing the room to order. The first item on today's agenda is the appointment of a new board member to fill the vacant position. One of the older directors stands up, his face flushed with anger. He tries to halt the proceedings, shouting for them to wait as they move to appoint a sole nominee. He desperately argues to postpone the decision until the next meeting, but the aide doesn't flinch. She coldly interrupts, stating that the decision is not hers to make. The young man in glasses speaks up, his voice steady. He reminds the room that this is the honorary chairman's will. A shout from the back tells the protesters to be quiet and carry on. Defeated and drenched in sweat, the protesting director collapses back into his chair. He snarls for them to just get on with it, realizing he's lost his leverage. The aide continues, her voice unwavering. "Then, allow me to introduce today's sole candidate," she says. "Please rise from your seat." Close-up reveals a predatory smile. "Greetings, everyone," he says, the words dripping with a calculated politeness that masks his true ambition. Standing tall, the candidate introduces himself. He declares himself the young blood who will carry the future of the organization, signaling a brutal new era.